Volume 1. Synopsis: Vlad, a destitute youngster from the slums, held an unwavering admiration for knights. Following an encounter with a bolt of black lightning, he started hearing a mysterious voice. One fateful day, a knight cloaked in the shimmering glow of the blue moonlight appeared, completely upending Vlad's existence in the back alleys. This extraordinary event proved that even a faint star concealed among the darkest corners of the nocturnal firmament can still radiate its brilliance, should it yearn to shine. Chapter 1. The lights were shining in the dark night. It was a back alley of the city that shines brightly at night. One side of the road that runs through the city was asleep, while on the other side was quietly raising its head. This was the life of two worlds that cannot mix, and it was only now that people hidden by the brilliant lights of the city could reveal themselves. An alley full of merchants hustling and bustling drinkers. Amidst the bustling crowd there was a blonde-haired boy standing alone. Looks impressive. The place where the boy stood was in front of a blacksmith's shop, and there hung an exquisite sword. A slender, shining sword that showed off its elegance for all to see. It was the only thing in the dirty alley that emitted light on its own. And the light that started from the sword entered boy's heart through the eyes and was enough to illuminate something in the boy's soul. The boy's feet were sinking into the mud of the road, having stood in one place for a long time, but the boy didn't care. "You're lost in thought again." Someone approached the boy, who was endlessly gazing at the sword. "Vlad, do you know you've been acting a bit crazy lately? That's why the rumors about you have been going around." She was wearing worn-out clothes, but the girl with rich red hair was a colorful personality that didn't quite fit in with the filthy surroundings of the alley. The boy looked at the girl who had approached him with vacant eyes. "So what? There's nothing to do today anyway. Why do you say there's nothing to do? Are you just going to do what Madame and Jorge tell you to do?" The red-haired girl raised both of her palms and brought them in front of the boy. "See this? Because of doing the dishes, I had to immerse my hands in water for so long that it looks like I might get eczema. Is eczema something a person whose beauty is their fortune should have? Why are you pointing them at me? You're being a nuisance." The boy, called Vlad, frowned and pushed away the girl's outstretched palms. "It's one of the few moments of rest in my noisy day. Don't bother me." The boy's response could be considered somewhat dismissive, but the red-haired girl didn't seem to mind. After all, it wouldn't be easy to survive with even minor bruises in the rough alley. Instead, she glanced at Vlad's complexion and whispered cautiously into his ear while pretending to be concerned. "So, you still hear voices when you hold something like a stick?" The girl furrowed her brow, seeing his nonverbal affirmation. "I wonder what sin you committed in a past life to be struck by lightning out of the blue and end up like this." The rumors had been circling even in the always bustling back alleys of the city. And lately the rumors circulating here were about the blonde boy who had been struck by lightning out of the blue. Besides, even if you were going to get struck by lightning, why did it have to be black lightning of all things? If you're going to be a bother, just leave. Despite the boy's indifferent rejection, a sense of disappointment welled up within the girl, but she remained silent and kept her mouth shut. "I have to endure," because she understood that living in rough and harsh places required getting your mind together. "But Vlad, don't you think it's time to go back now? Because now was not the right time. Stop loitering around here for no reason and stay in the shop for a while. You know the bishop is sensitive to such things." "Sensitive to what?" The girl smiled brightly when the boy finally looked at her instead of the sword. "Omens." The girl approached Vlad's ear and whispered softly as if she were wary of someone overhearing. The girl's breath against his ear was ticklish. "He used to work as a heresy inquisitor, so if you show him anything suspicious, they might just burn you at the stake." "Hey you!" Vlad pushed the girl away and quickly picked his ears with his fingers. "Did you spit in my ear? I can't believe it, really." The girl raised her hand to her waist in disbelief as Vlad pushed her away as if he were dirtying himself. "Everyone's muttering behind your back, and here you are standing around like you've lost your mind for no reason. What are you thinking, standing here like this? You might end up dragged to the church or something." Vlad didn't respond this time. There wasn't a single thing wrong with what the girl was saying. And he knew she was saying it out of concern for him. "Still, I just look a little longer. It's really frustrating, just buy it on credit. How expensive could it be?" The girl expressed her annoyance while Vlad still grumbled. "It is something from the back alley blacksmith. How much is it?" "That's 5 gold. Wow, look a little longer." The red-haired girl unconsciously opened her mouth in surprise after hearing the amount that came out of the boy's mouth. "With that, you can eat and enjoy yourself for a whole year without doing anything." She might not have the great insight to recognize the value of the sword before her, but at least she knew the worth of 5 gold. 5 gold. It is not like they couldn't earn it by working all their life, but this dark alley wouldn't allow anyone to accumulate that much money. No matter how hard you saved, someone would steal or take it from you. That was the way of life for those who survived here. With that money you could, as the boy and girl were momentarily entranced by the light emitted by the sword. "What are you idiots doing, blocking the front of someone else's shop and causing a scene?" The owner of the blacksmith shop rushed out and shouted sharply. These aren't things for the likes of you back alley rats to covet. The old blacksmith's voice grated like metal and chased away the young onlookers. Having gazed into the flames for so long, his eyes always seemed to squint, even when he was calm. What's the point of doing business in the back alleys if you're not selling it to other back alley rats, old man? The girl with her curly red hair shouted in an angry voice as if she was dumbfounded. Even if the two of us combined haven't been here as long as you, calling back alley rats suits you even better. You little bitch, have you no manners? The old blacksmith recognized the girl who was talking back and spat on the ground. You go back to your shop and do the dishes, you immature little kid. Immature little kid, you're calling a grown lady that? The girl, petite and brimming with self-esteem, directed her discontent not only at the boy but also at the old blacksmith. But I'm going to debut next year. If I charge my maiden's price, that sword would only be worth a single glass of beer. The girl fondled her pride, her red hair, and smiled provocatively at the old blacksmith. It wasn't a real smile meant to seduce anyone, but rather an effort-filled smirk. Maybe I should buy it and use it to cut sausages. You crazy bitch. The old blacksmith, who had put so much effort into crafting his sword, trembled at the thought of it being used to cut sausages. This, I won't sell it to back alley bastards. Why hang it in the back alley if you won't sell it to back alley folks? This old man lost his mind. Seriously, why are you guys like this? The boy's expression contorted as the calmest time of day turned into chaos. That's enough, let's go, Zemina. The old man, we are leaving. Take that immature kid with you and get out of here. Why don't you just make what you usually make instead of making swords for knights and causing this commotion? It's almost time for you to die. You. Vlad realized they wouldn't budge, so he quickly grabbed the back of the neck of grinning Zemina and pulled her to the end of the alley. It's because my time is almost over, you bitch. The old man was trembling because of rising blood pressure, and his anger still hadn't calmed even if the red-haired girl disappeared. You rotten bitch. She's so full of venom perhaps she hasn't starved to death yet. The old man remembered the young street children who had wandered around with a single blanket on a cold winter day. The three kids who shared the warmth of one blanket were able to survive because they ate the poison of the dirty back alley instead of receiving someone's sympathy. How much food did I give you back then, you damn bitch? Even after the girl had disappeared from the alley, the old man spat again as if suddenly reminded. It was because he saw something pitiable. You idiot, why don't you just think about eating and surviving? He saw a footprint deeply imprinted in the mud. This footprint showed that the boy had been standing here for a long time and was enough to awaken different emotions in the old blacksmith, aside from his anger towards the girl. Although he spoke that way, the old blacksmith, with a sigh meant for someone else, began carefully polishing what could be considered his final masterpiece. The old blacksmith let out a sigh for someone else's sake as he lowered his head and returned to his shop. Damn it, these youngsters bother an old man too much. The old blacksmith stretched out his trembling hands and began to lower the sword that had been hanging. Then he applied some oil with the worn cloth. You fool. It's hard to have dreams in a place like this. Despite what he said, the old blacksmith began to meticulously polish the sword, which could be said to be his last great craftsmanship. I know it well. The wrinkles around the old blacksmith's eyes twitched as he started to carefully polish his sword. The young blacksmith, who once had dreams, had been crushed by reality and trapped in this place. His black hair had turned white. Those born in this back alley never escaped from here throughout their lives. The old blacksmith, the young boy standing here, and even his last masterpiece. However, the old blacksmith still dreamed. I can't let my final masterpiece rot away in a place like this. The old man picked up the sword, and a brilliant light shone from the tip. That's why I'll only sell this to someone who can get out of this place. The old blacksmith once again hung his sword high in the dark alley filled with filth and poison. He hung a single shining star in the dark back alley that looked like the night sky. The sword polished by the old man's unfulfilled dreams shone brilliantly. Although his feet were still in the mud, the boy who gazed at the old man's sword had eyes that resembled stars. Chapter 2, Shora City. Shora is one of the 3 cities owned by the family of Count Vayezid and always bustling with people. It was not only the central hub of northern logistics where 2 rivers converged, but also a city that thrived by the power of the Vayezid family, a prestigious family in the north. Therefore, people often referred to the Shora city as the Lighthouse of the North, because it shone as brightly at night as it did during the day. However, there were always shadows under the lamp. There was one area in the city where everything was concealed under the radiant city lights, and everyone knew it but turned a blind eye. That place was the slum area where all the dirty and filthy things of Shora were gathered. The candle of the 2nd floor cost 20 silver and the 3rd floor cost 30 silver. Is there a discount if I buy a lot at once? 20 silver, 30 silver. Hey Vlad, remember how many loaves of bread I gave you when you used to beg on the streets? Can you give me a little extra? A middle-aged man with half of his head shaved shouted in a tongue-twisting accent, but the blond boy paid him no mind. If you don't have money, go home and rub your wife's ass. Ah. Look at this little punk. Is it because you don't have parents to teach you? Don't. The air was damp with desire and lust. The continuous music and people's shouts filled the extravagantly decorated four-story building, but… Eyes, what's with your fucking eyes? The middle-aged man, who was now quite drunk, could no longer hear any sounds. The only thing all his senses could see was the blue eyes of the blonde boy sitting in front of him. He had eyes that carried a strange heavy weight that did not look like that of a boy who had just turned 16. Maybe because you don't know who your father is, and your mother died a long time ago, you turned out like this. Vlad lowered his head and tapped the table with his fingers. Your children also hope that their father lives a long and healthy life so they don't end up like me. Give me 3 candles for the second floor. The middle-aged man regained his composure after avoiding Vlad's gaze. He quickly grabbed the candles and dropped the silver coin as if tossing it away. Customer Nim, this is a 100 silver coin, you know. Just take it, you bastard. Have a good night, Customer Nim, you blue-eyed bastard. Earlier, Vlad had been looking at him like he was going to eat him, but with the unexpected tip, Vlad didn't hesitate to bow deeply. Tastes good, Vlad said as he looked at the 100 silver coin in his hand. Although Shora was a developed city with numerous brothels, there were few places as renowned as the Rose's Smiles. This place was famous not only for the exceptional beauty of its owner and Madame Marcella, but also for the quality of its drinks, women, and occasional services. Therefore, even someone like Vlad, who simply sat here and sold candles, had no difficulty collecting a penny or two in the name of tips. Of course, the process could be quite rough. Arrgh, you damn bitch. Just sell your body quietly, why are you scamming people? In the corridor on the second floor, one of the prostitutes was being dragged out by her hair and beaten by a customer. How did I scam you? I've been a mercenary for 20 years, you're selling useless drugs. The brown-haired prostitute had her arms stretched forward as if she was more afraid of the man's fists swinging in front of her than the shame of her exposed breasts. There's never a quiet day. Vlad sighed and picked up the candles in front of him, then headed upstairs to the second floor. Customer Nim, what's going on? Vlad, please save me. Why's this damn little kid here? Call your madam over here, you bastard. Vlad quietly placed the tray he was holding in the corridor and sighed. If you want to meet our madam, you'll need gold coins, not silver coins. What kind of gold coins are you talking about when you are running such a shitty business? You bastard, bring your mother if madam is not here. Several people who were drinking in the first floor lobby began to watch with interest as the commotion that had started in the second floor corridor spread throughout the building. Prostitutes were engaged in debauchery while being on their knees. Everyone was holding beer in their left hand and cigarettes in their right, as if eager to watch the most entertaining fight in the world. Tell me your problem. Vlad asked the man who claimed to have been a mercenary for 20 years while covering his eyes with his palms. This candle, the man, frustrated with Vlad's questioning, threw the candle and yelled, isn't this a 7-minute candle? Why the hell is it burning all the way down just after I take my pants off? Vlad watched the slowly rolling candle with indifferent expression. The rose candle is used as a timekeeping tool. It took 7 minutes to burn completely. The candle served as a standard for measuring time between customers and prostitutes, as well as the means of transaction. All right then. Vlad rummaged through the box he had put down and picked up one of the candles used on the second floor. Do you see that clock over there? I will light this candle and let's see if it lasts for exactly 7 minutes. There was no clock to tell the passage of time in the lobby of the first floor, where people had to have fun, but there were clocks on the second and third floors where people were sensitive to time. Why should I listen to you swindlers? The man, who had claimed to be a mercenary, crossed his arms and refused Vlad's proposal, but let's do it. The man could not help but nod his head as he looked at the blue eyes of Vlad. Those eyes that could dominate anyone with just a glance. Jorge, the boss of the organization, had once commented on Vlad's eyes that he could be the boss of any alley just by looking at people. If it doesn't last for 7 minutes, you can decide whether to spare the girl or not. Vlad muttered as he struck a match against the sole of his shoe. But if this candle lasts for 7 minutes, then I will beat a shit out of you. What? Before the mercenary could react, Vlad lit the candle right in the middle of the corridor, then put it down. Vlad, only the pitiful prostitute who seemed anxious, was looking at Vlad instead of the candle. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. As time went on and the attention of everyone gathered in the corridor began to focus. The eyes of the mercenary widened in surprise, but he was still holding onto the prostitute's hair. It's been 7 minutes, you bastard. Vlad swung the club he had slung around his waist with lightning speed. Bah. Red blood splashed from the mercenary's head because of a fierce blow. Arrgh! The mercenary loosened his grip on the hairs of the prostitute because of Vlad's sudden attack, and she managed to escape. You're done for today. Vlad grabbed the mercenary, who was still unconscious, by the collar and dragged him into the room they had just left. Click, you tried to deceive us first. A 20-year veteran mercenary like you has grown this much of a belly, how? Crack, crack, quarg. And why are so many people looking for my mother today of all days? Do you think I would live in sorrow under the sky without parents? The door locked. Everyone heard the sound of blows and a man's screams from the room. Vlad, with all the anger he had suppressed earlier, focused on beating the man in front of him. Stop! Shut your mouth, you bastard! The spectators, who had been hoping for a fight, turned their attention back to the prostitutes when they couldn't see what they had expected. The sound of the club and the man's screams. The music from the band grew even louder when a black-haired woman on the fourth floor gestured downwards. Some people shouted, others seethed with anger, but all of it was drowned out by the loud music. This is Shora. This is Rose's smiles. It was just a place where passing lives gathered and stagnated for a moment. After a noisy night, the quiet morning sunlight settled over the Roses Inn. The morning atmosphere, decorated with elegant ornaments, gave the feeling of a noble's villa. Each luxurious decoration contains the tears and sweat of the black-haired woman, but few would recognize it. Vlad. Oh, Anna. There was a woman calling Vlad who had brought the last remaining customer and placed him politely on the alley floor. The area around the eyes has turned blue. You should take a few days off. That's true, but nothing's broken, so it's fine. She was the brown-haired prostitute who had suffered from the mercenaries' violence the previous night. Thanks, the woman with swollen and bruised eyes smiled faintly and handed something to Vlad. Vlad watched with a blank expression as he waited for her to offer whatever it was. I'll eat it well. It was an egg. Eat it here now. It's a boiled egg. Vlad observed Anna, who was smiling at him with a meaningful look. All right. Vlad cracked the bottom of the egg using his fingers and started eating the yolk. Anna watched with satisfaction as Vlad's Adam's apple moved while he swallowed. Men these days have become rough. At times like this, I need a man I can trust for sure. I've eaten well. Anna looked at the eggshell on her palm with a bitter smile. Just let me know whenever you change your mind. I won't charge you more than that little redhead brat. Maybe I will. With those words, Vlad changed his direction and started walking away. Oh, by the way, Anna, yes. What is it? Anna looked at Vlad with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. But aren't you opening your front door too much? It's still winter and you should take care of your health. This is also a sign of gratitude. After Vlad pointed it out, Anna covered her breasts. Vlad had disappeared down the end of the corridor when she looked up again. The only thing that I can sell is my body, but that won't bring in much. In the middle of an empty corridor, a woman with nowhere to turn sighed and smiled sadly. Jorge, I think someone messed up with the candles. The first floor was the lobby where they sold drinks and food. The second and third floors were for customers and prostitutes. The fourth floor was the living quarters for prostitutes and employees. Vlad reported to a man in the dining area on the fourth floor where he was having breakfast. It wasn't 7 minutes. Is that so? Jorge, a man with a massive build, didn't seem to care much about Vlad's report. It wasn't 7 minutes. Yeah, that's right, that's what you said. Fried sausages, black pudding, hash browns, and white bread. Jorge's breakfast was always the same, and he himself was a man who didn't change. Do you understand what I'm saying? Someone put candles in our meal. No, who dared to do that? The black-haired woman who was preparing breakfast in front of Jorge interrupted with a mischievous smile. We have to find out who did it. Of course we have to find out. Should I look for it? You look for it. What should I look for? To be honest, I've already found it. Who is it? Marcella, the owner of Rose's Smiles. She possessed exceptional beauty that is ranked among the top 5 in Shora. And despite being in her mid-30s, she still maintained her beauty. She was a woman who had the appearance of a voluptuous lady and the smile of an innocent girl. It's me, I messed up with the candles. I wanted to suck some honey easily from drunk people. Trashy words came out naturally from the plump red lips that any man would lust for. Ha, Vlad lowered his head as if he couldn't believe it. I just screwed over that stupid guy. The owner said that, but what can the employee say? If I had put the candle on the railing instead of the corridor floor, it would have caused a commotion. Vlad deliberately placed it on the floor just in case. If he had not done that, all the onlookers on the first floor would have realized that the candle did not last for 7 minutes. Having heard Madame's explanation, Vlad weakly rose from his seat. Where are you going? Eat and then leave. I'll be back in a moment. Why, I'll go and give a blanket to the guy I just threw out. You are so kind. Vlad walked down the stairs with hesitant steps. Even though he felt no remorse for bashing an innocent man's head, it was one of Vlad's beliefs that he should still do the bare minimum as a human being. It was the law of the back alley that one gets swept away quickly by dark waves if one's beliefs were not firm. Hey, my proud junior, someone shouted and grabbed Vlad as he came down to the first floor. Don't touch me, I'm tired today. I heard you did something yesterday, right? As expected of my proud junior, he was a man named Burley who belonged to the Jorge family. You got some tips while selling candles yesterday, right? We need some money right now. Vlad's gaze finally fell on the members of the Jorge family. Screw off, no, don't say that, just listen to me. We're not scumbags who forcibly take money from our juniors. Burley approached Vlad and put his arm around Vlad's shoulder. What kind of nonsense is this? It's about giving and receiving. If you give us money, we'll give you something in return, that's what I mean. What is that? Burley narrowed his eyes as if his words were finally getting through. Come with me. When Burley gestured with his chin, other members of the Jorge family made way for them. It's in the basement. Following Burley's lead, Vlad walked with him into the basement of Rose's Smiles. This place was essential for operating Rose's Smiles as it stored alcohol and food supplies and was managed by Burley, who was highly regarded by the Jorge family. In other words, this place was Burley's territory. What the hell? How is it? A familiar face, isn't it? Vlad was still the youngest in the Jorge family and needed Burley's permission to take something from this place. How about this? I'll give it to you for just 40 silver. It's really cheap. Where else can you find such a generous senior? There was something wriggling behind Burley, who was smiling mischievously. It was a child who had dark skin. He looked at Vlad with a pitiful expression and blood dripping from his forehead. Chapter 3. He was pickpocketing. Burley spoke from behind Vlad, who was looking frustrated. He was awkward, foolish, and he had no skill. That's why he got caught. Rather than responding to Burley's words, Vlad was examining the condition of the child writhing on the ground. Did you cut his fingers? No. Did you cut his ankle? No. Burley smiled as he watched Vlad inquire about the young pickpocket's condition. Because he was confident that his cute junior would definitely hand over the silver coins. It's really fresh, I just gave it a little touch, you can eat it raw if you want. Ha ha ha, then. I even gave it a good beating to make it taste better. The members of the Jorge family who were behind them burst into laughter as if Burley's words were amusing. Fine, Vlad sighed and took out the glittering silver coins from his pocket. As expected, I was sure my proud junior would agree to the deal. Next time don't call me, just kill him. Why do you say that? We're gang members, not murderers. The bastards who scam their own family members. The members of the Jorge family just laughed even when the youngest, Vlad, uttered harsh words. They had already recognized Vlad, who had survived in the tough back alleys. They could easily tolerate the harsh complaints of their young brother. The big brothers are going for a drink. Go and catch a venereal disease. As expected of the rising star. Vlad's club is spicy and his tongue is sharp. I don't know if his middle club is spicy too. Ha ha ha. Moreover, Vlad stood out despite his young age. The sharp awl is bound to stick out of your pocket no matter where you are. Surviving in the slums alone was not enough. Vlad had also taken control of the young vagabonds in the alleyways and garnered the attention of various gangs operating within the slums. He was an object of admiration for young vagabonds in the alleys who had not yet received the gang's call. And the boy was the top priority recruitment target for gangs in need of talent. That was the value possessed by a 16-year-old boy. Vlad, get up before I kill you. Vlad said while tapping the bound boy with his foot. Did you see that I just got ripped off? Read the atmosphere. In response to Vlad's stern warning, the dark-skinned boy with both hands bound and a gag in his mouth rolled on the ground with all his might and managed to stand up somehow. Sorry, Vlad. I was trying to slip away in moderation. Vlad couldn't tell if the boy was apologizing for pickpocketing or for getting caught, but he could at least see that the young black boy in front of him was sincerely apologizing. Smack. Ow, I am really pissed. After vigorously slapped the back of the black boy's head, Vlad rubbed his eyes with both palms as if tired. 5 gold is getting farther away again. Do you need money? Then borrow it from the one-armed jack. I'd rather eat rat poison than borrowing from that guy. Vlad shook his head when the name of another boss who ruled the back alleys alongside Jorge came up. Did you have any broken bones? No. Then get out of here right now. Are you going to tell my Hyung whether he was aware of how close he had just come to being severely beaten or not? The black boy was simply afraid that his actions would be reported to his older brother. I will get 40 silver from your brother. No, Vlad, please. Then your brother will give me 40 silver and you idiot will get at least 400 beatings. The young black boy smiled fearfully and predicted the impending future after seeing Vlad's unwavering blue eyes. Next time I won't get caught. Maybe you haven't improved at all because you're so stupid. Vlad ushered the young pickpocket, who was pledging his next success, out of the shop with a gloomy expression. Watching the black boy disappear into the alley at the end, Vlad raised his head and looked at Rose's Smiles. Rose's Smiles seemed to be filled only with tranquility without flashy lights. However, I need someone's comfort today. Today, he just ruthlessly dealt with an innocent customer and heard about the corruption of Bright Madame and even had money taken by senior members. Normally, he would go inside the Rose's Smile and get some sleep, but today he decided to bask in the bright sunshine. Vlad walked in the opposite direction of where the young black boy had gone. He could smell the thick stench of filth lingering in the mist around him. The Night of the Whores Jorge, Moneybug, One-Armed Jack, Swine Slaughterer, Black Bear, the Gambling Den's Dice, and the Whale Hunter Captain Hoover. These 5 were the bosses currently ruling over Shora's slums. So why did you come to see me? You got some money. and the man named Harvin whom Vlad had come to see was a member of Captain Hoover family, the whale hunter. The first thing you say as soon as we see each other after a long time is, "Give me money, I just need 5 gold. Can I really get the money back if I lend it to someone who's already been robbed? I had no choice." "No, you can't. You have no credibility." Harvin shakes his head. Harvin has unremarkable brown hair, unlike Vlad's flashy blonde hair, but his impression is just as strong as Vlad. "You're really something too. How can you ask a disabled guy who can't even stand up for money?" It was a small room, a tiny room that would be cramped with 2 people sitting in it. Therefore, even Harvin, who had to rely on a cane, could reach for a bottle in the cupboard with 1 foot. Even with his left hand, which had only 3 fingers. "Drink this and get out, your hyung is busy." "Is it okay to drink this?" Vlad opened the bottle and wrinkled his nose at the strange smell emanating from the alcohol. "It's Captain Hoover's masterpiece, Captain Q. It's a drink that kills 3 when 2 people drink it. Then I can use it as poison later." Vlad gave up on drinking the suspicious alcohol and sat in front of Harvin and watched him work. A small room, a nondescript desk overflowing with bundles of paper and densely written numbers and letters inside, and Harvin was flipping through them tirelessly. "Even though I can read and write, I don't know what's written there. That's something I taught you too. I can read numbers at least. That's something I taught you as well." A smile lingered around Harvin's eyes as he listened to Vlad's grumbling words. Harvin was like a benefactor to both Zemina and Vlad. Harvin shared his blanket with them when they were rolling around in the back alleys as children. If it weren't for the warmth he provided, Zemina and Vlad would have frozen to death long ago, and if it weren't for the bread he stole, they would have starved to death. But that kid was lucky. They set pickpockets and cut them here and there like they did to me. Well, there were good times too. Back then, they were a trio who made a living as pickpockets, but that also came to an end after Harvin became a cripple. But unlike last time, this new bishop seems more interested in something other than pickpockets. Harvin had been unlucky. The bishop in Shora at that time happened to be sensitive to theft and pickpocketing. Normally, it would have ended with a beating, but Harvin lost 2 fingers and had his left ankle slit as a demonstration of the bishop's tendency. Harvin's pitiful screams echoed through the back alleys, but no one was there to help the street vagabond, who was like the dregs of the city. Fortunately, Vlad had grown enough to feed all 3 of them at the time when Harvin couldn't earn a living. That's how Vlad, Zemina, and Harvin managed to keep each other alive in a precarious way. So what did the new bishop say he's sensitive about? Pedophilia. "Oh right, I remember now, haha, I remember Zemina muttering something." Depending on the tendency of each bishop in the city, church regulations varied slightly. Unlike the previous bishop, the one who had been assigned to Shora 5 years ago was more interested in children than theft and pickpocketing. So that's why Zemina's debut was forcibly postponed. "Madam is being careful. I guess the shop has become famous, so it's attracting attention from the church." For the young girls in the back alleys who had nothing to sell but their bodies, engaging in prostitution regardless of age was a matter of course. However, all of that was prohibited due to the new bishop who was appointed 5 years ago. Anyone who had sex with a girl who wasn't an adult will be excommunicated. That was the major rule set by the new bishop. Whether it was unfortunate or fortunate, Zemina, who hadn't yet reached adulthood, ends up doing nothing more than washing dishes as a result. Perhaps Zemina will have no choice but to remain a virgin under the protection of the church and madam until she reaches her age. A chaste wannabe whore, it sounds like she's a pregnant virgin, haha. And on top of that, her body still hasn't grown at all. Even if Zemina becomes an adult, any man who sleeps with her will definitely be excommunicated, right? Ha ha ha. That kid won't grow up until she dies. After talking about Zemina for a while, Harvin chuckled but unconsciously stared at the wall. It was a small room. Amidst the dust and the smell of paper, there was another scent that you could feel if you concentrated. It was the scent of a river. Captain Hoover, who primarily engaged in smuggling, had his base by the riverside, and beyond the wall that Harvin was looking at, there was the river that fed Shora, the city. A wide blue river that could take you anywhere, unlike Harvin, who was tied up here. "Well, I feel like I won't be able to get out of here until I die, just like Zemina won't grow up until she dies." Vlad couldn't help but feel saddened by Harvin's statement, even though he couldn't deny that he was right. "Well, Vlad, there's something I wanted to tell you." "Yeah." The sharp-witted Harvin taught himself how to read and understand numbers. He knew he needed more than others to survive. Because of that sharp mind, he got a job even if he was crippled. Because of that sharp mind, he could understand how the city of Shora worked even in the cramped room, as reflected in the letters and numbers written on the documents. "Be careful." Those were the last words Harvin spoke to Vlad as he picked up the bottle and got up. But no amount of warnings could change the fact that Vlad had no choice but to live in a place where survival meant taking from others, and taking meant hurting someone else. This alcohol tastes really foul, and you would inevitably get hurt in the process. 3 people will really die when 2 people drink it, and perhaps I will also die. This was a place where moth-like people fluttered in the darkness, facing constant risks and dangers, and Vlad knew it all too well. He was just another fragile moth. It shines. Despite his fading vision due to the strong liquor, Vlad could see something shining in front of him. The boy stood before it and gazed endlessly at the shining object. 5 gold wouldn't be too much to pay for such radiance. He found himself mesmerized by that radiant object. It's a remarkable light. In the dark and unforgiving back alleys where a cheap drink consoled him, the boy stood before that inexplicable source of light, just like a moth drawn to a flame. He gazed at it for a long time in front of the old blacksmith's shop. Chapter 4. Accidents happen without warning. Destruction comes without notice. The dark things that cling to life always approach you silently from the shadows, just like now. Hey kid, where's your boss? A shadow of strange shape loomed over Vlad, who was selling candles. It was enormous, but its left arm was strangely bent. It was the figure of a person with an unfamiliar hook attached to their arm instead of a hand. Vlad swallowed hard in surprise as he recognized who the person speaking was. I'm just a candle seller, so I don't know that much. Vlad assessed the situation and gave the answer he deemed appropriate with his characteristic boldness. Thud, at the same moment he spoke, one of the henchmen next to one-armed Jack forcefully slammed Vlad's desk. Where is your boss, you little bastard? The colorful rose candles scattered in the air as the man shouted. The sudden menacing atmosphere drew the attention of everyone who had been around Rose's smiles. There was a sudden tension in the air, and an unsettling silence settled in. The red-haired girl had covered her mouth with both hands and quickly rushed up to the 4th floor upon witnessing that scene. Oh dear, however, even in this frozen situation where everyone had stiffened, there was one person who moved naturally, even amidst the imposing presence of men much taller than him. All the candles are wasted. These are expensive, you know. This crazy bastard. The face of one-armed Jack's henchman turned red as he watched Vlad calmly pick up the fallen candles despite having heard his warning. However, Vlad didn't stop there. Tap, tap. Vlad lightly nudged the man's foot, who was barely containing his anger, and said, Hey, Hyung, mind moving your foot? This son of a bee, as Vlad provocatively taunted him, the man unable to take it anymore and attempted to kick the boy beneath his feet. Fight is a miniature version of war. The intended battlefield, a planned situation, and bold decisions were the things that promised victory, and Vlad knew this well. Though it appeared to be a threatening situation to anyone, Vlad seemed to have been waiting for it. He drew out his club at lightning speed and mercilessly struck the man's ankle without hesitation. Vlad was doing everything intentionally from the beginning. Whack, ack, the man screamed in pain. The man lost his balance because of the unexpected attack, and the momentum in the blue eyes grew fierce and seized the opportunity. Vlad swiftly rose with animal-like agility without wasting a moment. Bam! He raised the club he was holding and struck the man's chin, and the man's pure white teeth popped out at random. It was a calculated move he had planned in his mind. Simultaneously, Vlad used a nimble roundhouse kick to strike the man's chest and create distance safely. 2 birds with 1 stone, Vlad displayed his remarkable agility. This is my home turf, Vlad shouted as he clearly gained the upper hand, and he accurately hurled the club he had been holding. Whack. It hit the man's forehead as he was already stumbling backward. The club was firmly embedded in his forehead as he fell helplessly to the ground. It was a bold move. Grrr, thud. In the blink of an eye, the burly man collapsed powerlessly like a rotting tree under Vlad's rapid barrage. What? One-armed Jack's henchmen stood with their mouths wide open, immobilized, and did not make any quick moves even though their comrade had fallen. Because it was a blow that caught everyone off guard. The violence that the boy showed took everyone by surprise. Huff, huff, and so the only one standing among the two was the blond boy with a fierce look in his eyes and controlling his breathing. Winner up high, loser on the bottom. It was the unchanging law of the back alley. The henchman of one-armed Jack, who had been stunned by the sudden turn of events, finally snapped out of it. If measured by time alone, the whole incident had unfolded in the time it took to draw a single breath. This bastard, who does he think he is? Only now did the big guys, who had finally grasped the situation, start to charge at Vlad angrily. Stop, they halted in their tracks like well-trained dogs with a deep voice. I really like this guy. His subordinate had fallen without landing a single punch, but one-armed Jack clapped his hands with joy. Though it was just a small sound when his palm met the cold hook. Please understand that I can't clap with only one hand. I don't discriminate against people with disabilities. Ha ha ha. You crazy bastard. One-armed Jack burst into laughter as he watched the young gang member who boldly held his ground in front of him. I will see you another time. Vlad realized that this was the last line he was allowed to cross. Crossing it would mean disrespecting one-armed Jack's authority, and he knew all too well what the consequences of that would be. Moneybug, what's going on here? Fortunately, a burly man came down the stairs at that moment. A man with shining armor walked down the stairs like a knight accompanied by his subordinates. The Knight of the Whores, Jorge. His footsteps exuded a commanding presence that was overpowering someone, unlike his usual demeanor. If you'd given me a heads up, I would have prepared some meat for you, boss against boss. Both organizations collided in a tense standoff. The knight guarding Rose's smiles welcomed the unexpected guest with a sinister laugh. Well, you see. We're not that close, one-armed Jack replied while scratching his head with the hook. Although they laughed outwardly, both bosses held their respective weapons on the inside as they exchanged words. The guests who visited Rose's smile watched the situation with bated breath, seemingly more interested in the current spectacle than the bare-skinned women beside them. Since we have guests, why don't we head upstairs for now? Do you have meat? Marcella never disappoints her guests. Well, in that case, even as they headed towards the fourth floor, the heart of the Jorge organization, one-armed Jack's actions were audacious beyond measure. This was the distribution of power of the ones who controlled the back alleys of the city of Shora. I quite like that kid, what do you think? At one-armed Jack's gesture, Jorge looked at Vlad, who was catching his breath. One of Jack's henchmen still lay sprawled on the ground near the boy's feet. He's a rising star in our organization. Who did I take in instead of him last year? I don't even remember it, so I guess he passed away early. Jorge winked at Vlad while climbing the stairs with one-armed Jack. It means that the boy had successfully accomplished his duty as the gatekeeper of Rose's smiles. I almost bit the dust there. Vlad relaxed only after seeing Jorge's signal and lightly tapped the fallen henchman on the ground. Hyung SSI, the candles for the second floor are 20 silver and the candles for the third floor are 30 silver. You'll have to pay for the ones you broke. Don't pretend to be asleep, pay up before I throw another club at you. Vlad let out a sigh after hearing the groans from the fallen one-armed Jack's henchman. Oh my Vlad, look at these injuries. You should really take care of these wounds beforehand. That's right, if they get infected it'll be a big problem. Luckily I have some medicine for wounds. It was a short battle, but Vlad was checking for any possible injuries. Why are they suddenly acting like this? The women began to gather around Vlad. Oh dear, look at what she's saying, we were so worried about you, you know. How much have we fed and taken care of you all this time? It hurts to hear you say that, Vlad. The prostitutes gathered around Vlad pretended to be upset. For these women who sold their bodies for a living, having a strong man by their side made business much easier. Moreover, the boy was not only strong but also young and promising. Suyug Kaya, look at his muscles. Since when did you get this big? You're quite the man now. Could you all please leave? Especially if it's a handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes that everyone seems to prefer. Vlad, who had just proven his worth through the recent fight, appeared as an irresistible prey to the prostitutes. Vlad chased them away with harsh words, but his rebellious demeanor only added to his charm in the eyes of the prostitutes. Despite his rough words, Vlad was known for being kind to women. Move, I said move. You bitch, how dare you treat your seniors like that? Seniors, you are just a bunch of thieves trying to steal someone else's catch. A young girl approached amidst the commotion and pushed her way through the prostitutes. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Unlike the seductive gazes of the prostitutes, Zemina immediately started smacking Vlad on the back of his head. What's wrong with you again? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you for shoving your way into someone twice your size? I did it because I thought I could handle it. You thought you could handle it. What about the difference in size? Are you insane? Are you blind? Vlad just furrowed his brow as she scolded him and smacked him on the head and didn't respond aggressively, because he was well aware that all of her actions stemmed from concern for him. Go do the dishes. Why are you here? You're such an idiot. However, growing up in a rough environment meant rough words inevitably come out. Jorge is calling you, you idiot. Don't curse. Jorge is calling you. You idiot. Vlad decided to get up as he realized that Zemina was upset because of his inappropriate response. For now, Jorge's call was more important than dealing with Zemina's scolding. A staircase that passes through Rose's smile. As Vlad climbed the stairs, he noticed one-armed Jack and his subordinates descending. Hey, rising star. Yes, although he wasn't his boss, Vlad showed him respect. I like you. If you ever lose your job, come work for me. One-armed Jack playfully tapped Vlad's head with his hook and spoke. They offer good benefits here too. They give me food, money, and even a place to sleep. Heh. We do that too. Vlad bowed his head in response and one-armed Jack passed by while smiling. Oh, by the way, one-armed Jack turned around as if suddenly remembering something and flicked something from his pocket. Ping, it was shiny. What's this? My subordinate broke some candles. That's for your damage. Vlad stared blankly at the gold coins in his hand. This is too much. If you ever decide to join me, I can give you as much as you want. I'm a money bug. As soon as their brief conversation ended, one-armed Jack waved his hand without looking back. I enjoyed the meal, Jorge. Jack's subordinates laughed heartily at those words and followed him out of Rose's smiles. They came in like a storm and went out like a tide wave. They left a profound impact on Rose's smiles and disappeared. Vlad placed the gold coins carefully in his pocket after confirming that one-armed Jack had left the store and quickly climbed the stairs. He went to the fourth floor where Jorge was waiting for him. Alongside him were Burley and other subordinates lined up. While the fourth floor had always been filled with hearty laughter and the aroma of greasy food, an oppressive silence hung in the air at this moment. "Jorge, I'm here. Ah, have a seat." Marcella was in front of Jorge. Whether it was due to Jack's recent departure without eating much or for another reason, there was a plethora of grilled meat in front of him. What did Jack say? Instead of answering Vlad's question, Jorge handed him a dagger that he had been using to cut meat. "What's this? Are you giving me a dagger now?" "Yep, take it. I just used it and it's still good." Vlad didn't have a dagger yet. As the youngest member of the Jorge family, Vlad hadn't earned the privilege of holding a dagger. Wow. It might not have been as impressive as the swords hanging in the blacksmith shop, but the dagger Jorge gave Vlad was longer than any dagger he had held before. "I wanted to give it to you anyway, but I'm giving it to you a bit earlier because of the circumstances." "Thank you." The dagger Jorge handed over wasn't just for practical use. It was a dagger given to Vlad by the boss himself. The dagger he received was not just for practical use, it was a symbol of trust and approval from the boss. "Keep it with you at all times from now on. You can ask Burley for the dagger's sheath." "Got it." Vlad accepted the dagger from Jorge with a sparkling eye and a joyful expression. "Vlad, yes, always keep it on you." "Yes." Jorge looked at Vlad with a heavier gaze than usual. "All right." The organization members wore subtle, stiff expressions. "I will always keep it with me." The boss handed a dagger even to the youngest member of the organization. Vlad could sense from the heavy atmosphere that the conversation between Jorge and one-armed Jack was a catastrophe. Chapter 5. An empty lot deep in the back alleys of the city. A boy was sweating profusely as he swung a wooden stick in that lot. Huff. It might have been a small and unsightly place, but this was the very first land that Vlad had acquired through his own strength. The boy couldn't hold anything in his hands from the moment he was born, but it was the first thing he had obtained through struggle. And until a few years ago, it was also the place where Vlad, Zemina, and Harvin had found shelter and warmth. There's no need to fix it. A hut that used to be his home, but has now collapsed because of being abandoned. Vlad gazed at it silently for a while and turned his attention back to the tip of the stick. Everything that has a shape is destined to collapse. The hut might look pitiful, but it had served its purpose, and all that remained was to cherish the memories, because he won't be going back there anymore. Boom, once again, Vlad began to focus his mind on the end of the stick, repeating the basics that Jorge had subtly taught him. It was a cold winter, but the boy's back was already covered in sweat. Vlad was like a hedgehog armed with the thorns of pride, but he was also a child with an insatiable desire to learn. Harvin had shown him the way. Harvin had taught himself to read and understand numbers through his sharp mind and is now using them to work under Captain Hoover. Harvin was handicapped, with severed fingers and the inability to walk properly. If he had neglected his learning, he might have been begging on some street corner by now. Huff, the experience of learning through effort and climbing higher through knowledge, a rare experience for those living in the alleys with little hope. Vlad had witnessed this firsthand. That's why Vlad was swinging a wooden stick after finishing his daily work. However, the beads of sweat rolled down Vlad's face as he repeated the basics, and his expression began to contort. "Damn. This bullshit whenever I swing something." It was a silent, vacant lot with no one around, but only Vlad could hear it clearly, a voice echoing in his head. Vlad shook his head vigorously to try and ignore it, but "You should narrow the angle of your elbow when you strike down, boy." However, an unknown voice was persistently speaking to Vlad. He heard this voice as long as he held something like a stick, even if he blocked his ears or shouted for it to be kept quiet. "I should buy holy water with the money I earned this time." Vlad couldn't tell whether the voice was trying to give him advice or interfering with training, but he felt confused when heard the voice. Why did lightning have to strike me back then? Vlad felt irritation and anger, and once again began to swing the wooden stick. For a boy who was burdened with thoughts of just surviving, the current situation was enough to make him want to vent his anger. The voices in Vlad's head had started a month ago. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck him just as he was walking through the back alleys. No matter how cautious he was, it was impossible to stop lightning falling from the sky. It was literally lightning out of blue. That alone was an inexplicable and bizarre natural phenomenon, but the problem was that the lightning that struck him was black. To anyone who saw it, it was inexplicable and eerie, and the strange and ominous event of that day still followed Vlad in the form of rumors. Rumor has it that Vlad had been possessed by a devil. So, I went to the church with the little money I had and even made an offering, because the ominous content that the rumors carried was somewhat true. Vlad was aware of this and quickly went to the church, made an offering, and helped with the church's work to prove his innocence and solve the problem. I just wasted my hard-earned money. Despite Vlad's efforts, he still hears that voice. Everything he had done until now had been in vain, so he couldn't contain his frustration any longer. However, he couldn't simply tell the church that there was someone speaking to him in his head. If he did, he might be taken away and subjected to punishment, even burned at stake because he was just an alley boy. No, he couldn't let that happen. The world was harsher to the weak. After venting his frustration for a while, Vlad felt that the being that had been talking to him had fallen silent. Ignore it. I heard that the more you respond, the more it clings to you. Remembering Zemina's warning, Vlad tried to regain his composure. Vlad, Jorge is calling you. Vlad frowned when the girl he was thinking about just a moment ago suddenly popped out right next to him. I am done for today. Vlad couldn't afford to just practice like the noble children. He was just a person from the back alleys who had to work every day to avoid going hungry for 2 days. Okay. Now hurry, I deliberately gave you some extra time because I knew you were practicing. I said I got it. It was time to wake up from his dreams and return to the grim reality. Before answering Zemina's call, Vlad decided to give one last swing. Sigh, always give your best in the last one. Focus all your mind and strength and strike down, narrow it. At that moment, a sharp voice echoed in his head. Vlad, startled by the voice and unconsciously narrowed the angle of his elbow. Boom. He could feel the fierce wind and the powerful strike of the wooden stick unlike before. Wow. It had come down so neatly that it had even surprised Zemina, who had been observing him closely. Damn it! Now Vlad had no choice but to admit that it was right to narrow the angle of his elbow. And the unknown being within his head knows how to wield a sword well. Earlier Vlad was just swinging the stick around, but what he had just executed along with that voice was a genuine sword path. Though it was described as an alley, it was clearly a part of the city. The Shora city was enormous, and as a result, its back alley area was also extensive. This naturally led to the formation of a bustling downtown area within the back alleys. The territories of 5 bosses who rule the back alleys were centered around the downtown, so members of each organization refrained from making a big fuss or acting out in this area. Therefore, it was always a place full of the voices of drinkers and merchants. However, that wasn't the case now. Vlad and Zemina were walking down a busy back alley. They were usually bantering and chatting as they strolled together, but now they had no choice but to walk in silence. It's too quiet. Everyone knows. Vlad silently looked around at the shops in the downtown area, which was unusually hushed. Some shops had completely closed, and even those that were still open had all their stalls inside, as if they were ready to close at any moment. It seems like everyone is expecting a big commotion this time. There had been minor clashes among gang members in the past, but it had been a long time since they had shown such ominous signs. The downtown merchants were likely anticipating a major storm. Aren't you worried at all? Zemina stared at Vlad and asked as he spoke casually. Vlad may have to be at the forefront of the approaching storm. Zemina didn't show it, but she was filled with anxiety that the boy she had been closely attached to for so long would not have much time left before he plunged into the merciless violence. Vlad was not just her friend but also like a family member to her, and he was one of the few people she could rely on. Don't go around alone for a while. Actually, it might be better if you don't leave the shop. However, instead of answering Zemina's question, Vlad was focused on the men at the far end of the downtown who were watching them intently. There, one-armed Jack's subordinate, whom he had defeated, was staring at them with his eyes wide open. All right, Zemina replied while turning her back to Vlad, pretending not to notice the murderous exchange between him and someone else. It had always been like this. Vlad had never hesitated to fight someone to protect her. Zemina was always grateful for that, but she had never said it out loud. But now she thought that perhaps she should convey the words she had kept in her heart before it was too late. Vlad and Zemina walked through the downtown with their minds occupied by different thoughts, and eventually arrived at Rose's Smiles. As they opened the door and stepped inside, the gaze of the staff who were seated in the lobby briefly turned toward them before dispersing. What's going on? Is no one working? Vlad spoke up, but no one answered his question. It was the time for the final check before opening time at Rose's Smiles. The staff were supposed to be busy arranging the furniture and the women were busy doing their makeup. However, at this moment they were gathered in groups of 2s and 3s and having quiet conversations. It's annoying. The tension from the streets seemed to have seeped into the shop. Did a war break out or something? Vlad was appalled by the sight and muttering as he climbed the stairs to the 4th floor where Jorge was. What will happen anyway. Vlad's gaze turned cold as he looked at the people huddled together like rabbits. His nature was bold, so he found it difficult to understand the behavior of ordinary people in such situations. You called. Jorge, yeah, come in. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Vlad spotted Jorge laying out food as usual. Vlad felt reassured seeing this. Jorge was from the same category as him. You called me? Yeah. Don't sell candles starting today. Vlad's lips curled upwards upon hearing Jorge's words. Some people might have liked it, but Vlad believed that selling candles was not suited to his character. So, what should I do from now on? Collecting money from shops or patrolling the area? Jorge smiled as looked at the shining eyes of Vlad. He smiled because the young boy before them possessed a strong heart that didn't cower even in the face of leading the organization. If he were still a knight, he wouldn't have hesitated to make Vlad his squire. A tip came in that outsider Jack is recruiting people from the outside. They are mercenaries with a knight's background. Like you, Jorge? Yeah, like me. Jorge drank the remaining beer with a bitter smile. The spilled beer flowed down his rough beard. That bastard seems to be genuinely serious this time. Vlad listened quietly and nodded his head in response to Jorge's words. Moneybug, one-armed Jack. He was a person who mainly worked in the private loan business, and through his abundant wealth, he was able to attract gang members and form the largest force in the back alleys. However, one-armed Jack had always been wary of Jorge. This was because of Jorge's capabilities as a knight. No matter what their numbers are, a flock of sheep is no match for a wolf. Moreover, no matter how much money they had, truly talented people did not easily lend their swords to back alley bosses. That's why former knight Jorge had become an insurmountable wall for Jack. So, one-armed Jack relied on the number of his organization's members, while Jorge relied on himself. They maintained an odd balance by not intruding upon each other. However, things would change if one-armed Jack succeeded in inviting a swordsman who could stand up to Jorge. If that happens, we are at a disadvantage. That's why I need you. Me. Vlad's eyes widened in surprise as his name suddenly came up. Yeah, you, this is something only you, the former child prodigy of our organization, can do, Jorge was smiling. As the boss of the organization, I'm giving you your first mission. Vlad did not show a speck of tension or fear. He was waiting for these words eagerly. For Jorge, watching young children with potential was always a pleasure. Chapter 6. The man clad in armor was sitting on a rock and sharpening his sword. His sword was covered in red blood as if he had caught a passing monster. You can't fool your age. The winter air is so cold that I can feel it in my bones. He couldn't be called old, but the scars and wrinkles etched on his face were sufficient to hint at the years and environment he had endured. The man stopped wiping the blood off his sword and focused on the sound he heard. White breath coming from man's mouth scattered in all directions. It's quite convincing. He could hear a faint sound from afar. It was the chirping of a cuckoo. A cuckoo was chirping in between the strangely withered trees along the road. Are you either stupid or being stupided on purpose? The middle-aged man licked his lips and confirmed that there was no one around, then walked off the road and headed toward the direction where he heard the cuckoo's chirping. Cuckoo, cuckoo. The cuckoo remained in its place even when the man approached it and continued to chirp, as if it were trying to convey its presence. I don't know who you are, but come out. I am here now, the man in armor quietly spoke in the empty forest. Are you Sir Stanga? Then a person wearing a hood walked out of the forest that seemed empty. Yes. It's me, Stanga, the man addressed as Stanga looked at the person before him with an expression of annoyance. So you're the one called Vlad? Yes. As Vlad removed his upturned hood, Stanga examined him with a curious gaze. I heard the guide was from the back alleys, but you have blonde hair and blue eyes. Anyone would think you're from a noble family. Here's a letter from my boss. Vlad frowned after hearing Stanga's words. Let me see. Stanga's scars contorted strangely as he slowly read the letter. Vlad couldn't easily discern the expression on Stanga's face. It seemed like he might be smiling, but at the same time it appeared as if he might be getting angry. Very well, my esteemed senior is telling me to follow the kid before me. That's right. He was an unpredictable man. Vlad was born in the back alleys and had developed a keen sense for reading people, but he couldn't predict Stanga's nature. Follow me? As Vlad assessed Stanga, Stanga also evaluated the kid before him. He deliberately created a rough atmosphere, but the blonde boy seemed unfazed by his words. Jorge might like this kid. He didn't know Vlad's true skill, but at least he appeared to be worthy of nurturing. However, now Stanga was not a knight but merely a traveler who wanted to reach his destination early. I should give him a lesson here. In order to move forward comfortably, it seemed necessary to knead the boy's head who was obstructing his path. It seems like you are quite foolish. I wonder if you can guide me properly. I am good enough to give you directions. I don't think so. Stanga wore a deep smile while watching Vlad express his displeasure. How can a guy who makes the sound of summer migratory birds in the middle of winter be smart? Vlad's expression turned sour as he listened to Stanga's words. If you even hint that this isn't the right way while we're on our journey, I'll kill you, you idiot. Stanga smiled as he sensed that his little tactic had worked, watching Vlad's bewildered expression. Knight. A word that can make a back alley boy's heart race. A title that can only be held by those who have qualifications, honor, and have proven their worth, and such a person was right next to him. Why do you keep glancing at me? Do you get tired if I keep looking? Don't lose the way. Don't worry, I know this path even with my eyes closed. Close your eyes then. It's just a way of saying that I know it well. Even though he had just received a jab, Vlad couldn't help but keep looking at Stanga. Vlad was well aware that Jorge was a former knight, but the demeanor he exhibited was more that of an organization's boss than a knight. However, Stanga, who was standing beside him, still retained the image of the knight he had always dreamed of becoming. A longsword, leather breastplate, firmly clad gauntlets, and the clinking sound of armor. Is this your first time seeing a retired knight? Why do you keep staring? Not this close. You're quite the country bumpkin. Where are you from? From Dacia. That's a completely rural area. Stanga smiled grimly as he looked at Vlad, who didn't give up on him even though Stanga had just taught him a lesson. You better not lose your way. I'll finish you off in one blow if you do. We will be camping here tonight. Do city folks usually have this much attitude? Stanga grumbled, but he agreed with the boy's decision to camp for the night. The two of them wandered through the forest while trying to avoid people's eyes, and the sun was also setting faster in the woods. You're quite skilled, aren't you? For a city person, I mean. I haven't had a proper home to call my own. Stanga smiled as he watched the boys skillfully and quickly set up the campsite. Are you even making a spot for me too? Because you're Jorge's guest. Before he knew it, Vlad had laid out a spot and was now busy collecting firewood for starting a fire. Don't you have anything to eat? I have mine. What about me? He didn't pack me anymore. Stanga sighed and reluctantly took out the jerky he had with him. It looked meager compared to what a person in shining armor would be expected to have. Vlad hung the jerky over the fire as the bonfire was lit. You're making a fire even though we are supposed to be moving secretly. That's why I took a long way around to get here. Even if there are people here, it's okay as long as they don't find out that I'm bringing a knight, sir. This meant that it didn't matter if their actions were discovered, as long as their intentions remained hidden. It seems like my senior is in a tough spot. Stanga surmised Jorge's situation through Vlad's words. We hide the sword when we have to stab someone. Vlad didn't say anything more, he simply acknowledged Stanga's words in silence. In the worst-case scenario, it's fine even if you're discovered as long as we return safely. Vlad was feeling the sharp senses of a knight for the first time and was quietly impressed. Stanga's words were correct. He had no need to sneak into Shora. However, Jorge probably hid Stanga the investigator because he intended to finish Jack for sure through this fight. A knight is a sword, and not just any sword but a very sharp one. A sword that comes flying in from an unforeseen place could be an excellent weapon. Stanga is now retired, but he is a former knight and could certainly fulfill that role. But are you really going to eat it alone? Stanga asked as he alternatively looked between his own jerky and the jerky that Vlad had brought. Yes. Sigh, Vlad responded as if there was no need for further consideration. Nom Nom. Stanga quenched his appetite as he watched the beef jerky gradually become more palatable on the fire. But it doesn't look quite good. The person who made it wasn't very skilled. It was an unusual jerky. Rather than looking like jerky, it resembled a lump of meat that had been carelessly put together. But it had a smell that could turn one's taste buds. Even its smell is killing me. The aroma it emitted while roasting over the fire was nearly indistinguishable from the scent of meat being cooked. Do you have any questions for me? What's this all of a sudden? I'll answer one question for each piece of jerky. This isn't just a chance that comes along every day. Vlad hesitated for a moment and looked at Stanga as he munched on the beef jerky made by Zemina. Why was this man acting like this? If you want some, just ask. I have the dignity of a knight, you brat. Knights only accept a fair reward, but you are retired. Still, everything I have done so far, name, Stanga, age 42. Hey brat, why did you come all the way here? Stanga caught the 2 pieces of jerky that came flying towards him from Vlad. He was momentarily taken aback by the sharp question that came straight at him. Substance within emptiness. Stanga thought of Vlad as a smart guy, but this lad was quite sharp-witted. What should I say as an unsuccessful knight? Stanga replied with a bitter expression as he skewered the jerky on a twig. Success, give me one more piece of jerky. This time, Vlad reluctantly handed over the jerky he was holding with a somewhat sullen expression. Land, it's a foundation you can cultivate and a pillar that allows you to stand up on your own. Are you talking about manner? Well, that's right. Vlad was aware of it too, the fact that manner was one of the stepping stones that turned knights into something more than commoners. Manner is considered as the ultimate goal of knights. Do you want to become a noble? When Vlad asked this question, Stanga just let out an empty laugh and quietly stuffed the jerky into the fire. I just wanted to receive my fair reward. The flickering light of the bonfire cast a peculiar shadow on Stanga's face. Seeing the subtle change in Stanga's expression, Vlad felt that he was standing on a line he shouldn't cross right now. You must not cross the line. Everyone has their own world that they don't want to share with others. All right then, to lighten the mood and ease Stanga's expression, Vlad decided to play the role of an ordinary boy. Do you know how to use aura? Haha, now I see you are just pretending to be innocent. In response to Vlad's question, Stanga chuckled and turned his head. Not all knights can use aura, and, even if they can use it, using it in real combat is a different story. So can you use it or not? Stanga thought Vlad was acting, but he was mistaken. The boy was sincere. A knight aura, those two words were embedded in the boy's dreams. Take it all. What? The jerky. Vlad handed over the pouch containing the jerky quickly in case Stanga would say something else. Knights only take their fair rewards, kid. So should I take some? At Vlad's words, Stanga swiftly snatched the pouch. Sometimes you need to lift your spirit. Vlad watched Stanga with sparkling eyes and he felt his heart beating strongly. He could really see it, the essence of knights, the aura. For that, it is not a waste to give up the jerky that Zipfel had personally made. Stanga felt burdened by Vlad's sparkling gaze and cleared his throat before speaking. All right, watch closely. Vlad accepted the jerky. Stanga was grilling with bright eyes. As Stanga drew his sword with both hands free, the well-maintained sword came out smoothly and silently. It was as if a virtuous lady was extending her hand shyly. Why do you close your left eye? I have to bring forth my own world from deep within my soul. Vlad didn't understand his words and simply watched as Stanga was standing up. A knight standing under the moonlight with the bonfire before him. However, his presence was not concealed even in the presence of these two lights. Knight Stanga, he was someone who knew how to bring forth his own light. Look. Kid, Stanga began whispering to his sword as he kissed it. It was a conversation with his sword and a kind of incantation to bring his world into reality. Wow. As he did, a faint blue light began to shimmer from his sword. It was dim and faint, but it was undoubtedly imbued with moonlight. Even Vlad, who knew nothing, could recognize it. It was Stanga's world and it was also known as the aura. It's really cool. Something began to flicker Vlad's blue eyes as he looked at Stanga's world. Chapter 7. There were two shadows moving along the walls of Shora City in the dark night. Over here, ... Can I really get through this? Instead of looking at Stanga, Vlad answered while keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. I think you will fit if you take off your armor. Why do I have to sneak in like this? Stanga briefly lamented his situation, but he had no other choice. He took off his armor and squeezed his way into the small tunnel. Are you sure this place is safe? This is the tunnel I used until 2 years ago. 2 years ago, there are many merchants and goods that came and went in the bustling commercial city of Shora, and as such, the inspections and searches of this place are very strict. Those without proper credentials had to pay tariffs. This was not the case for merchants licensed by Count Vayezid, but ordinary peddlers were forced to pay tariffs. It has now become a common thing to be extorted by the guards during the process. So some peddlers came up with ways to enter Shora without being extorted, and one of those methods involved using the back alley children. And a few years ago, Vlad had been one of those children. At least I didn't get caught when I've used it before, so you can relax. I feel so relieved. Contrary to Vlad's casual words, Stanga's expression stiffened as he looked at the tunnel's condition. The dirt crumbled wherever he touched. I used these tunnels when I left the city. You seem more scared than you look. Fine. After hearing Vlad's remark that he had already used it once, Stanga summoned his courage and disappeared into the tunnel. Vlad tilted his head again. If you take the armor, I will kill you, rookie. It's a pity that I haven't been able to gain your trust through our journey so far. Vlad shrugged his shoulders with a completely unsympathetic expression as Stanga entered the tunnel. When Stanga entered the tunnel, Vlad quickly crouched down and pressed his ear to the ground. Vlad has a more sensitive sense than others, so he could tell if there were people nearby from the sound of footsteps coming from the ground. The reason he had never failed in smuggling during his time as a kid was partly due to this ability. Good. After confirming that the only thing he could hear was Stanga's muffled curses, Vlad collected his armor and put it in a leather bag, then crawled into the tunnel. As Vlad emerged from the tunnel, Stanga, who had been waiting, began to grumble. I feel filthy, it's so damn dirty. We're almost there now. Hey, I feel so bad. Here is your armor. Vlad handed the armor to Stanga and quickly scanned the path to confirm the direction they needed to go. Deceiving one-armed Jack from outside the city was an easy task. No matter how much he was considered one of the bosses dominating the back alleys, he wasn't that dominating when it came to the entire Shora city. However, things will change when they have to head towards Rose's smiles. It is better if you get a little bit dirty. It is more convincing if you look like a beggar than a knight, right? No, I am talking about appearance. It's about feeling like a beggar. Vlad ignored Stanga's grumbling and replied without turning around. Let's keep moving. Okay, Stanga followed behind Vlad without any argument. The dark alley of Shora was holding its breath to avoid the storm created by the two bosses. Follow me. It was a dark alley with not a speck of light, but Vlad led Stanga with confident steps, as if he could see clearly. Something feels strange. However, the alley Vlad was walking through looked slightly different from what he remembered. The downtown alley seemed strangely chaotic compared to usual. There were broken walls everywhere and the blood stains scattered on them. Is this place usually like this? No, sinister traces. Vlad's steps unconsciously quickened as he observed them. As they moved forward, the chaotic path became more evident, and certainty turned into reality. It looks like they already fought. As Stanga had said, the road became more and more messed up as they walked towards Rose's smiles. Whoever saw this could guess that some big battle must have taken place here. Shit. Vlad had grown up in rough back alleys and was accustomed to most unexpected situations, but he was still just a 16-years-old kid. He tried to stay composed, but it was inevitable that his vision would become narrower. Just as Vlad was about to rush forward, Stanga spoke up. Before you charge ahead blindly, remember where you are right now. It was a heavy yet sharp voice. That voice broadened Vlad's narrowed vision and clarified his clouded judgment. Phew. Following Stanga's advice, Vlad leaned against the corner and took a deep breath, and then he observed it. There are people watching us. Vlad, who had regained his composure, could now see something new. He saw men lurking in the darkness. Some of them were familiar faces. There are people watching Rose's smiles. They were one-armed Jack's underlings. The messed-up alley, the tightly shut Rose's smiles, and underlings of Jack were keeping an eye on that place from across the road. The pieces of the puzzle were starting to fit together in the boy's mind. There was an attack, but it looks like it's not over yet. Good. Stanga nodded quietly upon hearing Vlad's words. No matter how talented you are with a sword or how clever you might be, if you couldn't use it in real combat, then both of them were no different from decorations hanging on a wall. However, the boy in front of him had calmly composed himself with just a few words. He's a promising kid. The knight had the desire to properly train the boy, but he was only disappointed that he could not take the boy with him because of his current mission. We'll move separately. I'll tell you about the back door that only our organization knows. What about you? I'm going to use the front door. It's better to divert attention right now. Vlad calmly made his decision for the next move. Stanga, a former knight, might excel in every aspect compared to him, but taking him to Rose's smiles was Vlad's responsibility. See you later. Okay. After explaining the location of the back door to Stanga, Vlad carefully got up. This is a first for me. Vlad shrugged his shoulders as he thought about Jack's henchmen across the street. He had always been accustomed to living in hiding, but at this moment he had to reveal himself. He has to confidently stand in front of someone and show himself. He had never experienced such a thing even once in his life, so he was unaware of how to do it. Well, I'll give it a try. He had always been gifted in that aspect since the day he was born, gifted in shining on his own. Vlad turned around the corner with a puff of breath. As he took off his hood, his gorgeous blonde hair fluttered through the dim lights of the back alley. Look over there, he is the rookie of the Jorge family. Where has he been? Gold is eternal and noble. Yet the color that didn't match the alley was walking toward Rose's smiles, step by step. Vlad walked with a gait that is neither slow nor fast. To someone unfamiliar, it might have seemed he was walking with confidence, and to someone who knew, it looked like he was walking boldly. The gazes of those who had been watching Rose's smiles were instantly drawn to Vlad, so no one could notice the movement of someone in the darkness heading behind Rose's smiles. Who, taking advantage of a moment when the henchmen of Jack were momentarily distracted, Vlad safely stood before Rose's smiles. The front door was firmly closed, despite being scorched and broken here and there. He was sure but uncertain. Vlad's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the door handle, but he didn't hesitate. Creak, an unpleasant sound came from the misaligned latch, and the door Rose's smiles opened. The first person who welcomed Vlad was, "Hey there, Junior, why did you come so late?" It was Burly with bandages wrapped around his head. Broken tables, blood-soaked floors, and corpses lying everywhere. Although Rose's smiles had an elegant charm, it was now a complete mess and resembled a battlefield. Marcella is going to faint. Vlad quickly turned his head, leaving the gruesome scene behind. He has to find someone. Your beloved lady is safe, so don't worry. I'm looking for the boss. The boss is always on the 4th floor. What's up? Vlad furrowed as he looked at Burly, who was smiling as if he knew everything. As he climbed up the creaking stairs, a strong smell of blood filled the air. It was the smell of death. Jorge, I'm here. Yeah, good job. It was also evidence of victory. As Vlad reached the 4th floor, they saw shirtless Jorge amid numerous corpses. His blood-stained back looked like a huge mountain. Vlad breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Jorge, who was injured but seemed fine. Sorry I couldn't be of more help. Now, we all did our part. Though Jorge spoke kindly, the bandages covering his upper body had already turned red. Vlad could tell that a fierce battle had taken place. Are you okay? It's been a while since I have faced a knight-level opponent, so this is what happened. Well, at least I did my job. There was a corpse pinned to the wall by a sword behind Jorge's back. The corpse was wearing a splendid breastplate like Jorge, but his head was missing and blood was constantly spewing from the neck. The toes of the corpse were still twitching, which indicated that this mess had happened not too long ago. As expected, the money bug attacked first. Indeed, those who fight for earning have different types of skills. Jorge clicked his tongue as he looked at the corpses. Marcella approached him and carefully wiped the blood off with a towel. It was only natural to provide this level of hospitality to the male lion who protected the territory. Did you bring him? His eyes, still filled with bloodlust, turned to Vlad. Fortunately, Vlad had the confidence to answer his harsh question. Yes, I brought him. He should be waiting at the back door by now. Good. Jorge, who always wore a grim expression, was different at this moment. I'll deal with the money bug tomorrow. We need to settle this once and for all. Jorge's eyes contained excitement and the anger he had to vent on someone. They were the most ferocious eyes Vlad had ever seen. But how did he look? Do you think he'll handle the sword well? He didn't flee, right? Jorge worried about potential variables. A knight is different after all. Vlad thought as he watched Jorge, who was trying to collect himself and worry about tomorrow. He looked fine, even though it was only 2 days. He seemed to be in good shape. Stanga has some extravagant tendencies. His body seemed agile too. Did he lose weight? Well, you have to take care of yourself to live longer. Yes, and, thinking of the sight he had seen under the moonlight, Vlad smiled and replied, he knows how to use aura. Tomorrow will definitely be our day. One-armed Jack tried a winning move and failed at it. The current situation is like the waves. If you couldn't catch it when it came, it would sweep you away again. Furthermore, although Jorge was injured, he was still strong, and with the addition of another former knight, it was clear to anyone that Jorge would emerge victorious. Someone's coming up. What? Creak. As Vlad spoke, the sound of someone coming up from below echoed because of the misaligned planks of stairs. What did you just say, Vlad? Vlad tried to go down the stairs to guide Stanga, but he had no choice but to stop at Jorge's question. No, it was Jorge's distorted expression that held Vlad in place. What did you just say? Someone is coming up. No, before that, Jorge's questioning expression hardened as he asked, the knight knows how to use aura. And tomorrow will be our day. As Vlad spoke, an expression of defeat appeared on Jorge's face. Creak. At the same time, an ominous creaking sound was getting closer. Come behind me, Vlad. Jorge withdrew his sword from the corpse and ordered Vlad. The corpse of the knight fell down under Jorge's feet, but I need to guide him. Was it really Stanga? Instead of answering Jorge's question, Vlad turned to look behind him. An unknown man was coming up through the only staircase to the 4th floor. He came in through a back door known only to the members of the organization. The fresh blood was dripping from the sword of the man. So the one you brought isn't Stanga, I presume. An unknown figure came up from the edge of Jorge's gaze and at the end of Vlad's trust. Stanga doesn't know how to use aura. The unknown man was smiling at them. Chapter 8. The man clad in armor was sitting on a rock and sharpening his sword. You can't fool your age. I can feel this cold winter air in my bones, he grumbled as he cleaned the blood of his sword. A corpse was lying behind the rock where he was sitting, and it was still visible even in the heavy snowfall. The corpse's eyes were still wide open because the man could not bear to close them. You've come quite far, senior. The man read a blood-stained letter while sharpening his sword. Then he heard a sound coming from afar. It's quite convincing. A melodious sound that didn't seem to stop. It was the sound of a cuckoo. Long time no see, Jorge. Instead of answering, Jorge looked at the droplets of blood hanging from the tip of the man's sword. Who did you kill? You still maintain tight security. Vlad swallowed hard and stared at the man before him. The unknown man smiled as he looked at Vlad. He is quite a promising novice. Why have you come now of all times? Among all the people Vlad had encountered so far, Jorge had naturally been the biggest and strongest. But at this moment, Vlad could sense it while standing behind Jorge. The man, who slowly walked towards Jorge, appeared even more imposing as he picked up a bottle of wine. Count Gaydar has passed away. Jorge's eyes widened as he heard the man's words. I haven't heard such news. It hasn't been officially announced yet due to some complications, but soon everyone will know, the man said as he swirled the brimming wine glass while looking at Jorge. For the pitiful Count Gaydar. You son of a bitch. Before the man could finish his sentence, Jorge roared like a beast and charged forward. Despite his massive stature, his agility was so remarkable that it was hard to believe. And, crack, amidst the deafening strike from Jorge, the wine glass shattered and the alcohol spilled out. For the new Count Gaydar, Sigmund. Before he knew it, the man was standing behind Jorge. Jigo Din, the first command of the new Count Sigmund. Jorge roared from top of his lungs, and his upper body became as rigid as a rocky mountain. Have the deserter knight Jorge return immediately. Sigmund is not my lord. Jorge's muscles that had been hidden in the bandages until now were coming out and the blood oozed from the open wounds again. Of course, the Count does not expect you to return quietly. But even in the face of Jorge's menacing appearance, the man referred to as Godin remained calm, nor does he hope for that to happen. You sons of Quaia. Expose 70% and conceal 30% of your strength for that moment that you don't know when will come. Kaya, Marcella, and at that moment Jorge unleashed his devastating strike and revealed his full strength without restraint. Although there was no aura, half of the floor was destroyed from a single swing of Jorge's sword. The attack was so strong that the entire Rose's smiles trembled for a moment, and it also revealed Jorge's hidden skills as a knight until now. But it was much like the outburst of a wounded beast. Vlad swiftly carried the staggering Marcella and avoided the collapsing floor. He quickly leaves the danger zone. He was agile, but his movements were equally frantic. And just when he thought he had escaped, an unrealistic sight lay before him. He saw the splattering droplets of blood and a crumbling railing. The strongest the boy had ever seen was falling. You still make foolish choices, Jorge. The knight spoke with his left eye closed. Along with Jorge's fall, the boy's common sense and faith were shattering. Boom, a deafening noise created as the heavy body fell to the ground. Everyone was startled by the sound and rushed out of Rose's smiles. Vlad quickly grabbed the railing and peered down into the lobby. There, the boy's shattered world was convulsing as he spat out blood. Jorge was the first to extend his hand to Vlad, who was rolling around in the back alley. Jorge was the first to acknowledge him, and Jorge was the strongest person Vlad had ever seen. "Boss, what's going on?" But now he was writhing in his messed up state. The organization members panicked and didn't know what to do in the face of the sudden chaotic situation, and Jorge was covered in blood, struggling to stand. Grrr. The organization members from the first floor rushed in a state of confusion, but Jorge only let out rough groans. Only Vlad, who had witnessed everything, could predict what would happen next. Damn it, the knight who had opened his left eye was attempting to jump down to the first floor. His sword was adorned with a blue aura resembling moonlight. Seeing this, Vlad warned Jorge and threw his dagger toward the knight. The boy had never formally learned martial arts, but he was skilled in slinging stones. Clang! Although brief, Vlad's actions successfully obstructed the knight's movement toward the first floor. It bought Jorge some time, and he had managed to stand up with great difficulty. The knight looked into Vlad's eyes with a cold gaze before descending to the first floor. Quaya. The blue afterimages like moonlight enveloped Rose's smile as Godin's aura clashed with Jorge's sword. It was like the wind and mist. Grrr. Despite his injuries, Jorge successfully deflected the knight's blow, carrying aura. Perhaps it was a one-time success. Jorge had barely managed to defend against the attack. The killing intent was flowing from his eyes, but Godin had successfully withstood it with subtle expression. "You should have followed orders. I'm human, I won't obey such bullshit orders." "No," Godin spoke without a smile on his lips. "You are a knight." It was a brief conversation consisting of just a few words, but countless emotions were surging between the two, much like the continuous growling of the two swords clashing against each other. "This night has been too long for me, Jorge. I just want to rest now." However, Godin had nothing more to say to Jorge, he just wanted to rest. "It's dangerous, Vlad. Don't go down." At that moment, when no one could move easily, Vlad shook off Marcella, who was holding onto him, and ran down to the first floor. "I brought him." Responsibility, self-blame, embarrassment, and anger at being deceived by someone. All kinds of emotions swirled within the 16-year-old boy's soul. He wasn't at fault, but Vlad didn't think so. The size of the vessel he was born with made him think that way. Vlad went down the creaky stairs to the lobby as if he was flying, and he saw the organization members who were holding their breath slowly standing up. "No!" Vlad screamed at the top of his lungs as he realized what they were about to do. The man known as Godin is a knight. Not just any knight, but a knight who knew how to handle aura. A presence that couldn't be approached by the thugs rolling around in the alley. "Don't do it!" Vlad was about to jump from the second floor as he was holding on to the railing to stop them, but he felt a chill on the back of his neck. His sensitive senses and innate instincts detected something ominous. "Duck!" Vlad quickly lowered his head, following the thunderous voice in his head. Swoosh! Several strands of hair that hadn't been avoided in time fluttered through the moonlight. The blue moonlight quietly approaches. And with it, dozens of roses bloomed everywhere, accompanied by distant screams. Roses bloomed by the moonlight dyed everything with red. The red that was born from the heart and has now come out into the world was generously revealing its existence. Like the constellation of the antique ornaments that Marcella loved, it completely covered the table where Vlad sat and sold candles. Rose's smiles was generously painted in red. A dreadful silence descended on Rose's smiles after one last scream. Hee-ho-yuck, hee-ho-yuck. Vlad was crouched down and breathing heavily as he ruminated on the event that had just happened. It was just a single swing of the sword, at least that's how Vlad saw it. It appeared to be an ordinary strike, but the results it brought were catastrophic. The once lively Rose's smiles had now turned silent. Vlad forced his shaking legs and crawled down to the first floor. He didn't even notice the tears and saliva falling to the floor. Fuck. The first person to welcome Vlad on the first floor was Burley. Actually, it was Burley's corpse, and his body was growing cold as all his life force was drained out of him. Vlad looked everywhere with his bloodshot eyes, unable to control the emotions boiling inside him. Creak, someone stepped on the shattered wooden floor and approached Vlad in the still lobby. You son of a bitch! The head of Jorge held in Godin's hand looked at Vlad with an empty gaze. Don't do it. The boy lost his reason. He grabbed a sword from among the corpses and charged at the knight who had summoned the moonlight. It was swift and agile, yet a powerful charge like an attack of wounded beast, just like someone from before. Die, although Vlad was driven by anger rather than reason, there was only one sword path imprinted on his body. Always do your best in the end. Concentrate all your mind and strength. Strike down, narrow your elbow. At that moment, the drops of blood on the boy's sword formed a thin line, a beautiful curved trajectory. It was the sword path. It was the first step of becoming a swordsman, and the sword path is a domain that cannot be achieved with ordinary effort and skill. The boy who had been confined to the slums was reproducing it, only with his own strength. Excellent. A downward slash filled with the boy's effort and anger was fired at the knight. In that moment, even the knight was left stunned and unable to look away. An excellent downward slash. However, the path created by the boy was weak to reach the world created by the knight. Whoosh. Godin didn't even try to parry Vlad's sword. He simply evaded it with a single movement and then threw a kick. The boy's strike hadn't reached a level where it could force Godin to draw his sword. Crash, bang. With a loud noise, the remaining knight of horrors rolled mercilessly on the blood-soaked floor. Huke, breathe, boy, don't lose your mind. Vlad couldn't breathe. It felt like his chest was being crushed. Even the voice resounding in his head was insufficient to awaken Vlad's faint consciousness. That's how powerful the blow was. You're a natural, you instinctively twisted your body to avoid it. Godin was once again amazed by Vlad's movements. It was a powerful kick enough to break his ribs, but he had managed to evade it through instinct. You son of a bitch. It wasn't perfect, but it worked. As he looked at the boy who was cursing quietly, Godin held his sword and fell into contemplation. Kill me? Godin made a decision as he looked at Vlad, who was telling himself to kill him, but his eyes were still alive. It would be a waste to cut down this promising bud now, even if it might come back to haunt him as a sharp sword in the future. The senior, whom he was now holding in his left hand, once said that watching over those with potential is always a pleasure. He used to say that to my past self. Hey, you, kid who guided me. A knight takes only his fair price. Godin decided to think of it as a last gift to his senior. Tuck, something fell onto Vlad's head as he struggled to get up. It was something black. Vlad looked at the fallen object to identify it. It was jerky, beef jerky made by Zemina. My name isn't Stan. Another piece of meat fell on Vlad's head. I am not 42 years old. What are you doing? A blue light appeared in Vlad's eyes at Godin's humiliating treatment. This is my fair price and I will take it, Godin said as he tightened his grip on Jorge's neck. But I received the wrong price, so I am giving it back. Vlad couldn't offer any response to Godin's words. The winner stands above and the loser below. It was the right of the victor to decide everything. Godin turned away and said, with your life. Jorge's eyes were shaking pitifully in Godin's left hand. Don't even think about receiving the price for the second jerky. It didn't taste good. Tears mixed with blood fell from the eyes of Vlad as he gazed at the shaking eyes of Jorge. I will kill you, for sure. The knight bathed in the blue moonlight was leaving with the sound of his staggering footsteps. After shattering the world of the boy that had existed firmly until yesterday, the boy cried out softly as he crawled across the blood-stained floor, but the person who was supposed to listen to him had already left. I will fucking kill you. Godin, the boy cried out in anger and called the name of the knight. Now he didn't even know what to call the knight who had gone. Only the weeping whores silently witnessed the angry cry of the boy. This is Rose's smiles now, the red brothel and the shattered world of the boy. The nest where no one can live now was filled with only muffled cries. Chapter 9. She was the master of this place even if everything was shattered in the nest. So she still had work to do. Wake up, a hand forcibly lifted Vlad, who had been rolling on the ground. Marcella, snap out of it, do you want to die here? The Knight of the Horrors Jorge was the boss of the back alley where Rose's Smiles is located, but he didn't own Rose's Smiles. Everyone who was guarding this place is now dead. One-armed Jack will be here soon. Madame Marcella. She was one of the flowers of Shora City and the master of Rose's Smile. What about you, Marcella? Worry about yourself, kid. You were Jorge's dagger. Jack's henchmen won't leave you alone. But the boy had just poured out all his emotions, so there was little anger and sadness left inside him. One-armed Jack might spare me. He said he likes me. Slap, a sharp sound rang out, and the whores who had been shedding tears all looked in that direction. They saw Marcella, who stood there with her hand raised, and Vlad, who was flustered while touching his cheek. Snap out of it, kid. Madame Marcella was not a fragile woman. She was someone who had built a castle called the Rose's Smiles in the rough back alleys with her own strength. Some even went as far as to say that it wasn't Jorge, the Knight of the Whores, who had chosen her, but rather Madame Marcella had chosen him. Take this. Marcella handed over a dagger that had been lying on the ground, the same dagger Jorge had given Vlad and he had thrown to block Godin. Do you know what sets us back alley folks apart from those who live beyond the streets? Marcella. Vlad looked down at the dagger and quietly listened to Marcella's words. After all, she had come to him before even finding Jorge's decapitated body. Listen carefully, the difference between them and us is opportunity. Opportunity. Those who live beyond the streets can rise again even after a single failure. Because they can afford it. Marcella pointed her finger towards the pile of dead gang members. Look at them, what about us? We had failed just once. Tears welled up in Marcella's eyes as she yelled at Vlad. We die if we fail even once, that's how we were born, so… Marcella tugged at Vlad's collar and continued speaking. Don't leave your one and only chance in someone else's hands. Marcella was shouting at Vlad amidst countless corpses. Survive somehow through your own choices. Marcella's words to Vlad were advice worth a fortune. It was a valuable lesson from a woman who had dedicated her entire life to gain her precious existence. I understand. That advice, accompanied by Marcella's tears, sank deep into the boy's soul. If you want to live, leave Shora right now. And Marcella's desperate cries and tears once again brought Vlad back to reality. Yes, you're right, madame. All right, Marcella saw the light returning to the boy's eyes. I'll leave right now. The boy struggled to stand up, but the red-haired girl supported him. Zemina, I'll just give you support. Don't hold me by my ankles. Just let me go. You're still stumbling. I'll help you move to a safe place and then I'll escape. Vlad tried to forcibly detach himself from Zemina, who offered to assist in their risky escape, but the girl's determination couldn't be easily broken. And everyone present knew that Zemina would never let go no matter what. Please help him, Zemina, and make it to the monastery before dawn. All right, madame, you have to come back even if you want to go with him. If you move together, you'll be caught soon, even after you escape outside the city. I understand. Zemina just nodded calmly in response to Marcella's words urging her to say their goodbyes. There was no more time. One-armed Jack's henchmen were already keeping an eye on Rose's smiles. Even if they didn't know the exact situation inside, it was just a matter of time before they figured it out. Without Jorge, Rose's smiles was just a piece of meat without an owner. One-armed Jack was always a hungry wolf. I'll definitely come back. Vlad, Marcella gave a sad smile as she looked at the boy who promised to return. Do you know how many men have said that to me? I'll be different. Listening to the boy's promise to come back, Marcella remembered the time when Jorge had brought back a pitiful puppy. She had taken care of the child who lost his color, fed him and cleaned him up. That's how she had brought back his golden-colored hair, but now it was time to let him go. Hurry, go! She wanted to keep them a little longer, but Marcella handed Vlad a pouch. The jingling pouch didn't contain much, but at least it was filled with Marcella's worries. Take care, madame. See you at the monastery. The blonde boy and the red-haired girl hurriedly began to descend into the basement. Perhaps they could sneak out through the back door there. Good, Marcella, who had successfully sent off the last trace left by Jorge, wiped away her tears and looked around. Her eyes were still filled with tears. There were pitiful lives here, women who couldn't survive without a man to rely on. Everyone, now Marcella had to bring things to a close. It was her final duty as the one in charge. As of today, Rose's Smiles will close its doors. It was something only a whore who could stand tall without a man could do. I will give you severance pay. Those who want to stay can stay, and those who want to leave, please leave. And Marcella's gaze was fixed beyond the street. Young girls who are still virgins, come with me. Everyone was sobbing. Now they would never have a madam who would protect them like Marcella. And the knight of the whores who wielded his sword for them. They have to live a life that would now be shaken back and forth in someone else's hands. The nest was broken. Now, no matter how young the birds were, it was time for them to fly on their own. Everyone's dead. The organization members guarding the back door had all neatly cut in half by the skilled swordsman. Are you okay, Vlad? Zemina asked, looking worried as she saw the staggering Vlad. It was a dire situation, but Vlad's stamina had already reached the limits. He had spent over 5 days outside in the cold and had experienced shocking situations. On top of that, he had fought with the knight and suffered minor injuries. Let's go. However, even though his energy was drained, the determination in his eyes was still strong. The boy swore that he would definitely kill the knight named Godin. I can't end things here. Right, let's move. Zemina supported Vlad, and they hastily began to make their way out of the alley. They had to escape the eyes of one-armed Jack and head outside the city beyond the familiar area they knew. The boy and the girl clung to each other to survive just as they had done so far, and doing their best to survive. But the world had a way of not always going as planned. We've found them. There, it's Jorge's kid. One-armed Jack's hungry gaze found them much faster than expected. Vlad and Zemina moved as carefully as possible, taking advantage of their knowledge of the back alleys, but the same was true for one-armed Jack's henchmen. They started to move like greedy hyenas searching for the young lion who had strayed from the pack. He kept moving forward with support, but his movements were relentless and desperate. The doom was approaching the young lion. Vlad, go back, Zemina. No, you promised, go to the monastery. Or even to Harvan. I don't want to. Vlad bit his lip, seeing Zemina stubbornly shaking her head and shedding tears. Shit, why do you never listen to me? He had known it would be like this. You stupid girl. You just promised to help me halfway. Vlad let out a deep sigh, watching Zemina cry. How long do you think I can keep protecting you? Two vulnerable young lives leaned against the wall. They came this far by supporting and protecting each other, but the grimy back alley was not willing to let them go easily. Damn it. The weight that the girl had to carry for today was too heavy. And it makes it impossible for Vlad to give up even if he wants to. That's why he had to escape. But how? Vlad's steps naturally led him to a familiar place as he was pounding this thought. They had to get inside somewhere, anywhere for now. That was the only way to avoid one-armed Jack's henchmen who were scattered in the back alley. Old man, open the door. Vlad's halted steps brought them to the front of a blacksmith's shop. The place where he had always stood for a while and looked at the sword. What do we do? It seems he is not here. No matter how much they knocked, the old blacksmith gave no response. Zemina's large eyes filled with fear as she looked at the silent and worn door. Vlad foresaw the impending future, seeing that fear in her eyes. One-armed Jack was that kind of person who preyed on the wounded and used those who had fallen as stepping stones. I can't let that happen. He couldn't allow Zemina to become like that. Move aside, light returned to Vlad's blue eyes. Okay, Vlad pushed Zemina aside and drew his dagger. He desperately twisted the lock of the forge. The craftsman had built it strong and sturdy, but if you didn't consider the consequences, brute strength was the only way at this moment. Open up. The dagger containing the boy's desperation was screeching as it twisted the lock on the door. Creaked, and it responded to his urgency. Gradually, as one-armed Jack's henchman approached, Vlad finally managed to bring down the lock that had barely opened with the handle of his dagger. Clang, a gap appeared. A small opening through which they could enter the dark forge. Go, Zemina, who is small in stature, entered first through the gap. Hugh, Vlad entered after her. He quickly pulled the fragments of the fallen lock inside, and they were able to enter the previously locked forge. Huff, huff, are you okay? Quiet. Vlad's stamina was drained, but his senses remained sharp as ever. They can hear us. Just like when he had sneaked Gordon inside, Vlad focused on the sounds to determine the movements of Jack's henchmen. The echoing footsteps were running around in the back alley. We can't get out, he heard sounds surrounding them. Ha, and it was getting close enough that even Zemina could hear it. Zemina was trembling and used both hands to cover her mouth tightly. Where did these kids go? They definitely came this way. Vlad held his dagger. He took a deep breath and leaned against the door. The distance between them and the henchmen was only as thin as a single wooden plank. They're fast for kids. Maybe they slipped into another alley. Hurry up and find them. Billy said he'd give a separate reward if we find the blonde guy. Trying to get revenge for his broken tooth, is he? While Zemina trembled, Vlad's gaze was heavy and serious. He had to kill them if those guys noticed them. Otherwise, both of them will die. Though the dagger Jorge had left behind was modest and slightly bent, it should be enough to deal with these guys. Vlad focused because even Zemina's future was hanging on his shoulders. Let's go. We have to catch them before they're taken by someone else. Where did those jerks disappear to? Vlad listened carefully to the footsteps of the men who were getting farther away. So he didn't notice the movement occurring quietly within the forge. Who's there? Someone was moving quietly within the old forge. The men had not gone too far yet. Vlad was feeling frustrated and tried to move quickly. Don't move, old man. Zemina, who supported Vlad, was standing there. I am really going to stab you. She was threatening the old blacksmith while holding a piece of metal rolling around in the forge. Why are you here? The winter moonlight seeped in through the gap in the old forge. Only then was the old blacksmith able to see. Zemina's teary eyes glistened in the moonlight, making her look pitiful. Chapter 10. Put that down. It's already over. Yes, as long as the old man keeps his mouth shut. Her hands were as small as a child's, but the eagerness they held was real. She was trying to look threatening, but Zemina's hands were shaking because of fear and not knowing what to do. The old man saw a boy who was very nervous about the approaching threat and a girl who was crying and didn't know what to do. Young children who had been abandoned by the world stood in front of him. They both looked pitiful. I am really going to stab you, hiccup. I get it, so be quiet, it's okay now. The old man gazed silently into the eyes of the crying girl with insight only age could provide. Tears welled up in her eyes because of fear, but determination glimmered in her pupils. All right, this child could indeed stab him for the boy standing beside her. What's going on? Speak up, the old blacksmith asked quietly as the voices of the men in the background faded. However, the words didn't come out easily from the boy's mouth. He seemed to have difficulty saying those with his own mouth. We lost, that's all he said, but the old blacksmith understood. He had been living in the back alleys for a long time after all. Jorge is dead. He was a good boss. Hiccup. Sob, thick tears began to flow from Zemina's eyes as Jorge's name was mentioned. I understand the situation, so put down that piece of metal for now. Hiccup. No, however, even though her emotions were crumbling, Zemina knew exactly what she needed to do. Give me the sword. What? She has to send Vlad out of the city. Give me that sword hanging there. Even if Vlad gets out of the city safely, he might still be killed by monsters. No, but this girl, she was mumbling, but Zemina's words were not wrong. Even if Vlad escaped one-armed Jack's eyes and escaped Shora, it was now dark dawn and a cold winter day. It was a very harsh time to move to the next village without proper preparation. This isn't a joke. If Vlad dies, I'll die too, so give it to me. The piece of metal in the girl's hand reached up to the old man's chin. You bitch, though it was held in her childish hand, the blade was still sharp. The uncontrollable emotions were swirling in the girl's tear-filled eyes. Are you crazy? Bring out the sword. The old blacksmith felt a deep bitterness as he faced Zemina's threats to hand over the sword. Fine, this was the nature of people living in the back alleys, the nature of those who had to take from others to survive. He himself had been that way, and the time has come for the kids before him to be like that too, just like he did. Zemina. Put it down, they heard Vlad's muffled cry, but Zemina's hand continued to shake dangerously. The girl had made up her mind to swing the piece of metal in her hands. She was prepared to do anything to save the boy. Zemina, the blade gleamed when Vlad shouted. The old blacksmith closed his eyes, expecting something sharp to dig into his throat. I'll repay you. However, the blade the girl was holding wasn't aimed at the old blacksmith. This might not be enough, but I promise I'll repay you later, I swear. The old man opened his eyes and froze upon seeing what was sprawled out before him. A mass of curly red hairs filled his vision. The red hairs were the pride and joy of Zemina. You little bitch, please, just give it to me, please. The girl had given up her most precious possession for the sake of what was most important to her. The girl's eyes, filled with eagerness, were not yet tainted by the back alleys. The teary eyes of the girl were looking at a different place from where he had been in those days. Ha! The old man's eyes stinging from the dazzling flames in front of him, so he turned his head to look at the boy. Are you going to leave? Yes. The kids before him were doing things he had dreamed of his whole life but never accomplished. They are accomplishing all this with the wings that had not yet fully matured. You kids bother me so much. The old man was an adult, and there were things adults had to do for children even without getting anything in return, especially for children with potential. Come with me? The old man decided to raise his head and look at the stars just for today. It was something he had wanted to do his whole life but had never done. Late at night. The back alley seemed quiet on the surface, but it was filled with hungry gazes. There the old blacksmith and a short boy were pushing a cart. It's so heavy. Quit complaining and push. The creaking sound of the cart filled the dead silent back alley. The place they were heading to was one of the outskirts of Shora. The overflowing garbage of the city was dumped there, and a place where only those at the bottom of the back alley lived. That's why it was a place that people didn't easily seek out. I never get used to this no matter how many times I come here. The stench reached their noses even in the dead of winter. If they are blocking off even this place, this was the last stop. One-armed Jack's henchmen had already infiltrated various parts of the back alleys. It wasn't clear whether it was to capture any surviving members of Jorge's organization or to find the unknown assassin. But one-armed Jack wanted to keep a tight grip on anything trying to escape his sight. So the old blacksmith and Zemina had been pushed to come this far. Old man. However, contrary to their hopes, Jack's henchmen had already taken positions in this place. What? Why did you come here in the middle of the night? Can't you see? To dump garbage. Then what does this look like? Have your eyesight already gone bad at such a young age? You bastards! The old man tried to stand his ground against the hyenas, who were clearly agitated. But why dump it now? They were treating the old blacksmith with respect because he had been in the back alleys for a long time, but Jack's henchmen had something they needed to find right now. Well, I have no choice but to dump it at this time. You guys have been blocking the alley all this time, fighting and causing trouble. The forge is going to explode with all the stuff I couldn't dump. Who's this guy? One of Jack's henchmen pointed to the boy standing next to the old man. They had heard that the old blacksmith always worked alone. I am getting old and weak, so I asked him to help in exchange for some bread, or you guys can push the cart instead. Wait. It was a plausible explanation, but they needed to confirm it at this moment. Don't move. The boy, who had been pushing the cart, began to panic as he saw the man approaching. Stay still. Today is a day when swords may come out instead of fists. In the end, the hooded figure was grabbed by the ruthless hand and lifted up. What's with you? It's fucking hard to believe, seriously. Pass. It was the red-haired boy. Judging by the dirt smeared on his face, it seemed he had been working quite vigorously at the blacksmith. What are you guys looking for? The blonde kid of Jorge, he's the only one missing, and Tusk, the inspecting man, bit his tongue and stopped talking. And what, if you're not going to tell me, can I leave now? Just one more thing. The man turned his head and gave an order to someone. Hey, black guy, check this cart. At the man's words, the three who had been holding their breaths swallowed hard. Don't let the dirt fly here, do it somewhere else. Yes, Zemina looked at the man approaching the cart with trembling eyes. He was a huge man in shabby clothes. His skin was black. Go to that guy. You son of a, the old man grumbled with a trembling voice as he began pushing the cart. Although he pretended to be composed on the outside, sweat was already soaking his back. Should we have gone somewhere else? However, it was too late for regrets. There was nowhere else to go besides this place. They came here with their last hope, but one armed Jack had his eyes set on the dirtiest parts of the city. You've brought quite a lot. There was a lot piled up over time. The old man replied with a weary voice to the dark-skinned man. Let's check it, shall we? At that moment, Zemina's eyes met the dark-skinned man who was trying to lift the cart. Zemina quickly lowered her head, but she wondered if he recognized her, because Zemina knew the man in front of her. It's quite dusty, perhaps because it's garbage from the blacksmith. We should move it further ahead. The dark-skinned man muttered to himself as he pushed the cart forward. The two quietly followed behind him. But why did you cut your hair? As they moved away from the people around them, the man spoke to Zemina in an indifferent voice. What are you talking about? Zemina managed to reply with a trembling voice, but she bit her lips in panic at the thought that the man might have recognized her. At the same time, the pile of garbage inside the cart started to shift subtly, creating a small opening where a sharp blade could emerge. You looked like a boy after cutting your hair. Maybe it's because you are flat from front and back. The dark-skinned man was talking to Zemina, but his eyes were fixed on someone inside the pile of garbage. Nobody will recognize you as long as you keep doing that. The cart that the old man had brought was steadily moving away from Jack's henchmen, perhaps because the man was pushing it. I guess this far will be enough. As they walked away from the men who were checking them, the dark-skinned man took out a skewer. It was an unremarkable and rusty skewer, but to Zemina, it looked sharper than any sword. This is my job, Slish, and he mercilessly began stabbing the garbage pile inside the cart. The man started poking the garbage pile all around with his skewer, and Zemina couldn't bear to watch and closed her eyes as if finding it too difficult to look at. Rumor has it that Harvian had sailed a boat on the river. He cleverly avoided spaces where a person could be hiding. All of Jack's men have flocked there now. They said there must be a reason why that cripple asshole put the boat on the river. What are you talking about? Although Zemina pretended not to know and continued acting ignorant to the end, Vlad, who was hidden inside the cart, could hear and understand what the dark-skinned man was saying. Just know it for now, all right, you can pass. Thank you, Otter. A small voice came from inside the cart, but Otter, the man addressed as such, didn't seem to hear and only turned his head. Go. As soon as the words "you can pass" were spoken, the old man and the red-haired girl quickly clung to the cart and began pushing it. My brother's 40 silver debt has been paid off with this, the black-skinned man said as the cart passed by. The price of a life can only be paid with one's life. The cart began to move again after his last words. Creak. They started to move towards the hole in the city's wall, the one that led outside. The sadness welled up in the girl's eyes as they approached the hole. Now it was time to say goodbye. Farewell, Vlad. The old man and a girl pushed the cart toward the mountain of trash and the hole lay beneath it. You need to stay healthy. Zemina choked back tears but thought of the boy's well-being until the very end. Whoosh, as the cart was lifted all the way up, tears fell from the girl's eyes. Do you have to come see me? The trash was falling outside the city under the moon in the night sky with the tears of the red-haired girl. These tears were shabby things that no one in the city cared about. Everyone holds onto what shines dearly, even without realizing it. Ha! The boy stood on the pile of garbage outside the city's wall and looked up at the night sky. His vision was blurry from tears, but the sparkling stars in the night sky were still there. But tonight, only one star was shining on the ground. The star that the boy was holding tightly was made from the old man's dream and bought with the girl's tears. I'll definitely come back. Even if you aren't up in the high night sky, even if you're stuck in a back alley where no one can see you, if you want to shine on your own and still have light in your heart, then you can become a star. Just like what's shining in the boy's heart. Chapter 11. In the midst of a biting cold wind that cut through the forest, 3 men who looked like mercenaries sat around a campfire, slurp. They looked at the boy who was sipping soup with his nose stuck in the pot. You got lucky, a rabbit was standing not too far away. Good job. Although the men had already finished eating most of the rabbit soup, the boy was savoring every last drop. The mercenaries realized that it wasn't the right time to talk to the boy, so they began to converse among themselves. By the way, I heard they are gathering people. For a monster hunt, it seems that Count Vayezid's second son is personally leading this one. I heard the Bishop of Varna is also there. I think it will be a big operation. It seems he is struggling to impress his father. They were talking about subjugating monsters like a mercenary, but their minds were entirely focused on the blonde-haired boy. He looks like a child of a noble. Look at the sword he's carrying. He's from a well-off family at the very least. Blonde with blue eyes, you think we could get some good money just by selling him? The men quietly exchanged glances and whispers so that the boy couldn't hear them, and they began to move slowly toward the boy. They subtly blocked the boy's escape route. Thank you, thanks to you I survived. It's about helping and surviving. How can I ever repay this favor? The mercenaries smiled, showing their black teeth as they looked at the boy who put down the pot and bowed his head politely to express his gratitude. If you're really grateful, there's a way to repay us. What should I do? You can repay us with your body. A noose suddenly flew in from behind the boy. Hey, what are you doing? However, one of the mercenaries was caught in the noose instead of the boy they intended to capture. You slippery rat! The boy skillfully evaded the noose, and the remaining two mercenaries swiftly drew their weapons. It seems the young master learned a bit of swordsmanship from the tutor his father hired. But the real world is different, you know. Put the sword down when I am speaking nicely. We might just turn you into a punching bag before you know it. While the tied-up mercenary quickly worked to free himself from the noose, the other two mercenaries blocked the boy and began to growl. That's right, life is all about real-world experience. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and a sword that gleamed but seemed unused. It was evident to anyone that the boy had run away from a wealthy home. Yet the smile on the boy's face now resembled that of a fierce wolf. What? I thought about it as I walked here. If these people are truly kind to me, how can I repay them? SSSHH. The boy's momentum showed no signs of wavering, despite the harsh threats from the mercenaries. Instead, the mercenaries found themselves involuntarily swallowing their saliva at the sight of the boy drawing his sword. The boy was giving off a ferocious spirit with the sword in his hands. I have been worrying for nothing all this time. The boy was smiling. What the hell? The boy and the mercenaries are the same kind. He wasn't just some naive young master who didn't understand the ways of the world. Hey, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Are you going to take all day to untie the rope? Even so, it was all right. That young kid was alone while they were three. The boy seemed confident in his swordsmanship, but they had enough experience in real combat to overpower him. They thought so, but the moans coming from behind them were unsettling. What are you doing? Their comrade who had been tied up was scratching the ground in an odd, frozen posture. It wasn't normal body movement. He got him. The two mercenaries felt a profound sense of doom as they watched their comrade freezing as if he were addicted to something. When did this happen? No one could say for sure. The boy was smiling as he watched the frozen mercenary, but they don't know when they get poisoned. Rabbit. The mercenaries had finally figured out the situation and looked at the boy with shocked expressions. There's nothing easy in this world, right? You bastard, you planned this from the beginning. The wobbly rabbit they had thought was an unexpected stroke of luck turned out to be a trap. You also, the mercenaries felt a sense of despair as they slowly felt their bodies stiffening. Yeah, I had some too. Vlad pulled out a leaf he had hidden under his tongue and said, with the antidote. Their gradually stiffening bodies collapsed onto the frigid ground. You never know who might get eaten when it comes to real life. Isn't that right, seniors? A dark shadow fell over the three frozen rabbits. In the blue eyes of the shadow were the last thing mercenaries saw. Tadek. The sun was setting in the winter forest, and a blond boy who looked like a mercenary sat alone. His attire wasn't a perfect fit, but he was dressed in a mishmash of armor and clothes that seemed suitable enough for surviving the cold winter day. This is really happening, Vlad muttered to himself as he poked at the campfire with a stick. At least that's how it would appear on the surface. Lucky you, yellow-striped mushrooms aren't that common. You know about mushrooms that paralyze people and the leaves that detoxify them. Who are you? I don't know that. The boy wasn't talking to himself. He was addressing the voice that could only be heard when he held the sword. You know so much about trivial things, but you don't even know who you are. The boy's question met with silence. It doesn't matter, SSSHH, the boy drew his sword, because this is the most important thing to me. The sword, which he had merely watched until now, was now in his hand. He will forever remember the tears she shed to have this. I'll help you, please help me. Aren't you scared of me? Vlad asked the voice, who didn't know itself to teach him the way of the sword. I don't care if you are the devil. What I'm truly afraid of, the boy's sword emitted a blue moonlight, and it reminded him of something, is that I am nothing. Aura that looked like blue moonlight, the boy was nothing in front of that aura. For a boy who had followed the shining path all his life, the helplessness brought by the blue aura was terrifying. You are nothing. Your life will rot away in the slums even if you crouch like this for the rest of your life. That's what the moonlight aura was saying. If I'm with you, I can become something, right? Even if I just become a devil follower. All right, I'll tell you. And so the boy decided to struggle. Even if he wanted to give up, there was a weight in his hand that made it impossible to do so. Moonlight and the campfire. On that same night when he first saw the aura, the boy wanted to become something, and the voice that didn't know itself decided to help each other. The two of them were the only ones who could make such a contract, and the moon in the night sky was its witness. Part 2. Now is the time to enter midwinter. Tents were erected between white fields covered with snow in front of a dense evergreen forest. Inside the largest and most splendid tent, it is easy. A man with black hair lifted an already cooled-down teacup and examined the documents on the table in front of him. He appeared young, but the dark circles under his eyes gave him a frail appearance. It is too easy. The black-haired man was frowning as he looked at the documents to see what he didn't like. Young master, at that moment a one-eyed man entered along with the cold winter wind as the tent flap was lifted. You are here, Zayar. Yes, young Master Joseph, I have just returned. Zayar brushed the snow off his shoulders and approached the seemingly frail man cautiously. Is there something troubling you? Joseph, who had been sheltered all his life, didn't look well, so Zayar asked carefully. It's just too easy. Joseph stared at the documents in front of him, lost in thought. Monster extermination is proceeding smoothly. There haven't been any casualties and all of them are mercenaries. But what about the missing people? Joseph raised the cooled-down teacup and spoke. It doesn't change the fact even if we consider them deserters, Joseph muttered. From Joseph's perspective, it would have been better if there had been injuries or deaths while monster extermination. The emergence of deserters indicated that discipline had not been properly established. Deserters on top of unremarkable results, they will all doubt my commanding abilities, even father. For a moment, a sharp glint appeared in Joseph's eyes. My older stepbrother as well, Joseph Vayezid. He is the second son of the Vayezid Count's family, so he was feeling anxious at the moment. The forces I've mustered have barely risen, avoiding interference from my older brother. If not now, I won't have a chance to showcase my military capabilities to those above me. Joseph was an ambitious man. He was the legitimate ancestor of the Vayezid family and was trying to become the next Count Vayezid by pushing out Rutger, who inherited the same blood. I will be destroyed if things continue like this. Becoming the next Count Vayezid was not simply an ambition. Two sons couldn't exist under the same sky. If he failed to become the next Vayezid Count, it was obvious what Rutger, his stepbrother, would do. If he succeeds, I'll live the rest of my life in the monastery or I'll die without anyone knowing. History proved it. His own father had risen to the top by trampling over his own brothers without hesitation. I am short of useful swords, except for you, Zayar. To become the next Vayezid Count, Joseph needed not only his own abilities but also the support of the vassals. However, Joseph, who was born sickly, found it difficult to gain the support of the vassals, no matter how much help he had from his mother and maternal family. The Vayezid family held the military in high regard. Young master, I have something to report. Speak. Zayar hesitated for a moment and spoke to Joseph, who was caressing his temple as if he had a headache. There is a suspicious mercenary. Suspicious mercenary? Joseph's eyes narrowed in surprise at the unexpected news. Is he a spy sent by my older brother? He is not suspicious in that sense. Then what do you mean? Zayar is a knight, a strong one at that. However, the hesitance he showed while delivering his message to Joseph was unusual. He lacked confidence. Speak, Zayar. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Joseph urged him to continue. It's something you need to see for yourself. Would you care to come with me for a moment? It seems something serious has happened. Observing his knight's unusual behavior, Joseph realized that Zayar was about to disclose something of great importance. Lead the way. Joseph wrapped himself in thick outerwear and added a scarf and gloves to avoid being hurt by the cold winter wind. Here we are. It was a dirty tent. Is this a slaughterhouse? Yes, it is. This is where we dismantle vital parts from the monsters we've hunted. Joseph quickly covered his mouth with a handkerchief as he looked around. It wasn't because of the dangling corpses or the nauseating smell of blood that filled the air. Joseph's mind was tougher than that of any knight, but his fragile body was so weak that he had to be cautious even of the contaminated air inside the tent. This way. Zayar led Joseph deeper into the slaughterhouse. At the farthest end of the slaughterhouse, various types of monster corpses were hanging. Have a look. Zayar personally turned the hanging corpses to show Joseph. Do you see the wounds? Yes. Etched deeply into the hunched back of a goblin, which had been hanging there for a long time and had become stiff, were sword marks. It's crooked, Joseph commented with little enthusiasm, noting that the sword marks shown were made by someone who had just recently acquired a sword. After Joseph finished speaking, Zayar pointed to the nearby corpse of a monster. Wounds? The body was full of sword marks not only on the back but also all over the body, from left to right, from the old corpses to the freshly arrived orc's corpse. Joseph unconsciously removed the handkerchief from his mouth after examining all the corpses. Could it be that all of these were made by the same person? Yes, young master. Upon hearing Zayar's answer, Joseph immediately moved back to where the first corpse had been. Joseph, who always walked slowly, was now running faster than ever before. This is unbelievable. There was no other way to describe it. How long has it been since these corpses were here? It's been a little over a month, young master. Only a month. In response to Zayar's answer, Joseph was astonished and carefully examined the corpses of the monsters once again. Sword marks, crooked and shabby wounds. However, as he approached the corpses of the new monsters, the marks made by someone became clearer and deeper. Who is it? It formed a consistent pattern. His name is Riemann. He's a young man with blonde hair. Riemann, Zayar approached Joseph and whispered quietly. The mercenaries call him Praying Riemann. Praying Riemann. Joseph repeated the title that Zayar mentioned. Find out more about this Riemann right away. Yes, young master. Zayar left the slaughterhouse upon Joseph's command. This is truly unbelievable. Joseph was left alone in the room, and he turned his head and once again examined the corpses of the monsters. Although he couldn't wield a sword himself, he could still observe. Joseph was a descendant of the Vayezid family, which revered the military, and there were many outstanding knights around him. Because of this, he could recognize it. He is a genius. From the crooked strikes with no proper foundation, and yet reaching the level of the recently carved sword marks in just a month. It was something that only a prodigy blessed by the heavens could achieve. The orc's corpse, which had arrived just yesterday, still had its eyes wide open, as if it couldn't believe its own death. Chapter 12. Push forward. Narrow the encirclement. Don't let them escape. In the silent winter forest, there was now more intense noise than ever before at a time when all life should be peacefully asleep. Squeak, squeak. These guys are so ugly. Poo droplets of blood inevitably sprayed with every breath from the armed men. Advance! Mercenaries had tightly formed an encirclement around the goblin village and were advancing cautiously yet boldly. Goblins were famous for their outstanding breeding ability. If you missed even a few here, a similar-sized village would rise again next winter. If that happens, the employers in Varna wouldn't be pleased. Die, you little bastards, Kiki Gretch. Among bipedal monsters, goblins were considered lower tier, so the mercenaries skillfully cut them. But life is a series of unpredictable events. Holy shit, the mercenary who was laughing and chatting until yesterday probably didn't know that his head would explode today. Pooh, it's also said to be difficult to encounter a hobgoblin. Kraya. A ferocious roar echoed above the snow-covered winter forest. The fifth sector has been breached. It's a hobgoblin, a hobgoblin. Mercenaries, who had been fighting goblins for a while, spotted a massive being that did not fit the description of a typical goblin. It has threatening and rugged muscles on its brownish and sticky-looking skin. This hobgoblin was nothing like the others. Kraya. This hobgoblin seemed to be the leader of this village. He was pouring out boundless rage upon the human intruders who had killed its kin. What the hell? Why is it here? As the formidable hobgoblin appeared, the mercenaries swiftly withdrew and readied their formations. What are you doing? Get out there right now. We didn't hear anything about a hobgoblin. Do you think you'll get paid for acting like this? Then why don't you go out there yourself, knight? Even the knight who was leading them in a loud voice fell silent at the mercenaries' criticism. This guy, the knight only trembled in anger, but he didn't draw his sword. The knight wasn't particularly skilled even in his youth, and now, after aging considerably, he had long lost his abilities as a knight. Damn it. We can handle it if we charge together. The knight couldn't bring himself to step up, but some of the mercenaries started banding together. If they cooperated well, they might stand a chance against the hobgoblin. However, the individuals in this place were not dispatched as a group from a single mercenary company. Then you should have hired the expensive mercenaries. They had no long-standing camaraderie to rely on, and there was also no one skilled enough to be noticed by the mercenary group in the first place. SS Ruik except for one. I'll do it this time. While the enraged hobgoblin was searching for its next prey, white snowflakes flew up from behind the hobgoblin. The hobgoblin turned its head in response to the disturbance, but it saw nothing but a snowstorm that seemed created by someone. HMPH, one mercenary swiftly approached the hobgoblin with a graceful dash. The sparkle created by the unadorned sword instantly cut through the hobgoblin's heels. Kraya above, I saw it. Hobgoblin, who finally saw the man running towards him, let out an angry roar and struck down his huge club. Pa'og, what kind of strength is this? It was a formidable strength, to say the least. The hobgoblin possessed an incredible power that was difficult to believe, boasting strength far beyond what one would expect from a typical goblin. The aftermath of its strike turned into a lightning bolt made of snow, bounced off at those around it. Fall back, I can't see anything. A pure white curtain made of snow covered everything in the surroundings. Now, and it was now. The moment the mercenary had been waiting for, the hobgoblin brought its club down onto the ground with all its might and it stiffened for a moment. This time, it's for real. The blond man's blue eyes gave off a peculiar glint. The hobgoblin saw it. Even in the mist of snow, it saw the cold and focused gaze fixed upon it. This was unlike the eyes of humans it had seen until now. It was like the gaze of a predator hunting its prey. In an instant, a flash of light colder than snow passed by the hobgoblin's waist. A clean horizontal slash was executed before its upturned eyes could fall to the ground. The sword alone at a moment when everyone else was standing still, and it was a sword path with will, not just a swing. I will cut you. Kraya, the hobgoblin who had been triumphant moments ago, suddenly let out a piercing scream as the solid steel penetrated his skin. Damn it, pull back. It was excellent, but still not enough. Hearing the hobgoblin's ear-piercing scream, the blond man realized that he had not been able to cut down his target with a single blow. Another failure, Kraya, wow. Vlad's sword was not yet ripe enough to cut through the tough hide of the hobgoblin and break its hard bones. Puh! Just as Vlad rolled out of the hobgoblin's reach, a gust of wind swept across the ground where he had been moments before. Are you really that dumb? Can't you do it even if I tell you? Vlad clenched his teeth as he heard the voice echoing in his head. You would be a genius if you could do everything just by following instructions. Regardless of the criticism of voice, Vlad couldn't help but be proud of the strike he had just made. He had created it in just 1 month of serious sword training. It was just that it hadn't finished the job in one blow. It's just a bit of a turnaround. Vlad's eyes lit up as he saw the hobgoblin swinging his club back and forth while holding onto his side. If it doesn't work in one strike, I can just hit it twice. The fact that you think you will get a second chance in a real battle is proof that you are still a brat. Ignoring the voice in his head, Vlad exerted more power in his leg muscles. Vlad utilized his exceptional physical abilities and once again leaped into the snowstorm. Kraya, the hobgoblin swung its club furiously at the approaching unseen silver light, but it was all in vain. Praying Riemann, the white curtain was lifted, and an unbelievable sight unfolded before everyone present in the area. The ruler of this domain was retreating in fear, and the sword path that cut it in half without hesitation. Bright red blood stains spread across the white snow field. Part 2, the aftermath of the recent subjugation in the winter forest. The mercenaries who were well aware of the goblin's trait to collect shiny things were combing through the goblin's tents, scattering across the village. Precisely speaking, only a few of the mercenaries were doing this, while others were eagerly waiting for a chance to approach the scene but refrained from doing so, because they hadn't received permission from the owner. The current owner of this place lay in a state of disarray, a hobgoblin, and the person who had brought it down was a blond man who was rubbing his blood-stained hands in the snow. This place belonged to him from now on. Taking what belonged to the person who defeated it was the unique right of the victor in any world. Captain, you were amazing this time too. There was a man with a bright smile approaching Vlad who was wiping away the blood. Go and take care of my share. I already did it. Who would dare to touch what is yours, Captain? A man who stood out even among the mercenaries of the subjugation party. Do you want to try working with me after this is over? I am not working with swindlers. Come on now. The brown-haired man just smiled despite Vlad's harsh words. Mercenary badge. Vlad stopped what he was doing when he heard the man's whisper. You can't keep using that badge. I know someone who can counterfeit it perfectly. If your tongue is light, your head becomes light too. Got. Too bad. Have I ever caused any harm to you, Captain? Is it a threat or an offer? Vlad pondered as he looked at the man with the long chin who spoke in a whisper, wondering if anyone would see. If it's an offer, I will warn you, but I will kill you if it is a threat. Anyone who intends to exploit his weaknesses would have to face the consequences. Got, who noticed that Vlad's eyes had become heavy, whistled and avoided eye contact. Take your time to think. I said it out of consideration of you, Captain. Got backed off instinctively as if he had perceived Vlad's warning in his gaze. Got, who had been by Vlad's side all along, knew better what happened to the few who ignored this warning. Vlad held the position of the captain of a 10-man team in the subjugation unit, leading only 7 mercenaries. Have you all collected everything? Vlad shouted loudly to his team members as if he didn't want to listen to Got's words anymore. Almost done, Captain. I thought we might find something valuable since there was a hobgoblin. Damn. Even so, the men held various ornaments in their hands. Stop talking nonsense. Gather those things and bring them all to the knight's tent. Everything, we should at least skim off some. Vlad looked at Got with a disdainful eye. There has to be something to leave for them. You idiot, still. And anyway, you're going to skim off anything, at least do it with something big. Why waste time over trivial stuff? There was nothing particularly wrong with what the man named Goat said. Even the knights receiving their share of the loot knew that the mercenaries would sneak away with various items. It was a common practice and an accepted norm among mercenaries. I will keep an eye on things from a distance. However, Vlad had a different perspective from the ordinary mercenaries. While he had grown up in the back alleys, there were adults around him from whom he could learn. He learned from Harvin and Jorge, and even Marcella was also a woman with a lot to learn. Look, these guys have a different mindset. If we have your sword in my mind, if you don't want your head and body spiriated, go away right now. Dealing with those who couldn't understand his words was tiring. Right now, and Vlad hated being tired. Okay, I'm going right now. Got, who had been overwhelmed by the momentum Vlad was giving off earlier, quickly gathered the loot and started running towards the thick-cheeked knight. Hey, keep an eye on me for a bit. Are you going to pray? Yeah, you sure are persistent. Vlad called one of his mercenaries from the group and moved away from the battlefield to a nearby grassy area. Don't come too close. The afternoon sun was streaming through the straight coniferous trees. Vlad planted his sword in the ground, got down on one knee and lowered his head. Oh Lord. Thank you for watching over me today. The golden sunlight rested upon his tousled blonde hair. Although he was at a distance, all the mercenaries in the vicinity were watching him. The sight is killing me. Is he a real noble? At least he can't be from the same background as us, right? Vlad's appearance, bathed in golden light and accompanied by his sword, left no doubt that he resembled a holy knight. Some people who were looking at Vlad whispered that he must be the son of a nobleman who had left his family, while others believed he was an abandoned child of some noble lineage. Vlad exuded an aura of mystery that made it difficult for anyone to approach him lightly. However, if anyone were to get a little closer to the enigmatic figure, they would surely uncover the truth about him. Ah shit, this isn't working. But Dumbus, haven't you heard that the secret to a single strike kill lies in its unpredictability? This person named Riemann wasn't praying. The prayer was only a facade and it was full of only suspicious conversation. Chapter 13. A scruffy-looking child was glaring at someone in a muddy back alley. This child stood out due to an unusual color amidst the street where everyone was dying miserably. That kid, leave him be. He looks hungry. A man who was eating skewers sold at a street stall beckoned to the boy who was staring at him. Come here, yeah, you with the blue eyes. The boy approached as directed by the man, looking just as disheveled as one might expect from a child living off scraps in the back alleys. Where did you come from all beaten up? His eyes were black and bruised, and the shabby clothes that could barely cover his body were torn here and there, evidence of a recent fight. That's a good look you got in your eyes. Despite his wretched appearance, the child's eyes still held a spark of life. The man found it appealing. Here, have another skewer. The burly man received a skewer from the stall owner and handed it to the scrappy-looking kid who seemed like a beggar. Eat, it was a simple act of sympathy. However, the fact that he could evoke sympathy from the people living in this alley meant he had earned his meal. What are you waiting for? Take it. The scent of the grilling meat made the beggar boy's mouth water. I told you to take it. The boy was hesitant, contemplating, and it seemed like he had made a decision. Instead of taking the skewer, the boy spoke to the man. I can do something well. What is it? Anything. The boy looked at him, not at the skewer that man was offering. I can do anything well, just give me a task. The man who hands the skewer to the boy, he appeared to be a shining star in the back alleys. What's your name? The man, who had been observing the boy, became curious. Who is the back alley beggar who confidently talks to himself instead of grabbing the food that will get him through the day? So he asked the name of the boy who looked like he had rolled in the mud and mute, but his eyes still had light in them. Vlad. It was only now that the man met the boy's eyes, which were blue. The man also liked that color. Will you come to my house? And so he decided to take the boy with him, because that color reminded him of someone he had left behind a long time ago. The boy's blue eyes resembled stars. Vlad woke up in the dead of night while everyone was asleep and he was breathing heavily. I've slept enough. It was a dream from a long time ago. It was from a time when even surviving each day was a struggle. Vlad woke up and looked around. The tent was filled with the pungent scent of unfamiliar men and the sounds of snoring. I still smell the scent of Rose's smiles in this barren land. Knowing that sleep would not come easily, Vlad picked up his sword and stepped outside. Maintaining the best possible condition at all times is a basic requirement of a swordsman, Vlad. Vlad didn't respond to the voice. Who's there? Riemann. Where are you going at this time of night? For praying. Riemann, you're more suited to be a priest than a mercenary. Vlad revealed his whereabouts to the personnel on watch and headed towards the hill illuminated by the moonlight. Then he held the sword and closed his eyes. You have survived through many hardships. Have you seen it? The voice seemed to have glimpsed Vlad's dream, because dreams are the manifestation of strong wishes. What did I wish for? The voice didn't answer. I miss it though. There was a man praying under the moonless sky. He had fair blonde hair fluttering in the cold winter wind. But how long do I have to keep talking to myself like a lunatic until you create your own world within your soul? Create a world. Who do you think I am, a god? Simply aligning your intentions with your thoughts is already doing that. Only a strong will can make your world express itself. He appeared to be pretending as such. I guess I'll have to keep doing this crazy thing for a long time. That's up to you, praying Riemann. It was a method he thought of as a last resort because he couldn't mutter to himself in front of others. Do all knights do that? Have a world within their souls, those who handle aura. Well, now that you put it that way, I have nothing to say. And unintentionally, this method was quite effective. The act of praying allowed Vlad to have some uninterrupted time alone, but it also set him apart from the other mercenaries, creating a sense of uniqueness. Uniqueness compared to others, it was another form of expressing something precious. But earlier I did it just like you said, but it didn't work properly. Why didn't it work? However, now the boy was regretting it. When you raise your sword and lean your body, the opponent goes whoosh. Then you go swoosh. No matter how many times I say it, why don't you understand? Really now, because what he was trying to achieve through prayer was failing. There is a saying that no matter how excellent a swordsman is, not all of them can be excellent teachers. That saying was correct. Vlad doesn't even know if the voice was a great swordsman. Do you really think I can understand this? No, I told you to make the swoosh sound when you sway. Oh Lord, please take away this scum of a devil who can't even speak properly. A bulging vein appeared on Vlad's forehead as he listened to the absurd explanation. Kill it or spare me, I hear everything. The voice seemed to be aware that it was terrible at explaining, and it answered in a strangely defeated tone. Just show me once now. You might end up as a puddle of goo, you know. I said I wasn't going on the expedition tomorrow. What was somewhat fortunate was that there were other ways for the boy to learn from the voice. Okay, close your right eye. Vlad followed the voice's instructions and closed his right eye. Then Vlad felt as if his vision was receding for a moment. It felt like taking a step back and looking at the world. Feel it well? Vlad closed his right eye and quietly drew his sword under the moonlight with a different attitude and atmosphere than before. Right now, Vlad seemed like a different person, overwhelming everything around him, including the blowing wind and the ground he stood on. Sneak in with an unexpected move. There was a sense of dominating the world, control the battlefield with insight one step ahead, and he swung the sword. That is the secret of killing with one strike. There was a flash of light under the moonlight that should shine alone. It was a momentary brilliance, but Vlad could feel the flow of air splitting for a moment, the tearing and howling scream of the wind. Open your eye, Vlad. Vlad, who opened his right eye again, staggered and fell to the ground. That was intense. Vlad grimaced and clutched his aching calf. It had only lasted a very short time, but he felt a sharp pain in the muscles that were overloaded beyond their limits. Did you feel it? But Vlad was smiling even through the pain. I get it roughly. He had seen it, felt it, and also had a glimpse of it. The unknown voice had temporarily injected vivid experiences into Vlad's body. And the clever boy was able to learn by following the traces left behind for him. I think I can do it next time. You said the same thing last time. To experience it firsthand, teaching was on a different level compared to teaching through words and demonstrations. Talent by birth and vivid teaching were propelling Vlad's rapid growth. It was as if it was predestined to be this way. The moon is exceptionally bright tonight. Vlad, holding onto his trembling legs, gazed at the night sky. Now it reminds me of that guy whenever I see the moon. The knight who resembled the blue moonlight. He was the first world the boy saw, and he was the one who destroyed Jorge, his own world. I'll destroy the moon one day. You will be able to do it. Vlad was a boy who always looked at the shining stars, even before he saw the star crafted by the old blacksmith. I will avenge Jorge. That star was the most imposing and gigantic star in the back alley. The boy held the broken star he longed for in his heart. That's enough for today, all right. And the star bought with the girl's tears was draped over his shoulder. The blue moonlight was watching the back of the boy going down the hill carrying the star on his shoulder. Part 2, so you were able to deal with the hobgoblin through your improvisation. Late at night, Joseph sat leaning on a chair, looking at the knight reporting to him. With his broad cheeks, a bulky body not hidden by armor, and a rather timid gaze, he appeared unsure if he was truly suited to wielding a sword and living as a knight. Sir Vorden, yes, Lord Joseph. Joseph swallowed a sigh that almost slipped out and spoke. Do I seem like an idiot to you? Joseph knew that he should be furious in this situation, but instead of anger, he found himself wanting to burst into laughter. How ridiculous must I have looked for you to make a report like this? Lord Joseph. The knight before him was mocking himself. It was unclear whether it was to protect himself or to boost his own image, but he was spewing lies in front of Joseph, the commander of the expedition. Over 20 mercenaries followed you. Do you think not a single word they said reached my ears? He remained silent. Zayar, who was standing next to Joseph, was breathing heavily as he watched Vorden rolling his eyes. Joseph knew that if he were to order Zayar to kill Vorden right here, that ugly face would end up rolling on the floor. Remember my words today. Thank you for your forgiveness, Lord Joseph. However, Joseph could not tell him to kill the knight called Vorden. It was because this incompetent, stupid, old damn bastard was one of the few knights in the family that followed him. Trash. As soon as Vorden left the tent, Joseph clasped his head and let out a sigh of exasperation. Even though the Vayezid family revered the military, not all of their knights possessed remarkable skills. The term knight referred to someone who wielded a sword, but it was also a title. I wish my damn family would just collapse into ruin, then I would behead him without hesitation. The Bayezid family had a high threshold, and having the money and connections to overcome it meant that knights like Vorden could emerge. That can also be said to be strength and skill. Does my father see me as a trash can? Is that why he pushes only garbage in front of me? Now, with a boiling anger, Joseph stood up and spoke with trembling lips. Please calm down. I need a sharp sword, not the kind of trash sword. In Joseph's shadowy eyes there was a fiery desire like flames. If I have that, there's no reason for me to be left behind by my brother. He sighed heavily. He admitted that he lacked skills, but he couldn't bear to be judged for something he was born with that he didn't have. All of the heads of the Bayezid family so far were among the knights representing that era. His father, Peter Bayezid, was no exception, and his brother Rutger Bayezid was also a person with the talent to become a knight representing the next generation. God doesn't give everything. Lord Joseph, you have much more than what you lack. Zayar's words were accurate. Joseph was not born with a healthy body, but he was carrying weapons that Rutger did not have. He did possess many other things. A sharp mind, a calm demeanor, a strong spirit, and even great support from my maternal family. Of course, all these qualities were considered secondary in the Bayezid family, which revered the military. Did you find it? Yes, Joseph thought. If he couldn't become the sword himself, he would become the one who wielded the sword in place of it. Is he a noble? No. Or is he a promising member of some swordsmanship guild? He is not tied to any particular group. Joseph's lips curled up in response to Zayar's report. He is a man without a master. That's right, they say he's from the back alleys of Shora. If there was no sword for him to wield, he would create one himself if he had to, as long as it could be perfected. All right, it's late now, so I will meet him tomorrow. Understood. Joseph sat back in his chair as he watched Zayar quietly exit the tent. Alone in the tent, he carefully considered his options. What do you want, Vlad? Joseph never gave up. What must I offer you so you won't refuse me, Vlad? He was always the one fighting to survive. In the flickering candlelight, his eyes held a strange desire. Chapter 14. Vlad felt terrible pain when he woke up the next morning. Getting up is painful and opening my eyes is tormenting, especially if the air outside is cold. Got, what's for breakfast today? Some strange meat stew. I feel sick. Vlad, who had a rough night's sleep, realized that even the morning meal wasn't going to help him, so he got up from his spot. I won't eat breakfast today. Are you going to the priest again? Got, who was about to go to the food distribution area with this empty bowl, looked at Vlad with envious eyes. Should I pray too? You're already in trouble from the word prayer. As Vlad opened the tent, the early morning sunlight began to shine through. It's cold. It was a wonderful sight, but it also seemed to be getting boring after camping in the winter field for about a month. I got here first. No, why isn't our pot even boiling yet? The meal had a strange and salty taste, but the fact that the employer provided meals itself meant that this place had an excellent working environment. Vlad passed the mercenaries who were yelling for a bowl of stew and stood in the front of a tent. The tent was smaller than the one where Joseph Vayezid, the commander of the subjugation force, was located, but it had a neat and tidy feeling instead. Priest, I'm here. A warm atmosphere emanated from inside the tent when Vlad lifted the tent flap. Oh, Riemann, come on in, I was just about to have breakfast. Priest Andrea, the owner of the tent, welcomed Vlad with a bright smile. Priest, I hope you spent your last night peacefully. I am always at peace. Priest Andrea graciously led the man, who had come in with a cold winter wind, to a seat at the table. Please have a seat. Priest Andrea instructed one of his young deacons to prepare an extra portion of breakfast for their guest. I heard you went to pray last night too. I couldn't sleep. It must have been cold. When you're in the embrace of the Lord, what does the cold matter? Haha. You seem more like a priest than I do. Vlad exchanged greetings with Priest Andrea, but his gaze remained fixed on the young boy who was bringing something. Wheat bread. It was also soft white wheat bread, not hard black bread. Joseph, the commander of the punitive force, was said to be a faithful believer, so the devotion he gave to the priest was indeed admirable. Let us pray. I haven't come here for a meal. I've just come to greet you, priest. Today let us thank the Lord for providing us with daily bread. Vlad was only saying no on the outside, and Priest Andrea, who was in his 50s, could already see through Vlad's true intentions. He simply overlooked it and protected Vlad's pride. Let us eat this food and gain strength so that we can exert even more effort in doing good work. Andrea discreetly glanced at the blond man who was praying in front of him. He is truly an exceptional young man. Priest Andrew was so renowned that Joseph bowed his head to bring him here. His reputation didn't come from preaching or connections, it came from his own deeds. Even though he was over 50 years old, he was widely known not only to nobles but also to commoners as he followed the monster hunting expeditions spread throughout the land, defeating evil beings and blessing the soldiers. He hasn't lost his faith even in the most wretched places. What a beautiful sight it is. To Father Andrea, the existence of a man named Riemann came as a small shock. A young man who sought the will of God even as a mercenary leading a tough life. For Andrea, the existence of Riemann, who takes care of himself and always bows to God even among those rough individuals, was like a revelation. This too must be a fate given by God. While there were those who feigned prayer out of necessity, Riemann was a young man who always sought God even in places where he was not present. Please have some food. Yes, priest. He prayed while eating, prayed while sleeping, and even prayed while fighting monsters. To anyone who looked, he was truly genuine. What such a person desired was simply a warm breakfast. It is such a waste for this young man to be here. So Priest Andrea resolved to lead this young man who would wander bloody battlefields until his death to find the will of God. White bread. It's quite precious. You may have as much as you want. Thank you, Priest Andrea smiled as he saw the humble young man with tears in his eyes, grateful for even a piece of bread. By the way, yes, priest, Vlad, who was pouring soup over bread and smirking at the mercenaries outside eating the strange stew, spoke. I knew you had good sword skills, and it seems that this also reached Lord Joseph's ears. Really? Priest Andrea, who had been looking at Vlad with a contented smile, said in a cheerful tone, Last night, Sir Zayar came to me and asked various questions about you. I told him that you are a truly faithful young man and that I look forward to your future. Vlad, who had been shoving the bread into his mouth until it was about to burst, stopped for a moment in response to Priest Andrea's words. So I recommended you. Oh, it was indeed an unusual response, but Priest Andrea mistakenly thought that Vlad was pleased. There were noble families contacting him even now, asking for recommendations, but Priest Andrea didn't easily write recommendation letters. He was a strict priest who sought only the will of God, refusing even the position of a bishop in a city. The Vayezid family that Lord Joseph belongs to is a prestigious noble family in the north. Just the opportunity to work there would be a much better environment than now. Thank you, priest. Priest Andrea gave Vlad a wink and said, but Vlad only responded with an awkward smile. Gulp. The sound of the bread lump fully stuffed in his cheek seemed strangely loud. It had been some time since Vlad's morning meal with Priest Andrea ended, and he was praying once again. I guess I was doing something too conspicuous. There was no other way. My swordsmanship can only be learned through practical experience. The reason why Vlad volunteered for the monster subjugation unit in the city of Varna was because he had no immediate place to rely on, but it was also the result of a voice recommending that there was no better place to practice swordsmanship. Wasn't being close to the priest the problem? I had to check. Vlad hadn't intended it, but his connection with Priest Andrea made him want to experiment with something. So are you now sure that I'm not an evil being? A being that had settled in Vlad's soul after being hit by the black lightning. If the voice that even couldn't identify itself really came from evil, then he needed to be very careful about his future actions. I heard that Priest Andrea was so renowned and strong in divine power that he was recommended for the position of bishop. The fact that such a person could not recognize the identity of the voice in his soul at least means that the voice within Vlad did not originate from evil. I think we are good since I didn't get caught. Even a priest at the bishop level could not recognize the evil inside him. In any case, meeting Priest Andrea here had been fortunate in many ways. Should I have just given them the slip? Is it too late to run away now? Well, with your skills, they might turn a blind eye to small forgery like a mercenary badge, don't you think? If they don't turn a blind eye, they might hang me, you know, a connection with a renowned priest. And a meeting with a son of the Count family. All of these were incredible opportunities that a run-of-the-mill mercenary could only dream of. But the problem was that all of these opportunities were built upon a false identity. If they start asking too many questions, it might eventually lead to revealing that I've killed people. Then it's not just identity fraud but murder charges too. Now that I think about it, you're quite ruthless. But you're an accomplice too. It would be better to run away. It was too conspicuous. Vlad had always lived in the shadows, hiding in back alleys unnoticed by others, but now he had become a much more visible figure than he had intended. In that case, I'll make a run for it around dinner time. This particular monster subjugation mission was supposed to be paid once a month. Fortunately, he had received his monthly pay a few days ago, so he wouldn't be missing out on much. And if he ran away with Gott, who was eager to help with the counterfeit identity, they could create a convincing fake identity badge. If he left, this wouldn't happen again. It's a shame because the working conditions are good, but now it's time to leave. However, it won't be easy to run away. Why? The voice spoke to Vlad, who was pretending to pray for a while and planning his escape as if expressing the difficulty. Someone is approaching from behind. Judging by their aura, they are at least a high-level knight. What? Vlad urgently turned to look behind him at the voice's warning. There was a middle-aged man approaching Vlad. Did he sense my presence? He is more useful than I thought. A one-eyed knight with a shining breastplate and a small shield on his back. Lord Joseph wishes to see you. Looking at the stern gaze of the man named Zayar, Vlad could tell that he had no control over the situation that was about to unfold. I should have just run away yesterday. Vlad sighed internally, but he stood up with a composed expression and said, "It is an honor that Lord Joseph wishes to meet me. Did you know I was coming?" Even when backed into a corner, he had to put up a front of some sort. Jorge had once said that maintaining an unwavering expression during card games was a most important skill in itself. I heard from Priest Andrea that he recommended me. To be honest, I've been looking forward to this for a while. Zayar narrowed his only one eye as he watched the pale young mercenary treat him with a resolute attitude. "Follow me," and he wondered how long that confident appearance would remain. As Vlad walked behind Zayar, he couldn't help but think about his options. Should I make a run for it now? But the voice in his mind eventually convinced him to follow along. Don't even think about escaping. A knight of his level would make your struggle futile. Damn it. The fact that the voice was reading his thoughts meant that his actions were predictable to some extent. And the man named Zayar ahead was likely anticipating his actions as well. No, he had already anticipated them, because his left hand naturally rested on the sword handle. Well, I have no other choice. Externally confident but inwardly apprehensive, Vlad stood in front of the largest tent among those set up at the encampment. "Bow your head as soon as you see Lord Joseph." "How long should I keep bowing?" "Until you receive permission." Having received some brief instructions before meeting Joseph, Vlad took a deep breath and followed Zayar into the tent. That's unexpected. He had expected the tent's interior to be grand and flashy based on its exterior appearance, but it was quite the opposite. It was equipped with everything one would expect, and the arrangement of items was not overly extravagant. It was a setting that allowed him to catch a glimpse of what kind of person Joseph might be. "Lord Joseph." "Yes, have you come, Sir Zayar?" When Joseph's voice was heard from inside the tent, Vlad lowered his head as he had been taught. He thought it would be better to just lower his head. To be honest, he was quite nervous. He's quite a figure. If he had been in a back alley, he might have never seen such a person in his entire life. Joseph Vayezid, the second son of Count Vayezid. Although he had no title, he had the same status as a prince of a country in the county of Vayezid. "I finally got to see it." "Nice to meet you." "It's an honor to meet you too, Lord Joseph." Vlad heard Joseph's voice from up ahead. The voice was not imposing, but it had an eerie sense of presence. "So, are there any inconveniences during the mission?" Joseph asked. "Everyone here is grateful for your consideration, Lord Joseph." Joseph smiled as he saw the mercenary answering without hesitation, even though he was very nervous. He looks bold, Joseph thought. However, whether he was truly bold remained to be seen. He would be tested in the upcoming interaction. "Your name is Riemann, right?" "Yes, you don't have a surname." "No, you have blonde hair and blue eyes, so I thought you might be the son of a fallen noble." Vlad was used to living under such misunderstandings, so he could answer this question without hesitation. "Let's see, how old are you now?" But the next question that Joseph posed left Vlad in a deep silence. Vlad's silence hung heavily in the atmosphere inside the tent. It was as though the weight of the world had descended upon them. I'm 31 years old." Reluctantly, Vlad answered. He felt like he was swallowing poison, but he had no choice but to answer truthfully because his age was written on his mercenary badge. The mercenary named Riemann, whom he poisoned, was 31 years old. He was the youngest man among the three mercenaries. "Oh," Vlad raised his head in surprise upon hearing Joseph's peculiar exclamation. "A black-haired man with dark eyeshadow. You have such a baby face." He may have appeared frail, but he had a mysterious glow hidden behind his dark eyeshadows, and those eyes were directed precisely at Vlad, accompanied by a chilling smirk. Chapter 15. In the flickering candlelight, Vlad saw a hint of a smirk as he looked at Joseph. It was a smile of a victor, exuding confidence in controlling the situation. "I got caught." Vlad was born in the back alleys and his birth was not even registered properly, so he needed a false identity to join the monster subjugation unit recruited under the name of a lord. It meant having something like a mercenary badge from someone he had killed. "That face does not look 31 years old. Is being young looking something you're born with? It's one of the few things I'm proud of." Vlad replied with the utmost politeness while looking at Joseph with a faint smile. "Zayar, yes." However, Joseph was not an easygoing person. Whack, a harsh slap struck Vlad. It was the kind of slap that he could have dodged but should not have avoided. "Understand this once. You were born and raised up in the back alleys, so do you really think you know how to treat nobility?" Joseph was smiling while looking at Vlad, who was bleeding from the nose. It was a smile that seemed to say, "I know everything. I really hate lies. I should have told you this in advance." A strange desire rose up in Joseph's pitch-black eyes. "Name, Vlad. Age, I'm 16. I'll be 17 after this winter." "Haha," Joseph clapped his hands in joy at Vlad's answer. "Excellent." Vlad decided to stay quiet, even though he couldn't quite understand what was excellent. There was a knight glaring at him fiercely from behind. "Yes, you went through a lot coming from Shora to here. You knew everything." This time I did well not to lie. The black-haired man in front of him had already fully grasped his situation. "It's been confirmed that your mother was a prostitute, but we could not find out about your father." Do you happen to know who your father is? It's quite a funny joke to ask a prostitute's child about his father. Vlad answered sarcastically without realizing he was in an oppressive atmosphere, and he was immediately punished. KRGH, be polite, kiddo. Vlad, unable to withstand the blow that struck him in the back of his knee, fell to one knee. No, it was quite an amusing joke. Joseph scratched his head as he looked at Vlad, who was kneeling in front of him. Well, you must have killed one somewhere to get that mercenary badge, and we have already figured out why you fled from Shora. Joseph thought to himself. He already had the background information, but he was genuinely curious about the golden-haired young man in front of him. Where did you learn swordsmanship? How did a young man who had spent his entire life surviving in the back alleys acquire such incredible skills? Who did he learn from and under what circumstances? And why did he possess such talent given his background? It was enough to pique the interest of the second son of the Vayezid family, accompanied by shining swords. Joseph was too curious about what was hidden in Vlad's blue eyes. However, the person who had to answer the question simply kept his mouth shut. SSSSHH, the sound of a sword being drawn quietly could be heard from behind Vlad. Answer him? Vlad, who was muttering quietly with his head down, made eye contact with Joseph as if he had made up his mind. He was a teacher who appeared like lightning and disappeared like the wind. Joseph found himself getting drawn into Vlad's words without even realizing it. Vlad's words were enough to arouse someone's interest. He never revealed his name, he said. Vlad's blue eyes did not waver, because it wasn't a lie this time. A one-man ever-winning secret not be disclosed to anyone. All right, Joseph nodded his head. He had some doubts and suspicions, but Joseph couldn't untie all the knots of secrets piled up at this moment. I'm sorry for being harsh with you. I don't know about you, but I'm in a pretty difficult situation right now. Unravel one knot at a time. I have a proposal for you. Please go ahead, Lord Joseph, Vlad answered politely. Although a multitude of thoughts raced through his mind, he maintained his composure. I want to sponsor you. Yes, Joseph's sudden proposal left Vlad momentarily surprised. He had come here by deceiving and killing people and assuming a false identity, yet Joseph was offering to sponsor him. Do you not want to rise to a higher position than you are now, Vlad of Shora? Joseph waved a card Vlad couldn't refuse. Knighthood, power, freedom, survival, their eyes met. The two men were able to recognize what the other wanted in each other's eyes. Clang, a loud sound echoed through the encampment in the morning. Despite the early hour, mercenaries had all gathered where the sounds were coming from. They were there to witness a spectacle they rarely had the opportunity to see. Can he hold his ground? His opponent is Sir Zayar after all. He's just letting him win, of course. A one-eyed knight and the blonde young man were facing each other with their swords crossed. Has he become Sir Zayar's disciple? He certainly has extraordinary skills. I heard he's over 30. There was someone here who believed that. The sight of a knight-level person practicing swordsmanship was not an easy sight for mercenaries to see. Furthermore, the opponent who was receiving that swordsmanship was someone they were very familiar with. Arg, you arrogant brat. In that case, there would be no better spectacle than this. Regardless of what the person who has to receive the sword thinks. Do you really think you can hold your head high in front of Lord Joseph with these mere skills? Along with the feeling of a heavy wooden sword, there was a voice whispering so that only Vlad could hear it. Vlad did his best to endure Zayar's intimidating gaze, as if he were about to be devoured, but he couldn't do the same with the sword he was swinging. You really don't know your place. No matter how you framed it as a sparring match, the knight named Zayar was considered a formidable figure even within the Vayezid family. The knight's swing contained a force that would be difficult for a mere brat to accept. Clang, the wooden sword flashed continuously without respite. Zayar moved with a constant search for openings. Vlad was deeply flustered by Zayar's movements, which exposed dozens of his vulnerabilities with each step. Zayar was aiming meticulously for Vlad's weak points. Vlad had talent but lacked experience, and those weaknesses were painfully clear from his perspective but perfectly exploited by Zayar from the other side. Darn it! When he was in the back alleys, he learned the basics from Jorge, and after escaping from Shora, he had been instructed in swordsmanship by the voice. He had even defeated Hobgoblin with those skills. However, now he was being pushed around like a training dummy in the training field. The difference in skill is overwhelming. He felt it to his core. He was indeed nothing more than an amateur, just as the voice had said. If you don't dodge this one, you might die. Lord Joseph will be sad if I die. Seeing you're still talking means you'll probably dodge well enough. The gap in skill and status was clear. He was in a completely different league from the beginning. This is what a knight is like. It was beyond comparison to Jorge and was a different type of sword than Godin's. That sword swung down toward his head and Vlad had to make a split-second decision. Should he dodge it, but it would follow him? Should he block it? It was too powerful. Then swish, the wooden swords clashed, making a sound that seemed too slippery. Unknowingly, the mercenaries around them held their breath. Hiya, it's Riemann as expected, he had a move. Despite the vast difference in their levels, the mercenaries were people who knew how to wield a sword. Thus, they could appreciate how extraordinary the scene in front of them was. The positions of the two swords changed in the blink of an eye. He managed to evade. As someone said, Vlad succeeded in deflecting Zayar's sword. Yes, that's good enough. Or rather, he was granted permission to evade the strikes. Cough, cough, beads of sweat clung to Vlad's chin and he looked pitiful. Were you really going to kill me? It's not like there aren't squires dying when knights learn swordsmanship. The one-eyed knight spoke with a smile, but Vlad, who was on the receiving end, was trembling. Will it continue like this in the future? We'll keep sparring like this in the future. Can't you go a little easier on me? Zayar smiled and answered Vlad, who fell down as his legs had given out without him realizing it. Why, it seems easy enough. Isn't there something odd about your eyes? Is this what someone who seems easygoing looks like? Zayar responded to Vlad's small grumbling by fiddling with his eye patch. You may be missing one eye, but your vision is correct, so don't worry. Vlad closed his eyes as he watched Zayar leaving the training ground, saying that the morning sparring was over, and muttered in a low voice. You don't even give me a bit of advice. Sometimes you learn by taking hits. He grumbled quietly to express his dissatisfaction, but the voice simply responded as if it were self-evident. It was excellent sparring. He is honing your skills by chipping away at the rough edges in your body. The voice's assessment was accurate. The voice was building up Vlad's skills by passing on what he knew, but Zayar was chipping away at the rough stone called Vlad through sparring that felt like a real fight. To be a little sharper and a little brighter, that was an area of teaching that the voice couldn't provide. Seems like I have no allies anywhere. With that remark, Vlad closed his eyes so he wouldn't have seen the satisfied smile on Zayar's face as he left. Zayar, who had beaten Vlad early in the morning, entered the tent where his lord was. Lord Joseph, come in. Joseph was sitting there, waiting for him, even skipping breakfast. What do you think after seeing him yourself? He's quite promising. To what extent? If he was a child of a noble family, even the count would have taken notice. As expected, my eyes didn't deceive me. Joseph smiled deeply as he heard Zayar's evaluation about Vlad. However, as I mentioned before, the problem is his lack of manners and his arrogance. Etiquette is something that can be taught gradually. I think I have the right person for the job in front of me right now. Vlad may have gotten what he wanted from last night's conversation, but he had also incurred Zayar's wrath. A sword without loyalty cannot be trusted. I wouldn't have believed him even if he had respectfully bowed to me as soon as he saw me. Joseph's eyes sparkled as he thought back to last night's conversation. I'm just glad he showed his true intentions by speaking his mind. Last night, Vlad dared to speak to him with his head held high. He said he had things he had to do. Perhaps it's for the best. Maybe a relationship where we both get what we want is more suitable. Zayar could only nod in response to Joseph's words. Although he was not born with a strong body and a talent for the sword, Joseph was not talentless. He had the talent called the qualities of a monarch. Isn't he just like a wolf, arrogant, untrustworthy, and seems to live for his own sake? Zayar understood it well. Even though Joseph was speaking to him at the moment, he was actually looking at someone else. Even if he's such a wolf, I will eventually tame him with time and a little patience. Wolves are free creatures, which makes them even more desirable. Isn't that right, Sir Zayar? It will be as you wish, Lord Joseph. Joseph decided not to rush, because it took time to build a cage large enough to make the wolf feel that it is free. Chapter 16. The mission of the subjugation unit raised in the city of Varna was reaching its final stages. They have mobilized mercenaries to reduce the number of monsters in the forest, so next spring they will be able to release sheep and cows into the fields with peace of mind. Although the results were not significant enough to please Joseph, the commander of the subjugation unit, those bastards who couldn't even say a word to Vlad. When Vlad became Zayar's squire and naturally left the mercenaries, Got became the new leader of the 4th squad. Now there were only 6 members left, including himself. Since it's almost over, let's endure. Typically, the position of a squad leader should be taken by the strongest and most influential person. However, now that the subjugation was coming to an end, it practically became a position for taking care of trivial matters. In other words, Got was pushed into troublesome tasks. Why is the fog so thick in winter? For this reason, despite being the leader of a squad, Got was out in the middle of the night standing watch, the last camp before the final subjugation. Got looked at the surrounding mist, the approaching sleep, the cold weather, and missed his sleeping bag at the camp. Anything unusual? There doesn't seem to be anything special. There was a man suddenly coming out of the fog towards Got, who was yawning for a long time. The man had short-cropped black hair and a thick build. Stay alert and keep up the good work. Yes, Sir Roderick, Knight Roderick. For Joseph, who had few knights loyal to him, Roderick was the only one who could do his bidding aside from Zayar. And it was also the reason why Got, who was far from diligent, focused on the role of standing watch. Tisk, he is so sturdy that a single needle won't get through him. As Roderick passed by, Got muttered in an inaudible voice. The presence of Roderick, who values discipline and rules anytime and anywhere, was a burden to the mercenaries. Shall I close my eyes for a moment now? Since he just went on patrol, he could probably relax for a while. Just as Gott was about to close his eyes. What are you doing here? Roderick's voice echoed through the thick fog. Hasn't he left yet? Gott opened his eyes wide and tried to find Roderick by relying on the torches scattered around. What do you mean you are looking for a child? Who is he talking to? In the dark night, amidst the thick fog. Although the visibility was not clear, it was evident that Roderick was having a conversation with someone. But the strange thing was that while Roderick's voice was clear, the voice of the person he was talking to was not audible at all. Now that I see, you look like a crazy woman. I am not your child. Child, in the strange conversation that didn't seem to make sense, Gott found himself unknowingly focusing on the direction from which Roderick's voice could be heard. However, Roderick's voice that had been coming through the fog seemed to have stopped, as if it were suddenly cut off. What's going on? Sensing something odd, Gott left his post and quietly moved towards the direction where the sound had been coming from. Although his sword skills were not remarkable, Gott possessed the ability to move discreetly like a swindler. Step, step, all he could hear was his own footsteps on the snow, and there was no sign of Roderick, who had been talking to anyone just a moment ago. Where is he going? Yet in the distance, Roderick could be seen walking towards the illuminated edge of the torch. What's that? But there was something strange. It was circling around Roderick as he walked towards the forest. The moment Gott vaguely confirmed its identity, a chill ran down his spine. What is that? A faint figure in the dense fog. It was a woman with long hair. The woman's hair was swirling around Roderick as if she had no physical body to run with. So I plan to return to Varna as soon as this subjugation unit returns. Joseph stretched his words as he looked around at the knights. A peculiar atmosphere enveloped them. The knights avoided making eye contact with Joseph as if they were somehow embarrassed, and amidst them Zayar had a vague smile which was the complete opposite. I hope you prepare accordingly. Yes, understood, Lord Joseph. Well then, that's how it should be. After finishing his words, Joseph turned his head to survey the knights. More precisely, he was looking at the squires standing behind the knights. Behind each knight stood squires assisting them. They all seemed to be in a disheveled state. Vorden's squire with swollen eyes was in relatively better condition. Bloodshot eyes, cracked lips, and an expression that seemed somewhat frightened. Only Vlad, standing behind Zayar, had a clean face and an expression that seemed to convey utter confusion. Dismissed then, cough with such fierceness, as expected of those from the back alleys tusk. Although it was unclear to whom they were speaking, the knights said a few words one by one and left the tent. As soon as all the knights except Zayar left the tent, Joseph looked at Vlad with sad eyes. Did you hit him? I'm not sure what you're talking about. I hate lies. There was a brief hazing last night. Hazing? As Zayar's hand was about to rise, Vlad quickly responded. They wanted to receive senior treatment. Currently, Vlad officially held the position of Zayar's squire. Despite some complicated stories, at least it seemed that way in the eyes of others. And it is usually a ceremony where newcomers introduce themselves, right? So I just showed them what they wanted to see. Typically, unless in special circumstances, the position of a knight's squire was given to the children of nobles or wealthy families who aspired to become knights. In the first place, it was the same as the position one had to go through to become a knight, so even though the position of squire involved doing chores, it could be said to be a position that ordinary people could not even dream of. In the world where these precious young masters gathered, having an unfamiliar fellow like him around was undoubtedly a problem that needed to be addressed at least once from their perspective. Well, it's 100 times better than getting beaten up and coming back. When Joseph's gaze turned towards Zayar, he shrugged and responded. Boys of that age grow up fighting with each other. It seems to put you in a good mood for some reason. Everyone hopes for their dog to be better than other dogs of different homes. Although Vlad was compared with a dog, he dared not express dissatisfaction, as the presence of the two people here was too overwhelming. Well, I suppose that's true from my perspective as well. Joseph nodded in understanding at Zayar's words. Bam, At that moment, Zayar's palm struck the back of Vlad's head. There. Don't come back after getting beaten up anywhere else except by me. Is this a compliment? If you're a knight, you should be on alert as if it's a real battle anytime, anywhere. You just died once. Vlad could only rub the back of his head at Zayar's actions, not knowing whether he was criticizing or praising him. No need to use this guy. Not right now. Did you hear? Go out. Unlike regular knights, Zayar served as the closest guard to Joseph. All right, I'll go. The words also meant that there was no need to stick close to Zayar all day like the other squires. Vlad left the tent and muttered in a quiet voice that no one could hear. He spars with me twice a day. It's getting monotonous. Kid, that is truly a golden opportunity. The voice spoke to Vlad, who was scratching the back of his head and quietly complaining. If others were in your shoes, they would gladly pay to spar with Zayar. He's a knight of that much value. It just seems like he wants to hit me. That's why the quality of the sparring has improved. Enthusiasm is crucial no matter where you are. Morning and evening sparring with Zayar was the only fixed routine for Vlad. Apart from that, Vlad had all the free time in the world. Now that he was no longer a mercenary, there was no need for him to venture into the forest for subjugation, and there were plenty of mercenaries around in order to do the chores for him. I should go see Priest Andrea. It will be convenient in one way or another to build a relationship with an influential person. Immediately after the mask of Riemann was removed and his true face was revealed, Vlad confessed his sins like a lamb in front of Andrea. There are times when honesty is the answer. A head-on breakthrough is the cleanest way. A relationship with a prestigious priest was worth putting aside one's pride. God forgives everything. Just as I am here now for you to hear your words. Even if Vlad deceived him, Priest Andrea listened to all of Vlad's confessions and forgave him. He even expressed gratitude for coming to him and confessing all his sins. He was indeed a priest worthy of admiration. If you consistently show your face, there will come a day when you earn his favor. There were some crises over the past few days, but in the end he became a knight squire and his relationship with Priest Andrea became stronger again, so Vlad took the best he could from this monster subjugation mission. Well, how about chopping some firewood? To impress Andrea, Vlad started chopping firewood for him. Captain Riemann, no captain. In the midst of chopping wood, a desperate voice called out to Vlad. When did you return? Even though Vlad showed a disinterested reaction, Gott looked around anxiously and spoke urgently. Captain, why are you calling me your captain? I'm not a captain anymore. Then Vlad, don't act like we're close. No, then what should I call you? Gott was protesting in an aggrieved voice, but he cautiously approached Vlad, who was chopping firewood as if this was not the time. What? I'm planning to escape from here tonight. Why? Don't forget that I'm saying this only as goodwill. Consider it goodwill for later when you laugh about it. Vlad chuckled at the goodwill expressed by the swindler. Sure, what do you want to say? Don't take my words lightly. I've seen it with my own eyes. It was only then that Vlad put down the axe he had been using to chop firewood, as Gott's demeanor was completely different from usual. What is it? Gott said in a low voice, looking at Vlad, who was finally ready to listen to him. That forest, the forest we're subduing. With a trembling voice and uncertain gaze, Gott continued. That forest is cursed. What? The swindler's words seemed to carry genuine sincerity. We've had some deserters so far, right, even though the pay is good and the working conditions aren't bad here. That's true. While Vlad was getting more absorbed in Gott's story, Gott spoke in a hushed voice. All those deserters, they were taken by the forest. Not just deserters, but real missing people. What? Are you saying there are ghosts in the forest kidnapping people? Certainly, there were deserters even in a decent working environment. However, since mercenaries by nature were individuals who preferred to move freely and do as they pleased, Vlad had simply overlooked it. There is a ghost, I saw it for real. You're insane. Just leave. Although Vlad had entertained the somewhat plausible story, he rapidly lost interest when absurd and vague statements started coming out. Even the knight went missing during this subjugation. It's not a lie until Gott's next words. What? And I investigated once when I returned, you know. When Gott said that the knight was missing, Vlad sensed that the situation was unusual. The ones who are still missing. When does a swindler tell a lie? It is only a moment when he benefits. They all had black hair. What, however, for Gott, now wasn't the time for such matters. Vlad looked at Gott again, realizing the gravity of the situation. Isn't it strange? All of them had black hair. He was truly afraid. Chapter 17. There were men moving through the white snow. About 20 men, all armed with vicious weapons, walked cautiously, scanning their surroundings with sharp eyes. Can we trust that guy? Zayar asked Vlad, who was walking beside his horse. I can't trust him. He seems like a swindler, Vlad replied. Vlad answered while looking at the mercenary walking ahead. He was Gott. He turned his head and looked at Vlad with resentful eyes. He had an unfair look in his eyes, as if saying, that's how you pay my goodwill. I can't trust him, but at least he doesn't seem insane. And he's the only witness. After hearing the report that Knight Roderick was missing, Joseph stopped all preparations for his return and organized a search party to find the missing person. Maybe this is an opportunity. The weight of a mercenary going missing versus a knight from a noble family going missing was different. This incident raised strong doubts about Joseph's capabilities and could lead to severe reprimands. However, Joseph did not panic due to the accident that occurred under his responsibility. Discovering unusual trends like this may be more beneficial than mediocre subjugation achievements. A man who remained calm even in sudden crises, seizing opportunities in moments of danger, that was Joseph of the Vayezid family. Black-haired, Zayar was very disturbed by the report that men with the same hair color as his lord Joseph were missing. It does seem suspicious. Still, there's nothing we can do. Zayar's top priority was always to protect Joseph, but this time he had no choice. Knight Roderick had gone missing, so someone stronger than him needed to step up to handle the situation. And although they couldn't be sure, they had to take into account the existence of the woman who had taken Roderick. In that case, the only person among them capable of handling all of this was Zayar, a knight skilled in handling aura. There are 3 knights left at the base camp, so there's no need to worry too much, right? That's because there aren't any decent ones. Wouldn't it have been better if I had stayed? But they are still better than you. Zayar's judgment was likely correct. It was natural that the knights who had been using the sword formally for more than 10 years were at a much better level than Vlad, who had only been picking up the sword in earnest for over a month. Only Vorden, who bought his knighthood with money, might have skill levels comparable to or worse than Vlad. However, Vlad had no reason to be disappointed by Zayar's harsh evaluation. If Vlad really had poor skills, he wouldn't have been brought to the search party right now. It's over there. Gott, who was leading the search party, pointed ahead with trembling hands. A place where there are still traces of the subjugation team camping. It was the same place where Gott had stood for watch, and now, the search party arrived at the location where Roderick had gone missing, and everyone became vigilant. Did you check the forest? No traces at all. Yes, that's correct. The mercenary who was a hunter searched but couldn't find a single footprint. The command of the subjugation team was left hanging with Roderick absent, and the one who took the initiative, even if briefly, to search for him and lead the unit was Roderick's squire. I did my best, but it was a reasonable initial response, but that was the extent of his capabilities. The fact Gott's quick return to the base camp from the subjugation team, even before others, was possible because of the squire's lax command. Fine, Zayar scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes and tied his horse to a nearby stake. From now on, he had to venture into the mountain himself. From now on, we will form groups of 3 and search the surroundings. And be in each other's field of vision. Yes, the serious situation of a knight's disappearance, the presence of Zayar as a commander, and the existence of Vlad, who had been controlling the mercenaries. Although they were just mercenaries gathered from different places, at this moment they moved swiftly and efficiently like well-trained soldiers. You 2 are coming with me. Among the groups of 3, Zayar was accompanied by the squire, Vlad, and the only witness to the incident, Gott. Captain, how could you do this to me? People shouldn't be treated like this. I'll make it up to you later. This is a scam taking advantage of people's goodwill. Although Gott was speaking in a quiet voice out of awareness of Zayar, his voice was gradually becoming more and more aggressive. I said sorry. Vlad was listening to the complaints of a swindler for being scammed, but his eyes were keenly tracing someone's trail. Honestly, he wasn't paying much attention to Gott's words. Do you see anything? No, Vlad replied. He had been diligently searching for any suspicious traces, but he did not find anything on the snow-covered mountain path. Useless, I'm from the city. How do you find someone who goes missing in a back alley? I usually grab anyone and beat them up. You are really useless. For Vlad, who had lived in the city his whole life, it was something that could not be helped. Vlad knew how to make a fire, but he had never learned tracking skills to find traces. Zayar sighed, thinking there would be a lot to teach Vlad. The sun will set in a little while. Zayar looked at the setting sun, confirming that there wasn't much time left for searching. This place where the search party is now located was a half-day's walk from the base camp. Taking that into account, they set off before the sun rose, but the sun was bound to set quickly in the mountains. As Zayar pondered when to stop the search, he saw something, a frozen river. There was a forest beyond that. Did we search beyond that river? As far as I know, we didn't cross the river, sir. Upon Gott's response, Zayar thought, we won't find anything here. They had already searched in the forest. There were no traces of a battle, let alone footprints. If Roderick were to be found, it wouldn't be here. The mysterious woman with a floating head was also unlikely to be found here. To find them, they needed to search further away, somewhere they hadn't explored yet. We'll cross the river. Crossing the river might increase the chances of finding traces. Zayar signaled the mercenaries with a short whistle and gestured towards the river, indicating for them to gather there. It is not completely frozen. Because it's the end of winter, it's been relatively warm lately. Zayar, who reached the river with the mercenaries, confirmed that the river they were crossing was not completely frozen. Still, we should be able to cross. I think it would be okay if we split up and cross. The ice made ominous cracking sounds with each step, but it seemed strong enough to withstand the weight of adult men. The group from here to here will cross first. Concerned that the ice might crack, Zayar decided to disperse the men and send them across the river. What's wrong? Vlad looked at Gott, who was groaning behind him. Gott's face turned pale as he watched the mercenaries crossing the river slowly. I have a bad feeling about this. Feeling? My foot, you are just scared. Of course I'm scared. I am different from great people like you, Captain, Gott said to Vlad, biting his nails nervously. People like me can only survive if we have a good gut feeling. Yeah, you need good instincts to scam people. Anyway, my gut is telling me not to cross that river. Then try convincing Sir Zayar. If your instincts are so good, tell him not to cross. Vlad forcibly grabbed Got, who tried to pull back, saying he doesn't feel good. I don't really understand this intuition stuff, but let me tell you, if you try to run away here, you won't die a graceful death. The sole witness fleeing the crime scene. Even I would catch and beat someone like that. So why did you grab me? So why did you see a ghost? Is it my fault that you saw a ghost? Got frowned at Vlad's shameless response. Next, when the first group of mercenaries crossed safely, Zayar led the remaining members towards the river. Crack, Captain, this could break right. Of course. If you say one more word, I'll break it and toss you in. Huh. When Vlad first got, he thought the guy was bold for trying to scam him, but it turned out he was more timid than he thought. Why is this guy so scared? Vlad was naturally left behind from the group as he had to drag Goth, who kept backing away and refusing to move forward. Even when the second group reached the center of the river, Got and Vlad were still lingering near the beginning. I can't go. There's a limit even to my patience. Get up right now, you idiot. Eek arak. Vlad, who was about to scold Got for falling on the ice, ended up losing his turn as Got suddenly screamed. Got yelled at Vlad with a pale face. Captain, below. I told you it won't break. Do you want me to feint you and then drag to the other side? No, below under the river. Before Vlad could explode in anger, Got, who had barely caught his breath, managed to shout what he wanted to say. There's a corpse under the river. What? Vlad, finally understanding Got's stuttering words, looked down at the ice beneath his feet. Underneath the dark riverbed where even the fish seemed to be frozen, tiny bubbles rose. There was something slowly drifting beneath the surface. What the fuck? No, there were some things, with vague shapes they were gradually approaching. They opened their mouths wide and stretched out their white hands. Sir Zayar, who had been crossing the river for a while, turned his head towards his squire who was calling him desperately from afar. Is he still there? The moment when he was about to say something because he thought Vlad was being funny. Something is coming up from under the river. What? Finally, the presence of those things reached the surface. Boom, 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 things that crawled up from the dark and cold depths. Thud. They began to wildly beat the ice that distinguished the boundary between the living and the dead. They asked to get them out of here, as if saying it's too cold here. The ice is cracking. There's a corpse under the river. Crack. Zayar felt something come up from under the river and grab his ankle. It was an incredibly chilling sensation. Zayar looked down at his feet and was astonished. It was a corpse. Moreover, a corpse of a man with black hair. Fuck, they came up quietly from the depths of the river and deceived even the senses of the night Zayar. The ice on the river was cracking along with the pitiful screams of the mercenaries. Save me, don't pull me in. They were things that did not breathe, trapped in an incredibly cold place. Thus they were desperately reaching out their hands toward those who breathed warmth. Hurry and cross the river. Zayar quickly drew his sword, slashed away what grabbed him, and shouted loudly. Right now, while Zayar was urging the mercenaries to cross the river, there was someone beside Vlad shouting. Captain, this damn thing. Bodies suddenly rose up from the bottom of the river. Vlad struck the hands reaching out towards him with his sword and grabbed the back of Got's neck, who was still slumped. This damn son of a don't panic. Decide on a direction before moving. Following the advice of the voice, Vlad quickly assessed his surroundings. I can't go forward. If that's the case, there was only one direction he could move. Having decided on the direction, Vlad started to drag Got with one hand and swing his sword fiercely with the other, retracing the path he had come from. The white breath expelled by Vlad began to grow larger. Get up. You bastard! Cracking ice, a collapsing river, and people scream endlessly above it. That was the last scene the red sun going beyond the mountain witnessed. As the search party struggled to cross the river, night was gradually approaching behind them. Night and darkness, those were not things the living ones were allowed to have. Chapter 18. Thank you, Lord, for taking care of my day again today, late at night. Priest Andrea, who was stationed at the base camp, was finishing the day with a prayer to the god. Even the young deacon who always accompanied him had joined hands and was praying alongside him. Always be my light so that I can walk the right path. The young deacon, who was busy copying what Andrea was saying, opened his eyes gently when the prayer he was hearing suddenly stopped. Priest, even at the call of the young deacon, Andrea did not continue the prayer. Instead, he simply stared at the silver cup in front of him with his eyes wide open. Oh Lord, the purifying water in the pure silver cup. It was making a small ripple as if trying to convey some kind of warning. As the winter fields dimmed with the setting sun, thick mist, reminiscent of what one might see on the riverbank, was spreading over the base camp of the subjugation team. Along with the voice of a woman desperately searching for something, "Baby, my baby," it came with a thick fog and was made from someone's tears. "Where is my baby?" Roar. Zayar swung his sword and pondered. This was a trap. Someone carefully arranged things so that he would make the judgment of crossing the river, and it started at the time of sunset. The trap was meticulously designed. Everyone look at me. Form a defensive formation around me. Zayar now closed his left eye, which no longer existed. Then the green aura began to flow from the sword that Zayar was holding like the Milky Way. It was the only thing shining under the darkening sky. Gather, come together here, we have a knight among us. Following Zayar's command, the mercenaries who had crossed the river formed a defensive formation. The mercenaries who followed all their human instincts and gathered to Zayar's side were only then able to calmly look at the beings that threatened them. Roar, aha, they were the dead, and strangely all of them had black hair. We got caught in a trap. Zayar suppressed his inner turmoil as he looked at the dead people with black hair who reminded him of someone. Someone laid this trap intentionally. It was created with evil intentions to hurt someone. And while Zayar didn't know who created this trap, he could sense that it was aimed at someone. Lord Joseph, the ice of the river crumbled, leaving him isolated with the mercenaries. This trap was set to separate him and Joseph. Vlad. Can you hear me? Regardless of whose intention it was, the trap was successful. Even if he turned around and went back now, it would take half a day to reach Joseph. Roar, no, it might take even longer. Sir Zayar, the boy was swinging his sword at the dead in the increasingly waning sunlight. The blonde hair of the boy fluttered, shining along with the setting sun. I might need one more sword. As a precaution, he left 3 knights with Priest Andrea. And since there were about 50 mercenaries waiting at the base camp, a smart Joseph would be able to withstand any threat. He hoped so. Vlad of Shora, fulfill the contract. Zayar thought of what was best for Joseph even as the hands of death constantly approached him. What should I do? Go back to the base camp right now. Protect Lord Joseph according to the contract made before God. A loud cry mixed with the aura flowed across the river. The arrogant boy on the other side dared to impose conditions on his master. Now it was time to fulfill the contract without even understanding the terms. Right now, understood. At the end of Zayar's gaze, Vlad and Got were seen sheathing their swords and quickly turning back. O Lord, watching the 2 figures gradually recede, Zayar earnestly prayed to God to save Joseph. He only wished for them to reach the base safely. Night from the forest. And now it was time for him to take care of himself. Ugh, there was a group of people walking out of the forest. Though not frozen, they were undoubtedly cold individuals. Ha! With a bitter feeling, Zayar pointed his sword towards those emerging from the forest. Especially towards the one at the forefront. I came too late, Roderick. There was a knight there with a distorted breastplate and vicious white eyes. Ugh. Even on a cold winter day, no white breath escaped Roderick's mouth. Heek Hupe, Vlad's sword suddenly cut off the thing that jumped out and blocked Goth's path. Swoosh. It seemed like he had just died and black blood was gushing out. Captain, where's the horse? At Vlad's shout, Got quickly turned his head, scanning for the horse's location. The situation with Vlad and Got might be worse than what Zayar faced across the river. There were at least 10 of them gathered together and they were accompanied by a knight, a symbol of force. Hey, Sir Zayar tied the horse over there. Let's go. However, only Got was by Vlad's side. I have to escape. Vlad didn't have much of a choice. The only remaining option was to use all his strength to run towards the base camp, cutting and dodging through the enemies. Vlad and Got ran up the riverbank toward the place where Zayar had tied up his horse. Over there. Fortunately, the undead hadn't reached Zayar's horse yet. Losing the reins, Vlad turned around, fending off the approaching undead, giving Got time to untie the horse. Hey, be good. Swish horses are timid animals. Even if they were excellent horses that a Vayezid family knight would ride, they couldn't remain calm with ominous sounds coming from all directions. Hurry. It's okay, it's okay. Vlad Got manages to untie the rope tied to the stake and calls out to Vlad. Calm down, please, let's survive together. However, due to fear, Got couldn't control the horse, which was wildly jumping around. Get on quickly, until Vlad's blue eyes met the horse's gaze. Vlad jumped on the horse as if flying, quickly grabbed Got's hand and lifted him up. What are you doing, Captain? Let's go. But how does this thing move? Are you crazy? Vlad's exhausted voice made Got tear his hair out. Why didn't you say you didn't know how to ride a horse from the beginning? He was a boy who was born in the city and lived in the back alleys his entire life. Vlad's reality was that he couldn't even ride a donkey to carry luggage, let alone a horse. Do I just pull the reins to make a horse move? Get down, damn it, Got yelled in frustration seeing the approaching undead. If I die, it's all because of you, you sunfo bitch. Feeling unfairly treated, Got shed tears looking at himself, struggling to switch places and ride. Vlad's sword swung once again towards the approaching undead. Get on. You idiot. Vlad had no choice but to pretend he couldn't hear Got's frustrated scream. Zayar's horse, which had finally had a proper rider, raised its front hooves high and galloped forward. As expected of a knight's chosen steed, it created a path by trampling everything in its way. Vlad's final swing flashed at undead, rushing in from all directions. Charge! With Vlad's shout, the sun that hung over the mountain beyond exhaled its last breath and sank away. Vlad and Got were running through the forest, listening to the cries of the undead echoing behind them. The sun may have set, but the night had not yet been touched by the moon. The dusky evening that followed the boy was filled with death. A heavy night fog filled the space between the tents. Ag, what is that? They are the undead. And the screams of the men echoed through the night fog, resonating within the base camp. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Joseph quickly got up from his bed. Lord Joseph, what's going on? That, Vorden, who came into the tent panting, tried to say something with his thick cheeks shaking, but he couldn't find the words. Did you come to me without even understanding the situation? Because Lord Joseph's safety is my top priority, and you do not even have a sword. At Joseph's remark, Vorden lowered his head and looked at his belt. There only an empty scabbard dangled loosely. I envy my brother, he would have hung you right away. I apologize. Joseph quickly put on his clothes and listened intently outside the tent. A mysterious and eerie sound resonated. Screams and howls, the sounds echoed through the air, filling Joseph's ears. Lord Joseph, Lord Andrea and his young deacon came in front of Joseph, who was just about to leave the tent to assess the situation. Any idea what's going on? It is evil. Instead of explaining verbally, Andrea unfolded the Bible he held and showed it to Joseph. Priests like Andrea were given various holy relics, and one of them was a Bible written with holy ink. This is my first time seeing something like this. The letters written in the Bible trembled like the leaves of a willow tree under the light of the candle. Though they were just letters, they seemed to be quivering as if frightened by something. It's not usually the sign of a strong presence. You have strong faith, priest. Isn't there anything you can do? Even without seeing it directly, Joseph could sense that some malicious entity with ill intentions was intruding upon his base camp. The remaining two knights came into the tent out of breath. Fortunately, unlike Vorden, they had brought their swords and armor. Priest Andrea responded to the dark-eyed man. I am not an exorcist. Though the will of God is one, the paths to approach God are many. It depended on innate aptitude and manifested talents. I am confident if it is a blessing and healing, but if the situation is like now, Andrea was an excellent priest, but in a situation where an evil being like the current one was approaching, he couldn't exert his full power. He was a person who traveled with monster subjugation teams, selflessly carrying out the will of God, and the most important thing for Priest Andrea would have been his ability to heal the wounded and boost the strength of the warriors. I will use my holy power as much as I can, but if it is this level of evil, it may not be of much help. Understood. Joseph made eye contact with Andrea and the knights following him. Move, the determined group stepped out of the tent, and what they saw as they emerged was, no, I'm not your child. Dense night fog surrounded them, and within it the sight of mercenaries collapsing in terror was evident. Is this fog causing confusion? At least it's not a natural phenomenon. Upon hearing those words, Joseph quickly took out a handkerchief and covered his mouth. The most unreliable thing in this world was his fragile body. Some mercenaries with a strong will were running around avoiding the fog, not being mesmerized by the voice of an unknown woman. I'm in trouble. Joseph was convinced as he watched the base become a mess and out of control. Baby, my baby. As Joseph felt a sense of impending doom and bit his lips, there was a figure slowly approaching through the screams of mercenaries and the dark night fog. Oh Lord, it was a faint impression, however its presence was strong. Step every time it took a step forward, the group felt a tingling sensation in the back of their necks. Are you there? There was a woman walking silently towards the group with a pale face. Black tears streamed down her eyes without rest. I finally found you, my baby. The dark tears were continuously falling down from the woman's eyes, but in reality only darkness occupied the empty eye sockets. Joseph could feel it. The darkness residing in the woman's eyes was precisely gazing at him. Chapter 19. The distance to the base camp was about half a day on foot, but it was less than a few hours on horseback. Zayar's horse did not lose its way even though he was running in the dark and on an uneven mountain path. Whether understanding the owner's wishes or not, he guided the boy wielding a sword and the timid swindler to the base camp with his best efforts. What's that over there? And finally they arrived at the bottom of the hill close to the base camp. The sight of that place, reflected under the moonlight, was shrouded in dense fog, making it impossible to see even a step ahead. I told you. It was exactly like this that day. Vlad dismounted from the horse and looked down at the foggy area. The fog was so thick that only vague outlines could be seen, and it was impossible to discern what was happening inside. Let's run away now, you surely don't intend to go in there, right? Quiet. Vlad raised his finger to stop Got and listened carefully. Vlad's keen hearing to perceive his surroundings had already been acknowledged by Jorge. Screams. Vlad heard the screams of mercenaries amidst the chaotic sounds of weapons and meaningless shouts. The fog was so thick that one couldn't see an inch ahead, but Vlad was able to understand the situation through sound. You have to confirm where you are standing right now before rashly moving. The knight resembling blue moonlight said so. Don't panic. Before moving, decide which direction to go in. The voice inside his head said the same thing. Vlad quietly took a deep breath and pondered where he currently was, what he could do, and what he needed to do next. Got you go. Huh, everything in life is a matter of direction. Only those who know the right direction can achieve their goals. Captain, you want to go down? And Vlad found his purpose. There was someone singing softly somewhere in the fog. It didn't seem to stop, but it was so fragile that it sounded like it might collapse at any time. It may not mean much, but anyway, I feel sorry for this incident. Huh, Vlad made a promise. I have a job to do, so I will offer my faith instead of loyalty. The boy walked into the fog that could not even be illuminated by moonlight. The boy may not have known it, but the step he took that night was the most brilliant step he had ever taken in his life. Keep the contract and be faithful, because it was an act of pursuing something honorable. The contract made with Joseph that night remained as a shining star in Vlad's heart. I'm going, go. Vlad walked towards the flickering star with his blue eyes shining. It seems that barely managing the mercenaries has become meaningless. Joseph was able to understand the situation perfectly despite Andrea's difficult explanation. In the end, there's no way to deal with it unless it's Sir Zayar. Behind Andrea, who was kneeling and praying, the young deacon was shedding tears and singing. It was a hymn. Although the voice was stained with fear, the brilliant melody calling to God mixed with Andrea's holy power and was pushing away the thick fog. My child, a woman extending her pitch-black hand towards him was also there. Joseph lowered his head, looking down at his knights foaming at the mouth. There seems to be no way. The best option would have been to run away, but the damn fog didn't let go of them. No matter where they went, the fog forced them towards the woman. Therefore, the knights had no choice but to shield Joseph until Priest Andrea found a solution. They fought with the outstanding blessings of Priest Andrea, but they were not qualified. Not qualified to bring down the curse onto their own world. The result was this. The mercenaries engulfed in fear had been disbanded, and the knights guarding him were now lying there, foaming at the mouth. They would die soon. And he didn't know if he would meet the same fate. Is this the end? No matter how shrewd Joseph was, creating something out of nothing was beyond his capabilities. He couldn't see any way to overcome this situation. Hold on, Lord Joseph, the sun of tomorrow will surely rise. Even though it seems too far away right now, the woman couldn't approach due to Andrea's holy power, but she continued to glare persistently at Joseph. Joseph could understand. If he were to confront the emptiness and darkness within that woman, he might end up like the knights rolling on the ground. No, it might be even worse. She's targeting me after all. The woman, shedding black tears, was holding a wooden comb in her hand. She held the comb as if it were extremely precious, and it was the same one Joseph had used before. Who are you? This was a curse. A relentless curse aimed at him. However, there was no one here to answer Joseph's question. Now there were no knights to protect Joseph, and the pitiful voice of the young deacon was gradually fading away. Waiting for tomorrow's sun felt too burdensome on this night. Joseph, guessing the coming outcome, closed his eyes. The moment the hymn of the young deacon ended, death would rush in. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find a way to break through, so Joseph bit his lip. Joseph opened his eyes with a sad expression, strengthening his heart to face whatever awaits ahead of him. In that moment, he saw a glimmer of light. Kaya, the light originated from behind the woman who was shedding black tears. You are, a ray of sword, splitting the woman's body in half, approached him. At the end of that sword path, there was a blonde boy shining even without moonlight. It was Vlad with his right eye closed. Hiya. A white lightning starting from the tip of the unadorned sword cleaved through the fog, illuminating the night sky. That thing is moving by a curse. You can't cut it with an ordinary sword. Then what should I do? Can you use aura right now? Are you kidding me? The voice guessed the identity of the woman glaring at Joseph through the fog. Only a magician who defies the rules of the world, an exorcist who wields the will of God, or a knight with its own world can break what was created by the curse. What about Priest Andrea? He is faithful but not an exorcist. An ordinary heretic inquisitor would be more helpful in the current situation. Shit. Vlad, who was watching for an opportunity behind the tent out of sight of the woman, became a little angry when the voice said that there was no way. So what now? He came here with determined resolve to save Joseph, but now he couldn't even swing his sword. He didn't come all this way for this. Well, it's not like there's no solution at all. What is it? In response to Vlad's question, the voice answered with an uncertain tone. I'll borrow your body for a moment. Will that work? The voice occasionally borrowed Vlad's body as part of training. However, borrowing the body for a moment to convey sensations and using the body to swing a sword containing aura were entirely different matters. Borrow my body to use aura. Even if it succeeds, I might not be able to move for a while. It's your body, so you decide. Honestly, I don't recommend it. The voice was aware that it was a being that could use aura, but whether it could be embodied in Vlad's body was another matter. It only stated that if there was a way, this was the only one. If you can't kill it, then I die. That's also the path of the sword. Vlad began to ponder for a moment. There was only one chance. If he failed, everything would be over. Was there a reason to be prepared for that? Let's do it. Are you sure about this? Vlad firmly fastened the straps of his leather armor. The opportunity that Joseph gives me may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And Vlad was determined, no more stepping back. If I run away from here, I might become the back alley Vlad again. Vlad feared something more than the mysterious woman in front of him and fear of possible death in case of failure. I'm most afraid of being nothing. What was he born for, and for what purpose would he live? The boy did not have the qualifications to answer any of those questions. He did not want to face the end of his life as someone who was nothing. Let's go, I respect your choice. Gritting his teeth, Vlad raised his head one last time and looked at the sky. It was obscured by fog, but there should have been the moon, the blue moon that he must shatter someday, right in front. Got it. Vlad raised the sword he had bought with the girl's tears and took a deep breath. The key to a one-hit kill is its unexpectedness. Unexpectedness comes from movements that go beyond prediction and shatter expectations. She didn't see me. The woman with black tears didn't notice Vlad. Even if she had noticed, she would have anticipated the strike he was about to deliver. Vlad cut through the fog and dashed out. Vlad's movements, breaking through without the slightest hesitation, were like arrows fired from a bow. My baby, at that moment the woman's neck strangely bent when she heard the sound of Vlad's footsteps. It was an angle that a living being could not make. Now, arg, the woman's eyes, momentarily meeting Vlad's, were so deep and dark that he couldn't breathe, as if he was submerged in water. However, arg, in order to fulfill the contract he made with the one he entrusted with his faith, the boy did his best to close his right eye. Ugh, and from now on it was the world of an unknown person. His world was filled with storms, lightning, and a tempest so immense that it seemed capable of swallowing the entire world. A bolt of lightning, escaping from his world, cut through the black tears flowing from the woman's eyes. The white world cleaved through the black world. Part 2. It was just a flash of light, but it illuminated everything in the world. Joseph truly thought so. Vlad, amidst the raging lightning, he cut through the woman shedding tears. Vlad collapsed and rolled on the ground. Although he had prepared for it, the pain that came was easily beyond Vlad's expectations. Vlad writhed in belated agony. Vlad had to endure tremendous pain after using Thaw Aura. Damn it, Joseph noticed that Vlad was in no condition to move his body right now. The recent flash was undoubtedly a trace of aura, and although he didn't know how Vlad did it, it was clear that he had paid a high price. Lord Joseph, don't stop the hymn, baby. The cursed woman was split in half, but she did not stop. She continued to crawl on the ground with an empty gaze, and the direction she was crawling and staring at was where Vlad was. Close your eyes, don't look at that woman. Joseph took the risk and ran towards Vlad, who was groaning. It was worth it. The flash that Vlad had just shown was too precious to be abandoned now. It was a brilliant possibility that couldn't be left to perish in the face of cold death. Grab me! He felt the chill coming from the woman right behind him, but Joseph did not stop. God damn it! Joseph was unable to lift Vlad due to his weakened strength, but he had to somehow drag him to the range of the holy power. For a moment the woman's pitch-black hand grazed his ankle, but Joseph did not let go of the hand that was holding Vlad despite the burning pain. Lord Joseph, Vorden, who was stamping his feet when he saw Joseph suddenly jump out, quickly grabbed them and pulled them inside. God damn it! Cough. The two young men, drenched in sweat, tumbled on the floor. The woman, who had missed them, began to wail intensely as if a mother losing a child. Where are you? Even though her body was split in half, being an undead seemed to make her reluctant to let go of her existence easily. My child, please. Maybe there was a reason not to do that. It hurts. My child, please find him, please. Sniff, Huyui. Surprised by the sobbing sound next to him, Joseph looked at Vlad rolling next to him. Vlad was crying sadly while listening to the woman's voice. He shed tears like a child of only 6 years old. Is he got affected? Joseph was able to sense Vlad's condition due to his unusual behavior. Priest, Vlad. Pull yourself together. Perhaps in a state of confusion, Vlad shook off Joseph's support and approached Andrea with a trembling body. Then he knelt down in front of him with a shaky body. Bless my sword. I need to release that woman from her misery. All right. Priest Andrea also noticed Vlad's condition but nodded and said that he would do so. Although her complexion became paler, he agreed because the boy's eyes remained unwavering. Give me the sword. Priest Andrea stopped praying and looked at Vlad's sword, a plain sword. He placed his hand on the blade of the sword. I have blessed your sword with my blessing. Thank you. The blood of the faithful priest ran down the unadorned sword. A silent night, the hymn of the young deacon and the sorrowful cries of weeping women died down. Only the laborious footsteps of the boy echoed in this place. I'm sorry, please find. It was only for a moment during the rush, but Vlad looked into the woman's empty eyes. There were terrible memories inside, women trapped in a dark prison. The young and tender children were dying one by one. And the mother of the last remaining child cried and shouted while holding onto the cold bars. My child, my child. She watched her child slowly dying on the cold floor outside the bars. Hahu, Vlad kneels before the weeping woman. He raised his sword toward the mother searching for her child. His body trembled in pain and his muscles were tangled, but he had to do it. In this moment, he was the one who understood her suffering more than anyone else. May you rest in peace. Swoosh, the woman shed her last tears as she saw the sword approaching her. Where are you? Vlad's sword pierced through the weeping woman's head. Her flowing tears soaked the cold ground and made a puddle there. The mother who couldn't find her child finally stopped, ending her search. Chapter 20. The loyal knight did his best from across the river on a dark night. He sent Vlad to add to the slightest possibility and mercilessly cut down his old companion who tried to tie him up. Keku, Afterward, he found out the one controlling the undead and ripped out their heart. Seeing the man who controlled undead collapse so easily, he felt that he too was just someone's puppet, but instead of worrying, Zayar chose to run for his lord. He swam through the ice-broken river and ran back the way he came. The low-hanging branches fiercely struck his face, but Zayar ran without blinking an eye. Sir Knight! He didn't know why, but on the way he saw Got who had come back, so he quickly picked up a horse and rode for several hours. Zayar finally arrived at the base camp, and as expected, the base camp was in shambles due to an attack. You are here. It was Joseph sitting on a rock and looking at a distant mountain. Zayar finally felt relieved after confirming that Joseph was fine, and let out a deep breath that had been building up until now. Are you all right? Perhaps due to the ordeal, Joseph's already dark eyes had sunk down to half of his face. I am better than dead. Joseph smiled at Zayar with a lack of energy and turned his head again toward the distant mountain. The dawn was breaking. This subjugation has completely failed. I am ashamed. Zayar lowered his head and dropped the things he was holding in both hands on the floor. The head of a stranger and the black wooden box he held. Is it him? Most likely. Though many questions and answers were omitted, it was enough conversation for Joseph and Zayar, who understood each other deeply. We failed, but, Joseph said, looking blankly at the distant mountains. Still, the steps while returning seem light. Was he useful? Useful, Joseph answered with a sly smile to Zayar's question. Perhaps I've found something. What do you mean? Zayar looked at Joseph's smiling face. That smile with the rising sun reminded him of Joseph when he was young, someone who can be a sword for me. The young Joseph, now with dark shadows under his eyes, looked at Zayar and spoke. That brat is a sword brighter than any other. With those words, Joseph smiled brightly as if he had no worries. Today's sun rose above his smiling face. On that night when everything was burdensome, it was the long-awaited sun of tomorrow. It's cold, let's go back now. Yes, Zayar supported Joseph, who was limping on one leg, and guided him to the tent. Two men walked with their backs to the rising morning sun. The subjugation had failed. Nevertheless, Joseph was smiling. Even though today had ended in failure, he was confident that tomorrow would bring success. Vlad had been lying down for a solid 3 days. My stomach still hurts. I'll have to be careful next time. I didn't even know the recoil would be this intense. The unqualified boy forcibly borrowed someone else's world and pulled him out of the world. It can't be helped, oh well. As the cost of that, he had to humbly accept the recoil. If not, he would probably be lying on the ground by now, growing cold. I thought I'd be rolling around in a carriage, so I'm glad. It seems like Joseph is quite concerned about you. Joseph, for the sake of helping Vlad, stopped the mercenaries trying to leave and maintain the base camp. Considering the challenging attack they had faced, it might have been right to leave as quickly as possible, but Joseph didn't think so. If they are targeting us anyway, they might come back even during our return to Varna. In that case, it would be better to regroup here, make full preparations, and then move. During these 3 days, Joseph did his best to recover the base camp and completed a field investigation. It was the appearance of someone who didn't give up despite the failure. As a result, Joseph could find several clues worth reporting to his father, Peter Vayezid. Perhaps the report he was now carrying back to Varna had more value than the monster subjugation mission he had originally undertaken. It's cold. Vlad went outside sniffling and looked around. The reduced number of tents, the desolate base camp, and the strange silence among the mercenaries looked like the atmosphere of the defeated soldiers. Captain, amidst the quiet base, there was a voice calling for Vlad. A man with a long chin approaches from afar, waving his hand. The one who wants to run away sticks around the longest. Of course. They said about raising our rewards if we stayed until the return to Varna. The cowardly swindler didn't flee that night. Instead of running away from danger alone, he turned his horse around and headed in the direction where Zayar was. Do you know how much danger I went through to find the knight's location to save you, Captain? You better repay me well later. Okay, Got was a crafty swindler. The reason why Zayar hurriedly sent Vlad to the base camp was with the intention of buying time until he could go. Got, who had noticed this, realized that Zayar's quick return was needed to resolve the situation and rode back to get him. He did not go all the way to the river, which was full of undead, but he wandered along the middle road. Will you ignore my favor again this time? Even though there is no end to the bottom, it doesn't mean that your personality has been ruined to that extent, right? I said okay. It was true that he had already committed a crime and that God had worked hard for him, so it was difficult for even the shameless Vlad to openly ignore what he was saying. Let me at least say something. I don't know how effective it'll be, but… After hearing that Vlad would tell the merits of Got to the scion of the prestigious Vayezid family, Got nodded as if satisfied. So go and take care of your business. Huh, you're still as harsh as ever. Goth was lost in thought as he watched Vlad leave. There's the smell of money. In Goth's eyes, Vlad was a person full of potential. Young, capable, and someone who attracted the attention of those in power. In other words, a promising individual. The one who seizes first is the owner. The most crucial skill for making money is recognizing value. God had a gut feeling that the boy named Vlad wouldn't be the one to stop here. I've cleared the debt too. With those words, God turned away, because more pits needed to be dug to bury the bodies of the mercenaries made last night. As Vlad walked away from God and wandered around the base, he saw someone gesturing towards him. Priest. It was Priest Andrea. What's the matter, Priest? I have something I'd like your help with. Priest Andrea smiled awkwardly and pointed to the coffin behind him. No one seems willing to move the coffin. There were quite a few dead, including Knight Roderick in the sudden attack last night. Those who have someone to collect their body will be placed on a wagon and buried in the cemetery, but those unable to receive proper burials were left here forgotten. And here there was another coffin that nobody sought. I'll do it. Oh, I knew you would help. The coffin pointed out by Priest Andrea contained the woman who had been like a terrible nightmare. It was an ominous curse. We need to take her to Varna for further investigation. Perhaps because he felt sorry for asking Vlad to ask something that no one wanted to do, Priest Andrea's words were getting longer. And as you know, isn't it too pitiful? Yes, Vlad waved his hand at the young deacon who said he would help. A challenging task like this is best suited for someone with strength. Still, the young deacon, whose voice was cracking as if his throat had not yet healed, retreated after Vlad's objection. You've already done what needed to be done with the song you sang that night. At Vlad's words, the young deacon smiled humbly and stepped back. Ugh. Although Vlad was not very fit, he pushed the coffin around on his own and lifted it onto the cart. She was a pitiable woman. No one knew who she was or how she had come to such a fate, but Vlad genuinely sympathized with her. Come this way, I'll offer my blessings just in case. Andrea tried to hold his hand, worried about the remnants of the curse that might still remain. But Vlad spoke. Wait a moment, priest. His hands are dirty anyway, so it wouldn't matter if he used it at least once more. Vlad lifted the black wooden box that Andrea had neatly wrapped with a white cloth. A box that everyone avoided looking at directly, appearing ominous and sinister. That wooden box was the subject of a terrible curse and was what the woman had been desperately looking for last night. Vlad, I think it's the right thing to do. Creak. The improperly sealed coffin lid opened with a feeble sound. If this can bring some comfort. A woman's body split in half and her face full of black tear stains. Isn't this okay, priest? Indeed, you have the right to do so. Vlad placed the black wooden box on the back of the woman's stiff hand. The wooden box held by the person controlling death contained a small corpse. Here is your child. A woman and her child were murdered for the sake of the curse. Though dead, the woman was able to get her child back, whom she had been desperately looking for. Perhaps because of this, the stiff expression on the woman's face seemed to relax a little. Should I nail it shut completely for you? Sure, I'd be grateful. I'll give you a proper blessing then. Andrea looked at Vlad, who was trying to see off the poor woman for the last time, even though his whole body was in pain, and recited a prayer for him. A faithful priest and a faithful boy were seeing off the woman whom everyone was ignoring. Thud thud, as if tolling a funeral bell for the deceased. The sound of Vlad's hammer striking rang quietly in the middle of the base camp. I've come. On the last night before leaving the camp, Joseph quietly summoned Vlad. Have a seat. Vlad smiled faintly as he faced Joseph and took a seat. Do you know how to drink? The place I used to work at was a restaurant and bar. So you know your way around alcohol. Joseph poured a clear brown liquid into the glass in front of Vlad. Is it whiskey? It's my favorite drink. Vlad smelled the sweet vanilla scent emanating from the liquor and was convinced that it was not an ordinary expensive liquor. I want to express my gratitude first. Joseph sat down naturally and continued speaking. You could have run away, but we made a contract. Yeah, we made a contract for you to trust me instead of loyalty. Joseph spun his glass on the table, continuing, although it was a contract in words only. Even so, Joseph was impressed not only by Vlad's skills but also by his straightforward nature. He's a talent that cannot be overlooked. Although he had evaluated Vlad as a useful talent, Vlad's actions last night exceeded that assessment effortlessly. Strangely, Vlad, who had recently picked up a sword, emitted an aura and wielded it for his sake against the cursed woman who seemed like death itself. Vlad was not just a useful one but a must-have talent. Vlad sat tensely, unable to even touch the precious drink in front of him. Observing Vlad's tense demeanor, Joseph took a sip of the seemingly expensive whiskey as if taking medicine. Now it's time for me to fulfill that contract. The relationship between a king and nobility, or the loyalty between a lord and a knight, ultimately involved some form of give and take. And Joseph had received the gift of life from Vlad. I was taught that I must return what I received from my father, no matter what it is. Joseph tilted the glass towards Vlad as he spoke. I want to invite you to the Vayezid family. I want to pay you a fair reward for this incident. Vlad silently thought while looking at the offered glass. There was no reason to refuse, but he needed to brace himself for what lay ahead. It is an honor, Lord Joseph. Drink it. And the boy was always looking forward to making this decision. Someday I will venture out of the back alleys into a broader world. With Joseph's permission, Vlad held the glass with both hands and downed the whiskey. I will not end my life with cheap rum sold in the back alleys. There was a day in the past when he made that promise to himself, and that promise came true today. Tastes good, it's nobleman's liquor. Properly aged whiskey with a rich aroma was the sweetest drink Vlad had ever tasted. Vlad's world was expanding as much as the taste of whiskey he tasted for the first time. 21. CHPTER 21 The Return Journey to the City of Varna. Joseph confirmed that Vlad had recovered enough to move, immediately mobilizing the subjugation team. Although the two knights under his command had not fully regained their senses, they were at a stage where they could not recover with just a day or two of care, so it was an unavoidable measure. My guess is this. This might have been an attempt to show something rather than a direct intention to kill me. Inside the swaying carriage, Vlad silently listened to Joseph's words. No, he had no choice but to listen. Joseph had assigned the carriage he usually rode to his knights who had not yet come to their senses, so there was only one carriage left. Why do you think so? It's simple. The conclusion was too hasty compared to the effort put in. They had succeeded in separating Xayar and left me in danger, so they should have quickly finished me off. But that didn't happen. That's true. As a result, Vlad had no choice but to quietly listen to the words of Joseph, a nobleman, superior, and commander. He is a man of many words. Joseph, who had become one step closer to Vlad through last night's battle, was willing to reveal his true self. Of course, he didn't reveal everything, but to others, it would seem like Vlad was clearly favored by Joseph. And there are quite a lot of people like that. Though Zemina was talkative too, he was able to handle her, because when he told her to shut up, she would shut up. But with Joseph, it was a different story. I wonder how she's doing. Listening to Joseph's gossip while sitting there, Vlad felt somewhat depressed, so he turned his head and looked out the window of the carriage. There was no serene scenery in the direction Vlad looked. Only the figure of Xayar, who seemed to be watching him fiercely. Treat him properly. His eyes said so. Vlad had nothing to say since he dared to make the knight he was serving as his squire ride a horse, and he himself was comfortably riding in a carriage. Damn, Vlad, who had been pricked by Xayar's gaze, turned his head and looked at the window on the other side. But even in the place he fled to for solace, there was someone waiting for Vlad. A man with a long chin sending him signals with noisy gestures and kicks. Tell him about me, Captain, speak for me. On the opposite side of the window, there was Gott, urging Vlad to tell Joseph about his achievements. Really annoying. With loud commotion from the front and fierce gazes from both sides, Vlad just wanted to leave this place and walk freely. Think about it, why would that be? I feel like I'd remember if I had a drink. That's a bit tricky. Joseph noticed that Vlad had his eyes on his whiskey and quickly pulled out the bottle, placing it behind himself. I live on an allowance too. People live the same everywhere. Just hope you can get up on your own soon. Joseph smiled softly when he saw Vlad racking his brain trying to come up with an answer, perhaps because of the alcohol or because of his own question. To truly shine, a person had to meet various conditions. It wasn't just about skill with a sword, it included character, knowledge, manners, and more. And the blonde boy in front of him certainly had potential, but he lacked in many aspects. I can't personally teach him the sword, but due to his frail body, Joseph may not be able to teach him the sword directly, but he may be able to teach him other things instead. After all, Joseph was someone with such capabilities. Well, isn't this something like a warning? A warning to the Vayezid family by killing you, Lord Joseph. It does not matter even if they can't kill you. Go on. You're not angry because I said it does not matter even if they can't kill you, right? Not really. Although he said that, Vlad frowned as he watched Joseph open the bottle and drink alone. Of course, I wouldn't be able to know, right? Still, give it some thought. Even though he was sitting in the carriage, Vlad was constantly receiving training. I said think about it. Joseph casually shook the whiskey bottle in front of Vlad and spoke. Think, don't just accept the situation, but filter it through your own judgment. Logical reasoning based on cause and effect, clues from the surroundings. Through them, Joseph wanted to train Vlad to become a knight with excellent judgment, no less than Xayar. Because the boy's potential was shining. I don't know whether Vlad frowned or not, the journey back to Varna was incredibly peaceful, as if the real target was not Joseph as he thought, city of Varna. one of the 3 cities under the rule of the county of Vayezid. As a city that had recruited a monster subjugation team, upon arriving here, Joseph had to disband the mercenaries and report on the subjugation to the city's mayor. Being the son of a count has a higher status than being an appointed mayor, but procedures were procedures. And Count Vayezid mercilessly punished anyone who acted beyond the rules, even if it was his own son. I guess we will stay here for about a day. Joseph was not a resident of Varna. After completing administrative procedures here, he planned to depart for Sturma, the ancestral home of the Vayezid family. And there he needed to devise a new plan to make up for the current failure. Is this your first time in Varna? It's always the first time wherever I go. Now that I think about it, you're a country bumpkin. Seeing Vlad say that he had only been active in the vicinity of Shora his whole life, Zayar laughed as if he found something amusing. Well, I'll give you a day off today, take a tour around the city. Don't get lost, brat. Vlad couldn't help but feel frustrated by Zayar's mockery, but there was nothing he could do. In reality, it was true that he lacked experience and insight. Zayar seems to like you. If he likes me a bit more, he might try to kill me. Hearing the absurd words in his mind, Vlad shook his jingling pouch. What's in this city? Regardless of Zayar's attitude, Vlad's words as he held the money naturally carried a rhythm. What Joseph had given him was a kind of daily wage. Vlad, who is practically penniless, would need a minimum amount of money to enjoy the city of Varna. As expected, a rich man's dog is better off than a beggar on the streets. Instead of fooling around, buy things that can be useful for the future. Vlad had considered indulging himself a bit after a long time, but the voice seemed to have detected his intention and warned him in advance. Being well prepared is akin to having an extra life, don't forget that. All I hear are nagging voices everywhere. Although he grumbled, Vlad deeply sympathized with the voice's words. Back in the days when he barely escaped from Shora and wandered through the winter forest, carrying only a sword. If he hadn't encountered the 3 mercenaries loitering nearby, Vlad might not have survived and froze to death. To prevent such incidents, it's good to have various things prepared. So what should I buy? Vlad was just about to leave the city hall, pondering the voice's advice. Someone cautiously grabbed the hem of his clothes. Lord Vlad, it was Andrea's young deacon. Is there something you need, Lord Deacon? Vlad found dealing with children bothersome, but the young deacon holding onto his clothes was an exception. The child, who was so small that the deacon's outfit he was still wearing felt awkward, but he did his duty despite the fear faced the previous night. If you have nowhere in particular to go today, the priest wishes to invite you. Oh, Vlad looked up and saw Priest Andrea smiling behind the deacon. Why did you choose to seek me through, Lord Deacon? I apologize. Priest Andrea was hiding behind the young deacon and smiling humbly. A familiar coffin lay next to him. Still no one is willing to listen to you. Perhaps this lady wishes for you to escort her as well. Vlad had nothing more to say as he looked at Priest Andrea, who was laughing. Let's take a donkey. I'll support you from behind as we go. Priest Andrea, Vlad, and the young deacon began driving the cart along the main street of Varna. It's quite different from Shora. Although Vlad had lived in the back alleys, Shora had its own atmosphere distinct from the city itself. But Varna seemed to have a more settled appearance compared to Shora. Quiet, serene, with few people making loud noises, as if the city had settled into a calm, dawn-like atmosphere. As we approach the church, this atmosphere will become even more pronounced. Varna is a city with a strong religious color. I see. Vlad nodded and understood Andrea's explanation. Even in Shora, people always walked quietly near the church. We're here. Wow. Vlad, looking at the building in front of him, could clearly sense that Varna was indeed a city with a strong religious influence. This is because there was a building there that looked twice as big as the church in Shora. It's quite large. Shora's church was not this big. The capital of the county of Vayezid is Sturma, but its religious center is Varna. Vlad nodded at Andrea's explanation. In that case, I'll be going. Since you're here, why not join us for dinner? If that's the case, I won't refuse. While you're at it, how about going down to the basement as well? It would be better to finish while we're here. Vlad, who had been in the hands of Priest Andrea since he was grabbed by the young deacon, had no choice but to whine and put the coffin down in front of the temple. I'm sorry, your body may not have fully recovered yet. This person knows that. Although he was filled with dissatisfaction inside, Vlad answered with a smile, I need to repay the favor for what I obtained at the camp. I am really good at judging people. Perhaps in the current situation, he didn't even realize that complaining might be a petty grumble. Given the circumstances, it was almost a privilege for someone to be asked by Priest Andrea for a favor. Poor lady. Priest Andrea sighed as he stroked the coffin, which had finally reached its place of rest. A mother's love is like the sea, heavy and deep. It seems someone unknown took advantage of it. Though not yet completely investigated, Andrea judged based on the circumstances that this woman had fallen victim to evil dark magic. It's a terrible curse that takes advantage of maternal love. Although this isn't within my jurisdiction, the church in Varna will do its best to uncover the mastermind. If anyone can do it, it's a priest like you. Priest Andrea, who was frowning with unbearable anger, looked at Vlad and smiled warmly. Now that you're here, how about saying a prayer before dinner? Can someone like me without any roots dare to pray in a church? Don't worry about that. People living in the back alleys were not closely associated with churches, city halls, or official buildings. Vlad, who had lived in the back alleys all his life, was no exception. Therefore, Vlad felt awkward and uncomfortable in this place, and more than anything, he was intimidated by the thought of being in an unauthorized place. However, Andrea held Vlad's hand and began to lead him to the chapel. Take a moment to pray, there's a place I need to check in on. Leaving Vlad alone with his young subordinate, Andrea left the chapel. Shall we pray? The young deacon wrinkled his nose and asked cautiously, perhaps feeling sorry for Vlad due to Andrea's sudden neglect. This is my first time formally attending a prayer. I'll show you how. Vlad wanted to make an excuse and get out, but now there was no way. Oh well, now was the time to repay the karma of acting like a praying Riemann. What a fulfilling vacation. If you tell Joseph that you've purified your body and mind here, he'll be very pleased. The guy is just enjoying himself all day. Vlad briefly held his sword and he heard the voice expressing satisfaction. Vlad had no choice but to kneel, bow his head awkwardly and stutter along with the young deacon's prayer. About an hour or so. Just as his knee was slowly going numb, the door to the chapel behind him opened. Did you wait long? No, it was my first prayer, so everything was new. Ha ha ha, impossible, I'm still quite bored. Vlad didn't know what to say as he looked at the priest who said prayers were boring and smiled kindly. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, take this. What is it? Vlad accepted the small piece of wood that Priest Andrea was handing over. It's your identification badge. What? Perplexed by Andrea's words, Vlad quickly examined the small wooden piece he held. A piece of wood small enough to fit in his hand. The black wooden badge looked sturdy and was full of small letters inside. Vlad began to read the identity card in his hand with wide eyes. Birthplace, Showa. Though he was aware of it, Vlad stumbled over the unfamiliar characters as he continued to read. Name, Vlad. The moment he pronounced his own name, Vlad felt his chest swell. This small piece of wood contained proof of his existence. As a person from the back alleys who couldn't even register his birth, he could never have imagined such a thing. Joseph would have taken care of it, but in fact, getting your identification done at the church is the most effective. Because the grace of the Lord extends throughout the continent. Listening to Andrea's words, Vlad turned the wooden badge to examine the back. There was a large sentence written there that could only be used in one place. The name of the one and only God in this world, the emblem of the church that serves that God, and beneath it another person's name was written. Guarantor Priest Andrea. Vlad read another person's name written on his identification badge. A person vouching for him, someone who will stand by him in times of trouble. Vlad lifted his head and looked at Priest Andrea. If you're having a hard time, come visit me anytime. I am your guarantor. Priest. Now let's pray. This is the closest place to the Lord. Vlad, unable to hide his mixed emotions, simply followed Andrea and bowed before the god. Here is a new lamb I'd like to introduce today. May you embrace him with your wide arms. Garbage in the back alley. A person who was born in a place where no one would look at him or even remember him even if he died. However, Vlad was no longer that person. Here is the newly born lamb, Vlad of Shora, may you kindly embrace. Today, Vlad affirmed his existence under the Lord's gaze with his precious guarantor. For the first time since birth, he inscribed his name into the vast world. From today on, he was no longer the Vlad from the alleyways but the Vlad of Shora. I sincerely pray that you accept him as your child. Vlad now had roots that could allow him to confidently face the world. The light coming down through the multicolored glass warmly enveloped the boy's blonde hair. Chapter 22. The winter came to an end and spring was approaching. With the warm breeze blowing, the snow that had frozen within the winter melts, and things that had been sleeping until now wake up. In other words, it was the season when the roads became muddy and the carriage wheels easily got stuck. What are you doing? Looking at Zayar, who was grumbling above, Vlad trudged to the rear wheel of the carriage. After Zayar confirmed that Vlad's body recovered, he had started sparring with Vlad and assigning various errands whenever he had time. And it was rough. It was as if he had been waiting for the moment. A carriage for nobles is quite heavy. But it didn't get stuck much this time, Captain. How long will you keep calling me Captain? That's because you don't let me call you by your name. He and a few servants were pulling out the carriage wheels covered in mud, but Got just made a happy expression. Do you like this? Of course it's good. Got was a person who deserved to laugh. In the end, Got's judgment was correct. Vlad was a guy who would make things happen, and it was natural for things to fall into place when he was around. Then come with me. On the last night in Varna, Vlad gave Got a meeting he had been looking forward to. Because I don't have any money to reward you at the moment, I'm broke. It's an honor. Lord Joseph heard that Got brought Vlad, who could not ride a horse, to the base camp in a timely manner and also brought Zayar to resolve the situation. so Joseph would also provide a fair reward. For that reason, God is currently joining the procession heading to Sturma. I am going to the Count Vayezid family, a family that is difficult to even dare to look up to and is said to be a powerful family in the north, so of course it is good. God wasn't only looking for the reward that Joseph would offer. He was a swindler, and as such, he was a cunning individual. If I can demonstrate my usefulness there, wouldn't Lord Joseph consider using me? I can't continue living an uncertain life as a mercenary forever. Why don't you just shut up and push the carriage? A servant of the Count Vayezid family. Even this much would be considered a successful career for a commoner. Just shut up and push the damn carriage, please, before I give you a beating. Being well aware of the importance of seizing opportunities, Gott could still manage to smile even while struggling to push the carriage. This is because the world was such that it was difficult to get a chance to move up. No matter how skilled and prepared one was, there were a bunch of people who collapsed because they lacked a single thread called luck. In that sense, Vlad and Gott could be said to be lucky people. Of course, it was also the result of decisively seizing the opportunity. On that night, Vlad had prepared for death and summoned the White World. Gott, on the other hand, took the risk and went back the way he came to bring Zayar. It was all for the present. Hey, you lazy bunch, do you plan to lie around here all day? So now they find themselves pushing the carriage in the mud, enduring Zayar's curses from behind. Ha ha ha, I am going crazy, seriously. Vlad closed his eyes tightly as he looked at Zayar, who was swearing and urging him from behind, and Gott, who was laughing unpleasantly next to him. Even in situations like this, you must maintain composure. I know that too. Despite the advice of the voice, Vlad couldn't easily quell his boiling anger. Fuck, are you talking to me right now? No, well, it better not be. After involuntarily muttering a curse in low voice, Vlad received a blow to the back of his head from Zayar. Then, without hesitation, he glared at Gott and delivered a swift blow to the back of his head. Ah, are you laughing now? Vlad was a hot-blooded 17-year-old who had lived a violent life in the back alleys. Don't laugh, just push. Because I don't want to get beaten up anymore. I am pushing. Vlad was still just a boy who was far from becoming a knight. Not yet. The county of Vayezid, the territory of the Vayezid family, which includes 3 cities and 12 villages. Shora, the city where Vlad was born. Varna, the city that led the recent monster subjugation. Is this Sturma? That's right, it's where my hometown is. And what he could see right now was the city of Sturma, the capital of Vayezid County. Oh, Vlad involuntarily exclaimed as he looked at the new cityscape. The first thing that caught his eye was the high and massive city walls. It's really big. Although Shora also had city walls, they were not as large and tall as here. Vlad, with his background from the back alleys, was naturally thinking about where he could make an astonishing escaping hole in the city wall. There is a reason why the city walls are so big. As Vlad stared at the walls lost in thought, Joseph began to explain beside him. It all started from a small misunderstanding, but to Vlad, who lacked insight, every bit of the story was valuable. These walls were built out of necessity and also served the purpose of demonstrating the strength of the Vayezid family. The history of the Vayezid family was a series of struggles. Monsters and barbarians pouring out when the time comes. And wars with other territories constantly break out, as is typical of the harsh northern climate. These walls had endured all that. It's a different sight from Varna. That place is a city with strong religious influence, even though it was what my father intended. Although Vlad was also from a city, each city he had seen had a different atmosphere. The young bird which had finally come out into the world could not help but be amazed at everything it saw. Close your mouth, brat. Please call me Vlad of Shora. No way. Zayar sneered as he looked at Vlad, who was looking at Sturma with his mouth wide open. You're still just a brat. Priest Andrea will be sad to hear this. You're my squire, not the deacon of the priest. I can call you whatever I want. The attention that Zayar showered on Vlad, his first squire, was unusual. If you do something rude in the Vayezid family, be prepared to take a beating. I get beaten every day anyway. It's nothing new. Looking at the bold squire who did not give up on him even a word, Zayar smiled and caressed his eye patch. One thing is for sure, this boy has a spirit that can be useful. Joseph, his lord, always suffered from a shortage of capable knights, and the young boy before him was undoubtedly one of the pieces that could fill that gap. Moreover, he can use aura. Even though Vlad did not disclose the details of the secret behind the one-man ever-winning secret, according to Joseph, Vlad had undoubtedly used aura in a critical moment. As a result, he was bedridden, but the important thing was that he made it through. I should test him rigorously when we get there. Can he use aura, or can he completely grasp and utilize aura perfectly in practical situations? This was a significant part of a knight's talent, and the young boy before his eyes had splendidly demonstrated his talent and potential. Go ahead. With Joseph's words, the group began to walk toward the gates of Sturma. The young master has arrived. Open the gates. The towering and sturdy city walls didn't apply to Joseph. There was a long queue waiting at the entrance to enter the castle, but just the name Joseph created a path like waves splitting apart. Wow, Gott couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. For him, who had lived a life of waiting and being pushed out, this was the first time in his life that he had experienced something like this. Vlad also saw the scene before his eyes and confirmed that he was stepping into a different place from where he had lived before. Welcome back to Sturma, Lord Joseph. It's reassuring to see the soldiers of the Vayezid family guarding the gate so firmly. Thank you. Even with Joseph's customary praise, the gatekeeper responded loudly and opened the gate. Everyone salute. The guards were saluting until Joseph's carriage had completely passed. It was an expression of respect for the noble bloodline of the Vayezid family and a natural ceremony for the ruler of the city. And Vlad was also passing by. You idiot, are you not going to put that in immediately? Lord Joseph's presence alone is a pass. Zayar was growling on his horse, but Vlad didn't even listen. It was something he wanted to do. Go in and see for yourself. Regardless of what Zayar said, Vlad walked confidently and held out a small piece of wood in front of the guards saluting Joseph. The piece of wood was made by Priest Andrea, symbolizing Vlad's presence. Aren't you going to check? Now he doesn't have to go in and out of the tunnels. It was a small act of rebellion from the boy who could now be confident anywhere. Under the sharp gaze of Zayar, Vlad and Gott entered the mansion of the Vayezid family. Sigh, impressive, truly impressive. A huge gray mansion overlooking all of the city. The two commoners' eyes were wide as they walked towards the real noble mansion they had never imagined. From now on, you are guests of Lord Joseph. If you do anything foolish, you'll tarnish Lord Joseph's honor. Yes, just walk with your eyes down. Don't wander around like country bumpkins. Listening to Zayar's warning, especially about Joseph, Vlad closed his open mouth and walked quietly with his head down. Is this velvet? Silk? Even though they were just walking while looking at the floor, there was plenty to see. Stepping on the soft velvet laid on the white marble was like experiencing a luxury that a back alley boy could never have dreamed of. Vlad was seriously contemplating whether it was appropriate for him to tread on such expensive-looking things. Wait here. Zayar handed them over to the reception room with a growl. From now on, Joseph had to report to Peter Vayezid, his father and the owner of this mansion, about his safe return and the curse that had taken place in the camp. The maids will bring refreshments. Well, don't eat anything, just wait. If you eat in a dirty manner, bad rumors will spread. But just a little. Shut up. And there was absolutely no reason for Vlad and Gott to be present at that moment of reporting. They had no right to face Count Vayezid directly. They could only move under Joseph's guarantee. Even though the threatening Zayar disappeared, Vlad and Gott could not relax easily. Everything was too clean, too vast, and above all, too quiet. It was a sight and scenery they had never seen before, born and raised in a completely different world. Thus, they failed to notice something important. The white curtains beside them were fluttering. Newcomers, who are you guys? And the fact that there was someone else in the reception room besides them. Under the slightly open window, a man was walking out through the spread white curtains. I was just trying to play around here secretly. A man shrugs his shoulders and approaches the two. The man had a strong demeanor, a confident posture, and an unmistakable heavy presence. It was as if a black panther living in the eastern jungle had turned into a person. I'm Gott, and this Lord Joseph. And Vlad was able to recognize the man in front of him the moment he saw him. He looked remarkably similar to the other black-haired man he had seen before. Okay, you're Gott. The black-haired man looked at Vlad and asked, Who are you? His sharp gaze could seem like it could overpower someone just with his presence, but Vlad met that gaze with defiance. One thing he had learned living in the back alleys was that avoiding someone's gaze meant lowering yourself. Those who were underestimated in the alleys of Shora were mercilessly devoured. Resisting someone's presence was an instinct of survival to Vlad. I'm Vlad of Shora. This is my first time hearing this name. The black-haired man looked amused by the blonde boy confidently answering him. He liked this kid. His eyes were lively and he didn't back down even in the face of his presence. Did Joseph find a decent one? Rutger, who was cheerful by nature, appreciated someone with such a confident attitude. Would you like some peanuts? And Rutger was a man who was generous with whatever he pleased, but I was told not to eat. Vlad was nervous in this unfamiliar environment and was doing his best to counter Rutger's presence. That's why he answered mechanically without even realizing it. I was told not to eat anything here. Yes. Rutger, who had not expected anyone to dare refuse his favor, was momentarily taken aback by Vlad's response. This tastes good though. Goat, who bowed his head, knew something was wrong with the current situation, but he did not dare to intervene. Vlad of Shora. The first thing he did when he came to the Vayezid family. He had refused the friendly offering of peanuts from Rutger, the eldest son of the Count. Chapter 23. Squeak squeak, the sound of a feather pen scratching paper echoed in an office. All of the furniture there was so expensive that it was difficult to judge its value, but it was not decorated extravagantly. Vlad, is it? Yes, father. A quiet yet authoritative voice filled the room. Okay. So far you haven't got a decent one except for Zayar, whom your mother gave to you. Thick eyebrows, tightly closed lips, and straight black hair that has turned gray. However, the Count's brightly shining eyes made the growing gray hair not a symbol of aging, but evidence of experience. This time, if you can raise him to become a worthy knight of the Vayezid family, I will reward you. Thank you. I know your strength lies not in the sword, but never forget that this is Vayezid. Yes. Although he was talking about giving a reward, it was also a rebuke to Joseph, who had not been able to create or recruit proper knights. Are you well? I am. Say hello to your mother on the back. She's been eagerly awaiting your return. Yes. Joseph could only muster a wry smile at his father, who inquired about his well-being only after all the reports were done. He felt a pang of disappointment, but he understood. Joseph was no longer a child, and he knew very well how heavy the position of Count Vayezid was. Go on, I'll see you tomorrow morning. Understood, father. Rest well. While Joseph politely walked out, Peter noticed that his son was limping slightly. Perhaps I should give him some medicine. I am sure he would be happy if you did that. Madame Oksana would be pleased too. She is definitely particular when it comes to her son. The reason Joseph has managed to become self-reliant is only because of her strong will. Peter Vayezid, the fifth patriarch of the Count Vayezid family and one of the representative knights of the north. He carried too much on his shoulders, making it difficult for him to easily reveal his fatherly side in front of his son. What do you think about Joseph's report? It should be taken seriously. It's a series of unusual occurrences. Peter once again carefully read the report Joseph had written. The contents reflected under the quivering candlelight were ominous and not easily overlooked. Daring to touch the legitimate son of the Vayezid family on my land, I need to find the mastermind. I will seek support from the church. The knight's sword is a shining one, but when illuminating the deep darkness, the grace of the church will be more effective. At the subdued advice, Peter nodded. Is there any unusual report from the church in Varna? Peter asked, looking at the elderly man standing beside him. We received preliminary reports through magic orb. What does it say? An elderly man with white beard wearing a long robe. He was the only magician of the Vayezid family and also Peter's advisor. They say the resurrection of the dead is cleverly combined with a curse spell. It could be either a highly skilled dark magician or the collaborative work of multiple dark magicians. After hearing the words of the magician Lagmus, Peter sighed a bit longer this time. If it's more than one, it might be an organization or a group. That's correct. Peter neatly folded the report brought by Joseph and placed it in the drawer under the desk. Even if that's the case, nothing will change. Creak, the once quiet study room echoed sharply as the chair was pushed away, creating a frictional sound. The Vayezid family will always stand firm in this land. The master of the Vayezid family was standing up from the darkness. I am prepared to do anything to those who stand in my way. You have the right to do so. One wall was filled with shelves full of books. On the other side, shining armor and sharp swords adorned the wall. Peter said as he walked towards the place where the sword was placed, I hope you quickly find those who dared threaten my son and disturb my territory. Understood, Count. A sharp and piercing glint flickered in the eyes of Count Vayezid, who was caressing his sword. Did you wait long? It's late at night. It's all right. Vlad and Gott, who had been waiting endlessly in the reception room for Joseph, quickly rose and bowed as he entered. The report I gave to my father took a long time and my mother didn't let me go easily, Joseph said with a wry smile. Are you tired? No. Zayar, who was standing next to him, looked at Vlad and smirked. Although Vlad claimed not to be, his blue eyes were full of fatigue that could not be easily hidden. Joseph leaned deeply against the back of the chair and let out a short sigh. Your name is Gott, right? Yes, Lord Joseph. When Gott heard his name, he looked up at Joseph with eyes full of great anticipation. I've arranged a room for you, stay there. We'll discuss your reward tomorrow. Yes. All he received was a dry acknowledgement. At Joseph's words, Gott left the reception room with a downcast expression like a dog that had lost its bone. Now shall we discuss our matters? Joseph looked at Vlad with his hands clasped together. Please speak. With Gott leaving, the only people left in the reception room were Joseph, Zayar, and Vlad. I brought you here to pay you a fair reward. Vlad swallowed involuntarily, sensing the sudden change in atmosphere. Joseph had been smiling comfortably just a moment ago, but now he had the appearance of a nobleman. You saved my life and you are the one who pledged to be my sword in the future. Is that correct? Yes. Vlad nodded at Joseph's words, which clearly summarized the situation. You mentioned there was something you needed to do and I understood that you wanted to be free. Is that correct? Yes. You pledged to be my sword, but your desire for freedom conflicts with that. We need to address this issue. Vlad listened again to the conditions presented by Joseph. Zayar, who had just heard the terms, raised an eyebrow but did not intervene. This negotiation was between Joseph and Vlad had earned the right to be here by saving Joseph's life. Why do you want to be free? What exactly do you want to do? If you tell me, I will clearly calculate what I can offer you. Vlad listened to Joseph's words and thought quietly, should he lay everything bare, was Joseph someone he could trust? Vlad looked at Joseph's eyes illuminated by the candlelight. There was an opportunity there, and if there was an opportunity, there was no reason to hesitate. Vlad had lived his life that way. Moonlight settled behind Joseph. Beyond the window, there was the moon emitting its blue light just like that day. Do you know a knight named Godin? He serves under Count Gadar. Since that day, he had never forgotten it even for a moment. Godin was the one who killed his benefactor, the one who destroyed the world he stood on, and also someone he could only admire. Godin was the strongest and most radiant person he had ever seen. Vlad had been chasing the moon all this time. Until just a moment ago, Vlad hesitated to speak, but this time Joseph found it challenging to continue the conversation. It wasn't just Joseph. When names of big shots that he had never dared to think of came out of Vlad's mouth, Zayar also opened his eyes wide in surprise. Godin, Gadar, Joseph was truly caught in a bewildering situation. I thought he was just a decent kid, but now it turns out he has an extraordinary background, even though it was something extraordinary that came from resentment. Was it the mysterious figure who destroyed Rose's smiles, Knight Godin? Joseph licked his dry lips, lost in thought. Yes, and he made a decision. I can't help you, they are beyond my reach. Is that so? Vlad nodded, wiping away bitter saliva. It was expected. Although he didn't know much about the world of nobles, Joseph was just the son of a count, and there were probably countless people in higher positions than him in this world. In a way, it was the anticipated outcome, so Vlad accepted it humbly. He was grateful to Joseph for being honest. Then, let's modify the contract. Vlad was planning to get up after asking for something that would be considered polite, but Joseph had no intention of letting Vlad go easily. Joseph was the one who had seen Vlad's radiant potential more closely than anyone else. I propose a 7-year contract, Vlad of Shora. Yes, the unexpected statement surprised not only Vlad but also Zayar. You may not realize it, but I have now set aside the pride of a noble. Keep in mind that this action was done with great determination. It was true that he had set aside the pride of a noble, but this decision was also part of a well-thought-out plan. Joseph was now presenting the second plan he had prepared. Vlad couldn't fully grasp what Joseph was saying at the moment, but he realized that Joseph's actions were highly unusual. Because Zayar, who was standing behind now, was becoming more ferocious. For these 7 years, I plan to clothe, feed, and train you to become a great knight who will never be defeated by anyone. I promise a shining future to you who saved me. Knight. Vlad was captivated by the resonance of the word that came out of Joseph's mouth, so he ended up repeating that word without even realizing it. Yes, a knight. Don't you want to become a knight? Joseph understood Vlad deeply. He knew what the boy wanted, what he truly desired. In return, you will be loyal to me during this period. You will do only what I command and only what I allow. Naturally, you won't be able to act against Godin and Count Gadar. But it was a great offer, but there were more things on Vlad's mind than Godin. Faces of the people he missed appeared in his mind. If it's related to the back alleys of Shora, I'll permit it. I might be able to help with that. I heard that girl Zemina is in a monastery now. Joseph smiled inwardly as he looked at Vlad's wide eyes. Joseph had thoroughly investigated Vlad until now, the past he had lived, the current situation, and the desired future. Because he was truly a desirable guy. Even if you walk away with just a sword, do you think you can eliminate the one lurking in the back alleys? Joseph said, leaning back deeply in his chair. Swords are not the only sharp things in this world. I also have my own weapon, let me help you. Vlad looked into Joseph's black eyes. What will you do, Vlad? Will you accept my proposal? Joseph's eyes were intense, as if they could absorb anything. Right after Vlad left the reception room, the kid has a remarkable goal. Is there a reason you need to cling to him like this? There are plenty of useful kids besides him. Maybe. Joseph tilted the whiskey bottle and poured out the last drink. All youngsters have potential, but whether they can blossom is another matter. Do you think he can live up to your expectations, Lord Joseph? Of course. Joseph replied, looking out the window. A blue moon was rising there. 7 years is not such a short time. It's enough time to put the leash on his neck and make him obedient. And that kid is not an ordinary wolf, Joseph answered while looking at the rising moon. He was a wolf chasing the moon. In the glass Joseph was holding, there was the image of the blue moon. He has a strong will, potential, and a high goal. He will undoubtedly grow significantly. Joseph looked at the blue moon in the glass and drank it in one go. I can't easily let go of such a kid. The boy who aimed to become the Knight of Blue Moonlight. Whether he would truly destroy the moon, Joseph wasn't sure, but at least he was confident the kid would become one shining star in the night sky. Because his eyes were fixed on the high sky. He is mine now. 7 years should be enough time, enough to build a cage big enough for the wolves to feel free. Chapter 24, the morning after sealing the deal with Vlad. Joseph headed to the dining room, following the Vayezid family tradition of spending at least one morning together. A long dining table, neatly set with a white tablecloth. But the items on it held no special significance for a morning in the house of a powerful noble. Let's eat. Breakfast at the Vayezid house began with a prayer, starting with the head of the family, Peter, Rutger, the eldest son. The second son, Joseph, with his mother, Oksana, the count's second wife. The whole family gathered, yet only the clinking of cutlery could be heard. I brought sacred items. The priest blessed them. Through the silence that descended upon the table, Count Peter turned to his eldest son, Rutger. Take them with you on this mission. I trust my sword more than someone else's blessing, father. So be it. Rutger's confident tone as the elder made Joseph shrink. Although Rutger didn't mean it that way. And there was the woman looking pitifully at Joseph, who could only retreat naturally. Joseph, she said, take the medicine after breakfast. It's good for your ankle. Thank you, mother, for the elder brother, sacred relics to ward off threats, and for him the medicine he needed for his wounds. Joseph always tried to be big, but a deep-seated feeling of inferiority had squeezed his soul over the years. A father trying to take care of his children, a mother looking at her shrinking son, and brothers who couldn't help but constantly compare themselves. Only the cold silence concealed their complicated feelings. After a long and silent breakfast, Joseph hurriedly made his way to his office. Along the way, his mother offered him a cup of tea, but her embrace was so warm and comforting that once he entered it, it was difficult to escape. Joseph was an unstoppable man. He had to run as fast as he could. The morning sunlight streamed down the white marble corridor, but it didn't illuminate every inch of the hallway. Every time they passed through a dark spot untouched by sunlight, Joseph's expression hardened. The poisons boiling within him naturally stiffened his face. But when he reached the door of his office, instead of stiffness, Joseph displayed a perplexed expression. What an idiot, someone shouted from inside. What was that? Joseph turned the doorknob of his office door. Inside, he saw the bright morning sun and the people waiting for him. Welcome, Lord Joseph. Sir, are you here? There was Vlad, whose head was being held by Zayar, and the figure of Got, huddled like a turtle at the sight of the bloody scene. Why are you being restrained again? As soon as he saw them, Joseph felt that the strange emotions stirring within him calmed. Calm and confidence, that's what the people here gave him. With a long sigh, as if words barely escaped him, Zayar pointed to a box on Joseph's desk. This box, Lord Rutger sent it to me. My brother, Rutger, and Joseph had the same father but different mothers. They were diametrically opposed in their tastes, and each had their sights set on becoming the next Count Vayezid, so although they were related, they weren't close enough to exchange gifts. Besides, he hadn't been particularly communicative during breakfast. What's going on? Vlad started nodding as Joseph shook his head and read Rutger's letter in the box. Yes, finally understanding the situation, Joseph carefully closed Rutger's letter. It's yours, you can eat it. Sorry, can you do it in 10 minutes? What Rutger sent was a box full of peanuts. Joseph turned to Zayar and his loyal knight nodded. I'll take a stroll around the block. Joseph retraced his steps and left the office. What kind of idiot does that just because someone tells him to? As the door began to close, a roar came from it. I didn't eat anything because you told me not to. Is that what I said? I did what you told me to do. Since when do you listen to me so well? Listening to the voices behind him, Joseph silently walked away. Is it time for the flowers to bloom? Even in the darkness without sunlight, Joseph managed to smile. From today, you'll be a stable boy. You'll handle the horses of my knights and belong to my mother, Countess Oksana, as a worker. Thank you, Lord Joseph. Got's wish was granted. In exchange for a large sum of gold, he was hired as a servant for the Vayezid family. I'll do my best. You can go. Got, now with a stable, comfortable, and well-paid job, left the office with a smile on his face. Probably because he was hired by Joseph himself, there would be no one to intimidate him, but he was still hungry and stared at the blonde boy. You're not done. Although he was currently disgruntled by the ridiculous mistake he made yesterday, Vlad was undoubtedly a guy who would rise higher. Got left the office silently, anticipating the moment. Vlad, seriously? Joseph turned his head to look at Vlad. There was Zayar, still uneasy, and Vlad, cheeks swollen from a handful of peanuts. Perhaps one of the puffy cheeks was the result of a blow from Zayar. From now on, Vlad, you are officially Zayar's squire. Until now, out of respect for you, I turned a blind eye to your rude behavior, but from now on, that won't be the case. Understand? Yes, you're a man of few words. Yes, Zayar will talk to you about life in the mansion. You can go. Once Vlad was out of the office, Joseph vented to his loyal knight. It won't be easy dealing with him after all. He's unpredictable in every way. Plus, he's had a tough life, so he has a lot of rebellious character. Yes, I suppose, Joseph said, looking at the executive office door that Vlad had just slammed open. But I have to do it because I'll never be recognized by my father unless I have a track record of having my own knight. I understand. His own knight raised by Joseph. Although there was a good knight beside Joseph, Zayar, given to him by his mother, Countess Oksana, Knight Zayar. The knight who came with the immense talent that Oksana brought with her when she married his father. Raised by Countess Oksana's family, the Oscars, he was handed over to Joseph at birth. This made him a knight of Vayezid family by birth, but he was only loyal to Joseph and Oksana, so technically he couldn't be considered purely a Vayezid knight. Good luck with that, that's what Joseph needed. A title of a knight of Vayezid family, not the one his mother gave him but one of his own creation. I'll do my best. Zayar left his office, determined to succeed for his lord. Upon leaving the office, a disgruntled blonde boy awaited him, Tusk. This was the kind of boy he would have to deal with from now on. Follow me. Yes, Joseph had chosen this task and he had to follow his master's decision. To fulfill his master's will, that's chivalry. This is the dining room. The knights have their own dining room and the servants use the same dining room as the maids. I see. He was indeed difficult to handle, but he was also a man who would produce brilliant results. This is the training ground. We train our bodies, not our swords. Ask the boys next door how to use the equipment. So Zayar took Vlad around and showed him the facilities of Vayezid family. They were rough, but the care put into them was nothing compared to what other knights put into their squires. This is your room. It's a single room. Oh, and with that response, Zayar trusted that Vlad would navigate well in the unfamiliar environment of Vayezid family. Is it okay, really? It was a small room, barely big enough for a bed, but Vlad smiled, acknowledging even that. It's not even dirt floor and it has a bed. This is a palace. I had forgotten for a moment that you were from the streets after the shock earlier. They were the offspring of a well-educated family, but from the moment they arrived here as squires, the boys had to start from the bottom. Even if they were in good physical shape, many couldn't adapt to the sudden change in environment and treatment. But for Vlad, who had been living like a weed, this was paradise. He shouldn't have trouble adapting. As long as he doesn't make any mistakes. Follow me. Vlad followed behind Zayar, trying to soak up everything he could from the surroundings. Yesterday he had embarrassed himself by getting carried away by Rutger's momentum, but for a latecomer like Vlad, quick thinking was a matter of survival. Then Vlad's eyes spotted someone moving with the maids. It was a lady with neatly framed green hair. She's Lady Oksana, she's Joseph's mother, be polite as you were taught before. Yes, this was the most embarrassing thing for Vlad, who had lived in an alley where every time you saw someone you shouted insults. Be polite, treat nobility with respect, bow your head. These were things he wasn't used to, but in the future he must adapt to the discipline of this place. After all, they were going to be here for 7 years, so it was best to adapt as soon as possible, Vlad thought. Vlad learned it in a day, but he remembered everything he could and bowed his head in a sign of respect. But Oksana's walk, which they thought would pass by, was slowly approaching Zayar and Vlad. Vlad swallowed hard as he saw her. Zayar, my faithful knight, good morning. Are you well? Zayar raised his head in a greeting, and Vlad, who had been watching, quickly raised his eyes too. Is he? Yes, he is. Joseph brought him here himself. I see. Rough men, whores selling laughs, hustlers looking for an opportunity. For Vlad, who had only dealt with people like that, noble Oksana was the kind of person he had never encountered. Thank you, she said. You saved my son's life, didn't you? I just did my job. Maybe if Vlad had turned his head a little to the side, he would have seen Zayar looking at him impatiently. I'll have to give you a reward. You've done much more than you think. Thank you. Vlad was about to bow and express his thanks, but he froze as Oksana suddenly approached and stroked his head. It's a nice color. It goes well with your blue eyes. He wanted to say something, but Vlad stiffened and rolled his eyes. Oksana sensed a smell. It was a nostalgic scent. You have broad shoulders for someone so thin. It would be good if you gained a little weight. Meanwhile, Vlad had been living in the company of prostitutes. He was immune to women and had the knuckles to handle them. But now. For now, he could only look down, unable to utter a word, like a mute in honey. Oksana's gaze at Vlad resembled nothing he had ever seen from a woman. Youth Vlad lost himself in that look he hadn't seen for so long that he couldn't even remember. It was the first time in his life that he found himself on the wrong side of a thorn. I leave him in your service, Sir Zayar. Yes, Lady Oksana. He could only nod his head in gratitude. When she left, Vlad, who had remained stiff for some time, made eye contact with Zayar, who was as tense as he was. Did I do well? Somewhat well. The boy unnecessarily looked away, scratching his neck at the chill that rose to the depths of his chest. Chapter 25. In the midst of a restaurant enveloped in silence, Gott looked at Vlad, unsure of what to do. Captain. At the same time, numerous gazes in the restaurant, filled with various sneers, began to focus on the place where Vlad was seated. Everyone was anticipating something. A yellow lump emerged above the soup Vlad was eating. It was someone's saliva. Sorry about this. I thought this place was a trash can because it smells like garbage. Ha ha ha. There were 3 squires standing behind Vlad, smiling broadly. Sooner than I expected. Vlad didn't show anger towards the squires. He just nodded, feeling that this was bound to happen sooner or later. The Vayezid family is a prestigious family in the north. Just being in a place like that for a short time was a great experience. The squires here were all decent folks from good households. Although not nobles, they were well-raised young masters. It was only natural for them to behave like this when someone from a back alley entered their gathering. Vlad decided to endure for now, as he had experienced a similar situation at the camp. I'm used to it. Scorn, disdain, and ignorance were always familiar to him. Of course, just because he was used to it didn't mean it didn't hurt, but Vlad chose to let it pass for now. So he quietly lifted the spoon. Captain, he scooped up the saliva floating in the soup and scattered it on the floor. Then he picked up his spoon again and started eating the soup as if nothing had happened. And the squires in the restaurant, who had been planning to torment Vlad, were watching with surprise as he calmly responded. However, everyone stopped laughing at Vlad's nonchalant attitude. It was a strange silence. What's with that guy? Among the new recruits who had come in so far, none had behaved like this. Some get angry, some scared, or some even just laughed it off. However, the guy who came from the back alley was behaving differently from their expectations. In the unintentionally quiet dining room, Vlad thought about what Xayar had said. From now on, every action you take is directly linked to Joseph's reputation. Xayar, who knew Vlad's temper well, advised him to be careful and be careful of his actions. Since I've received something, I'll have to endure this. Vlad was well aware that he had received a golden opportunity. Therefore, if he could endure it, he intended to quietly overlook it for the sake of Joseph's dignity. How should I handle this? However, as someone from the back alley, he couldn't help the lurking sense of brutality. So even though he was calmly sipping the soup, there was something naturally emanating from him. The blue eyes that made people recognize Vlad even in the wild back alleys. Those eyes were burning with a fierce intensity. Arrogant brat. When things did not go as he had intended, the squire who had been arguing approached Vlad, growling. See you later, I'll make the hazing ceremony spectacular for you. What's your name? The plan was to intimidate Vlad and instill fear, but Vlad was reacting completely differently from Sobanin's intentions. What? Vlad's head turned slowly, accompanied by a chilling voice. What's your name? Facing the blazing blue eyes, Sobanin felt as if his surroundings were turning dark. There was a gaze emitting even more intimidation than the knights he was serving. Sobanin. Without realizing it, Sobanin stuttered. That was the kind of pressure it was. Sobanin, Vlad quietly muttered Sobanin's name as he chewed and swallowed the soup. A barking dog doesn't bite. One who intends to kill doesn't get angry. I'll remember, simply glaring quietly. Vlad had already finished eating and stood up holding an empty plate, looking forward to the hazing ceremony. As Sobanin heard Vlad's voice passing by, he realized something was wrong. Hey, do you know where you are? A filthy orphan from the back alleys acting like he owns the place. Although he spat out sharp words to protect his wounded pride until the end, Vlad just returned the plate quietly and left the restaurant without saying anything. Even though Got followed Vlad, cautiously observing, the restaurant was left in a strange silence. Captain, are you okay? I feel sick. What are you going to do now? According to the servants, that guy Sobanin seems to be a captain among the squires. That guy is the captain? In response to Vlad's question, Got vigorously nodded. I see. Be careful, squires and servants. The path where the squires and servants had to part ways. Vlad gestured to Got once and walked toward his destination. He is that guy. Even in the crowded restaurant surrounded by dozens of people, Vlad remained calm as if he were eating at his own home. Who splitted even ghost-like beings? Perhaps it was a natural reaction. Since he was a guy who cut down fearful beings that were difficult to even put his eyes on, the threats to his peers were such a big deal. That's why people should play in big places. As Vlad's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor in the distance, Got also changed his direction. There was no need to worry. That guy is not someone who would stop in a place like this. After parting ways with Got, Vlad headed to the training ground where Xayar would be according to the scheduled events. Everything okay? Yes. Then draw your sword. After lunch, there was a short sparring session with Xayar. It wasn't common for a knight to engage in daily sparring with his squire unless the squire was from a prestigious family or the parents generously provided money. But I have one question. Go ahead. Vlad wiped his nose and opened his mouth. What if I get surrounded by several people? What should I do? Run away. What if I can't run away? The question is to what extent the other party is armed. In response to Xayar's question, Vlad looked around the training hall and said, well, let's say they have wooden swords. And there's a guy with a small shield mixed in. Is that so? As Vlad answered, Xayar's eyes narrowed as if he sensed something. Well, your swordsmanship isn't exactly suitable for a group fight. Really? Vlad's eyes widened as he heard his swordsmanship evaluation for the first time. Looking at Vlad's reaction, Xayar drew a line on the floor with a wooden sword and replied with a grumble. Did you learn without even knowing what swordsmanship your teacher uses? The person teaching me doesn't even know who he is. Vlad, who grumbled internally for a moment, answered. I don't know. Honestly, if someone teaches me something, I just have to be thankful and learn. I guess so. Zayar drew a long cross-shaped line on the floor and swung his wooden sword to shake off the sand. Your teacher is probably a duelist. Your swordsmanship is specialized for short-range combat rather than group battles. Oh, the excited voice that unexpectedly got clues about himself exclaimed with excitement. Ask more, a duelist. Wondering why Vlad seemed so excited, Zayar decided to provide more explanation. Not all knights are the same. There are household knights like me, who are bound to a noble family, or there are knight-errants who only earn the title of knight and wander around. Duelists can be considered a type of knight-errant. Zayar looked at Vlad and nodded. They are usually knights who participate as representatives in honor duels. Want to know more? Then who are some famous duelists? Or maybe someone who was famous in the past but is not well known now. Seeing Vlad's sparkling eyes, Zayar thought he should stop here. The boy's curiosity was boundless, but today's time was limited. You learn one thing a day. Do you want to hear about famous duelists, or should I teach you the basics of group combat? Famous duelists. Basics of group combat. Although the voice pleaded for another consideration, for Vlad, dealing with the impending situation was more crucial. Good, come in. Following Zayar's gesture, Vlad stood at the center of the cross. The basics of group combat lie in angles. Right now, you're exposed in all four directions: north, south, east, and west. In this situation, you have to defend against attacks from at least 4 people. What do I do then? You need to use the terrain. Zayar grabbed Vlad's shoulder and turned him towards one end of the cross. If you defend one direction, there are only 3 remaining angles, right? That way you've blocked one. It's quite obvious. What if there's no place left to defend? You'd be fighting in a very harsh situation. Try to fight in the most advantageous place if possible. And if there really isn't such a place, to Vlad's persistent question, Zayar shrugged and replied, then you create obstacles. With what? In response to Vlad's question, Zayar said with a grin. With the opponent's bodies. The smile that Zayar was making had a certain weight to it. A human corpse can be quite an effective obstacle. It's heavy, takes up space, and after some time passes from death, it becomes solid. Vlad nodded his head and his eyes lit up at Zayar's practical teachings. As I mentioned, the basics are not giving angles, and the second important thing is timing. The essence is preventing opponents from entering all at once. Swoosh, saying that, Zayar moved quietly on the cross. Vlad, watching Zayar's movements, was momentarily bewildered. It seemed like he would move to the right, but when Vlad opened his eyes, Zayar was standing on the left. It was an advanced technique that misled the opponent with shoulder movements, eye contact, and foot positioning. To create that, you need to anticipate the opponent's movements. It's about controlling the opponent with your movements. Vlad nodded after listening to Zayar's explanation and the voice's commentary. Are you saying I should anticipate the opponent's movements with my own? I don't need to say it twice. Zayar saw that Vlad understood what he was saying even without detailed explanation, and thought that he was also a smart guy. In reality, the voice within his soul was providing detailed explanations. To achieve that, you must move incessantly. Move. All swordsmanship starts from footwork. Today, we'll learn footwork for group combat as you requested. Zayar grinned at the boy, whose eyes were shining with determination. Within the boy's gaze, there was passion and even more, a sense of urgency. There was a hungry beast within him, eager to learn, try to follow. The training that started after lunch continued until dusk. He had potential, he had reasons to learn, and he had 2 teachers. Under the red twilight, the boy danced. Strike, damn it! If you're going to do it half-heartedly, just run away. I won't say anything about that. Isn't it natural not to follow perfectly when I just learned it today? Although the dance was painfully embarrassing to watch. Although he was being beaten, Vlad was genuinely smiling for the first time in a long while. Although he was rough, Zayar was considerate of him and Joseph trusted him. Such emotions were new to him since that night. The night he shed tears atop a pile of trash. Suddenly, Vlad looked at the red sun going over the horizon and thought of the people in Shora. He missed them. What's with the mess in front of this shop? A back alley in the city at dusk. There was a mercenary man coming into the only blacksmith shop there. Who's there? Just asking about something, old man. Most of the people who visited the old blacksmith were fixed. Those who wanted really nice items would go to the famous blacksmith shop in Shora. But in the end, people who didn't have much money and were looking for something that could be used roughly were bound to come here. Of course, the blonde boy who stared at the sword was the only exception. You don't seem like someone who should be coming here. Oh right, I didn't come here to buy anything. However, the mercenary in front of the old man seemed to have some skill. The weapons, armor he carried, and the various items he had arranged indicated that he was an experienced mercenary. This is my first time in the back alleys of Shora. Are there no other blacksmiths except here? That's right. And do you make swords here? Not anymore. The mercenary nodded as if he had expected that response from the elderly blacksmith. A humble and small forge, seemingly unremarkable tools, and most importantly, an old man who looked like he had rotted away in the back alleys for a lifetime. The mercenary glanced around the shop, and the old blacksmith seemed to straighten up a bit under his scrutinizing gaze. What in the world are you asking for? I want to make a sword. Just pick any random blacksmith. Why bother coming to a place like this to find a sword? The old man clicked his tongue, and the mercenary, finding the situation amusing, laughed and replied, I wanted to make a somewhat special sword. What kind of special sword? Without turning around, the old man continued to stoke the fire in the forge. Well, I want to make a sword that can slay ghosts. Ghosts? The well-dressed man's unexpected statement made the old man's eyebrows twitch. If it's ghosts, you should go to the church instead of here. No, no, sir. Do you happen to know someone named Vlad of Shora? I heard he's from here. Vlad. When the familiar name came from the unfamiliar man, the old man, who had been tossing coal into the forge, dropped it and looked up. Is there something about him? Perhaps he passed away. It seems you do know, so is he really from here? Now that they finally understood each other, the mercenary burst into laughter. When I asked the friend, he said he got it done at a blacksmith shop in the back alley of Shora. What? He's alive. The old man felt truly relieved. However, the subsequent words from the mercenary were simply unbelievable. That young lad apparently cut a ghost with a sword. A ghost? That's right, she was a cursed woman, but when the light shone from the sword, she was split in half. The mercenary man who entered the old blacksmith shop was one of the mercenaries who barely escaped with their lives from the subjugation team. At the risk of death, a flash of white light shined at that moment. For the mercenary, the light that flashed in the dense mist was more radiant than anything he had ever seen. There's no way that young lad used an aura. So I thought the sword would be special. He really treated the sword with utmost care. The mercenary considered the worn-out back alleys of Shora as a place with a high likelihood, so a sword that can cut down even ghosts. My conclusion is that there must be a mysterious blacksmith here who knows how to make it. Do you happen to know any likely places? If you tell me, I'll show my gratitude. Sigh. In response to the mercenary's words, the old blacksmith sighed deeply, containing many emotions. What did that kid do? What on earth has he been doing to turn a guy like me into a blacksmith who makes swords that can cut down ghosts? Haven't heard anything. There's no way such a person exists. Don't say that. Even if you ask, no one will know. No one would know. No, they wouldn't believe it. The boy who fell with the trash that night had created the light to slay ghosts. The sword he made was imbued with that light. No one will know. The fact that a boy born where the sun does not rise and a sword created in a pathetic blacksmith shop emitted such a light would not be known. As the mercenary left, the old man stopped his work, sitting in silence and staring blankly at the front of the shop. Despite the chaotic state of the storefront with countless people passing by, the old man could see it. The melancholy footsteps created by the boy who used to gaze at the stars. The appearance of that boy who always lingered around. Chapter 26. It looks like they are sparring. Peter, strolling through the mansion, cocked his head at the sound coming from below. Are those the squires? It seems so. There, under the guidance of the instructor, the squires were gathered, engaging in sparring with wooden swords. Peter often secretly observed such training sessions conducted by knights or squires. Not just the head of the family, but also one of the prominent knights representing the north, House Vayezid. The fact that someone of such renown, who could be idolized by anyone, could watch them anytime, anywhere, was a great motivation for the squires present here. Let's observe for a moment. Yes. In addition, those who showed outstanding performance during training were given rewards to boost their morale, so the knights and squires of the Vayezid family always trained with the same mindset as in real combat. Everything was as Peter intended. Is it that lad? I heard he has blonde hair. He must be the one. He seems unfamiliar. Peter, who usually checked on the training situation, was paying special attention to one of the squires today. He looks neat. A squire with striking blonde hair caught Peter's eye from afar. The boy brought by his second son, who always had sore fingers, was there. Lord Patriarch over there. As Peter concentrated on seeing Vlad, his advisor Lagmus whispered quietly to him. Zayar, it seems. He must be watching them secretly like we do. Where Ragmus pointed, the one-eyed knight Zayar was looking down at the blond boy with a serious expression. First times always make us nervous. Peter, who knew that Zayar had brought in a squire for the first time, only smiled quietly. Where shall we look? Joseph brought him, and Zayar is keeping an eye on the lad. He looks fierce. The lad was currently wielding his sword fiercely against a squire who is a head taller than him below. He seems clumsy. Is that so? Although it might not be apparent to the eyes of the mage Lagmus, Peter could gauge Vlad's level with just one swordplay. But he shows flashes of brilliance. Joseph might be captivated. Indeed, there's something different about him compared to the bulky lad. Fierce, swift, and decisive, admirable. What do you mean? But beyond the talents he had since birth, Peter admired another aspect of Vlad more. He is trying to apply what he's learned, no matter how clumsy it may be. Even amidst the fierce exchange of blows, the blond boy moved confidently, anticipating the opponent's moves without flinching. He attempts and challenges. The boy below was striving to improve himself. Clumsy. Although the movements resembled someone's footwork and were clumsy to the point of being laughable, Peter was immensely pleased with the boy's determination to try. It was the kind of movement that made you cheer without even realizing it. Good. The bulky squire's wooden sword soared high into the air. It seemed like a finishing move, but it was all part of the blond boy's plan. It's over. As Peter predicted, the blond boy was already sitting on top of the other squire and punching him in the face. After inducing a big movement, he quickly punched him in the stomach. Though the execution was clumsy, the result was a clear and decisive move. Is it all right to strike so forcefully during training? Leave it be. To become a knight, one must possess that level of determination. Peter halted his steps and looked at the knight in the distance. The one-eyed knight who had been observing his squire from afar was quietly smiling. Vlad was always the first to act. He had to discover and move faster than anyone else to secure today's meal. Stop. Enough. Despite the instructor's call, Vlad did not stop punching under the guise of sparring. Just once more, split in front of me like you did then. Thus, he decided to act first this time too. It is obvious that beatings disguised as hazing will occur sooner or later. Vlad's judgment was to break their spirit beforehand rather than passively endure being surrounded by them and beaten up. From Vlad's perspective, sitting idly and waiting while the threat approached was akin to suicide. Answer me, damn it. Okay. The big lad had no choice but to respond with a frightened look in his eyes at Vlad's violent actions that went beyond the limits. The lad currently being beaten up was the one who had chuckled alongside Sobanin in the restaurant that day. To put it in back alley terms, he was like Sobanin's henchman. I said stop, are you mocking me? I'm sorry. I got too carried away. Vlad left only after the instructor's reprimand, but the lad who had fallen couldn't easily get back up. What kind of glare was that? What was flowing from the eyes of Vlad, who had just growled at himself, was clearly bloodlust. It wasn't something that should come out in a mere sparring match, and it was also a raw feeling that he encountered for the first time in his life. Overwhelmed by the intense gaze, the fallen squire couldn't easily rise even with his eyes closed. And all the squires present here were witnessing that scene, just like in the restaurant that day. Vlad suddenly got up and walked up to Sobanin's side and spoke quietly. Tell him I'm sorry. Once I get into it, I lose control. You crazy bastard. Though Vlad spoke with a smile, at first glance it seemed like they were having a light joke, but the conversation between the two was extremely bloody. And I'll apologize to you in advance too. Sobanin frowned and quietly glared at Vlad. Though he was smiling outwardly, Vlad's eyes were flashing ominously. You won't end it with just that. What? Sobanin was tense. He had never encountered someone like this before. Though he was not of noble birth, Sobanin's father ran a fairly large business, so there were some guys who bowed before he could even scare them, but this kid. You can look forward to it. This guy is really crazy, Sobanin sincerely thought as he watched Vlad laugh. Joseph brought a mad dog from the back alleys. If the soup's not spicy enough, I will call you, then come and spit in it. The mad dog laughed before Sobanin's eyes. Sobanin swallowed hard, looking at Vlad's smile, because a mad dog doesn't hesitate to bite. Captain, are you okay? Haven't the others been bothering you or anything? I'm doing great lately. Everyone gives me a wide berth and even spreads out when I take a bath. That doesn't sound like a good thing, Vlad shrugged at Gott's remark. Well, considering how I've been roughing up the squires. Gott looked at Vlad and nodded eagerly. You've been knocking down 3 a day, so everyone is avoiding you like the plague. It's better to strike first when fighting. Truly a back-alley type, Gott thought as he looked at Vlad. Right after the incident at the restaurant, Vlad had shown Gott just how fast he could act. Vlad had singled out the troublemakers among the squires, particularly those who were close to Sobanin, and like a wolf targeting sheep, he had followed them one by one, defeating them. In the bathroom, in the bathhouse, in the dim corridors of the mansion, any squire who was alone had to face Vlad's intimidating gaze. Jorge had said it, if you beat them just enough, they'll crawl back. It is a crime. Beating someone to that extent is a crime. I'm already a criminal, beating someone up is on the mild side for me, and I hit them so discreetly it's fine. Oh right, Gott nodded as he listened to Vlad's words. Despite initially mistaking Vlad for an ordinary boy due to his association with peers, Vlad was a kid who had been a squad leader among hardened mercenaries at just under 17 years old. Don't beat them until they're too uncomfortable. Well, it's up to them to decide. As they exchanged banter, they found themselves entering the restaurant. Their servants pretended not to see Vlad, and squires who had already taken a beating dared not even look at him. See, it's peaceful and nice when they don't mess with you. Today's lunch is sausages. Vlad, seemingly in a good mood from seeing the meat, hummed a tune as he picked up his plate. And there was one gaze watching him closely with a smile. Just one more. Vlad, smiling broadly, requested more sausages at the food counter, but the maid standing there was a sturdy middle-aged woman with a long history in the Vayezid family. If you take more, others won't get any. Come on, just one more. Vlad had no choice but to step down from the food counter, firmly denied by the maid's gesture. If it weren't for Lord Joseph, you would be lying down by now. Despite his lean appearance, Vlad had quite an appetite. Being born in a certain place, it was only natural for him to have deeply ingrained instincts. Vlad and Gott sat at the table with somewhat disappointed faces after their negotiation failed. But still, it's better than being a mercenary, right, Captain? The moment they pick up the utensils and are just about to put the food in their mouths. Oh, hello, someone awkwardly greeted Vlad. Who are you? Vlad, slightly frowning, wondered if this person was going to pick a fight again. However, the guy standing in front of him didn't seem like the type to start a fight. Short stature, chubby cheeks, and eyes that are buried in the flesh and cannot be seen well. I'm Patri Canor. He seemed a bit embarrassed to say it out loud, but he looked like someone who would roll if you pushed him. All right, what's your business with me, Patri? Vlad furrowed his brows slightly. It wasn't very nice to see the guy holding the tray in front of him and hesitating, and looking at the way he was muttering, it seemed like it would take some time for him to even speak. Either sit down or scram. Don't hover around in front of me like you're about to faint. Vlad's words were stern, but Patri seemed to interpret them as permission to sit, judging by his reaction. A flush spread across Patri's face. Thanks for letting me sit. Vlad's expression seemed to say, what kind of guy is this, as he glanced at Patri, who was sitting shyly. Deciding to focus on his lunch instead of shooing the boy away, Vlad dug into his meal. I've been eating alone all this time. Actually, I've been eating alone in the bathroom. I'm eating now. Through their conversation, Vlad realized that Patri had been the target of bullying before him. Sausages taste good, right? Just shut up and eat. Even so, there was no reason to care. Eat this too. Looking at Vlad, who was chomping with regret after stuffing the only sausage into his mouth, Patri carefully pushed his sausage onto Vlad's plate. What are you doing now? Vlad longed for everything he could get his hands on, but vain sympathy and suspicious favors were the exception. However, even under Vlad's sharp gaze, Patri continued speaking cautiously, resembling a waiter dealing with a difficult customer. Just because you're doing this doesn't mean I'll. These sausages are supplied by my father. What? Though Patri had displayed a demeanor of resignation until now, when mentioning his father, he spoke with confidence. All the meat supplied to the Vayezid family is provided by our Canor family. Our house has been in the livestock and ranching business for generations. Go on. For a moment, Vlad had forgotten. All the guys here were undoubtedly sons of noble families. The chubby guy in front of him would probably never have dared to approach him when Vlad was still in the back alley. I heard you asked for more sausages earlier. That's right. I know, right? Sausages are a preserved food, and although not as good as jerky, they're often sought after by wealthy mercenaries. So what? As the conversation seemed to lose focus, Vlad began to feel annoyed. So my father sent me a lot to eat. Patri smiled as he mentioned the sausages and cured meats his father had sent him for his room. There's too much for me to eat alone, should I share some? Vlad thought to himself. He might not be as influenced as Priest Andrea, but still, it wouldn't hurt to make a connection while he was here. While he couldn't do anything about those who had already annoyed him, knowing at least one person here might be useful in the future. Sure, as the son of a family with a significant meat supply to the Count family, Patri would undoubtedly have some utility. Vlad thought he didn't necessarily go to Patri's room just for sausages. Outside Patri's room, Vlad and Gott opened their mouths wide in surprise. Why did you come here to become a squire? Just a squire, not even a knight. Yeah, what kind of knight would I be? My father didn't expect much either. He just wanted me to make some connections here and come back. Patri chuckled awkwardly, admitting that it hadn't worked out well, but Vlad and Gott couldn't even see Patri's smile. The room was filled with red sausages and cured meats, but there was no trace of a knight in sight. Vlad let out a disappointed laugh as he looked around. This guy really doesn't belong here. Want to eat together starting tomorrow? Really, you'll join me? If that's the case, there's no need to refuse. Vlad looked around at the sausages hanging everywhere as if they were decorations, his eyes gleaming. Just bring sausages instead. Patri's sausages weren't the kind of thing one would regret eating in more ways than one. Chapter 27, Thud Thud Thud. The one-eyed knight walked down the corridor of the mansion lost in thought. Passers-by quickly lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact with Zayar's stern expression. He wasn't someone known for creating a relaxed atmosphere, but these days, it seemed even more so. I wish someone could lend me a hand or two. Zayar was having particularly busy days lately. In addition to his usual duties of guarding Joseph, he had to oversee Vlad's swordsmanship and various training sessions. Occasionally, he was summoned by Oksana to report on Joseph and Vlad's conditions. It was inevitable since one of the 5 knights under Joseph's command, Roderick, had died in the recent subjugation battle, and the other two had been injured while protecting Joseph. With only Vorden remaining, it was Zayar's responsibility to train Vlad. It wasn't an easy task, especially considering Vlad's difficult temperament and the need to nurture him carefully. Raising someone isn't an easy task. Zayar sighed inwardly as he thought about Vlad. The new blonde boy he was now in charge of wasn't easy to handle from the start, and he needed a lot of attention. I should have raised a squire at least once. Walking down the corridor, Zayar loosened his stiff neck, regretting not having raised a successor sooner, but Zayar didn't complain. It wasn't in his nature, and besides, his lord Joseph was the busiest of them all. Anyone who wanted to rise above the surface had to struggle. Although Zayar walked briskly due to his busy schedule, he heard a voice calling him from afar. "Sir Zayar, where are you rushing off to?" Zayar recognized the man waving at him from the end of the corridor and frowned. "Aren't you showing too much disdain on your face? To be honest, I'm in quite a hurry." All right. Of course, if you're taking care of Lord Joseph's affairs, you must be quite busy." Zayar tried to end the conversation quickly by mentioning his busy schedule, but Gregory, the knight blocking his path, seemed unwilling to let him go so easily. "Is there something you want to say? Well, you do look good despite being busy." "I said I am busy." Zayar felt boiling frustration seeing Gregory blocking his path in the midst of his busy schedule, but he didn't confront him recklessly. Gregory was one of the neutral knights. All knights of the Vayezid family prioritized Lord Peter's orders, but their political allegiances diverged between two main paths: the eldest son, Rutger, or the second son, Joseph. Deciding who would be the next head and who to stand behind was a significant issue. To be properly utilized as a knight, it was crucial not only to have skill but also to choose one's lord wisely. A knight of Sir Zayar's caliber should have received and nurtured a squire. Frankly, it feels a bit late even now, that's what I think. However, the knight Gregory before him wasn't someone standing in the middle to choose between them. It was just that he was so free-spirited that even among the knights he was called an eccentric, so no one chose him. "You should raise your squire well. Our Patri has grown up already, too much in fact. He needs to lose some weight." "What are you trying to say?" Seeing Zayar's gaze sharpening, Gregory quickly interjected to prevent Zayar's annoyance from escalating. "Did you say Vlad? That guy looks pretty useful. He was chosen by Lord Joseph himself. He has a manly personality and strong spirit. What do you want to say?" Gregory quickly gets to the point. "As you know, meddling in squire affairs is somewhat inappropriate for knights. It's just a matter of avoiding unnecessary conflicts." Indeed. Understanding now what he wanted to say, Zayar stroked his chin and looked at Gregory. "Vlad seems to be getting along well with our Patri these days. That guy doesn't have any friends. He's a guy who lives for his own good taste. Just let them hang out together." Even the most dignified knight sometimes had to make a request to someone. "But still, he's my cousin's son. I can't just let him be mistreated here, and asking other guys didn't yield anything." "For free?" Understanding Zayar's question to some extent, Gregory laughed and extended his hand. "If things work out well, you owe me a favor later. Nothing too risky or difficult, though." Anyway, what Gregory was asking for wasn't something Zayar had to do himself. And one of the reasons he was so busy was because of that boy. "Well, I will give it a try." Zayar, who had been short-handed for quite some time, shook Gregory's hand lightly without much hesitation. "But he doesn't listen to me." "Oh, he's gonna be a big shot." It was Gregory who was laughing with an exaggerated expression at Zayar's words. "He really doesn't listen." This guy is going to be really big." Gregory, who had been laughing with an exaggerated expression at Zayar's words, now looked slightly surprised. "Well, if he's gonna be a great knight, he needs to have his own strong convictions. He's just stubborn." The knights, who shared their concerns with the hands they had just held, passed each other with light hearts. "But he'll pretend to listen, right?" After parting ways with Gregory, Zayar thought to himself, "If he doesn't listen, I'll make him listen." He'd give him a good whack if he didn't. After all, the boy had to dedicate himself to Joseph for 7 years. Vlad, who had just grabbed the reins and was about to mount, let out a strange scream and tumbled to the dirt floor. Puahaha, the horse that had knocked Vlad to the ground, shook its head and began to prance around wildly. "Whoa, calm down, you rascal." The stable keepers summoned for this class tried to calm him down, but the horse was so startled by something that it started shaking its body and running wild. "Oh, damn it!" Avoiding the horse that was threateningly lifting its front hooves, Vlad quickly rolled away. It was a mess, but better than being kicked by a hoof. As soon as Vlad fell nearby, the horse seemed to regain its calm as if nothing had happened. "This bastard!" Vlad's temper flared as he watched the horse, usually well-behaved until he grabbed the reins, now seemingly agitated. "Vlad, get out! Instructor, just one more chance." No, the horse got spooked. "Besides, you've never ridden before, it's too risky now." Watching the instructor keep him away from the horse, Vlad muttered curses under his breath in frustration. "Darn it, I should have been up there by now." Vlad felt pathetic and regretful. Though those around him might not understand, he knew how precious every minute of this training session was. The lessons held for the squires of the Vayezid family were all about advanced techniques, ones that wouldn't be easily taught elsewhere. To miss out on such a valuable opportunity and repeatedly day after day left Vlad seething with frustration. Darn it! Horses, like most animals, simply didn't listen to Vlad, and some of his peers couldn't resist poking fun at him. Thinking he can become a knight when he can't even ride a horse. He should have learned basic horseback riding a long time ago. There were a few peers who enjoyed taunting Vlad, sticking close to Sobanin. They were so grouped together that he couldn't handle them yet. Though he was tempted to retaliate immediately, Vlad decided to hold back for now. It was true that he hadn't properly handled the horse, and rushing in could cause trouble for Joseph. He couldn't burden Joseph, the only one who looked out for him. I need to get my act together. Instead, he planned to seize an opportunity to take them by surprise and beat them up where nobody else would know. A clenched fist could convey intentions without a word spoken, making the point clear without needing to ask. Just like the squires who are looking the other way and trying not to look at him. But why can't I do it? Vlad ran his hand through his hair roughly, then plopped down near where the squires were gathered. Sobanin, as expected. As soon as he sat down, he watched Sobanin gracefully mount a horse and leap over obstacles. Though he didn't want to admit it, seeing Sobanin, who had been riding since childhood, made Vlad's frustration boil inside. Damn, he's been riding since he was a kid, of course he's good at it. Vlad had talent and was confident enough to lead a squad of mercenaries, but unlike the others here, he hadn't been prepared from a young age. All these squires lacked was experience in real combat. Once they had that, they could easily handle mediocre mercenaries, except for a few like Patri. Are you okay, Vlad? Don't talk to me. I want to be alone. Okay. Though Patri tried to comfort Vlad, his sharp response left him embarrassed and he had no choice but to return to his spot. I'll definitely ride you. Vlad glared at the horse that had thrown him off, his eyes burning with frustration. He, not knowing that such an appearance actually makes the horse more scared. The problem isn't the horse. What? After the horseback riding class, the squires dispersed to do their own things. I mean, it's not really the horse's fault, you couldn't even mount it. Yeah, that's true. Vlad was following the stable keepers as they drove the horses, wondering if he could get one more ride. I'm not a professional horse handler, but generally people can at least get on a horse. You're not arguing, are you? Listen. Gott picked up the bucket he was holding and continued speaking. The horses of the Vayezid family are well trained, they're not afraid of people. But when you approached him, he freaked out and bolted. That's weird, regardless of riding proficiency. Other people found it odd too. Damn, Vlad recalled scenes in his head, because everything that walks on four legs hates me. It had been like that for a while, dogs, cats, birds. Without exception, most animals would panic whenever Vlad approached. It was to the extent that even Zemina mocked him, saying he must have done something terribly wrong in a past life. In the first place, if you were to touch something like a cat, you had to set up a trap, catch it, and then approach it, so there was no way to refute it. Seems like horses are the same. Vlad felt stifled, wondering if horses also avoided him. This wasn't a matter of liking or disliking, it was something that had to be done. But wasn't I able to ride the horse of Sir Zayar? On the night they fled from the dead, Vlad distinctly remembered riding Zayar's horse, even though Gott was the one handling it. Sir Zayar rides an expensive horse, you know. When Gott said that he would not have been easily scared because he had such a good pedigree, Vlad bowed his head again. I can't just say I can only ride expensive horses. Lamenting over what couldn't be achieved wouldn't solve anything. Regardless, today was wasted. Go, not riding today, I've lost interest. Rather than riding a horse unnecessarily, Vlad decided it was better to prepare for a spar with Zayar and headed back to the training ground. As he contemplated returning, Vlad's ears caught the familiar voice of someone. He could have ignored it and moved on, but Vlad decided to follow the sound, remembering Jorge's emphasis on paying attention to peculiar trends. Danger and threats always seem to lurk nearby. Following the sound, Vlad made his way through the dim corridors of the mansion. Thud, splutter, and there, unfolding before him, was a scene that Vlad had seen countless times back when he lived in the alleys. I've been leaving you alone these days, pig. Must be happy to have a new friend. Anyway, you dirty bastards play together, sticking together like that. There, surrounded by Sobanin and his followers, was Patri sobbing miserably. That's what he gets for being a pushover. Vlad had a bitter taste in his mouth as he saw Patri being beaten and crying without being able to speak properly. People everywhere are the same. The ones who live well and the ones who don't. In the end, they were just people who survived by preying on those weaker than themselves. Vlad leaned against the mansion wall and closed his eyes. Should he intervene or not? Back in the alleys, it was easy to make a quick judgment. If someone like the Zemina, Harvin, or Jorge family was being beaten up, Vlad would have acted without hesitation, whether they were bound by personal or organizational ties. That was the alley's code. But the one getting beaten up over there wasn't someone he was bound to, they were just acquaintances at best. But I feel like shit. Normally, Vlad would have left without a second thought, but now he stood still deep in thought. Should he step up for others? Where was the line between others and himself? And was he someone who should step up for others? It's complicated. The boy hadn't yet realized that as his world expanded, he could embrace more. As Patri's sorrowful cries echoed around him, Vlad's contemplation deepened. Chapter 28. The size of the garment didn't seem to bother him, but Oksana frowned as if it were a serious matter and instructed her maids to do something about it. "You'll have to stick your chest out." As she directed, the maids clung to Vlad and started adjusting him. Accustomed to women's touches, the feel of the maids as they adjusted his clothing was unfamiliar and uncomfortable. How does this feel? Vlad's mind couldn't stop wandering. The fabric felt very soft. It was an almost uncomfortably luxurious sensation for Vlad, who had spent his entire life in rough clothes. It shouldn't be too tight, right? At 17 you're still growing. Well, Joseph was quite big by then too. Winter had passed and spring was arriving. New times, new opportunities, and new clothing, and new people. Oksana rose from her seat as if she finally liked how Vlad's clothes looked on him. "Dress for the season," she said, "so you don't lose strength." Vlad held his breath as she approached and touched the fabric. He feared his exhale might carry a strange odor. "I'll buy you more clothes this summer. For now, we'll have to deal with this outfit." "I'm sorry." Until now, Vlad had managed with the clothes he had worn since the outpost. They didn't smell bad, though the maids had diligently washed them, but they didn't fit well, were out of season, and above all, didn't belong to him. They belonged to the late Riemann. What the men, Joseph and Zayar, hadn't attended to, Oksana was taking care of now. "Anyone wouldn't think you grew up in an alley from the way you look now, a handsome young noble." Oksana's words were true. Right now, Vlad was an imposing figure of nobility. Perhaps it was because he wasn't wearing something taken from others, but something he had earned by proving his worth. Apparently satisfied with her work, Oksana gave a slight pat and smiled. "Thank you, Lady Oksana." Struggling to reciprocate Oksana's smile, the boy looked down in disbelief. "You saved my son's life, but I should be thanking you," replied Oksana, stroking Vlad's blonde hair. "Such a golden blonde color, a color that would be the envy of nobility and so different from my son's." Vlad remained silent, unable to find the words to respond. "I apologize for interrupting your training, but now you must leave. I'll fix the rest of your clothes and send them to your room." "Thank you very much." Vlad took the bundle of clothes Oksana had given him and left the room. "Take the ones I left there too." "Those," said Oksana, pointing with her hand to a pile of clothes by the door as if she had just remembered. "You're only a real man if you can be polite when others aren't looking." Vlad looked where Oksana was pointing, and the corners of his ears turned red. The objects Oksana had set aside were underwear. What the boy didn't know was that sometimes a mother's care went too far. The hallways were tinted red in the twilight. Vlad felt the warmth of the breeze, but a sense of unease arose deep in his chest. "I can't get used to this." Since entering the Vayezid mansion, Vlad had tried to adapt to his new surroundings, but he consistently felt like he didn't belong here. He felt like he was fattening up, flesh clinging to his soul. Arriving in his room, Vlad released a sigh he had been holding deep within. Not yet. Looking at the narrow room, Vlad suddenly felt relieved. This is my home, for now. He placed the clothes he had brought on the bed and took off the ones Oksana had given him. Then, he put on the mercenary attire he had grown accustomed to. Vlad smiled, feeling the rough fabric pricking the back of his neck. "I'm not ready for the fancy clothes Oksana gave me, so this will do for tonight. Let's go." When he entered the room, he was Vlad of Sora, but when he left, he was Vlad from the alley. He needed that tonight. Twilight descended. Vlad walked through the increasingly dark hallway. The boy's steps were light as he entered the familiar night. At the end of the day, during the personal grooming hour in their rooms, someone knocked on Patri's door. "Who is it?" Patri peeked out and opened the door to a room larger than Vlad's but narrow enough for plenty of sausages. "Vlad, everything okay?" Patri smiled at Vlad, who for some reason seemed to be in a good mood. He wasn't ready to call him a friend yet, but Vlad was the only one still treating him like a person. "What's up? I need something from you." "Something?" Vlad glanced around Patri's room, and when he found what he was looking for, he raised a finger and pointed. "Give me that." Where Vlad's fingertips pointed, there was a piece of high-quality ham. It was expensive, the kind of premium meat even Patri didn't waste. "You want that?" "The whole thing?" "Yes." Vlad's unexpected late-night arrival to ask for ham left Patri feeling bewildered and bitter. "It's okay. Maybe they would never be friends, but at least they could share a laugh." Yet the street kid didn't seem to think of himself that way. He was just a piece of meat. Even for a hefty kid from an affluent family, giving away a 5-year-old ham was too much. Nonetheless, Patri kindly offered the piece of ham. He didn't want to eat alone again tomorrow. The loneliness of being alone and the alienation of not belonging anywhere were still too much for a boy his age. "There's a guy I know." Who says this? What? I thought I had taken what I wanted and would never look back, but a knight only takes what is rightfully his. Huh, this is my fair reward, so don't be too hard on me. Huh, Patri could only shake his head as he watched Vlad utter his unintelligible words. If some other bastard knocks on your door tonight, don't open it, don't even follow him. What do you mean? Just remember that. Patri wanted to ask more about what Vlad had said, but the boy who wanted to be free everywhere was already walking down the dark hallway. Take care, Patri called out to Vlad as he walked through the candleless, pitch-dark corridor, but all he got back was a whisper. All right, echoing Vlad's words, today the sky was clear, there were no clouds and the wind was calm. Additionally, it was a full moon night, so the darkness didn't seem too intense. In the clarity of the night, someone was groaning. Stop. Ah, lie down there. If you move an inch, I'll crack your skull open. The squire, who had fallen to the ground upon hearing the voice from above, decided to stay still for the moment. This guy was really going to crack his skull. Man, so many opponents for one guy is too much. Not even street thugs do this. Shut up. In a small corner of the mansion, illuminated by the full moon, Sobanin growled at the blond boy who was backed against the wall. Let's see how far you go, damn it, bastard. You're scaring me to death. Surrounded on all sides, Vlad could only muster a bored smile. Come, I came alone all the way here. You should do the same. All the squires in the vicinity swallowed hard, seeing Vlad's mocking palm. He was surrounded, yet they felt surrounded. It was one man against over a dozen, but the momentum strangely favored Vlad, who was alone. They all knew that if he attacked them one by one, even the strongest among them would be defenseless. Ugh, Sobanin, but the sight of the other man now lying on the ground made them hesitate. They were in bad shape, and the position they were in made it difficult to attack all at once. It looked like a wall of corpses. Siba, Sobanin let out a wild scream when things didn't go as he wanted and started glowing. We outnumber him, more numbers, better circumstances. And the vassals, who had grown up in better conditions, surrounded a dog that had come out of an alley barking pitifully. Are we going to let that bastard keep causing a ruckus? No, don't let him. As much as Sobanin looked and shouted, none of the vassals were willing to step forward. The man in front of them was more powerful than Sobanin's fervor by his side. They didn't dare to compare. Blue eyes burned intensely in the shadows under the moon. That bastard, those eyes had hunted the squires when they were alone and flashed sharp teeth. Still stunned by the horror, Sobanin's group couldn't move easily. Sobanin's wild charge and the squires stopping short created an ever-growing gap between them. Yes, it was like someone who had already lost the will to fight out of boredom. The gap between Sobanin charging forward and the squires stopping was widening. Only once more, Sobanin's lack of understanding of the situation only fueled his anger at Vlad's mockery. A wooden sword charged with power, one hit with it and even he would be dead. But Sobanin's eyes widened as he rushed towards Vlad. Vlad had only needed one movement and now his body was leaning to the left. It was like a rippling wave. I got him. The wooden sword that had missed its target struck the ground with fury. The kicked-up earth covered their view. Have you ever killed someone and dare to say that? A chilling voice whispered into Sobanin's ear. The voice whispering in the darkness mocked. That bastard, bam, cuck, a flash of light. Sobanin recoiled sharply, unable to make any sound as a rough sensation pierced through his lungs, followed by a strong blow to the jaw. Hold on, the blow was barely blocked, but Vlad seemed to have anticipated it and kept attacking. A continuous flow of blows, but there was a sharpness to it that Vlad was born with. It was the kind of energy that could spread poison through a person's body with a single cut. Crazy, Sobanin felt caught in a great stream that he couldn't control. He hasn't even wielded a sword for long. Sobanin was deeply perplexed as he watched Vlad, who was not the same man he had dueled. That's right, you catch your opponent within the gap you create. In the slaughterhouse, Vlad had done little more than deliver a series of concentrated blows. But with Zayar's training in the voice, Vlad had matured and now knew how to create his own flow in battle. It might not seem like much, but if you were aware, you'd know that Vlad had leveled up. Kaboom! A level that the boy swinging the wooden sword hadn't reached yet. That's not how you do it, Sobanin shouted as the attacks came from all sides. The tables need to turn. With that thought, he was about to plunge his wooden sword into Vlad. Huh, I thought I saw a flash of light from Vlad's wooden sword. With that thought, the world tilted. It was as if the ground was rushing toward him while he remained still. Why? Sobanin's sword was already beyond the squire's comprehension. The beauty of a fatal blow comes from the unexpected. And by unexpected, I mean something beyond unpredictability. Like now, thump. With a loud hit, Sobanin's body feels like a kite from its string. Sobanin struggled to recover from the fall. In the reflection of his eyes, all he saw was the moon floating in the night sky. Get ready. And out of the corner of his eye, covering the moon, was the face of someone. Sobanin thought Vlad was smiling, though it was hard to tell in the moonlit background. Winners are above, losers below. The winner has it all. The winners take everything. With each flash of the wooden sword, someone's blood splattered, along with a grotesque scream that couldn't withstand. The squires around Vlad staggered backward from the maddening slashes. I'll tell you this once, don't make eye contact with me in the future. Vlad spat at Sobanin, writhing on the ground, whether from pain or fear. The dripping saliva coldly clung to Sobanin's cheeks. Don't even think about touching pottery. It was humiliating, but Sobanin instinctively tried to avoid Vlad's gaze. Understood, helpless, Sobanin could only nod as he faced an unknown fear for the first time in his life. It was the kind of fear that only someone who had truly killed a man could exude. That's it. Vlad raised his head and stretched his stiff neck. His revenge against Sobanin had just ended, and the price for the ham collected. They were small things, but they had to be done, and he wanted to do them. Who's next? Now that I've done what I had to do, I can run freely. Vlad lifted his head, his sweaty blonde hair gleaming in the light of the full moon. Who are you? Vlad's eyes glowed fiercely as he raised his blood-stained wooden sword. But there wasn't a single person who dared to answer his question. If you're not coming, I'll go. Vlad disappeared into the shadows in the moonlight. Life is a struggle. A child born in a place where you can only eat by taking from others knows this well. That's why today he stumbles in the darkness, fighting a battle he'll never tire of, to survive, and for the other revenges he must take. That's great. Someone nodded, listening to the cries of the squires echoing in the night sky. Their gaze remained fixed on Vlad, a satisfied smile on their face as they surveyed the battlefield splattered with blood. Like the stars in the night sky, the boy's wooden sword still glowed in the moonlight. Chapter 29. What's happening? The instructor, though not a knight, was a man experienced in many aspects. He had served the Vayezid family as a knight for many years, having fought and survived numerous battles. Peter valued his experience so much that he entrusted him with the role of a tutor to train the squires, and that's why he had been training Vayezid family squires for almost a decade. But even for a man who had been training squires for so long, today's events were nothing short of embarrassing. Why is this all we have today? The instructor asked with a bewildered voice as he looked at the squires gathered in the barracks. He was surprised that not even half of them were present. Had there been an accident, food poisoning, or a rebellion against me, many thoughts crossed the instructor's mind. Why are you all standing like fools? Isn't there a single person who can answer me? Upon hearing the instructor's shout, all eyes naturally turned to one place. Speak, Vlad. There stood a blond boy with a split lip and several ugly bruises. It seems they are sick. What? The instructor raised an eyebrow at the insincere response Vlad had just given. Something is bothering him, and it seems he won't come out for a while. The instructor couldn't help but be perplexed by Vlad's answer. Sick? They couldn't be. It couldn't be that not just one, but more than a dozen of the guys who were unruly just yesterday suddenly fell ill. Sensing that something was amiss in Vlad's response, the instructor turned again to the squires gathered. Nothing, Sobanin, and not a single squire who used to be with him. The only vassals gathered here now were those who were not close to Sobanin and those who had followed the knights in the last monster hunt. Have they fought? Sometimes, yes. When you have a group of boys with a lot of fire in their veins, it's normal for there to be some scuffles here and there, and once every few years, more or less, a scuffle large enough to call it a brawl. Are they all right? But this time was a bit different. The remaining men were not exactly troublesome, and they all looked too good to have been in a fight. Even after blinking his eyes and searching, the only one who seemed injured was Vlad, the newest squire. It can't be. For a moment, a thought crossed the instructor's mind. It was the only possibility that could fully explain what was happening. Did you do this by yourself? The instructor blurted out the conclusion that naturally came to his mind, but the response was simply disdainful. There aren't many people here today. Can we practice a bit more horseback riding? Sure. The instructor looked at Vlad, who naturally avoided his question, and realized, it's you. And more than a dozen, all by yourself. This has never happened before. In over a decade, the instructor had never seen a squire take on a group of more than 10 men by himself. This one is out of specifications. He swallowed saliva due to the tension he felt in his throat. Yes, faced with the boy he knew he couldn't handle, he could only nod. A regular encounter among knights unfolded once. The knights faced each other across a wide red carpet, with Pether seated at the highest position. Unintentionally, Joseph's supporters were facing Rutgers, and those neutrals stood on the other side. We have rearranged the work schedule to accommodate Lutcher's absence and the knights who will soon be on a mission. An elderly knight stood just one step below Peter. His hair and beard were gray, but his voice was as clear and strong as ever. Indeed, the knights responded to each of the glances he directed. A man who, with Peter's permission, controlled all the knights of the Vayezid family. Someone who deserved it, so I hope you will reconfirm your duties. Antalas, captain of the Order of Knights of Vayezid family, the meeting continued at its pace. The next item on the agenda is the distribution of sacred objects sent by the church. Antalas used his keen senses to detect a shift in the atmosphere. I suppose it's a good thing, but he had no intention of betting on it. Zayar's group, who for some reason seemed relaxed, and Rutger's group, which appeared subtly severe. Antalas had noticed the subtle war of words, but for once he decided to let it pass. For once, he thought he could do something to boost the spirits of Joseph's faction knights, although Zayar and Vorden were the only two knights of Joseph still standing. Finally, if anyone has any suggestions, speak up. Seeing the knights express through a brief silence that they had nothing more to say, Antalas bowed his head towards Peter, who was seated at the highest seat. I've said all that needed to be said. Well done, the meeting had concluded. Only the order to dissolve the chamber remained unless something else happened, but instead of the order that should have followed, there was an eerie silence. Just in time for the knights to sense that something was amiss. At that moment, Zayar realized Peter's gaze was upon him, with a faint smile of unknown meaning. Sir Zayar, someone tapped Zayar on the shoulder as they made their way through the crowd of knights. What's happening? As if you don't know, Gregory smiled, his beard twisting around his face. The word has already spread. What rumors? Seeing Zayar fiddling with his eye patch and feigning ignorance, Gregory smiled as if he couldn't help it. They say Sir Zayar's squire had great power and defeated the squires all by himself. He did. Zayar was acting with both knowledge and suspicion, but Gregory didn't feel particularly offended. Well, I guess it's worth making a fuss about for once. Meanwhile, the knights who had followed Joseph had done little to puff up their chests. The man they served, Joseph, was not a shining light like Rutger, and with only 5 knights it was challenging to achieve anything. The tide of power was shifting, and all they could do was endure to save their lives. But today, for the first time in a long while, they could stand firm. You brought a rabid dog that doesn't know whom not to bite. The knights clicked their tongues and walked past, but Zayar could only gaze deeply. With just a slight expression of disdain, I have a good eye for people after all. I told you he would go far. I told him to share a meal or something. He's a knight and has good character. He's so kind that he represents others. You can go see him. Although he might be a bit challenging and defiant. Zayar fiddled with his eye patch while listening to Gregory. Zayar was a man who didn't show much joy, if any other emotions. But even if he didn't say it out loud, he knew he thought Vlad was fortunate. He alone had taken down 14 of them, a feat that would have made Joseph smile. You deserve it. After all, a knight of his caliber had worked so hard that it was only fair to be rewarded. With that thought, Zayar headed towards Joseph's office, in Joseph's study in a quiet corner of the mansion. Once there, Zayar quietly announced his arrival. Come in. With the room's owner giving permission, Zayar grasped the door handle, turned it, and entered. Are you well? I'm fine. There sat Joseph, with even darker eyes and a weary appearance. With a large box in the middle of the room. My father has sent a gift for Vlad. Noticing Zayar's scrutinizing gaze, Joseph revealed the identity of the box. It's not peanuts again, is it? No. He has a strong memory of that. Having been struck once by Zayar, Vlad didn't make the mistake again. Zayar naturally eyed the box that Peter had sent with suspicion. Vlad was a man you couldn't catch off guard in more ways than one. I've checked, you can rest assured. Relieved by Joseph's words, Vlad opened the box in the middle of his study. Oh, while Vlad opened the box, Vorden, who was by his side, couldn't help but let out a small exclamation. Armor. Inside was a meticulously crafted set of armor. A breastplate, pauldrons, wrist and knee guards, and even shoes. It was leather armor too finely made to be sent to a mere squire. But unlike Vorden, who exclaimed in admiration, Zayar merely looked at the armor with serious eyes. The sunlight shining on the black leather armor reflected in the gaze Vlad directed at him. Orc leather, it's not the best leather, but it'll do. That too is the hide of a gray orc. Yes, Zayar carefully took out the grayish armor and examined it closely. Anyone who wielded a sword cared a lot about their gear. But Zayar didn't inspect his armor out of mere curiosity. It's been a while since I've seen this. I suppose you meant that. What Peter had sent was a suit of gray orc armor found only in the north. Therefore, armor made from gray orc hides was a sign of northern warriors. Zayar looked at the gray armor with deep eyes. Where do you think he spotted you? I don't know. Do you want to catch him and torture him? Ah, Vorden exclaimed, finally catching up with their conversation. So it was the armor of a gray orc. Vorden lowered his palm as if he had realized something and approached the armor Zayar was holding. It's been a long time since I've seen it. I used to see it often when I was a squad leader. Because the squires we have now are only worse than back then. Only now were knights coming from all corners of the continent due to the reputation of the Vayezid family, but for generations before, they had risen to power through their own homegrown knights. Antalas, the current leader of the knights, was one who had started from scratch. The knights of that time were known to northerners as the golden generation of the Vayezid family. It's an old story now. He has earned my father's approval within a month of coming here, so I would say he has already proven worth the investment. Yes, Zayar replied, carefully placing the armor back in the box. I don't think any of the squires can match him, at least not right now. I've heard that story, the word has already spread. Joseph averted his gaze and looked at Zayar. Their gazes met and they spontaneously smiled. Our judgment was not wrong. Good. Joseph opened the last drawer of his desk and pulled out a letter. We've suffered a great loss, but we can't let that stop us. Joseph opened the letter's envelope and handed it to Zayar. What's this? The next step. Reading the letter, Zayar nodded at Joseph's words. That's fine. Lately it's been piling up on me. Upon hearing Zayar's words, Joseph turned to look at Vorden. Get ready. Where are you going? While the blond boy from Vayezid mansion was proving his worth, the dark-eyed youth was also struggling to get back on his feet. And with that, a letter. It was an invitation, but also a step toward an opportunity for Joseph. Let's go to Diamar. The swollen clouds in the blue sky drifted southward. Chapter 30, a white mansion surrounded by a forest. Behind the old mansion, a dark hill rose in the distance. A single tree and many tombstones. The spring breeze gently brushed through the woman's hair, but she remained motionless. Sitting next to a small tombstone, she pulled her knees close and silently gazed at the mansion. The place where she was born and raised, the place she was supposed to keep living, and the place that was supposed to be hers. The woman stared at it, tears were forming in her eyes and her vision was becoming blurry, but she didn't stop looking at the mansion. Her tears didn't flow down, she simply concealed her presence in silence, with the grief that should have been shed. The time to weep has ended, it comes for everyone. Oh, my heart has been beating out of control lately, Gott said, unnecessarily chewing on jerky next to Vlad, who turned his head from side to side to warm up. Isn't it an illness? I don't know, I just feel something off, I can't focus strangely. Like a spring breeze, maybe because it's been a while since I went out. Insincere questions, insincere answers, but it didn't matter. They were just talking because they wanted to move their mouths anyway. How much longer? The coachman says we have 3 more days. Aren't you the coachman? I'm the coachman's assistant. Although they traveled by carriage, it was a tediously long journey for a lad in the prime of life. Here we go, we're leaving, Captain. Oh, Vlad got up from his seat making a noise that only an elderly person could make. But can't I have a piece of that ham or whatever? No, this one's mine, Gott whispered to Vlad, but he simply walked away without looking back. That's why you should have taken a bite when it wasn't mine. Upon Vlad's response, Gott let out the bitterness from his chest along with the jerky he was chewing. The wind was warm and the weather was sunny. The group was traveling south along the spring, city of Diamar, the only city under the control of Baron Hainel's domain. Its location was so far north of the center that even to Sturma, the home of the Vayezid family, it could be reached in a week by cart in good weather. It's famous for its lemons. Isn't lemon a fruit that grows in the south? Yes, that's why they're in high demand. Balancing on the northernmost climate capable of producing lemons, the city's main business was lemon production, and secondary products made from them were well known. They harvest lemons when others aren't selling them and sell them when there's no market. They don't produce many lemons due to the climate, but they time it very well. Oh, that's how they sell them. That's how you can increase the value of the same item. Vlad's eyes brightened and he nodded at Joseph's explanation. Being in the company of the talkative Joseph was a challenge at times, but the knowledge and observations he shared were a great source of nourishment for Vlad. It's a great city for us northerners who haven't tasted the fruit, plus, it's one of the gateways to the center of everything. Joseph observed Vlad's fingertips while cutting the ham. That's how important it is for northerners. Vlad seemed to see something red flicker in Joseph's black eyes. That's enough. It's harder than you think because I have a knife. Boom, Joseph clicked his tongue and turned away at Vlad's explanation. So that's why Sir Zayar is moving? That's right. At that moment the group was headed to Diamar, the city of Baron Hainel. They had received an invitation from Alicia Hainel, the legitimate heir of the family. A crisis is an opportunity, especially when it's not yours. But her invitation, though seemingly in the form of an invitation, was actually a plea for help. The world of nobility is so complicated. It's complicated when you look at it complicated and simple when you look at it simple. Zayar grunted, grabbing the slice of ham that was finally offered to him. In the end, it's just a fight for the land of Diamar, and among families who share blood, it's an old tradition of nobility to feud with those who have blood ties. As he said this, there was a bitterness on Joseph's face that was hard to hide. Seeing that look, Vlad simply focused on cutting the next slice of ham. Each had a burden to bear alone. The same was true for Alicia, who had invited Joseph to her territory. Currently, she is in the midst of a succession dispute. Like any fight, the Hainel family's succession dispute was turning into an endless chaotic battle. But it's rare, Joseph said, because it's a family matter. Alicia's uncle Andre Hainel claimed that his niece was not his brother's blood daughter but the result of an extramarital affair. It was unknown if she was really born out of wedlock, but what was certain was that if Alicia disappeared, he would be the next Baron Hainel. Alicia, the only daughter of the former Baron Hainel, but with a weak foundation due to being a woman. The only way for her to resolve the looming troubles was to prove her innocence in an honorable duel organized by the church. But even this was only the direction Endre wanted her to take. I'll take this opportunity to settle my debts with House Hainel. It's an idea my father agreed with. I see. Vlad looked at Zayar through the carriage window, a knight of such distinction that Alicia Hainel had specifically invited him to entrust him with her honor. That's great. Fame and skill weren't necessarily proportional. A knight who traveled a lot would have more opportunities to make a name, but a knight like Zayar who focused on the internal workings of the family would have fewer opportunities. What are you looking at, being rude? Zayar's judgment twisted again at the suspicious look his squire sent him. Why do you think only horses hate me? Is it only horses that hate you? All knights can ride horses. There probably aren't squires who can't ride horses. Even Gott, who drives the carriage in front, can ride a horse. I might be able to ride an expensive horse, maybe. I'm the one who should ride the expensive horse. I'm more valuable than you. Vlad could only bow his head in silence as Zayar wrinkled his face as if that was an excuse. It wasn't just that he didn't dare to look. I don't understand. My heart is racing as if I ran a marathon. It's a feeling I've been having a lot lately. Is it because of all the scolding? With Joseph talking nonstop in front of me and Zayar next to me, it was reason enough to think about it. Mental pressure is the root of all evils. Hit, hit, hit. Vlad breathed slow and deep, trying to calm his heart, but this time it wasn't going to be easy. And it wasn't just Vlad's heartbeats that made strange noises. The ground is shaking. Not only Vlad, but Joseph also began to stiffen as he felt the trembling vibrations. It wasn't the kind of vibration you feel when you move. Everything around them was shaking. Stop. Outside, Zayar also felt something unusual and stopped, quickly looking around. The trees are shaking. Vlad looked out the window and realized that the surrounding trees were trembling. The suddenness of the situation makes everyone hold their breath. D. With a loud roar, the ground began to shake. Earthquake! Everyone get off the horses. The horses, sensitive to the strong pounding starting at their feet, began to buck wildly. Damn! Vlad quickly surrounded Joseph with his arms and kicked open the carriage door as the ground trembled and the horses ran wild. Vlad felt a great panic at this unprecedented situation, but acted on instinct and helped Joseph out of the carriage. He surrounded him with his arms and let him fall to the ground, but the protected Joseph remained calm as if nothing had happened. Your concern is admirable, he said, but don't be too scared. What? Is it an earthquake? No, it's not. It's probably D. Before Joseph could finish his sentence, the ground tremors reached their peak. It rumbled so strongly that even if you stood still, you could see the earth rising from the ground. It's over. Phew. It had only been a few minutes, but the gin had run out and Vlad rolled to the side away from Joseph. It had only been a few minutes, but the gin had run out and Vlad rolled to the side away from Joseph. I've never felt an earthquake before. This is not an earthquake. What? Vlad sounded incredulous as he watched Joseph get up, shaking off the dust as if it wasn't a big deal. Look, Vlad turned his head in the direction Joseph was pointing. He could see the ground moving on the plain in the distance. It looked like a mole digging in the ground. But it was moving at a very far distance, so even if it was a mole, it must be very large. It's a giant worm. It's a remnant of the fallen dragon. They are native to the west, but at this time of year they head to the center of the country in search of food. A remnant worm from a fallen dragon. Vlad looked at him as if he didn't know what that was, and Joseph realized he owed him an explanation. Because the boy, a mass of possibilities but lacking in everything, was a vessel that could never be filled. It comes from dragons. It's like an earthquake, except humans can't control it. Dragon, technically the remains of a fallen dragon. With these last words, Joseph walks away, leaving the group bustling, checking their equipment. The boy stood still and watched something moving on the ground advancing. He couldn't help but watch, although naturally his eyes watered from the dust that hadn't settled yet. Incredible, for the first time in his life. Something you would never see if you were stuck in an alley. Vlad's heartbeat slowed as he moved away. The boy's world was expanding. Chapter 31, he's waiting inside. I'm ready. Joseph and the knights go inside following the knight's guidance. You can wait here, all right. But Vlad the squire could not go in with them. The door to the hall closes with Joseph's fluttering cloak. That place was not yet a place permitted to Vlad. As always, only small things were allowed to the boy. It's a continuation of boredom. I didn't know how long we would talk there, but Vlad had no choice but to wait here, not being able to use your time as you wish. That was the sadness that those who were tied up somewhere could not help but feel. Let's take a look around. The boy, who was almost lost in sad sentiment for a moment, shook his head and instead revealed his curiosity about the new place. Even though you are tied up, it will still be possible to look at nearby places. About 10 steps, when entering an unfamiliar place, Vlad always snooped around. To be precise, it was because of the habit of looking for a way out, but it was a behavior that stemmed from the instinct of a back alley outcast who has to take care of his own life anytime, anywhere. It's smaller than Vayezid's mansion. As I felt from the moment I entered, Diamar's mansion was small and looked old. Perhaps it was wrong to compare it to the mansion of a powerful count family, but even in the judgment of Vlad, who had lived in the back alleys, this was not a very large mansion. Although it didn't feel that way because it was neatly maintained, it felt like it would quickly become a beautiful abandoned house if maintenance was neglected even a little. I guess that's not really the case. But it was visible in Vlad's eyes. Dust accumulates in every corner of the hallway. As if to indicate that it was a very dizzying time, cracks were slowly spreading in places that the eye could not reach. Vlad figured out the approximate radius of movement based on the coughing sounds of the servant who was waiting with him, and from then on he began to familiarize himself with the atmosphere of the place by walking around the space allowed to him. The hallways are narrow and winding, making it easy to get lost. Looking at the wallpaper of different colors here and there, it appears that something like a picture frame was removed in the near future. Judging by the old maid whining and lifting the bucket, it appears that the employees have been recently fired. It looks like you don't have any money. Through things that were only visible if he looked closely, Vlad was able to get a little bit of an idea of the situation here. This estate, famous for its lemons, is currently having financial problems. Aren't you just wasting your time? I don't know the full story because he didn't tell me in detail, but at least the story that Joseph came here in person is probably to get something. Things that he could report to his father, Peter Vayezid, and build his own track record. However, from Vlad's perspective, it seemed like it would be difficult to get at least a shiny gold coin. I guess I'll take care of it. After all, he is just a seed. Although they are in the same boat, their roles are completely different, so there is no need to worry about that, although I had no right to care. While I was looking around for a while to relieve my boredom, the sword on his waist was calling out to Vlad with a short sound. Vlad momentarily turned his head to see if anyone had seen him, and after confirming that no one was there except his servant, he grabbed the handle of his sword with a natural gesture. The moment when Vlad grabbed the unadorned sword to hear the voice that could only be heard by holding the sword, "I think I remember coming here." "Oh," Vlad let out a short exclamation without realizing it. "Thank you so much for coming here, Lord Joseph Vayezid. The call to blood is more important than anything else. If it is a crisis for legitimate blood relatives, then of course we must respond." A woman sitting at the highest point here. A young woman with sad, aquamarine hair was waiting for Joseph, sitting in a seat reserved for only the head of the family. Although she was a young and beautiful woman, the clothes she was wearing seemed heavy and the seat she was sitting on seemed burdensome, which is probably not the only sentiment that Joseph felt. "Please say hello to Lady Oksana too." Of course. They have mixed blood with each other. Although they were more than eighth cousins through maternal blood, Alicia and Joseph had that kind of relationship. It was a relationship where if it was far, and if it was close, it wasn't that close. But if what each person wanted was the same and there was something they could give, then that was really nothing more than a justification. My father, Count Vayezid, has already given permission. All that remains is Alicia's decision. As soon as the brief courtesy was over, Alicia closed her eyes for a moment as she watched Joseph get straight to the point. The fluttering eyelashes looked darker today. Responsibility, fear of an uncertain future. When Alicia was slowly shaking from being pushed by them, the old knight next to her quietly held her hand. "I have already decided." Even when everyone turned their backs, Alicia strengthened her resolve as she looked at the old knight who gave her his sword. "I am the owner of this place. I have to find my place. It will be as the Count wishes." "Thank you." Joseph bowed his head and smiled at Alicia's words. "With this, you can take the first step towards what you have planned. If victory in the duel is given to me." However, the woman with light blue hair was a confident person. In this situation where everything is just a promise, she has yet to receive anything in return. "Of course." Joseph simply responded to Alicia's hysterical remarks with a relaxed smile. "The sword of the Vayezid family has always promised victory, Alicia." With Joseph's words, the one-eyed knight quietly placed the sword in his hand, looking at the old knight protecting the woman. Although there was only one eye left, the energy contained within it had the power to shatter hundreds of eyes. The knight promised his victory by force. A knight who wants to protect and a knight who wants to take. A young man who must make a promise to a woman he must give away. In the largest hall of this mansion, the gazes of 4 people became intricately intertwined. "I guess we shouldn't take her too lightly." It looked precarious, but I still maintained my balance. "I can see your temperament as a female leader. That's how I see it." As Joseph walked down the hallway, he thought about meeting Alicia. Judging by the urgent request for help, they thought she was already in a corner, but she did not let go of the initiative until the very end. "It means you didn't give up. Even so, our actions will remain unchanged," Joseph said, looking at Vorden who was walking along without saying a word. "Prepare just in case, just like you planned." "Yes." "Lord Joseph, there is a use for everyone." That was also the reason why Joseph carried Vorden, who was not even half a sword. When Zayar opened the door to the living room prepared for Joseph, Vlad was there alone, waiting for his companions. Are you here? Okay, it must have been boring. Joseph sat on a chair in the living room and let out a deep sigh. I'm tired. As Joseph said that, a dark shadow had settled around his eyes. It was a trip that lasted over a week, and on top of that, I fought with Alicia without any time to rest. It was quite an unreasonable situation for Joseph, who had a weak body, so it was time to stabilize from now on. Vlad, yes, Joseph. However, the reason they came from Sturma to Dearmer was to make a profit. Now that the originally intended benefits had been confirmed through the conversation just now, it was time to take care of the small gains as well. You can move freely from now on. Alone, okay, you can take a guy named Got with you. Joseph instructed Vlad to move around as freely as allowed and see as many things as he was allowed. Of course, I will have to assist Zayar on the day of the duel. Well, it would be nice if you said so. Joseph was lost in thought as he watched the boy scratch his head as if he did not understand his command. A boy wearing the armor his father gave him over the clothes his mother gave him. Joseph opened his mouth as he looked at the boy who did not hesitate to place expectations on the owners of the Vayezid family. The less I move, the better. Not only are there no high-ranking nobles here that I should know, but everyone is watching me. Dearmer was the city of the Hainel family, but if we were to simply consider status, no one here could match Joseph, the legitimate son of the Vayezid family. Rather, everyone here would be drooling to meet Joseph more than Alicia. From Joseph's point of view, as he was weak, it was not only pointless but also inconvenient. Think about why I brought you here. You can't ride a horse yet. There was a good reason why Joseph took Vlad out of training, because he still had a lot to learn. The honor duel is a spectacle that is difficult to see unless you go and see it. Moreover, the honor duel taking place in Dearmer this time is a group fight, not a single fight. Usually, an honor duel means that two swordsmen chosen by each representative face off against each other, but there were also cases where it was held as a group fight, as in the present case. A trial that took place within the family and was filled with only suspicion and no solid evidence. Moreover, since it was a duel where everything was at stake, the two Hainels decided to take the same approach to overcome this complicated situation. There are knights with such diverse backgrounds here in Dearmer. You should feel what you feel when you see them. All right, it goes without saying that showing something once will be more memorable than telling it 10 times. Since he was a boy who had decided to raise him properly anyway, Joseph thought that it would be desirable to expand Vlad's world through various experiences if possible. You have to warm up and spar in the evening, so don't go somewhere and get beaten up like an idiot. I'm not that stupid. If Joseph was the carrot, Zayar was the stick. It was a warning not to act rashly, but it was inevitable that a thorn would always stick out of Zayar's mouth. No, you have already lost trust in me. Vlad lowered his head and looked downcast at the insult he had just given, but Zayar, who was looking at him, was shocked. You bow down so shockingly, there's nothing more to say. Zayar knew. Even though the guy in front of me was acting like he was scared, in reality, there was nothing wrong. Zayar's momentum would have made other squires burst into tears, but Vlad could only accept it with his head and understand it. False threats had no effect on this boy. Good, please report to me every evening, and if any unusual trends occur, please let me know without delay. All right. Lord Joseph, who had specified Vlad's course of action, told him to go back to his room and rest as it was late in the evening. Vlad left the room, leaving behind Zayar's disapproving gaze. Vlad, who was walking toward the servant's room through an unfamiliar hallway, stopped for a moment. Bright moonlight shone through the window in the hallway. As I looked along the light, there was a low hill that could only be reached through the mansion. I remember that tree. On top of the hill, there was a tree with thin, dry branches. A poor voice that didn't even know who it was saying that it remembered that tree standing under the moonlight. It was spring in full swing, but the evenings were still chilly. But for some reason, Vlad felt warm as he looked at the tree standing on the hill over there. The branches swaying in the wind seemed as if they were waving at him. I guess I need a place to pray after a long time. The boy signed a contract with the moon of that day as a witness. You give me a sword, I give you memories. I had received it so far, so now it was my turn to give it back. Chapter 32, all that remains are memories. Perhaps that's why we're so obsessed with leaving traces. If you look at the marks left behind like scars, you'll remember that day. But the boy couldn't form a single memory of his mother's name, so keep forgetting it. I wish my mother had done something like that. An isolated hill accessible only through the mansion. At the foot of the tree where voices were said to be remembered, the Hainel family's graves are buried. It seemed an unlikely place, but the boy had to come, because it was a contract. Looking at the rows of white tombstones, the boy thought of his mother. The woman who had protected him, alone in the danger of the alleys, had succumbed. It was a predestined fate, the beginning of another tragedy. Perhaps the saddest tragedy in the world is the reality of passing poison to your children. The boy with blue eyes grew up eating a poison that his mother's tears couldn't wash away. It must be difficult. The nearest white tombstone. It looked like the newest of all the tombstones here, and it was covered in leaves that had been scattered on the ground. For some reason, the boy raised the palm of his hand and passed it over the tombstone. With each stroke of the palm, the tombstone seemed to reveal itself and disclose a forgotten name. It's common courtesy to greet the landowners. I didn't say anything. Feeling unnecessarily cold, Vlad excused himself for what he had just done, but the voice understood. We all have those moments when we suddenly feel like doing something out of place. So I'll pray. Well, you're not going to get any knights to look at you, thanks. Vlad unsheathed his sword as he had done with the praying Riemann and pointed it directly at the trees on the hill. A gentle spring breeze tousled the boy's blonde hair. The white tombstones returned the gaze to the boy's prayer, but Vlad remained silent. Although he was aware of any prying eyes, Vlad stumbled over the words he had learned from the young priest. It was a prayer for someone he remembered when seeing this place. Vlad's kindly voice looked at the tree of his memory. There were things floating in the air. I think the tree was smaller then. That was when. I feel like I came with someone. Who it was. I don't remember. The voice made it seem like he was now trapped in a dense fog. He struggled to find the edge of the memory that seemed to be just around the corner. Can I borrow your body for a moment? Just a moment. And instead of regaining his own memories, he could feel the voice looking at him through a faint mist. There was something in front of him. So, Vlad relaxed his whole body as he usually did, closed his right eye and opened the left one. Soon his vision began to blur, and he entered the sensation of looking at himself. Not his own world, but the world seen through someone else's eyes. What is that? It seems to recognize me. There was something visible through him, a secluded hill, trees surrounding the tombstones, an easy benefit. And there was something enormous wrapped around the tree. It was a pure white giant snake radiating bright light, a spirit. Looking at the snake as big as a tree, Vlad could only try to maintain composure. His lips were dry. Lately, I've been seeing too many strange things. Vlad swallowed silently, with his heart beating differently than when he saw the giant worm. Elementals were not allowed in his world. He was seeing one now through the world of voices. Perhaps Joseph's intention to show Vlad the wide world was better now. I think it's looking at me. It's looking at me inside you. A white snake coiled around a tree, observing Vlad. It was as big as the tree it was rooted in, which diminished its realism. But Vlad felt no pressure as he watched the snake exuding its enormous presence. Perhaps that was what the white snake intended. Is it coming down? I don't think it's going to bite. Slowly it descended from the tree, brushing against the tombstones. SSSSS, the snake approached Vlad slowly. But even though Vlad was looking at something unknown and enormous, he didn't feel threatened at all. It won't harm me. The bright eyes of the serpent assured him. The round pupils of the serpent were like those of a head of the family welcoming a visitor. The white serpent approached, their eyes met. The tree embracing the gravestones shook its branches. The hills were filled with warmth like a spring breeze. It was a wonderful world. Who are you? But then I heard a voice behind me. The sound of someone calling made Vlad stop and open his right eye, disappear, and just like that he was back in his own world. The white serpent that had just filled his vision dispersed like smoke. With just a blink, the world of voices vanished without a trace. Back in his own world, Vlad felt like he had been dreaming. Who are you? This is a place where no one from House Heinel should be. Vlad looked back, rubbing his left eye, which still refused to focus. At the edge of his barely focused vision was a young woman. She had aquamarine hair. A woman of such beauty that even Vlad, who had seen beautiful courtesans all his life, let out a small sigh of admiration. If you don't answer, I'll call for people. Oh, I am. Vlad was still trying to figure out what to say next. His mind hadn't fully recovered. Normally, he would have sprouted excuses like liquid gold, but he had just seen something he couldn't comprehend and needed time to sort out his thoughts. And the look naturally cast Vlad in the role of a boy unfamiliar with the customs of the world. A pretty hair color, a friendly face, and seemingly innocent, though involuntary, behavior made the aquamarine-haired woman lower her guard a bit. I'm sorry, Vlad thought. Certainly it would be rude to do it now, standing next to the graves of nobles. So if this woman said something wrong, she could get Joseph in trouble. If she asked him why he did it, he wouldn't have a good answer. Can I help you? Yes, aren't you a servant here taking care of the grave? Then Vlad decided to try to silence her by doing her a small favor. Alicia's eyes widened at Vlad's words. It was a shock. It was the first time in her life. How dare you? As an honorary member of the noble family, and now as the head of the family, what Vlad was doing now would border on disrespect. But the clever Vlad had a good reason for his behavior. Or rather, he was so perceptive that he got it wrong. Alicia was now wearing the simple clothes of a servant. In each hand she carried a bucket and tools to clean the gravestones. Indeed, as Vlad had said, she was here to take care of her parents' graves. It was one of the only moments when Alicia, who had no one to turn to, could find solace. As such, her attire couldn't be more deceptive. Actually, I cleaned it a bit earlier, the leaves were piling up. You cleaned? Upon hearing from Vlad that he had cleaned the gravestone of her parents a bit, Alicia couldn't help but let her anger fade for a moment. Why would someone who had no relationship with her parents clean their gravestone? I felt it was common courtesy to greet the landowners. Ah, Alicia nodded involuntarily as she listened to Vlad's words. The aura that the boy exuded was quite noble, and the presence of the identification card he carried added credibility. Moreover, for some reason, the hills felt very warm today. Alicia had confused that comforting feeling with that emanating from the boy. Let me help you. Eh? Alicia grabbed her own bucket and looked at Vlad in confusion as he climbed onto the gravestone. The blond boy was pulling out weeds and polishing the gravestone skillfully, as if he had worked there many times. Alicia couldn't help but chuckle at his exaggerated gestures, as if trying to show that he was working hard. So do me a favor, can you keep quiet about today? I'll get a beating if Sir Zayar finds out about what happened today. I saw you polishing. Vlad frowned as he saw Alicia turn her head. Nice things aren't always easy. Vlad was used to living with glamorous courtesans and seeing Madame Marcella famous daily, so Alicia's presence didn't impress him. He just hoped that Joseph and Zayar never found out about today's events, so he diligently cleaned the gravestones. The methods used in the alleys were no longer effective, at least not in broad daylight. I won't tell, thank you very much. Unlike Vlad, who was squirming inside, Alicia looked at him with a very fresh feeling, the way he didn't show her any favoritism. Even the traumatic incident a moment ago when he had mistaken her for a servant. This man, Vlad, was a kind of human that Alicia had never seen before. Watching the back of the strange boy while silently cleaning the gravestone of her parents, Alicia's expression softened. On the hill where she had come to find solace, Alicia could release the anxiety she had been accumulating for so long. The blond boy's hair shone faintly in the evening sun. It was a wonderful color. As he and Alicia descended the hill in the twilight, Vlad suddenly felt as if someone were calling him and turned around. But there was nothing there but immaculately polished tombstones and a tree that seemed to have always been there. If Vlad had looked at it through the world of voices instead of his own, he would have seen a different landscape. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, just like memories that aren't seen continue to exist in the heart. SSSSSS, a white snake coiled around a tree, and sparkling fireflies illuminating the dark slope stealthily approached the snake. In someone else's world tonight, small stars shone on the dark hills, not in the nighttime sky. Chapter 33, Vlad walked close to the wall, running his hand along it. He closed his eyes and felt the rough tremors beneath his fingertips. Then he sharpened his hearing as if trying to catch something. Keen hearing. Vlad was searching for something, utilizing that sense of hearing Jorge had acknowledged. A sound, the noise of someone moving swiftly, where the other knights were, and how they were warming up. There they are, just as Alicia Hainel had gathered 3 knights to defend her honor, and Dre, who had accused her of infidelity, had used his connections to gather them. A prelude to a duel of honor using connections and influence. And there, on the other side of the wall, out of his reach, were the men who would decide everything. Take this. Vlad leaped upward, grabbing the edge of the wall with his hands. 3 meters were seemingly an insurmountable height, but for Vlad, walls did not exist. Carefully and so that no one could hear him. With that feeling he had when he stole from others, Vlad jumped over the wall with the swiftness of a thieving cat, strolling through the garden with an indifferent expression. If anyone looked, it seemed like he had been here all along. Clang clang there. Vlad followed the sound of clashing weapons. Joseph had instructed Vlad to see the faces of the knights present here. Although Vlad was the first to hear the request, he had no intention of disobeying Joseph's orders. In truth, he wanted to see them. Vlad could count on one hand the number of knights he had seen in his life. Jorge, Knight of the Prostitutes, Godin, Knight of the Blue Moon, Zayar, One-Eyed, Sir Vorden is also a knight. Vlad, who in more than one sense was related to the knights, was eager to catch a glimpse of the world he admired. It was a childhood habit to follow shiny things. Vlad decided not to get too close, not trusting to deceive the senses of the knights. He merely used his natural sight to observe them from a distance. It would be enough to see and sense something, as Joseph had said. In front of him, 2 knights crossed swords, not violently but with gestures sufficient to at least warm up their bodies. They were busy preparing for the duel tomorrow. Greatsword, the first knight Vlad saw was a huge man, wielding a greatsword almost as large as himself. He had dark skin, though not as much as Otter, and seemed to be at least mixed race. Even from a distance, the momentum of the greatsword was palpable, sword and shield, and a knight against him. The knight with dark skin, wielding his sword with all the strength he could muster, stood firm in defense, constantly stripping the greatsword and advancing. Even to Vlad's inexperienced eye, the knight seemed to have the advantage in the shield game. It doesn't look easy to break through, does it? Vlad jumped at the sound of someone's voice next to him. Who? SHHH, someone quickly put a hand over Vlad's mouth. With no time to protest, Vlad was swiftly gagged and looked with wide eyes at his captor. Are you going to come all the way here to get caught? It was a man with a roguish mustache. He had a friendly smile on his face, but Vlad was breaking out in a cold sweat. What speed? He couldn't escape the hand that had just closed his mouth. He had been subdued in an instant. It seems you have a pretty good idea of what you're looking for, but let's watch in silence, said the mustached man with a playful glint in his eyes. Squire of Sir Zayar, who are you? The man didn't answer Vlad's question, only pulled a small dried fruit from his chest and handed it to him. Let's eat and watch, a good show needs food. Vlad had no choice but to accept the dried fruits the man offered. He didn't know what else to do. There was no way to escape from this man. Looking at the man who had so cleverly blocked all escape routes, Vlad realized that there would be no easy way out. At least not without his permission. I barely sense any malice from him, which means he has no ill intentions. Don't be alarmed. The voice was of a quality hard to discern, so Vlad decided to wait and see. Take something expensive. HMPH, money is what you make of it. The handlebar mustache man handed Vlad another piece of dried fruit, satisfied that he had the audacity to speak to him despite being dominated. You're as strong as I've heard. Do you mean Sir Colin? Vlad hadn't seen him in person, but Joseph had told him the brief details. For something called a warthog of the central region. If it catches you, your bones will break. I agree. Vlad decided to punch him since he couldn't escape anyway. If he was going to do something about it, he might as well have done it himself. I think the knight he's dealing with is the strongest man. Ah, Pablo, the mustached man answered, munching on dried fruit. A knight from Arnstein, a promising family from the center of the country, not my favorite type of knight. Why? The man smiled at Vlad, who suddenly felt more at ease. Because he's boring, he's defensive. Ah, the Arnstein family was known for their knights forming a closed formation, creating a wall, and Pablo the knight certainly had that trait. I'll give him credit for the shield game. He can stop anything in his way. Whoever this guy is, he sure has a big mouth. Maybe he's lucky. And the other guy, is there one more? Internally, Vlad hoped to find out about the other through him. Before he knew it, the mustached man was gone. He disappeared just as he arrived. Damn. And then he vanished like the wind, leaving no trace behind. Sensing danger, Vlad managed to quickly step aside, though not as swiftly as the man who had disappeared without a trace. Retracing his steps, Vlad leaped over a high wall and successfully returned to the designated area for Alicia. Why are there so many monsters in the world? Barely making it back, Vlad leaned against the wall and sighed. It was a sigh of relief for not being caught, but also a sigh of frustration facing the enormous wall ahead once again. He was a knight, wasn't he? Indeed, he was a knight, not a mage. Most likely, he was a knight because if he wasn't, it's an inexplicable skill. Is that what it takes to be a knight? Sir Vorden is a knight. No, Vlad, somehow drained of strength, simply rested the back of his head against the wall instead of responding to the absurdity of the voice. Not all knights are the same. It wasn't disrespecting Vorden, but the boy had a clear goal, the Moonlight Knight. When he was a frog in a well fresh out of Shora, it was a goal he would surely surpass, but from the moment he stepped into the light, Vlad was aware of his place. Knowing where he stood, Vlad kicked futilely as he contemplated a goal he barely dared to pronounce. The sweetness of the nuts still lingering in his mouth was unnecessary. At noon the next day. Although small in size, the central hall of the Hainel mansion rivaled that of any other noble house. People gathered in masses, knights with swords, squires with knights and priests, and two Hainels, Alicia Hainel and Indre Hainel. Once they had been uncle and niece, but now a great and irreparable chasm lay between them. A soft yet fierce momentum was forming among the groups, split exactly in half around the two Hainels. A duel of honor, but with everything at stake. It was the momentum of warriors in dueling. It's impressive. Yes. Even Vlad, who was accustomed to witnessing Zayar's power, felt a tingling nervousness he had never felt before, and his eyes became fierce against his will. Look at this, a duel of true knights is not something you see every day. Yes. And in moments, Zayar would duel on behalf of Joseph and Alicia, but there was only a glimpse of calmness in the lone eye he had left. I don't know what happened yesterday, but don't forget you're still a kid. A brat starts by walking, not running. The world is big and you are small. Vlad, who had seen, felt, and experienced the untouchable, grew impatient. He's talented but not yet polished. With lofty aspirations and the road ahead, Zayar's words touched a sensitive chord deep within him. I see, nothing in this world is easy. After saying what Vlad needed to hear right now, even if briefly, Zayar adjusted his eye patch one last time and stood up. Go, okay. Vlad, having fulfilled all his duties as a squire, positioned himself behind Zayar and waited. Alicia Hainel, please enter. The vestibule door began to open, accompanied by the voice of an elderly man who couldn't be identified as a servant or butler. Come to think of it, I've never seen her before. He was with Joseph, a high noble, but Vlad was just a squire. He hadn't even met Peter, the head of the Vayezid family he served, so it was no wonder he hadn't seen Alicia Hainel, the owner of Diamar. They say she's young and beautiful, and moreover a woman and baroness. Everything about her was enough to arouse Vlad's curiosity, who was already of age. Everyone, get ready. A woman dressed in ornate robes entered the hall, escorted by Duncan, the elderly knight who would this time engage in the duel of honor with Zayar. The figures on Indre's side of the hall simply didn't bow, but those standing for her were expected to, as she was the land's lord. Vlad was about to bow too. Their gazes met with her aquamarine hair. The woman with aquamarine hair accompanied Duncan. Her expression, stern and cold, seemed too unfamiliar to be the same person he had seen that day. Now there's an additional charge for insulting a noble. Alicia Hainel's gaze paused for a moment as it swept over Vlad, who remained stiff, not daring to lower his head. Those large eyes fixed on the figure of the blonde boy for a moment, then passed by him, seemingly indifferent. She headed towards the only chair in the hall, towards the lord's seat where only one person could sit at the highest point of the place. Vlad looked perplexed, and at Indre's fierce gaze. Basking in the attention of everyone present, the woman with aquamarine hair took her place where she was supposed to be. Now that all parts of the duel have arrived, let's proceed, starting with the words of the priest who had been specially invited by the center for this duel. The gods behold this place, and today's rising sun is proof of it. The doors of the hall closed. The duel with everything at stake was about to begin. An honorable yet brutal duel. Chapter 34, Noble blood is of a blue hue. Their blood carries the responsibility and duty that ordinary crimson blood may not be able to fulfill. However, Alicia is not ready to turn her blood blue, all those eyes on her, and Indre's fierce gaze staring back at her. It's hard to breathe. As determined as she was, for Alicia, a young woman not yet in her 20s, it was challenging to withstand the intense pressure emanating from Indre. So she averted her gaze, to avoid his stare in the most casual way possible, and there, when she turned, waiting for her, were the blue eyes she had seen that day. A blonde boy looking bewildered, as if he didn't know what was happening. When the boy appeared, Alicia forced herself to focus. Her pounding heart calmed, her dizzying vision returned, and her ceaseless sweat stopped. The comfort she had felt on the hill with her father and mother was now in the blue eyes of the boy she looked at. In them, she could finally breathe. Vlad cleared his throat as he looked at the knight standing next to Zayar. He's on our side. It was the mysterious man who had spied on the knights from the other faction yesterday, just like Vlad himself. Jubert, a knight sent by the Vayezid family. Vlad stiffened as he observed Jubert's playful gaze. Somehow you recognize me. Someone who had subdued him, pretended to be close to him without his permission, and then vanished in the end. This woman, Alicia, has undoubtedly ensured she is clever. She has a good chance of winning. I suppose so. Vlad couldn't respond aloud in the presence of so many people, but he, too, thought it was most likely that Alicia would be the winner of this duel. He couldn't get a good look at the knights standing beside Indre, but Colin and Pablo were no match for Zayar and Jubert, no matter how high they were ranked. Jubert, the knight sent by the Vayezid family, was so advanced that his voice and aura couldn't be easily read. Given the rules of the best-of-3 duel, the outcome was predictable, even if it meant losing a man. Stop, I surrender. Upon Alicia's urgent plea, the priest intervened. Hold, the duel is over. Not yet. I can still go on. Sir Duncan, your lord has waved her hand. She admits defeat. Silence lingered as a fierce yet melancholic duel concluded. Duncan, the old knight. He had defended the Hainel family for many years, and though over 60, he remained in good form. However, the passage of time was inevitable, and despite his best efforts, the world would only accept the results. It's been a good fight, teacher. Am I still your teacher? Duncan gritted his teeth as the young knight extended his hand toward him. Siard, a knight of the Hainel family who had pledged his sword to Indre. I don't need. Raised to be the future of the Hainel family, he had reverted to a blade that stabbed his lord. Duncan's misjudgment and venomous turn to Alicia were indescribable. Staggering from the wound, Duncan brushed away the hand with what remained of his pride and bowed his head to Alicia, guilt unabashedly etched across his face. Though her expression remained unwavering, there were deep ripples in Alicia's eyes. An old knight apologizing for his disastrous appearance. It was the last pillar of strength Alicia had. Duncan's blood brought tears to Alicia's eyes. The winner of this duel is Lord Indre's knight, Sir Siard. The priest's declaration was met with a loud cheer from those siding with Indre. Just as Indre had risked everything to win the Hainel family, they too risked much for him. Winner takes all, the loser loses everything. Having taken the first step towards victory under the world's universal laws, they certainly deserved the applause. Next knight, step forward. Vlad swallowed nervously as the priest called for the next duelists. A 3-round duel, 2 winners. Perhaps most crucial was the one securing second place. They would decide the duel's outcome if the first player won, or in the unlikely event of a loss, passed the duel to the third player in a desperate attempt to win. The second knight from Alicia's side, please step forward. And the knight with the significant task was none other than Zayar from the Vayezid family. Zayar with a single eye. Though not a knight with a luxurious title, Duncan and Jubert were unanimous in their decision to place him in the second position. The weight of the name Vayezid was enough to warrant that level of trust. Zayar, Colin. For a knight, their lord's orders came first, their honor second. In the eyes of many, a duel of honor was an all-out clash between their lord's orders and their own honor. Therefore, the first encounter naturally led to a confrontation. The two knights stared at each other across the blood-splattered floor. Where did you lose one of your eyes? I was hungry, so I ate it. Ouch. Colin was a head taller than Zayar, but Zayar wasn't intimidated. Rather, he seemed to ignore him as if he were a nuisance. I guess you lost it then, you'll never be the same. Yes, I'll take even your last eye. Please remember, this is an honorable duel. Colin's growl was uncharacteristic, but the priest stepped back for the duel to commence. Though an honorable duel with rules, it was still a sword fight, and sometimes things could get out of control. For the gods of this day's sun, Kea, at the priest's signal, Colin shouted and charged at Zayar. It was an incredible speed from such a huge man, and it was a powerful strike from such a massive man. Indeed, with a single swing of his sword, the man known as the Earth Boar of the Middle Lands had proven himself to be a force to be reckoned with. Zayar, the direct recipient of the momentum, could only stand still with an expressionless face. Bang! Colin's sword shattered the floor of the hall with a tremendous roar. Fragments of the floor flew in all directions. Ooh, he's as powerful as I heard. Alicia felt her chest tighten as Colin's blow resonated in the hall, and Vlad searched for the nuts Jubert had given him yesterday. This was just the beginning. But the knights on Indre's side had noticed a strange turn in the combat's momentum. It didn't take long for Colin himself to feel that something was amiss. Allez, you bastard. Only now, facing Zayar's face, did Colin realize he had been foolish. Unlike him, who was out of breath, Zayar's face remained serene and untouched. Colin opened his eyes horrified. Zayar's body was moving strangely. It wasn't fast or slow, but it held many possibilities, right or left. Dodge backward or take a step forward, it couldn't be discerned. Arg! Colin opened his eyes and swung his sword relentlessly, trying to ignore Zayar's movements as they dazzled him. It wasn't a refined move, but it was his best option. When there was no clear alternative, one had to do their best, and Colin wasn't the only one watching Zayar's movements with narrowed eyes. Watch carefully. What he's trying to show you is about to be revealed. Last night, Zayar had warned his nervous squire with a sharp blow, think about walking before thinking about running. At the same time, he demonstrated one of his tricks, passing on a lesson to a wobbling Vlad. You can't use a technique like this if you don't have the proper foundations. Kea, Colin yelled, continuously striking the massive sword. The thick lines of blood on his shoulders and forearms showed how much power the sword contained. Tang, the blade bounced off with a dull sound. Tung, 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 Colin's attacks were relentless, but Zayar blocked them without missing a beat. No, he was cutting them, that's it, a gap. With each swing of Zayar's sword, Colin's momentum subtly wavered. It was a gap that could only be created by a forced misalignment of the blow. Counterattack, counterattack. The art of launching a counterattack through a gap created by a blocked attack. It was an advanced technique that involved reading the opponent's number of moves and responding accordingly, an unorthodox approach to the counterattack. It was a challenging technique to execute, but it promised to be deadly if successful. Vlad stood there with wide-open eyes, watching the new trick Zayar was demonstrating. Tears welled up in his strained eyes, but the boy, hungry for everything, devoured what he was seeing. He didn't even breathe. He was lucky to have found Zayar. He was a wild and twisted man, but a man who knew what he was doing. Today's lesson is called Counterattack. The test subject was the Earth Boar. I apologize for any confusion. It seems there was a misunderstanding. Let me provide you with the translation. Done, Zayar adjusted his eye patch and looked at the priest. The winner of the duel is Sir Zayar the Knight, representing Lady Alicia. Zayar's victory was clearly declared, but the people on Alicia's side remained silent without cheering. The silence filled the duel arena. Zayar's strange aura left Indre's men drained of energy and Alicia's speechless. But the one even quieter than them was Colin, who was now kneeling with an expressionless face. Today he ran into a wall, and he felt it. It was massive, insurmountable. Well done. Good job. Vlad could only be grateful that Zayar had deliberately set the scene for him, even though he didn't show it. Thank you, Sir Zayar. I was just following your orders, Lord Joseph. Duncan turned to Zayar, triumphant, and sincerely thanked him. Seeing him wrapped in reddish bandages was still lamentable, but Zayar was as courteous as he could be. Next duelists, please step forward. Duncan lost, Zayar won. With the vanguard and mid-game battles finished, all that remained was the grand battle. My turn. At the priest's call, stroking his well-groomed mustache, Jubert entered the duel arena. This duel would be enough. Win this, and Alicia would be the legitimate Baroness of Hainel, recognized in the name of God. Alicia's anxious looks, Duncan's, and those following them merged behind Jubert. But Jubert himself remained undisturbed, with an inscrutable smile on his face. The two knights crossed the silence that Zayar had created and entered the duel arena. I am Pablo of Arnstein. It's not the first time that we meet, Pablo of Arnstein, Jubert of Vayezid. Jubert smiled ironically at his inability to make a joke. He turned his head to look at Alicia and Bode. It was a proper and well-learned greeting. But Joseph, sitting among the audience observing the duel, knew something was wrong with the greeting Jubert had just given him. It wasn't a greeting he would use in this situation. I'll say it again. A duel ends when a representative expresses the intention to surrender and when the duel cannot be hastened. The priest diligently explained the duel rules, but Jubert could only remain silent. I will withdraw. If you suffer a serious injury, what did you say? The priest didn't immediately understand the words that came out of Jubert's mouth. He heard them with his ears, but he didn't understand them with his mind. These were words that should not and could not have come out now. I will withdraw. Like an actor on a stage, Jubert looked around with exaggerated gestures and shouted. I, Jubert, the representative sent by the Vayezid family, withdraw from this duel. Jubert's words seemed quite innocuous, but for those who had to hear them, they were a thunderous declaration. A terrible silence gripped the hall. This, Duncan, finally coming to his senses, raised his wounded hands in a sign of disbelief. Alicia, the one in the duel, stood up with trembling lips. Her pale white skin was turning a pale blue. Everyone was in a panic, not understanding what had just happened. Clap, 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 the sound of someone's applause echoed in the silent hall. Attention, Indre Hanel. So the duel is over. The man, the second in line for the Hanel house, finally showed the fangs he had been hiding. Not like this, the man shouted loudly in the face of everyone's silence. He was the accuser, the usurper. He was also a man who had 4 hands before entering the duel arena. Curse. Realizing he had been dragged into an unpleasant situation, Joseph quickly gestured to Vorden. Now recognize me before the gods. Priest, Jubert waved to Alicia with an exaggerated gesture. It was a farewell. That I am the only legitimate Hanel. This duel was rigged from the beginning. By those who do not know honor, Chapter 35, Alicia Hanel. Daughter of an ancient lord, endowed with an unprecedented legitimacy with Indre, born from a concubine. Her blood also connected her to the Vayezid, a family from the center of the country. The Vayezid blood, tracing back to Alicia's maternal grandmother, signified an unbreakable bond of trust between the two families. But the concept of politics, as practiced by the nobility, was something beyond humanity. Because her blood was blue, declare it, Vayezid decided that the immediate gain was more important than blood in the distance. Indre had promised, because he had said he would give things that no prudent vassal would dare to promise. Vayezid accepted the response and handed the dishonorable knight to Alicia. Alicia was deceived and Vayezid was mocked. The contest was not honorable. It's not over yet. And in the midst of this dishonorable battlefield where everyone fell silent, there was one who rose quietly. Joseph of the Vayezid family, a young man who unintentionally became the representative of the North in this duel stained by the houses of the center. He stood up heavily. I request a brief postponement so that we can discuss this situation among ourselves. His voice was not very loud, but enough to cut through the silent hall. Understanding the anger in Joseph's words, the priest could only wipe the sweat from his forehead, helpless. So be it, thank you, priest. Joseph's eyes, burning with a dark gleam, sought someone, a man down there looking determined, Indre Hanel. The knight on Alicia's side has withdrawn, Lord Joseph, and although I understand your feelings, this duel has ended. Are you sure this is an honorable duel? The embers have cooled, but they retain something warm inside. Now it was Joseph's voice. I don't intend to just accept the result you've decided. Joseph's determined declaration must have struck a nerve. That moment marks the beginning of a clash between the center and the north that has so far gone unnoticed. How can I convince you? With victory close, Indre shouted triumphantly, but the momentum faded, because he saw something burning in the eyes of the dark-shadowed man. Vayezid, the words echoed in Indre's head as he saw Joseph's jet-black eyes staring at him. The North must pay, whether with honor or dishonor. Speed up the duel, Joseph thought. The best had become impossible, but the worst had to be avoided. I won't allow Alicia's honor to be tainted by this dishonest act. Honor that you can't even prove. It was a disgrace that couldn't be described with the word dishonor. Therefore, Joseph chose to end the duel here and now, one way or another. A clumsy stop would be fatal, and an unfinished duel would cripple Alicia irreparably. At this point, only absolute defeat could have a negative outcome. Only then could we plan for the future. Is there anyone else who wishes to represent Sir Jubert? If so, I will accept their request. Joseph turned his head upon hearing the priest's words to look at Alicia, but she just clutched her heaving chest with a pale face. Barely holding on, Alicia had just been dealt a blow. If it ended like this, she couldn't even prove her honor. Someone, Joseph thought as he looked at the stunned Alicia. Thank goodness, I didn't write this, but I gladly accepted it. I have a replacement. A duel is something honorable. Therefore, only those who had proven themselves worthy or whom an honorable person had entrusted with the honor could set foot on an honorable battlefield. Who is it? I speak on behalf of the honorable. Who then will wield the sword for me? Joseph stood still, running a hand over his face and looked at his squire Vlad. He was nodding. Vayezid will put a new duelist in place of Jubert of the Vayezid family, who has decided to withdraw. People couldn't help but be perplexed at Joseph's words. Who would he send in this situation? I, Joseph of the Vayezid family, am an honorable warrior who nominates to defend Lady Alicia's honor. Joseph stopped at the highest point instead of Alicia. His finger pointed at someone. Vlad of Shora, with stunned silence. Everyone present turned their heads to follow Joseph's pointing finger, a figure that no one had paid attention to, that no one had even thought about. The only man who could, therefore, enter the battlefield honorably, Vlad of Shora, squire to the knight Xayar. The blond boy that Joseph had at his fingertips just blinked, not knowing what to do. The boy was standing at the first and foremost point where the center and the north met. Vlad confirmed his identity, causing Indre to erupt in protest about the perceived injustice. He's not a knight, he doesn't deserve this. Honorable duels are not exclusive to knights, anyone able to wield a sword can partake. The opponent is a knight. Facing a squire against a knight is a dishonor to Arnstein. You, Joseph stomped, cutting off Indre's words, then spat out words burning with rage. Did you do this thinking of Vayezid's honor? The master tilted his head, the usurper drooling greedily. You mock Vayezid with such shallow waters. Only Joseph from the prestigious Vayezid family of the north could stand tall and proud. His blood was the most honorable. I vouch for his honor, and he was more than qualified to vouch for anyone's honor. I'll replace him, please accept. Joseph was not wrong. If he vouched for him, even a mere squire could challenge to a duel. Agreed. Indre glanced at the knights behind him for a moment, then nodded as if it didn't matter. If this is what you must do, I understand. What could a simple squire do? Even if the lad were a knight and not a squire, Pablo de Arnstein wasn't one to be trifled with. We accept your offer, Lord Joseph. Then let the duel commence. It was already an uneven playing field, but Joseph had just tilted it. It was a small twist, executed by a young lad named Vlad, but it would suffice. He wasn't seeking victory in the first place. I just need to buy time. Joseph had come to Diamar to secure something safe. A man named Joseph of Vayezid was always prepared for the worst. He could only hope the lad would hold out. Calm down, Vlad. Vlad tried to stay calm amid the sudden situation, but it wasn't easy. Now must I duel? Yes, and with a knight. Yes, breathe and calm down. Xayar was adjusting Vlad's armor, making it as secure as possible. People couldn't take their eyes off Vlad. A knight performing squire duties was an unusual sight. I won't die, right? At worst, I'll intervene. And what's the worst that could happen? Vlad steadied his sword as he watched Xayar adjusting the straps on his armor without answering. He had always done so, but in the end it seemed he could only rely on himself. Vlad, Lord Joseph, who had descended from the throne, forced himself to control his agitated breathing and embraced Vlad. Oh, Lord Joseph, you don't need to do all this. Give me 10 minutes. What? To others, it seemed like he was encouraging his squire to face the harsh battlefield, but there was a secret dialogue between them. I had a plan from the beginning. I've already given orders to Vorden. 10 minutes, will that be enough? Vlad knew. Joseph wasn't a man who acted impulsively in a fit of anger. It's better if you resist. Upon Joseph's reply, Vlad turned his head and looked around. There was no trace of the knight, old, fat, and always denigrated. Understand, I owe you something. To whom? Instead of answering Joseph's question, Vlad fixed his eyes on the woman sitting alone at the highest point. He locked his gaze with her watery eyes blinking incessantly. I'll do my best to endure for 10 minutes if I can. Be careful. It was an out-of-context response, but knowing that Vlad often spoke to himself, Joseph simply nodded. This is too heavy for him. He has reasons to be nervous. Vlad tilted his head toward the aquamarine-haired woman with teary eyes. He regretted confusing her for a maid and regretted intruding into her parents' tomb. And thank you for not saying it, so I'll do the best I can. Representatives from both sides approach. What matters to a knight is his lord's command first, his own honor next. Vlad accepted the burden of following Joseph's orders and defending Alicia's honor. After, with shaky steps, the lad, carrying a bright, though borrowed, honor, entered the battlefield. All present watched him, allies, enemies, and even those unrelated. The world observed the boy. I am Vlad of Shora, a name written in the world by a faithful priest with God's permission. The boy gave his name to the world by his own will. Today, the boy deserved to shine, because for the first time in his life he wielded the sword for someone other than himself. Chapter 36. Hey Junior, don't stare at them too much, Burley told Vlad, his voice as weak as ever. Those people over there get offended when we look at them. The boy knew it too, that Burley's words were true. It's just a road, but we don't deserve it. Deserve what? Leaning against the wall, carving a piece of wood with his dagger, Burley lifted a lip and smiled. It was a laugh that contained a small amount of anger and an uncontrollable sense of pity. It's never enough anything. We don't have enough of anything, Burley chuckled at Vlad's response. Well, you're trivial, unqualified, you've been like this since birth and you know it. The boy didn't ask this time. He just turned his head to look at the gleaming buildings on the other side of the street. There were sparks and laughter, and those were things not allowed for those in the streets. The boy was always hungry for it. When Vlad tilted his head in a greeting, he heard something reaching his ears. You're not qualified. Pablo, the knight from Arnstein, a knight known for his shield skills, threw his shield. You're not worthy to hear my name, Pablo declared, tossing his shield. I'll do my best. This is not an honorable duel from the moment you unworthy bastard stepped forward. A battle between squires and knights. It's something others would mock, and he was the one involved in the absurdity. You can ignore what the priest said, fight him with everything you have, you can try to kill him. Joseph trampled on Pablo's honor to save Alicia's and his own chances. And it was Vlad who had to bear the brunt of his anger. Vlad looked up silently, a chill in the air that even a priest wouldn't dare to sanction, and he asked, What am I lacking? What? Pablo was momentarily surprised by Vlad's confident attitude. Far from being intimidated by this battle between knights and squires, the boy's blue eyes were ablaze. A man holding something honorable, noble, and bright in his hands. I want to ask him, what makes me different from you? Why is it that all the good, beautiful, and bright things are always hoarded for bastards like you? I hate it. Now both of you return to your places, and despite the priest's restraint, the two remained locked in eye contact, not moving an inch. A dialogue through the eyes. For that to be possible, they would have to have at least the same zeal, but the boy was getting there. He might come from a place without means, but he wasn't going to end up with nothing. You said it yourself first, you can do anything. Vayezid has degraded. This guy is crazy. He's an arrogant person who doesn't know who he is and doesn't know who he's talking to. I'll cut it off at the root. If he ever grows, he'll only harm the honor of the knights, so it's better to trample on him here. Please go back to your respective places. Please, the two walked to the end of the battlefield, responding to the plea from the priest, who was having a very difficult day and had unwittingly uttered a plea. A faithful lad. He's got the basics. There he was, holding his sword and muttering quietly, and they thought Vlad was praying. This was a good enough situation to seek God's favor, but as always, the boy didn't address God. If your goal is to endure, I can't help you. If you rely on me, you'll collapse in 10 seconds, let alone 10 minutes. Vlad had a secret weapon. His inner voice, but right now he couldn't use it. After 10 minutes, you must abstain, not force yourself, because last time you had to risk your life, but not this time. I'm not asking for help anyway. If the help of the voice was wonderful, but it wasn't his. Vlad knew that to shine fully, he had to have something that was his alone. Can I do it? Only time will tell. Vlad was nervous, but so was his voice. The boy promised a lot, but he didn't have time to refine it. He trained as best he could, but he had no experience, and now, before the boy matured, he had to face a knight. Are you ready, Vlad de Shora? He was a true knight, one who knew how to handle the aura. That the time to drag him into a ready position had ended, all that was left was the clash of swords. Yes. Satisfied that both sides were ready, the priest stepped back and raised his hands. This day under the sun is granted by the gods. People looked at the duel field with excitement when the signal was given for the duel to begin. Suddenly, there was no trace of the boy standing where he should have been. A duelist swordsman specializing in close combat, it suited the boy's temperament, always liking to take the initiative. HMPH, a linear sweeping motion. An assertive movement that says you won't let anything stand in your way. Therefore, there was no hesitation in Vlad's sword as it struck like lightning. There was only an intention. Bum, the boy took the initiative as planned. Whether given or taken, Vlad's intention succeeded. It was a swift thrust that would have gone unnoticed by a normal person, but Pablo effortlessly stopped Vlad's sword. Always think about the next move. Unless you want to attack once and die. The attack was blocked, but Vlad didn't lose momentum. As if he had been waiting for it, just as he had learned from Zayar, a succession of attacks began to fall on Pablo. The constant clash of swords echoed in the hall at precise intervals. It was the signal that the duel was progressing, following the current of the boy leading the attack. Although it was Pablo who had yielded the initiative, there was no panic on his face. He observed calmly, naturally. It was just a glance, but Pablo believed he glimpsed why Joseph had sent this brat as his opponent. Aim for the left where the shield was raised, because convention is something terrible. HMPH, Vlad nodded, following the voice's advice and striking at Pablo's weakness. It was an attack that could have been easily blocked, but Pablo could feel something sparking on Vlad's sword. The boy's sword was like a voracious wolf. Like a wolf that has smelled blood, it relentlessly gnawed at his weakness. Hunger. And an innate cruelty. It was hidden in the boy's sword. I should probably stop now. Pablo had yielded the initiative with his sudden attack, but he knew he had to stop now. The boy's momentum was intense. What the hell? That kid doesn't even tire. Vlad's swift and abrupt movements had the same inherent extravagance as the boy's blonde hair, and people were mesmerized. Vlad was carried away by the boy's momentum. Bang, kang, kang. Sparks flew as swords clashed. Watching Vlad retreat, Pablo remained still, waiting for his chance, capitalizing on Vlad's momentum but not his maturity yet. HMPH, he braced himself and struck. With a rock-solid force that could crush a small storm. Vlad, who had been relentlessly attacking Pablo, instinctively raised his sword to the sudden weight coming down on him. Quang, no, and with that he was knocked to the ground. The force of the blow was such that his body bounced as soon as it touched the ground. Out, Vlad blocked with his sword, but the sharp sensation of being hit on the back of the neck with a stone kept him alert. A blocked blow but not repelled. Vlad absorbed all the force of the blow, but with his trained senses he quickly halted and retreated to close the gap. Phew, his body reacted but not his mind. It was the result of practicing with Zayar. Wake up. Huh, Zayar's training swords had been intimidating enough, but Pablo clearly possessed a different kind of strength. I think I got hit with a stone. He had only blocked an attack, yet his entire body pulsed. The blow wasn't strong, but it was impactful, and Vlad naturally shrank. Out of tricks already. Pablo in front of him was gaining momentum. After being in a duel that was not only dishonorable but also a spectacle, Pablo didn't want to linger. He's coming. Even without a shield, Pablo's momentum was like a mountain. Where? He's trying to dominate the gap. You have to move wherever. Pablo, who had created a solid defense with just his sword, began slowly approaching Vlad with his usual mountainous strides. It would have been an honor for Vlad to show such sincerity, but at this point it was just a clumsy step forward. You have to dodge somehow. That's easier said than done. The voice's sword skill, defined by close combat and single-strike kills, was unusable in this situation. Footwork? For now, he needed the undulating movements of his other master, Zayar. The boy mentally replayed Zayar's movements, preparing for Pablo's attack. Bang, out. But even if you're prepared, there are things you can't stop. Vlad, who had just grabbed a sword, lacked the experience and skill to break down the enormous wall that was Pablo. Bang, quonk. Vlad slowly staggered backward as the sound of sword clashing against sword was incredible. The threatening sound and the precarious retreat that followed left Alicia breathless. It was a punishment too harsh to endure for the determined but defeated boy. Wake up. The voice kept waking him up, but the shock was so great that Vlad had almost lost consciousness. If this had been a duel, he could have said he had proven his worth by lasting so long. But the boy hadn't come here to learn anything. He was here to prove something. No, Vlad shouted, barely clinging to his fading consciousness as he somehow managed to drive his artless sword into the approaching blade. It was a final effort, quang, but the weak-willed sword didn't give the boy any chance. Chee-it. The collision sent Vlad to the edge of the dueling arena. Crunch, crimson blood spurted from Vlad's mouth. He had long lost grip of the sword, and the drops of saliva running down his lips mingled with the blood on the ground. Excellent. Pablo had been angered by Joseph's belittling of his honor moments before, but now that Vlad and he had crossed swords, he felt differently. He was a good kid, a brat with potential, although it was still too early for a formal duel. Come back later. Pablo held his sword high, ready for the final blow. Vlad watched Pablo's strike with trembling and dizzy eyes. Well done. No voices were heard, no words from Zayar, who had prepared Vlad, or Joseph, who had given orders to the boy. The boy had done his part. Now he could rest. Everyone in the hall applauded the defeated but determined boy. Pablo's sword descended towards the boy with a dull sound. When no one understood what was happening in front of them, Colin sat up, startled by the sound of a nightmare. It's him, Jubert, who had been eating nuts while watching the impulsive attack of the boy, couldn't hide his surprise. Until Pablo saw Colin's silently shouting face, he didn't realize why his sword had bounced back. Even for an experienced knight, it was too much to comprehend at once. Why only you kids? Hearing Vlad's muted voice, Pablo sheathed his sword and turned to look at the boy in front of him. Stunned, with half-closed eyes as if he had lost his mind, it was as if he were dreaming somewhere in his memory. The unqualified boy has always yearned to shine. He wanted ability, he wanted opportunities, he dreamed of being qualified, to reach for brilliance. And the boy has now shown that he is the one who deserves to shine. Vlad of Shora breaking Pablo's sword, Knight of Arnstein. He had recreated the path of the sword shown to him by his master. I also want to be there. The boy's eagerness was gradually creating his own world through opportunity, teaching, and crisis. It was about to bloom. A colorful flower that no one had seen before. The boy's sword was weeping. Chapter 37, Vlad of Shora, a white snake entwined on a tree, alone on a deserted hill. Invisible in the child's world, it listened silently with closed eyes. Drip. The white snake, shining with radiant light, slowly stretched while listening to the sounds coming from the mansion. Drip, although it was clearly an unfamiliar sound, in that sound were the traces of someone he had imagined for a long time. Then the snake lifted its head, pleased by the sound, as high as the sky. Then it opened its mouth wide and emitted a sound that no one would hear. That lonely sound, though it started from the ground, was only heard by the sky. Shoot, it was raining. They were responses to the snake's voice. Satisfied, feeling the raindrops, as the landscape stretched similarly to when it perched on a tree in the past, the small clouds summoned by the snake gathered, covering today's sun. The rain, descending from the clouds surrounding the sun, was a warm spring rain. It was raining just for the child. Everyone was silent. Tongue they didn't even exhale a sigh, merely contemplating the spectacle before them. Red drops of blood sprayed out. They dropped from the tight grip of the boy. A plain sword held tightly as if it would never let go. A crimson glow flowed through it. The boy's will manifested through it. What the hell? Everyone was dumbfounded by what they were witnessing. The blonde boy's movement cuts the knight's sword. Boom, boom, boom. And perhaps an illusion, but there was the sound of a sword crying. This wasn't the sound of a voice in the boy's soul. The sound came from the unadorned sword the boy wielded, manifested with the dreams of an old man and the tears of a child, but resonating through the determination of the boy. The boy's sword was crying. "I didn't teach you that." Zayar, observing the scene, unconsciously touched the bandage, showing his surprise. Vlad was nervous. While he longed to progress, he couldn't help but see the footprints of the strong blocking his path. The boy wanted to run fast because he longed to see the end, even though he couldn't advance yet. He shouldn't have. A strong leap was only possible from solid ground, so he showed this spectacle as a temporary measure to calm Vlad's impatience. "I taught you the basics and you're already doing this." Before I knew it, I was stealing and using what was his. I was learning and using things I hadn't been taught. This shouldn't have happened. This shouldn't have happened. A bewildered teacher, an amazed crowd, a worried woman. Even Joseph, who chose a certain defeat for the sake of the expected outcome. In the valid silence of each reason within the hall, only the sound of swords clashing could be heard. Clang, the boy's sword, thin as a thread though losing its sharpness, was full of firm determination. "I will advance. Towards those bright things I was not allowed." Pablo remained silent as he watched the boy take one step after another towards him. It could have ended at any moment, but it didn't. The wobbling the boy showed now was still mixed with intention. Clang, 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 and the sword was crying. Pablo watched the boy's sword, listening to its cries clearer because it was closer. It can't be. He couldn't be sure, but it was a premonition. He didn't expect it to awaken in this place, but sometimes young seeds take root where they shouldn't, and if what you think is correct. "Come at me." Pablo must fulfill his duty as a knight, because he had sworn to do so. Determined, Pablo swung his sword against Vlad with all his might. It wasn't a blow intended to subdue the boy, it was to face him. The boy's world had just bloomed. From the moment he heard the sword's cry, the idea of a duel had long vanished from Pablo's mind. What he was about to do was a knight's duty and an honor. "Stop!" the boy's sword screamed with each downward blow the knight gave. Sparks dripped from it with each counterattack the boy made. "What is that? Is the sword glowing?" As the crowd watched in awe, a faint glow emanated from the boy's sword. A shining sword. Knowing what it meant, the knights began to rise slowly from their seats. Vlad's teacher, Zayar, Duncan, the old bloodied knight, Colin, who had just tasted defeat. I guess he's not the typical, and even Jubert, who started all this mess. Everyone, friends and foes alike, because they were all knights, valuable, the dragging of chairs as the knights pushed them mixed with the clash of sword against sword. The boy's sword was glowing. It was about to acquire its own color. All young and tender things in this world deserve to bloom. Possibility is something beautiful, and those who can express it in their own world are precious. That's why you must protect the moment, because that's what it means to be a knight. "Shield, give me my shield," Pablo shouted urgently, finally seeing the light emanating from the boy. Heeding Pablo's urgent cry, his squire grabbed the shield and tossed it into the dueling arena. "Come at me, Pablo de Arnstein." Clang, his sword and shield collided with a loud noise. A vibrant yellow glow began to envelop his body, starting from his closed left eye. "I am Pablo of Arnstein." Pablo's cry echoed in the hall, for everyone present to hear. He looked at the boy and told him he didn't deserve it. This battlefield is not honorable, and this is not a duel. That's why he didn't want to give his name. "Tell me your name, lad." But now, with his shield raised, he shouted his name loudly. Towards a boy who was as worthy as him but had become honorable enough. "I am." In his fading mind, Vlad walked through a fading memory, through dark alleys, beyond a forge with a shining star in front. Through his own home now shattered, to a place once filled with shining things. A path, a difference. Along it light and darkness separated, separate opportunity from chance. Where you are born, you choose your life. I walked that path. A child entered a place he had never been before, towards the bright place. A boy born where he didn't deserve to be but walks toward where it shines. He has proven his worth, so he shouts. I am Vlad of Shora. With a small cry from the boy, the sword began to wrap in light. While the sword-bearing worlds watched, a new flower bloomed. Rain fell from the sky for the boy. Although the young seed was rooted in poisonous and filthy mud, it never stopped looking up, never stopped reaching for the stars. That's why it can grow towards the light here and now. Come. Vlad of Shora. An intense glow began to fill the hall, created by the collision of the newly blossomed world with the solid world. With that light, a single flower finally bloomed. The roots of the flower that the boy had created were an intense white. The stem of the flower he had created was a flexible green, and the color of the petals of the boy's flower is the blue of the waning moon. The blue moonlight filtered through the aura Pablo had created. The boy who borrowed honor made the moon rise today. Vlad of Shora, a new world blossomed today. Thank you, Pablo said, embracing the boy with his arms. Toward the boy whose eyes, although white, had not released his sword in the end. Red blood ran down the tip of the boy's sword as he clung to it to save his life. A tribute to the boy who had just awakened to the world, those who knew. Those who did not know had just begun to talk about the suddenly shining sword of the boy. That's aura, Indra shouted, his eyes fixed on the boy in front of him, jumping to the center of the hall. Using aura in a duel is not allowed. Vlad of Shora is disqualified. Profit-driven men see a beautiful flower before them and think about the fruit it will bear when it has withered. Indra's appearance suited someone worthy of the law. At Indra's shout, a few people who were finally realizing nodded. Aura, it's aura. Was the squire able to use aura? A squire of Vayezid, yes. Now that I think about it, the color of the armor he wears is. By the time they realized the identity of the glow coming from the boy's sword, there was a small murmur of voices discussing what they had just seen. A man descended quietly. Although he did not say a word, everyone present paid attention to him. He had a strong presence and he deserved it. Joseph of the Vayezid family. A man of noble blood stood before the knight who brought his squire. Thank you, he bowed deeply in gratitude. I appreciate you fulfilling your duty as a knight for my squire. It was only my duty. Handing Vlad over to Zayar, who followed him, Pablo bowed in unison with Joseph. Priest, after thanking Pablo for doing his best to break Vlad's shell, Joseph turned his head and spoke quietly to the priest. Was it aura? It was, yes. At the priest's answer, Joseph nodded stiffly, disqualified then. Since the rules of this duel prohibited the use of aura or avoiding killing. But then let me ask you one more thing, Joseph asked, looking with cold eyes at the drooling usurper sitting in front of him. What is the higher concept, the rules of the sacred duel or the discipline of the swordmaster? Oh yes. The priest sighed, touching his forehead as if he knew what was coming from Joseph's question. Swordmaster. An honorable title that only one can hold, recognized for centuries. And with that honorable title came a discipline that only one man in the history of mankind has carried. It was a discipline that all knights must follow. It is not for me to decide, here and now. The priest presiding over the duel raised his hands in surrender. The discipline of a swordmaster is an honor and a duty, and it also implies royalty. It is an area that I, as a follower of the divine will, dare not decide. Is that so? Joseph smiled at the priest's answer. So it was. Indra Heinel. Indra, who had a subtle look as if things were about to get weird, responded to Joseph's call. What's going on? Joseph thought as he looked at Indra, who looked at him with a perplexed expression. I asked you to give me time and you created an opportunity. I asked you to choose the lesser of two evils and you brought me the second best. So I will take advantage of this opportunity you have given me. The duel is suspended. Before Joseph's answer, cracks began to form on Indra's face like dry mud. Suspended. A word that was not disqualification nor defeat, much less abstention. Joseph was now saying that he would postpone the outcome of the duel. Well, what the hell? Discipline and rules, said the man with dark eyes with a smile as dark as the shadows. No one here can say what takes precedence, and I believe I must report what happened to the capital, where the Holy See and the royal family reside. Pablo raised his shield of his own will to fulfill his duty as a knight. From the moment he raised his shield, what was happening here was not an honorable duel. The discipline of the swordmaster. Pablo vowed to follow that discipline to become a knight, and today he helped awaken a new world as someone had intended long ago. Honor or duty? No one here can answer that. The nobles who can answer that question are not here but in the imperial capital of Brigantes. Until a clear decision is made there, I propose that the result of today be suspended. Indra stood with his mouth open, incredulous. I don't care what words come out of that mouth from now on, because Joseph had no intention of listening to anything that came out of his mouth. Because this was an opportunity that no one was paying attention to and he had not foreseen. All that is young and tender in this world deserves to bloom. Possibility is a beautiful thing, and those who can express it in their own world are precious. All those who bear the swords of honor, swear in my name that you will fulfill your duty. As swordmaster and the founding king, I, Frossen, declare this as my first discipline. Chapter 38. Vlad opened his eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling. I'm going to die. In reality, it was the same ceiling as yesterday. But the colorful drawings embedded in the ceiling only made it seem more unfamiliar. For a street kid, the aesthetics of the aristocracy remained hard to understand. Ah, Vlad tried to raise his hand towards the teapot beside him, but his bones began to ache as if he had taken a severe beating. He hadn't suffered any serious injuries, but the throbbing pain was an accurate description of how Vlad felt at that moment. It had to be this way. He had shattered the shell that surrounded him with all his might. Got. What's wrong, Captain? Is there any pain? Whom do you want me to call? Got, who had been dozing in the chair next to the bed, started to ask exaggeratedly upon Vlad's call. Vlad's response to Got, who could see through him, was somewhat in jest, but now it was just a jest. He knew very well why Got was there. Give me some water. All right, huh? Vlad thought as he watched Got leave the room, claiming there was no water in the teapot. Still, it's worth having him around. His intentions were transparent, his purpose clear, and if he couldn't be trusted, at least he could be kept alert. In life, there were many people who smiled at you up front but hid a sharp blade behind their backs. It's better to have someone like Got by your side than be stabbed by one of them unprepared. And he's good at being a former mercenary and still doing his job as a stable boy for House Vayezid meant that at least Got wasn't as incompetent as to go starving somewhere. As much as he hated to admit it, he had received some help here and there, so he was willing to let Got pick up any crumbs that fell his way. He could understand Got's desire to cling to him. Click. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, the door opened and Got came in. Pour me some water. Vlad, still gazing at that unfamiliar ceiling, motioned for Got to pour him water. It was the least he could do if he wanted to call himself a captain. Purr. Vlad turned his head upon hearing Got pouring water into a cup, and the sound of wind being sucked in replaced the cry. HMPH, did you rest well? The person beside him was pouring water without saying a word. I'm glad to see you seem to have regained your strength. The man serving him water with an unusually generous smile on his face was Joseph, the man to whom he had sworn loyalty. Vlad realized he had committed a great act of insolence and hastily bowed, exclaiming, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it was a mistake. It's okay, make yourself at home. Hurriedly taking the water glass from Joseph's hand, Vlad gulped it down, helpless whether his body hurt or not. The remaining water dripped onto the blanket. Does something hurt in particular? Nothing. Still, the chill in the air seemed to have sobered him up, and Vlad responded with the courtesy he had learned from the countless beatings Zayar had given him. All right, Joseph sat in the chair where Got had been sitting moments ago and looked at Vlad. Thank you, to be honest, I didn't think you would go that far. Thinking about the duel Vlad had shown that day, Joseph spoke candidly to his squire. Thank you. Acknowledging the sincerity in Joseph's words, Vlad involuntarily clenched his fists, trying to revive the feeling of that day. There were memories, faint but present. They were like dried flowers that had lost their scent, but they were the kind of memories that made his heart race just thinking about them. But the duel is, if he had been an ordinary noble and squire, he wouldn't have been able to ask such a question. But Vlad knew he had gone too far. He was one of the few sailors aboard Joseph's great ship, and he knew he was one of the ones expected. Vlad of Shora was the one Joseph allowed. So, the duel. I should tell you about it. Since he had awakened here, Vlad had been curious about the outcome of the duel. What had become of the woman with watery hair who had cried so pitifully? Had Joseph achieved what he wanted, asking him to endure for 10 minutes? Vlad had many questions, but he had no one to ask until now because Got, who stayed by his side, was nothing more than a stable boy, and the only people coming in and out were the maids tending to his wounds. Since you were part of the duel, you deserve to hear the details of the outcome. And now, before Vlad's eyes, was the man who had everything about the duel in his hands. Joseph nodded to Vlad's question and opened his mouth. The duel has been suspended. If it's suspended then, it means it was postponed without producing results. Joseph told Vlad that the rules of the sacred duel and the discipline of the Swordmaster had become quite complicated. Vlad nodded, listening to Joseph's words. The discipline of the Swordmaster. Although he couldn't tell him the true outcome of the duel, the voice had explained to him what the discipline of the Swordmaster was. To become a knight, you must swear an oath to the discipline of the Swordmaster. Vlad, if things go well for you, there will come a day when you have to make that oath. As the basic steps to becoming a knight flowed from Joseph's lips, Vlad felt a tingling in the depths of his chest. Knight always had yearned for that word, one that made him feel special just by pronouncing it. And now, the boy has taken a step on the path to becoming a knight. It was a moment when dreams turned into goals. I hope you're taking care of yourself because I don't want you staying here for too long. Right now I'm going to— You can't do that, said Joseph, standing up. I'm a man who knows how to save what he can. Joseph looked at Vlad and smiled. There will be a reward for this, so rest easy. An explanation of the consequences, a sincere word, and the promise to give him his reward. Having come and said only what needed to be said, Joseph left quietly through the door. Vlad stood still, reflecting on Joseph's words, and turned his head to look at the hilt of the sword he kept by the bed. The red glow of the setting sun streamed through the window and clung to the blade. A reward. Joseph's words about giving what was due for what had been done were not always true, especially in the streets where the boy lived. Rewards didn't always come with hard work, and sometimes they didn't bring rewards at all, so he was lucky to meet a guy named Joseph. Vlad thought, reaching for the sword he had carried with him since he had escaped from Shora. A sword that an inexperienced old blacksmith had forged with all his might, the only thing he could always count on, regardless of effort or outcome. "I did well then, didn't I?" Vlad's question made the sword weep. This time it wasn't a sword without anything but a voice in its soul. An empty corridor tinted with the crimson of the sunset. A man walks down a corridor that no one else seems to walk. A knight who did not know honor. Jubert of the Vayezid family was about to leave after completing all his duties for House Vayezid. It was a mission that would have been a failure if he had failed, but his lord would understand if he found out the current situation. He couldn't blame the sea for the waves, nor the sky for the wind. The events of that day were beyond Jubert's control. It was a kind of disaster. The more I think about it, the more ridiculous it seems. Jubert licked his lips as he remembered the absurdity of the duels. As he walked down the corridor, lost in thought, a sword suddenly emerged from the shadows at the end of the hallway. "You really don't have to do this. I'm only doing it because I want to." From the dark shadows emerged a man with narrowed eyes. Zayar, Knight of Vayezid. He had waited in the darkness for the dishonorable knight, anger concealed in his left eye, covered by an eye patch. "How long have you been waiting? Don't you have anything better to do? I'm leaving today." "Isn't it a waste of your vacation?" Even with the cold blade of the sword against his throat, Jubert refused to abandon the smile on his face. He seemed like a man who would smile until his last breath. If you have time off, you should always catch up. But if his twisted personality was any indication, Zayar was not an easy man to please. The two knights faced each other with fake smiles and cold expressions. "I know you regret it, but I couldn't help it. I guess I can't help it either." A single drop of crimson blood began to drip from the tip of Zayar's sword as he held it against Jubert's throat. The drop soaked the red carpet on the hallway floor. "Are you going to kill me?" Jubert's question, still undisturbed by the blood flowing from his neck, was met with silence from Zayar. "It's a shame we share the same profession. You should be able to understand." Even as he spoke, Jubert's fingers were intertwined, gently moving away from the tip of Zayar's sword. A faint light glowed at the tip of his fingers. "What can I say? If my lord tells me to bark, I'll bark. For a knight, the orders of their lord come first, their honor second. Therefore, for a knight without honor, there is only one thing that matters, the orders of their lord. You're not a dog that bites only when your master tells you to bite. They call us knights, but that's not what we are." Zayar did not respond to the man who stood defiant before him. Bam! Instead, he threw a furious punch. Crimson blood sprayed from Jubert's face. "My lord is a good man, so a little bite is fine." You bastard," Jubert laughed, spitting something fishy from his battered mouth. "Is this enough? One more." Before Jubert could finish his question, Zayar's sharp knee thrust into Jubert's abdomen. "Kuluk kuluk. Since we're in the same line of work, you'll understand this, right? Kulka, indeed. This should be appropriate." Zayar frowned as he looked at Jubert, who remained relaxed despite being struck. On that day on the dueling field, the honorable knight had deceived Alicia and mocked Joseph. The mockery of his lord's honor was too much for Zayar. But the decision to kill the knight before him was not an easy one, not for him, not even for Joseph. Their relationship was already strained, but here they were mere guests. Moreover, killing a knight from either of the two houses would be equivalent to a declaration of war. Although his relationship with Vayezid was broken, it was beyond Joseph's power to decide whether to act accordingly. Only one person could decide that, Peter Vayezid, head of the Vayezid family. "I hope to see you next time." "Well, I guess we'll meet sooner or later." The two knights, aware of the circumstances, exchanged a weak exchange of what they had to give and what they had to take. Isn't this the time of year when the empire crumbles and people don't come together because they wish? Even Zayar bit his tongue as he watched Jubert, who smiled as if the blow hadn't affected him. Until next time. Watching Jubert walk away, running his hands through his hair, Zayar sheathed his sword in silence. Perhaps Jubert was right. The moment was coming, a time when the sword was more necessary than ever. Chapter 39. Have all the guests left? Alicia barely managed to swallow another sigh as she looked at the trees through the window. The tree had always been a solace for her, a reminder of her father. "Everyone has left except the people from the Vayezid family. I feel so bad that I didn't even have a chance to warn them before they left." The honorable duel had ended. It might not have started honorably, but it concluded with a new blossoming, so it's safe to say it was an honorable duel. Did Indra escape too? No, he sought protection from the church through the priest. Indra asserted his rights, claiming that the duel had not yet concluded, and asked for protection. As the church deemed the request justified, Alicia couldn't take retaliatory action until Indre was outside of Diamar. I feel my heart crumpling. Alicia had to release Indre, as well as the knights who had tried to push her into her downfall. It felt like a wound to her pride, to her very soul, but it couldn't be avoided. In these tumultuous times, a cause was both a spear and a shield, and besides, Alicia still didn't fully control Diamar. Everything needed time to unfold. Until next time, Lady Alicia. These past few days, it feels like hot anger is running through me instead of warm blood, Sir Duncan. And so, as if swallowing bitter poison, she had to let them go. Because she had to show her face as the rightful lord, because those who rule must assume responsibilities and duties along with privileges. How are the lemons? Not very well. Alicia was a resolute person, though lately she had been shaken by great trials. Even though she had just reclaimed her position, she strove to attend to Diamar's internal affairs, though she burned inside. They are producing less. Alicia looked out the window once again, furrowing her brow. A tree said to have been planted in her great-grandfather's time. The tree was a symbol of the Heinel family, and in her father's time it had blossomed every spring. Though it had grown and flourished, she wondered if it was dying instead of blooming now. Perhaps that was why. As time passed, the climate around Diamar became increasingly colder and lemons produced less and less. Diamar's reputation as a lemon-producing region had tarnished. Would we prefer to cultivate more barley? Why don't we look a little longer? Changing the industrial structure that supported a territory's economy wasn't an easy decision. It was also a decision that would prove very challenging for the Heinels, whose internal struggles were draining their strength. Afterward, it felt like she had cleared one mountain, only to find another waiting for her. Alicia finally sighed heavily with frustration. For a moment, a bright golden glint formed in her eyes. It was the figure of someone running back and forth outside the window. Sir Duncan. Yes. Lady Alicia, Alicia said with a smile, looking out the window. Aren't all knights supposed to know how to ride a horse? You can't be a knight if you don't know how to ride a horse. It's as important a virtue as the sword. Ah, a sound that she couldn't tell if it was a sorrowful sigh or a subdued exclamation escaped from Alicia's delicate lips. I guess God doesn't give everything after all. I can feel Sir Zayar's distress. For a moment, Alicia looked out the window, temporarily forgetting her many concerns, and smiled for the first time in a long while. The sight of the boy circling like in a rodeo in the mansion gardens in the distance reassured her. He clung for dear life, but then he was thrown off the horse. I thought you said you needed an expensive horse. I definitely rode one last time. An exhausted horse, a boy rolling on the ground, and a stable boy by his side, not knowing what to do. They all watched in horror as the knight toyed with his eye patch. Didn't you say you needed an expensive horse? Maybe it should be a more expensive one. The frustration contained in Vlad's insolent response exploded, and Zayar wasted no time in striking his squire. Cuck, always think before you speak. Vlad rolled to the ground once again under Zayar's blow, but he quickly regained his balance with a fall now as familiar as breathing. I'm pretty sure I rode it last time, though Got was driving. Yes, if it's true, Sir Zayar, he definitely got on it. Watching the two chattering like parrots as if innocent of any mischief, Zayar gripped his throbbing temple, lost in thought. This is serious. He had thought he would be able to teach him how to ride, but that wasn't the problem. As the boy said, it really was the horse, or to be more precise, the horses looked at Vlad and retreated. As if they were afraid of something, even his own horse showed signs of it. That's enough for today, tomorrow. Don't do it tomorrow. Faced with Zayar's response, Vlad looked at him displeased. What? Whether by nature or because of his upbringing, the competitive and exaggerated boy wanted to learn riding somehow, defeated or not. Because frankly, he was getting nowhere. Can you use an aura but you can't ride a horse? What a ridiculous thing. So when will I learn to ride a horse? We're postponing it for now. That's a word I've heard a lot since I'm here. Is that a complaint? A bit. Zayar sighed to himself at the squire's refusal to be intimidated in his presence. How difficult to deal with, he thought. Let's go back to Sturmer and think about it. It's enough for today. The boy and the stable boy could only stand there bitterly as Zayar said his piece and walked away with determined steps. It seems the horses don't like you. Vlad's stomach turned as he saw the situation deteriorating. And what if this doesn't work? Why don't you try riding a cow or something? They're more boring than horses. This idiot. Vlad's blue eyes widened at Got's ridiculous suggestion. So is that all you have to say? Vlad growled at Got, who had the audacity to suggest he ride a cow. You never stop barking, do you? Think a little before you speak. I feel like I've heard that before. Got quickly averted his gaze as the vile creature unleashed its wrath on Zayar. I'll endure this as long as it takes. I'm betting big on you. I can't help but endure. Captain, I'll go then. I'll take this distinguished knight to the stables. Out of here, both of you, out of my sight. Finally showing signs of separating from Vlad, Zayar's horse began to neigh, showing its teeth in joy. And despite being his master's words, Vlad couldn't help but feel flattered by the spectacle. Goodbye then, take care, Fuhing. Behind him, whether Vlad gritted his teeth or not, Zayar's horse and Bayezid's stable companion walked away with very cheerful steps. Damn it, what the hell could be the problem? Exclaimed Vlad, kicking the ground in frustration as he watched their backs. He had asked for favors from Zayar and received nothing in return. I wonder if it's a matter of low energy. Animals are more sensitive to these things than humans. In response to the voice, Vlad sheathed his sword. So what should I do? You have to learn to control your energy. It's part of dealing with the mental world, and eventually you'll need to be able to use aura freely to control energy impulses. The voice replied, leaving Vlad speechless. Although Vlad had flourished in the dueling arena that day, it was too difficult to use aura again. He could barely materialize it correctly, and when he did, it was only weakly. In other words, it would take a lot of mastery and training to use it in combat. Think of Zayar's words about not running before you can walk. Not everything must be done in haste. All right. Vlad turned his gaze into the distance, remembering the words of his two masters that both swordsmanship and aura must ultimately master the basics. I guess I should take one last look, since there's nothing I can do here anymore. The boy not only learned from Zayar and the voice but absorbed everything like a sponge. Joseph Vayezid. The young man, whose noble blood guaranteed him the qualities of a leader, was also a great teacher for Vlad. Always thinking for the worst and wanting the best, his behavior was enlightening for Vlad. Joseph's attitude, valuing opportunities and possibilities, definitely broadened the boy's horizons. Let's save the best for last. Agreed. As he had learned from Joseph, Vlad decided to make the most of his last free time and head back towards the hill's trees. He couldn't see it from the boy's world, but he could feel the warmth enveloping the hill. No, we won't meet Lady Alicia again, right? I thought there was a window from her office to this place. Let's go. Vlad walked, heading towards the hill to avoid an awkward encounter with Alicia. He was aware of his obviously rude behavior, but there was nothing he could do about it now. It might be his last chance. After all, I've done all this for you. And even if they caught him, Vlad was the kind of man who could afford to stretch a little. If it hadn't been for the boy, Alicia might be lying cold right now, so maybe he could get away with it. Vlad, who had been told he could see this place from his office, knelt before the tree once again as if praying. It was already a familiar position. You seem to be an old friend, so speak nicely. The snake recognized me. I was honestly surprised, said the voice, though hearing Vlad sincerely didn't believe he could evoke the memory. The aura of the white snake was definitely familiar, but not in a strong way, but there must have been a connection. But there was only one thing he could do now. The voice fell silent, unfolding its world through the boy's open left eye. The colorful bloom of the boy's world faded, and a white, pulsating world began to float in consciousness. It was the same color as the roots of the boy's world. And finally, the moment came when the white world was completely in the boy's eyes. The boy and the voice both looked horrified at the spectacle before them, a tree on a hill seen through the world of voices. There was nothing there, for it had descended from the tree and was right in front of them. The distance was such that they could feel its breath. You're his friend, right? I hope so. As if it had been waiting for them to arrive, the snake slid down from the tree and began to coil around where Vlad was. He couldn't say it exactly because he couldn't speak, but it seemed to be wrapping around Vlad's body with a sense of excitement. This is a greeting, isn't it? I think it should be. The invisible but surely present snake wrapped tightly around the boy and moved its tail. If Vlad gave it the slightest push, it would be reduced to a formless pulp, but still. The boy and the voice might be surprised, but they didn't feel threatened, because everything in the snake touching them was warm. There was an emotional connection that couldn't be communicated with words. The snake, which had managed to coil around the boy, peeked its head out and slithered away. It seemed to be dancing, but despite the movement of its large body, it felt completely weightless. Is this? Don't try to understand spirits, they are just another form of the world. Humans have always tried to interpret everything in the world on their own terms, but it's impossible for a mortal's thin soul to understand everything around it. Perhaps that's why humans trust in gods. Honestly, even the boy invoked the name of God, at least for now. His something began to rise from the hillside in time with the movements of the dancing snake. Despite the clarity of the day, the blue lights rising looked like nighttime fireflies. They flew towards the snake. Is this? Even the voice, which had always remained calm, was panicking at the current situation. The snake began to retreat, as if it had done its job. At the same time, the boy's black-gray armor began to glow with the color of blue fireflies. Vlad stood gaping, looking at his shining armor. Blessing, said the voice, and Vlad, suddenly back in his own world, looked forward. He saw a snake. It was looking at him. It was visible in his own world. His smiled, seeing the boy's armor glow. It attracted the boy and blessed his voice. With its own warmth. Vlad didn't know why, but his armor seemed to smell like fresh lemons. Chapter 40. The unwelcome guests have all departed, and now the only ones remaining in the mansion are Joseph and his people. The only true guest was Vayezid, who came from the north, so Alicia prepared a farewell party for them on the day of their departure. In her heart, she wanted to host a grand banquet, but now was the time for the Hainel family to barely mend the broken rift. Knowing this situation, Joseph subtly let slip a few words in advance, allowing Alicia to arrange the current situation without any burden. The squire of Vayezid, Vlad of Shora, comes forward in front of Lady Alicia. At the call of Duncan, who was still wearing bandages, the boy stepped forward looking a little bewildered, because he had not heard anything from Joseph or Zayar about this. On your knee, no, the left one, that's right, just kneel. Watching Vlad awkwardly kneel and give a bow at Duncan's gesture, Alicia couldn't help but smile mischievously. Although she wanted to tease him a bit more, the situation was such that she couldn't help it. Thank you very much, Vlad of Shora. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here now. In the small ceremony discussed only by Alicia and Duncan, people in the hall started to murmur little by little. Thank you for protecting my honor and even brightened up a duel full of fraud, so no amount of gratitude can be enough. Therefore, she already paid a generous price for borrowing Zayar. However, Alicia wanted to give something directly equivalent to the price for the boy, as dramatic and grateful as it was. In the midst of the ceremony, Alicia took out a handkerchief she had neatly folded in her bosom. A handkerchief embroidered with something in golden silk on purple fabric. Even just looking at it, it was undoubtedly a handkerchief made of extremely luxurious silk that reflected light without a single wrinkle. You may not be a knight, but on that day you were more honorable than any knight. I would like to entrust my name to you, Vlad of Shora. The vassals of the Hainel family were shocked to see Alicia handing the boy a handkerchief with her name engraved on it, but Joseph, who silently listened to her words, nodded quietly. Well, because he noticed why Alicia was handing the handkerchief to Vlad. She's a smart woman. She wants to prove the relationship between Vayezid and Hainel by sharing a promising young man named Vlad. Expressing gratitude and at the same time gaining benefits, it was indeed the best move. In that case, Joseph was understandably dissatisfied with the ceremony that had been suddenly arranged without his knowledge, but he allowed it to proceed because it was at least not a loss. If he had known that something would happen shortly afterward, he would have naturally intervened. Looking at Alicia intending to hand the handkerchief to him, Vlad thought, if a noble gives, one must accept. That is courtesy. The words Zayar had said were deeply ingrained in Vlad's mind. I can't afford to be beaten again. Remember how embarrassed he was when he first arrived at the Vayezid mansion and refused the peanuts Rutger offered. So if he didn't accept the handkerchief now, it would undoubtedly be a lack of courtesy towards her. He might also get hit by Zayar again. Thank you, Lady Alicia. Therefore, he decided to accept it. Politely with both hands, following the best etiquette he knew. It happened so naturally that no one could stop the action. Alicia could not hide her surprised expression as she looked at Vlad, who took the handkerchief with both hands. Around this time, Vlad was wondering as he looked at the light-colored haired woman whose face was becoming increasingly red. Well, I mean, it's not like that. The face of Duncan, the old knight next to her, distorted greatly and he began to stutter. Oh, I see, I didn't know. Even Joseph sighed, realizing his own mistake. The boy who grew up in the back alleys had little knowledge of the noble world. Well, will you use it well? Not understanding why Alicia was making a big deal out of a mere handkerchief, Vlad just rolled his eyes in confusion. A handkerchief with Lady Alicia's name embroidered on it. There were two ways for a lady to give a handkerchief, symbolizing her honor. One way was to tie it to the tip of a sword, and the other way was to hand it from hand to hand. Vlad had just received her name using the latter method. On the way back to Sturma, leaving Diamar, Joseph, sitting inside the carriage, couldn't hold back his laughter from earlier. It was truly an awkward feeling that I haven't felt in a long time. Of course, my mistake was significant. I apologize. Now that Vlad knew the situation, he couldn't lift his head since he got on the carriage. It was truly an inexplicable mistake. Like the peanuts last time, why do you make such a fuss every time you receive something? Zayar, who was riding a horse alongside the carriage, began growling at Vlad as if he had been waiting. Just because she gave it to me. Why did you awkwardly crawl up to her with both hands, picking it up when you were already kneeling? Because I thought nobles shouldn't move. Sigh, Zayar sighed loudly while massaging his temples. There was nothing to say about not knowing in the first place. And since he did what he was told, there was nothing more to say. He could only let his frustration burn inward. Zayar has now realized that in order to grow something properly, pain and patience like now are needed. Just look at me first when you receive something from nobles in the future. Got it? In response to Zayar's yelling, Vlad simply lowered his head without saying a word. Receiving a handkerchief with a lady's name on it had two significant meanings. One was for honor, the other was for love. When a knight received honor, he would present his scabbard and the lady would tie the handkerchief herself. It was an act so simple that in some cases a mother would hand it to her son. However, if it was received hand to hand, it was different. It held a meaning of encouragement exclusively for a lover. I guess the bards around here won't have to worry about making a living for a while. Joseph, who claimed to have been laughing for the longest time in recent days, began to massage the muscles of his face that had stiffened from the prolonged smile. Well, congratulations on being promoted to an associate knight. Associate knight? Vlad asked back, reacting sensitively to the words in Joseph's words. Yeah, you're a man who received the honor of Lady Alicia, a noblewoman. At least in places where her name carries weight, you can expect treatment similar to that of a knight. A knight? A knight? Vlad, who was just feeling down moments ago, started to show signs of life in his blue eyes for the first time in a while. Well, now that she has just become a baroness, at least in Diamir, you can be acknowledged almost like a knight under her name. Ah, that's why he says he is an associate knight, not a knight. The emotions that seemed like they would overflow at any moment quickly cooled down. That's right, it couldn't have been that easy. Since Vlad had unintentionally met only great knights, he would not have accepted it sincerely even if a knighthood were bestowed on him now. Because he knew very well that he was still lacking a lot to be in the same position as them. Tusk. Vlad felt a sense of regret and fiddled with the handkerchief Alicia gave him. The soft texture was quite pleasant to touch. You should cherish that handkerchief she gave you. While you made a mistake while receiving it, you now know its significance, so make sure not to lose it. What happens if I lose it? Joseph shrugged his shoulders and answered Vlad's innocent question. You have to handle it yourself. It became such a thing because you accepted it with both hands. I must absolutely not lose it. Hearing Joseph's response, Vlad tucked the handkerchief that Alicia had given him deep into his chest. Because it was the first time in his life that he had received something that had to be treated with care, his heart began to feel heavy. Well, the end was awkward, but thanks to you things went well. Now I don't need this anymore. Joseph took out a piece of paper and waved it in front of Vlad. It was a piece of paper with tiny letters written on it. Once again, thanks for your hard work. Things didn't get complicated thanks to you. What is this? In response to Vlad's question, Joseph handed over the now useless paper. It explained the essence of the incident and revealed the position the boy had been in. It was a kind of lesson and a reward for Vlad. It's a document in case you lose in a duel. Ah, taking the paper Joseph handed him, Vlad recalled the events of that day. Joseph had asked him to endure for just 10 minutes, mentioning that he had prepared something. A borrowing certificate. Thanks to Haven, Vlad had learned to recognize letters, and he stumbled through the contents written on the paper. Still, I praise you for learning to read. Good job. Thank you. As Vlad responded to Joseph's praise, he continued reading down to the bottom of the paper where there was a place for a signature. Alicia, the person lending the money, was Alicia Hainel. The amount was 10,000 gold. Vlad, who discovered an astonishing amount, widened his eyes and looked at Joseph in disbelief. His master, sitting across from him, was smiling darkly. It was a means to secure her recruits in case she lost the duel. I didn't actually rent it, but that's the idea. Joseph, pulling out the paper from Vlad, continued the explanation. If Alicia were to lose to Ender, she had decided to surrender herself. If Alicia had lost to Ender, she would probably be dead. From Ender's point of view, he wouldn't have wanted to leave even a single seed behind. Therefore, Joseph established a justification to secure her before Ender, and even had the coercive power to execute that justification. Why did you bother bringing Alicia? You knew she would lose her right of succession if she lost the duel, right? Vlad asked, feeling a strange emotion that made him sentimental when he called her name. Well, that's true. Joseph put the paper, which was the certificate, back into his pocket and spoke. However, a justification is like a spark hidden in a pile of ash. If it meets the wind just right, you can revive it at any time. Even if Ender became the new Baron of Hainel family, he would feel great pressure as long as Alicia was in the hands of Vayezid. Because a justification is such a thing, it was like an arrow that could come flying at any moment. I see. The boy, who somewhat understood the world of nobles, was impressed. It seemed like now he understood why nobles live by holding onto justifications. In that case, can I eventually have a rematch with Sir Pablo? Yes. According to what Vlad had just learned, as long as Ender was alive, the spark of the right of succession was still alive. If so, someday there might be a day when I face Pablo of Arnstein. Vlad asked Joseph with that in mind, but for some reason the answer he received was only a lukewarm and ambiguous answer. When Vlad looked puzzled by Joseph's reaction, Zayar suddenly spoke from outside the window. Lord Joseph, unidentified individuals are approaching us. The color of their clothes, black attire with blue scarves around their arms. Upon Zayar's report, Joseph nodded. All right, send a signal. Yes. In response to Joseph's command, Zayar signaled Vorden. Being an old and chubby knight took out a horn and blew it with all his might. The sound was thin and sharp, a sound only trained individuals could recognize. It was a signal that only someone with keen hearing like Vlad could pick up. It was a sound that only Vlad, who had sensitive hearing, could hear. The answer has arrived. Okay, as a result I ended up using it for other purposes. While Vlad, who couldn't participate in the conversation, stared at the two alternately, the men in black clothing began to approach on horseback from a distance. The men approached in an instant without any time to move, as if they were guarding the road. "We were a bit late as we were collecting a fair fee, Lord Joseph. Good job." Among them, the one who seemed to be the leader approached the carriage without any obstruction, handing Joseph a black bundle and asking a question. "Is it this guy?" "Yeah. There are already rumors spreading around the area. Please be cute to him later." Although Vlad realized that the unfamiliar man was an ally by the casual conversation with Joseph, he couldn't hide the tension in his expression. Now that Vlad has created his own world, he has felt a new sensation that he didn't feel before. So the man in front of him was giving off enough energy to be wary. With numerous scars covering his face and an unmistakably dangerous smell lingering around him, instinctively spoke to Vlad, warning him not to let his guard down around the man in black. "Shall we go together? We need to return a bit faster." "It's a pity, thank you for your hard work. We were just fulfilling our duties as Vayezid's swords." Following the signal from the man covered in scars, the men in black clothing began to disperse with disciplined movements, resembling a well-trained army. "Well, you were actually looking forward to the duel, but it seems it's not happening." "Yes." While Vlad was distracted watching the men approach like the wind and leave abruptly, Joseph opened the bundle given by the man in black and subtly smiled. "It seems you'll need a different excuse to see your lady again rather than a duel." Vlad felt a chilling undertone in Joseph's joke, the sensation he had become familiar with in the back alleys. Cautiously, Vlad opened the black bundle that Joseph had handed him, a familiar smell accompanied by damp energy. "I guess so." The black bundle that Vlad opened contained the world of nobility, ruthless, cruel, and unforgiving. The man who had played a trick on the Vayezid family, Ender, was there, with eyes wide open that Vlad couldn't bear to close. Chapter 41, Sturma, the capital of Vayezid County. In a massive mansion there, a man with half-white hair and an old man with a long white beard were having a conversation. "They say a group of pilgrims will pass through our Sturma. Should I greet them?" In response to Peter's question, Advisor Lagmus shook his head and replied, "It seems they don't wish for that. They prefer to pass quietly, just observing the traces of dragons as they go. Quite traditional." Peter nodded silently as he heard Lagmus's words, voices of gods who desire nothing. Indeed, it's been a while since he saw devoted pilgrims like them. "Would it be all right to secretly aid them, perhaps?" "I expected you to say that. Those with qualifications have the right to enjoy certain privileges." Knowing Peter's nature and personality well, Lagmus nodded and said he would prepare. "And my second son and Vlad," and there were other qualified individuals. Fortunately, they were entities within his territory, so no one would object regardless of what he offered. "I heard they did an excellent job." "Yes, the report even contains words that could make an old man's heart beat faster." Peter nodded while listening to Lagmus's words, the first discipline of the Swordmaster. Peter smiled sincerely at the words he missed hearing for the first time in a very long time. It must have been a rare scene in times like these, where knights are highly esteemed. It would have been truly wonderful if you were there. Though he didn't show it, Peter agreed with Lagmus's words. A knight is a precious existence and also a strategic weapon that requires significant resources and investment. Therefore, from the beginning, most noble families have selected those with proven noble bloodlines or exceptional talent and provided elite education to create knights. Gemstones that are thoroughly managed. Hence, there were young knights and squires who hadn't yet faced extreme situations requiring the strict discipline of the Swordmaster. Some older knights complained about these circumstances, but it was inevitable that times were changing. However, on that day in Diamir, there was a glimmer of light that went against the times. For some, it might be a nostalgic and welcome romanticism they hadn't seen in a long time. There must be some people who will appreciate it. "It reminds me of the golden age of the Vayezid family. The elders will bring snacks for the chicks." Peter put down the documents he was holding and sank deeply into his chair. "Even so, it's my son's, so I'll need his permission. If you do that, Lord Joseph will surely like it. I have a lot to think about." Peter couldn't help but frown even while smiling. He thought his son would give up soon since he seemed to be struggling, but the young man persisted and eventually rummaged through the mud, bringing back something shiny. A lot to think about. Peter fell into deep worry as he thought about his second son, who was willing to roll in the mud to win. Both the inadequate and the exceptionally talented ones were causes for concern. In the end, he had to choose only one. "Why do you keep blinking your left eye? Did a pebble get in there?" Vlad's training with Zayar upon returning to Sturma. There, Vlad wanted to focus on confirming his own progress with the inflated dream. "I probably told you not to do things that you haven't become yet." And that was also the thing his teacher told him not to do the most. The boy had just ignored the rules set by Zayar. Quack! Vlad suddenly rolled on the ground, looking up at the sky. The blow Zayar had just delivered was as harsh as always, but there was no consideration at all. Get up, Vlad couldn't come to his senses easily due to the excruciating pain, but he quickly corrected his posture upon seeing Zayar's eyes fixed on him. Whether it was anger, passion, or anticipation, Zayar always treated him with burning intensity. Do you think something happened to you when you succeeded in a clumsy counterattack at Diamr? Are my words so laughable that you can ignore them? In his eyes now there was a cold sense of disappointment. If you don't expect anything, you won't be disappointed in the first place. That's why for Vlad, the adult expressing the emotion of disappointment was a first in his life, and as much it was piercing his heart painfully. I'm sorry, today's training ends here. Zayar sheathed his sword with concise movements and spoke. If you're forcing yourself, don't come, and if you think you can do it without me, don't bother looking for me. Unlike usual, the words didn't contain any swear words, but Vlad felt like it would be better to receive insults. Scorn, mockery, and disdain for being insignificant were so familiar that they didn't even hurt. However, the disappointment Zayar displayed now was digging deep into Vlad's heart. It was like a warm needle poking into the icy heart. Vlad felt the coldness that came from the warmth and was at a loss as to what to do. Go, yes. Vlad, who was well aware of Zayar's temperament of not easily going back on a decision, had no choice but to bow his head and follow his decision. Today's training was over. It was because of the attitude Vlad had shown, attempting to rely on Aura clumsily. He couldn't overcome his impatience, starting from the basics. Hearing the words, Vlad somberly sheathed his unadorned sword. I might have been angry too. Zayar had been treating Vlad very sensitively ever since he unleashed his aura. It seemed so precarious. Certainly, what the boy had built up was shining and impressive, but where it had settled was like a sandy beach by the sea. Fragile things that could be swept away by a big wave at any moment. Zayar didn't want Vlad to be like that. I just wanted to use it again. It was just a manifestation of possibility. It's better for you too if you forget it quickly. And the voice was also expressing concern about his current state. Can every knight use aura? No, that was not the case. So are knights who cannot use aura considered less skilled? That wasn't true either. Being able to handle aura was merely the manifestation of the possibility of rising higher than other knights. To truly claim to use aura, one had to make it entirely their own and be proficient in using it in practical combat. Remember that it hasn't been long since you started wielding the sword. A splendid flower only blooms on a solid foundation. However, the voice understood. A boy in his prime, having grasped a shining sword, would naturally want to swing it around and test its capabilities. Anyone would feel the same way. Think again about what Zayar said. If you weren't worthy, he wouldn't have been disappointed without reason. I understand, so it hoped that Vlad would understand its words. Now that the boy had finally bloomed, it wished for him to endure countless temptations and lift his head proudly towards the sky. Although a bitter feeling rose in his throat, Vlad only frowned and didn't slump into despair. Today's training was a failure anyway, so what could he do? He had to forget about it for now. Living through the bitterness of disappointment, Vlad was no stranger to false emotions. In any place, the world does not kindly extend a hand to someone who hesitates once. Instead, it often forces those who hesitate to kneel even further. Vlad, who had lived in the lowest place, knew well the cruel side of the world. Guess I should go eat something. Vlad ruffled his blonde hair and headed to the dining room, carrying an unadorned sword and wearing the shirt given by the Countess. Vlad entered the dining room. The response that greeted Vlad, who returned after almost a month-long mission, was an inevitable silence and a small amount of respect. Some squires who were quick to hear the news had already heard about what Vlad had done in Diamr through their families. Thus, everyone present here could clearly ascertain who among the current squires had become the most valuable and outstanding. The prestige of the family and the disparity in status were no longer important. The alley fights among children were over. The world they stood in had changed with the arrival of a single newcomer. From now on, the true leader in this place was the new blonde boy who had rolled in like a fresh stone. You're back? Did you get beaten up while I was away? No, no one hit me, Patri greeted Vlad, extending sausages piled higher than the food on the plate. I missed this. This meat, eat a lot. Vlad picked up sausages with his bare hands without even using a fork. Successfully overcoming depression emotions with the savory juices, Vlad displayed a truly satisfied expression. This is it. When he was in Diamr, they served healthy foods like lemon sauce salads and bread for special guests. Certainly, it was something Alicia prepared especially for valued guests, and Joseph also appreciated them, but Vlad didn't really like them. It wasn't that they tasted bad, but honestly they weren't delicious. To a growing boy, nothing was as tasty as meat. As expected, the taste comes from salty and sweet. That's right. That's the truth. Vlad took a big bite of the sausage, listening to Patri's sincere agreement, and then glanced around. Everyone was glancing at him subtly. Do you all know, more or less? Patri chuckled subtly, scratching his head. just in case his current actions might be seen as a sly favor seeking some kind of reward. All right. Vlad sucked the juices off his fingers, lost in thought. Seeing the attitudes of the squires, it somehow felt like he was sitting where he shouldn't be. But he had no intention of leaving. By the way, what are you going to do on this vacation? Vacation? Vlad couldn't help but wonder as unexpected words came out of Patri's mouth. You didn't know. All the squires are on vacation this week. It's a regular vacation that occurs about twice a year. Patri and everyone here might not be nobles, but they were children sent from wealthy households. Dealing carefully with such squires was a matter of course. That's why the Vayezid family regularly gave the squires a vacation to relieve accumulated tension and fatigue. Do I have a vacation too? However, Vlad was a person with nowhere to go. There was a place he missed, but to return there he had to make a lot of preparations. Looking at Vlad, who momentarily had a vacant gaze, Patri spoke. Then do you want to come to my house? My father wants to formally invite you. Your house? Some squires who had no place to go would gather at friends' houses instead of wandering alone. It was to form another network of connections in that place. To be honest, I've never taken a friend home before. You didn't have any achievements. Vlad nodded his head, thinking about Patri's circumstances. Even though he was pushed to mingle with individuals to build connections, all that came back was bitter news. That's why the interest of the head of the Canor family in the blonde boy who was now attracting attention in society was exceptional. It was Patri's father who desperately wanted to see the boy named Vlad, not only from the perspective of the head of the family, but also from the perspective of the father. You will definitely be treated well in my house. Vlad began to seriously consider Patri's suggestion. The mission in Diamar had been a series of tension. Now he wanted to eat freshly cooked meat rather than sausages. You said you were looking for a horse. Patri also knew well what Vlad wanted other than meat. As I said before, my family mainly engages in ranching and livestock farming. We may not be the best family in the north in those fields, but at least we have the best horses around here. Oh, not bad. It was hard to refuse this. I wonder if they'll ask if I have any vacation time. I heard there are some better horses than Sir Zayar's horse. I'll ask. I might be able to get a vacation. Well, Joseph would probably handle it anyway, but it wouldn't hurt to check in advance. Finding a suitable horse on his own might be better than receiving it from someone else. Vlad slapped Patri on the back of his head as if to say good. Good. Vlad just laughed, regardless of whether Patri was surprised or not. This was also a greeting used only between close friends in the back alleys. Vlad remembered old times for the first time in a long time. Chapter 42. On a moonlit night, an empty field stretched out before him. Vlad was standing alone, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Vlad was training, pushing himself harder than any other squire present. Huke. A single drop of sweat on his chin caught the moonlight. However, before the sweat could reach the ground, he hurriedly wiped it away with his hand. The word effort was magnificent, beautiful, and radiant, but Vlad didn't want to display it outwardly. Because he didn't want others to see his feeble self, the image of himself rolling aimlessly, having let go of everything. Perhaps the moments when he might appear weak. From the small vacant lot in the back alley to the training ground he took from the squires now, Vlad, as always, sought out a place with no one to swing his sword. If only your back was a bit straighter. Straighten my back, stand upright. Nevertheless, Vlad corrected his posture while listening to the advice of a voice that he could interpret slightly differently than before. The voice in Zayar had told him that there was no shortcut to return quickly. They had said that only mastery gained through repetition and accumulated experience over a long time could be trusted. What a blessing it is to be able to prepare for the possibilities of tomorrow with all your might. For the boy, compared to his life in the back alleys where he couldn't even foresee the future, this was like heaven. Vlad was keenly aware that this moment was like his golden age. Let's call it a day. Already, the daily quota is already fulfilled. The voice understood Vlad's sentiments well. Therefore, it did its best to control so that Vlad could burn slowly, to prevent oneself from burning too quickly and exhausting oneself. The final warm-up is the most important. If you get injured now, everything you've worked for so far will be in vain. Got it. Following the advice of the voice, Vlad assumed the finishing posture that Zayar had taught, relaxing his muscles. Although he regretted not practicing with Zayar due to his mistake yesterday, he did not neglect the efforts to move forward. Always being prepared was the only way to seize opportunities. Let's go inside. The boy, whose entire body was drenched in sweat, walked towards the mansion to avoid the increasingly cold night air. However, tonight he wasn't the only one awake. Though he couldn't hear Vlad's voice from a distance, the one-eyed knight was also gazing at the empty field. Raising a person is the most difficult task. Some things may grow prosperously with just love, but for humans, sharp reprimands are also necessary. That's the only way to prevent them from going astray. After watching the boy enter, the one-eyed knight left his post. It was a night in which the two men, who felt awkward in their respective positions, had many concerns. "All right," Joseph answered inside the brightly lit office. "Thank you." Though it was somewhat disrespectful, Vlad couldn't help but feel sorry for the shadow in Joseph's eyes that did not disappear no matter how much light shined on it. In reality, he had fallen ill for a few days just after returning from Diamar. "I was thinking of giving you some time off. Moreover, since you've made your own way here, there's no reason not to send you." Though he had obtained permission from Joseph, Vlad still cautiously observed him with a somewhat crumpled appearance. This was because there was an awkward atmosphere between them, especially considering the one-eyed knight's lack of response, despite his efforts to make eye contact. Joseph noticed the awkward atmosphere between them but didn't say anything. Even though he was the highest-ranking person here, there was a relationship of respect that needed to be upheld. Even if it's vacation, a knight should never let go of their sword. The one-eyed knight was the first to break the subtly prolonged silence. Although his gaze was subtly averted, it was clear that Zayar was speaking to Vlad. "I'll see when you come back. When it comes to training, if you don't do it for a day, you know it, and if you don't do it for a week, others know it." Zayar knew that Vlad would likely understand this without him having to say it, but in the current situation, there were no words that came to his mind. He had never raised a person, including a squire like Vlad. "Understood." Now finally facing the Zayar who acknowledged him, Vlad responded in a loud voice. "Still, it would be best not to expect too much from horses. Your problem may be difficult to solve even for the Canor family." "Yes." However, Vlad's sense of anticipation was shattered again by Joseph's following words. "Just roughly figure out to what extent the horses are rejecting you. If there are those who reject you less, find out where they come from." Joseph was well aware of Vlad's inability to ride horses clearly, and that it wasn't his fault. Although it was a very specific case, there were times when horses rejected people, as in Vlad's case. People with a strong smell of blood or under a special curse, or it was the case with knights who had excessively strong momentum. In the first place, knights with strong momentum control it on their own. For now, in the case of Vlad, it would be best to leave all possibilities open. Like Alicia, he was a guy who didn't know where to go. "Go ahead. I'll see you in a week." "Understood. No need for a gift when you come back." "Yes." Listening to Joseph's ambiguous words about whether to bring a gift or not, Vlad left the office with a troubled expression. "Canor family," Joseph frowned slightly as he looked at the door Vlad left through. "If things go well, they might meet each other. Both of them are quite noticeable figures." While looking at the door through which Vlad had left, Joseph thought about the possibilities that could arise in that place. Well, if it's urgent, he'll figure it out himself. Isn't he going to feel suspicious? To Zayar's question, Joseph just buried his head in the documents as if he had nothing to think about. If there's something he wants, he will just come and ask for it. He doesn't appreciate manipulating people behind the back. Zayar could only nod at Joseph's response. Perhaps Joseph's words were correct. They were the two who knew each other the best in the world. What I had in mind has come at a very good time. In the reception room of Oksana's residence, where even the sunlight felt orange, Vlad stood rigidly once again. Servants bustling around were constantly trying on clothes for Vlad. Having witnessed this scene every time he came here, Vlad knew that standing still was the best option for now. Vlad left Joseph's office and was immediately grabbed by the maid, as if she had been waiting. Since she introduced herself as Countess Oksana's maid, he could not even resist and was dragged along like a tightly held pillow. And now he found himself in this situation. "The color suits you very well. I matched it thinking you might wear it with leather armor, but it suits better than I thought." "Thank you." Oksana looked at the black cloak draped over Vlad's shoulders with a satisfied smile. Vlad cautiously touched the cloak while looking at Oksana's smile. A cloak made of warm wool material had enough warmth to be used as a sleeping bag when camping. It wasn't just for show. Oksana had clearly put effort into ensuring practicality. Indeed, with such a robust frame, anything suits you, it was worth putting it on. While admiring the combination of colors that fit even better than she expected, Oksana lightly clapped her hands. The boy's splendid blonde hair was a great highlight that elevated the completeness of the fashion. "You're taking a vacation to the Canor family?" "Yes." He had just obtained permission for the vacation from Joseph. How did she find out so quickly? Vlad, who had not yet fully realized the power of the Countess, who oversees everything in the mansion, merely thought that he should behave more uprightly from now on. When you're invited to someone else's house, you should show a much neater appearance. It's manners and actions that don't disgrace your parents. The boy had no parents to disgrace. "So don't disgrace me." "I would never." Oksana may not have been Vlad's mother, but she said she would take responsibility. The support she provided to Vlad went beyond the realm of mere sponsorship. "I'm truly grateful for what happened in Diamar. I just did what needed to be done." No, it was more than that. Oksana wouldn't go to such lengths just because she liked the boy. It may be because the boy in front of him is a great help to his son. If she was willing to do this much for a mere squire like him, Vlad wondered how horrified Joseph, who shared blood with her, would feel. Then after this vacation I should get a home tutor for you. You should only make such a mistake once. Right? I apologize. Although Oksana was speaking with a soft smile now, Vlad would probably have been on his knees in apology if he had known that she had staggered for a moment in shock after hearing what happened with Alicia. If you aspire to become a knight, it's a position equivalent to a noble, so you need to learn appropriate behavior. I understand. Anyone who sees young children who have potential but are not yet good enough will inevitably feel a desire to help. And Oksana's feelings were being conveyed to the boy in various forms. Good, now go. Thank you, Lady Oksana. It took a long time for Vlad to be allowed to leave the reception room where he had entered long ago. And as he was about to leave, Oksana spoke to him in a stern tone. Also, when you leave, make sure to take the things I've prepared for you on the side. Vlad turned his head towards the baskets she had placed on the side in response to Oksana's words. These are lemons. They were brought by Joseph this time. Oksana smiled at Vlad's perplexed expression as she spoke. It's impolite to go empty-handed when you visit someone else's house. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration. Vlad had encountered many who sought to take something away, but when someone tried to give him something, he was defenseless. Therefore, he could only express his gratitude and leave with both hands full of fruit baskets. Ha! Vlad let out a small sigh as he left Oksana's room, where he always received more than he expected. Vlad walked slowly through the corridor, gazing at his reflection in the window. In his luxurious attire, adorned with an elegant cloak and hands full of fruit baskets, he felt a sense of discord. It didn't suit him. Chapter 43. Cough, cough. A middle-aged knight leaning helplessly against the wall was coughing up blood. Only dark red blood stains remained behind him as he slowly fell. Though the cold sweat streaming down his face weighed heavily on his eyes, the knight was making an effort to regain composure. Even though everything came to an end, he was the one who was obligated to witness the end. Thump, thump, the sound of someone walking reached his ear. Dim vision, a buzzing in his ears, and somewhere the screams of someone mixed in. The footsteps blending with such sounds were quiet but immensely eerie. Are you here? In the end you made it here. A mansion now stained with fresh red blood. The knight, burdened with the duty to protect this place, looked up at the man walking down the corridor. What he could see in the last moments of his life, it was nothing but death. The Lord's command is the first. Cough, saying that one's honor comes second doesn't mean you have to follow orders unconditionally. Blue moonlight coming through the corridor window. The man standing silently with it only listened to the last words of the knight, whose life was slowly fading away. The knights of the former Count Gaidar weren't like this. That's why they all perished. Into the gradually dimming vision, a gleaming sword illuminated by the moonlight appeared. It was a beautiful light that didn't seem to belong in this place. That light too will eventually fade away. With those words, the knight under the blue moonlight raised his sword high. Due to the backlight created by the moonlight, his expression wasn't visible, but it seemed like one could infer. Godin, deliver this message to Count Gaidar. In victory, the conqueror stands above, while the defeated lies below. Tell him I'll be waiting for him in hell. Swoosh, everything depended on the decision of the victor. Red blood was flowing down the white corridor. I will convey the message. A mansion that had been filled with screams just moments ago. Now only silence pervaded the place, illuminated by the blue moonlight. Everywhere the moonlight touched, cries of red echoed. There was a boy leaning his face against the carriage window sill and looking out with a sour expression. When will we arrive? We're almost there now. You said that we almost arrived a while ago. Vlad felt deceived. Considering that Patri's home was supposedly within Sturma, even if it took a while, he had expected to arrive in half a day at most. However, contrary to Vlad's expectations, they leave Sturma a day ago, let alone half a day. For Vlad, who was now sick of carriages, it was like a punishment. By this time, our entire family would have moved to the summer villa. It's the season when the grass on the meadows comes alive. If we were going to the villa, you should have told me from the beginning. Sorry, but since the deed had already been done, there was no way around it. Patri's family had already moved to a villa outside the city, not within Sturma. While Patri explained that the time spent there would be much more enjoyable, Vlad was annoyed by the fact that 2 out of the precious 7 days of vacation were spent on travel. Oh, isn't the scenery nice? I wanted to show you this. However, even that feeling was short-lived. Indeed, as Patri said, Vlad's eyes were filled with a completely different scene just after crossing a hill. An expansive meadow with a wide-open view. Even Vlad, who had been somewhat sullenly leaning against the window, couldn't help but open his mouth wide in amazement at the refreshing sight he saw for the first time. Wow, Vlad couldn't help but be marveled by the scenery in front of him, a time when spring was transitioning into summer. Under the warm weather, everything was surrounded by a sea of green grass swaying in the breeze. With hardly any trees to obstruct the view, Vlad felt like he had entered the midst of a green ocean, stretching as far as the eye could see across the horizon. The meadow here extends all the way to the outskirts of Varna. Usually monsters sometimes pop up, but after Lord Joseph's monster subjugation this winter you don't have to worry about that. Oh really? Yeah, you know the subjugation you did last time. Ah, that one. There's intent behind every action. The subjugation Vlad carried out last winter when he first met Joseph on a winter day was for ensuring the safety of the current meadow. Well then, I guess I have a bit of a stake in the current scenery as well. Vlad somehow felt proud, as if he had helped create this green meadow. I want to shout, I get it, sometimes I feel the same way. In the intense green world outside the carriage, Vlad wanted to leap out and run freely, feeling the exhilarating air. Yeah. I totally understand. The boy's shout echoed loudly in the middle of the meadow. Vlad, who had lived his whole life in dark and cramped places, only wanted to express the overwhelming and fresh emotions rushing through him without restraint. A villa that reveals its presence in different colors like a buoy floating on the green sea. Someone was waving towards the carriage in front of it. He is my family's butler. Oh, the butler. Since he was waving so warmly, Vlad thought it was a family member, but it turned out to be the butler. Is the house big enough to need a butler? There are a total of 2 butlers in my family. Really? Although the Canor family was not noble, it held some influence in Sturma. Initially, Vlad had formed a friendly relationship with Patri with that in mind, but the wealth of the Canor family exceeded the imagination of a boy who had grown up in the back alleys. It's been a while, butler. I'm also glad to see you again, young master. Dogs always seem to cuddle with their owners regardless of their size, and now Patri's appearance perfectly matched that picture. The old butler's legs were shaking as he tried to lift the plump Patri. Where is my father? Being the youngest in the Canor family, Patri seemed to be well loved within the household, judging by the butler's actions. However, despite Vlad, for whom they had been eagerly anticipating to visit, arriving right in front of them, no one except the butler came out to welcome the guest. Well that's, with a wry smile expressing the awkward situation, the butler asked for Vlad's understanding. The head is welcoming unexpected guests, so he might be a little late. Would you like to tour our family's renowned ranch first? Unexpected guests. Observing the butler's awkward expression, Vlad responded casually, sure, let's do that. It was almost rude to ask him to wait because an unexpected guest had arrived, but Vlad didn't really care. Thank you for your consideration. Seeing Vlad's reaction, the elderly butler's face brightened with a wide smile. Well done, generosity is likely to be repaid someday. I didn't say it with that intention. Vlad quietly replied in his mind as he listened to the voice. When was the last time he had received proper hospitality? Even though it was belated, the current situation felt like a dream compared to the past. And if he expected to be treated well for just the minor deeds in Diamar, he would become dull and inflexible in the future. Therefore, the boy decided to be as bold as possible in everything. Instead, I want to start by looking at where the horses are. I had high expectations. Of course, you should. The head of the house will personally introduce the really expensive ones, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to check out the rest in advance. Instead, I need to find out where the provisions are stored. I can compromise, but I won't tolerate any losses. That has been the way the boy has lived his life so far. He eating whoosh thunk thunk thunk. Cows, horses, sheep, and even the shepherd dog, all the animals in the ranch were panicking, running away in fear at the sight of Vlad. This is a bit serious. While Patri and Vlad had expected some reaction like this, the elderly butler, witnessing such a scene for the first time, was shocked to the point that his face turned pale. Have you by any chance visited the church? Priest Andrea vouches for my identity. Ah, I apologize. The butler had been asking if he had been cursed, but he had no choice but to lower his head when he heard the name that came out of Vlad's mouth. Being a butler for the Canor family, who was engaged in both livestock and ranching, he had experience handling animals. However, he had never seen a situation where horses and sheep, let alone a shepherd dog, would flee in panic. Even riding a cow seems impossible now. Whether the old butler next to him looked surprised or not, Vlad just stared at the empty fence with mixed feelings. Gott jokingly said that he should at least ride a cow, but considering the current situation, even that seemed impossible. Vlad felt disheartened. Patri, watching Vlad's dejected state, sympathetically made a promise. Let's go see all the animals on our ranch. There might be at least one that suits you. He promised to show every animal on their ranch. Whether for combat, riding, work, or slaughter, they would bring out every single one for Vlad to see. Still, there must be at least one that will follow me, right? Of course. However, making a promise does not always mean that it can be kept. Nonetheless, they diligently searched through the ranch, hoping to find an animal that would accompany Vlad. Unfortunately, all the creatures seemed too busy avoiding him, and amidst this, the poor butler overworked himself. Even so, I didn't expect it to be to this extent. Although Vlad had prepared himself for the possibility of such an incident, witnessing it unfold before his eyes was truly maddening. Even the small hope he clung to shattered. What was the use of using an aura if he couldn't even ride a horse? When others engage in magnificent cavalry charges, I'll be chasing after their dust, eating dirt. Still, there are some good pedigrees brought by my father. However, to bring those horses required the permission of the head of the household. The anticipation that had swelled up inside Vlad deflated miserably, and he had no choice but to return to the mansion with heavy steps. As the sun set beyond the horizon, casting its glow on today's sky, it painted Vlad's slumped shoulders in shades of red. Doc 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 chick. Vlad entered the restaurant and fell silent as he saw the scene unfolding before his eyes. Meat was sizzling ceaselessly on the grill, tended to by servants. The warmth emanating from the oven alleviated the somberness that lingered in Vlad's heart. Although he complained that it was too far from the carriage, Vlad truly thought so when he saw the current scene. It was worth coming here. Welcome. I apologize for not personally welcoming such an esteemed guest. Vlad stood like a statue in front of the rotating meats, rolling his eyes as if they were marbles. Olsen Canor, the head of the Canor family and Patri's father, seemed pleased with Vlad's genuine reaction, patting the boy's back with his large hand. Pleased to meet you. I am Vlad, a squire of the Vayezid family. I know. Rumors about you have already spread throughout Sturma. Olsen Canor smiled brightly as he watched Vlad bow to him following the greeting he had learned from Countess Oksana. Indeed, the Swordmaster's discipline had been invoked after a long time. The people of Sturma, who knew that the boy was in their city, constantly shared stories about Vlad with their own pride. The birth of a new star was always a cause for celebration. Patri has made at least one good friend. Looking at the robust boy in front of him, Olsen Canor couldn't help but be under the illusion that the lad must be famished, despite not having eaten anything. All this time he had been worried that Patri seemed to be having a hard time adjusting to Vayezid's mansion, but when he looked at the boy in front of him now, Olsen's worries seemed to disappear. Sit here. I truly want to hear stories about the Swordmaster's discipline after so long. Vlad, relying on his instincts honed in the back alleys, attempted to deduce Olsen's temperament based on his attitude. There was sincerity in his gaze and demeanor, and his hearty laughter carried a sense of confidence. He seemed to be a person with a very extroverted personality, as he seemed to be a person who was commonly referred to as a good man and was eager to treat guests. In other words, he seemed like a person with the right personality to run a business. Today, esteemed guests have come to our house, so as the owner of this place, I am delighted. Upon hearing Olsen's words, Vlad remembered that there were other guests here today aside from himself. Does he invite other guests to sit together? Being unfamiliar with the rules of nobility or wealthy families, Vlad assumed that Olsen, as the host, would handle such matters. Moreover, everyone here is from the Vayezid family, making it an even more joyous occasion. Vayezid. Vlad tilted his head when he heard that other guests who came here also came from Vayezid. As Olsen warmly guided him to his seat, Vlad, sitting down, finally learned the identity of the other guests. Knights, skilled and well-disciplined individuals. While Vlad might have held his head high when he was oblivious, now having glimpsed a bit of the world, he felt the pressure emanating from these individuals. Among them, a man sitting in the center, gazing at Vlad as if he were the host of this place. A familiar face with black hair, the man smiled at Vlad. It's been a while, hasn't it? How have you been? A man resembling Vlad's lord but with a confident smile instead of the stern gaze. I didn't expect to meet you here, Lord Rutger. The man sitting there was Rutger Vayezid, the eldest son of the Vayezid family. I don't know if you can eat something with me today. Isn't the food too good to turn down? As Rutger finished speaking, the knights sitting next to him began to exude a fierce aura. It was understandable. After all, Vlad, who was sitting right in front of them, had refused the gracious favor of their lord. Pointing his thumb at the continuously rotating pig roast behind him, Rutger grinned teasingly. Observing him, Vlad couldn't help but ponder why he stubbornly refused to eat peanuts at that time, from a man with such a menacing presence. Today should be fine. However, even though Vlad might appear somewhat intimidated, he did not bow his head. He firmly held the fork in front of him and locked eyes with Rutger, unwavering. I was looking forward to it as well. Is that so? Rutger smiled deeply as he looked at the boy looking at him with his fierce blue eyes. Chapter 44, The Silent Morning in the Convent. The sunlight filtering through the window illuminated the dining hall floor made of gray stones. They say there's a squire in the Vayezid family making a name for itself. I heard he used Oren Diamar. Although it was a convent made of heavy gray stones, the atmosphere wasn't so oppressive, perhaps due to the lively chatter of young girls who had not yet become nuns. Moreover, the rumors circulating within the convent were enough to warm the atmosphere, but they say that squire is incredibly good-looking. Blonde hair and blue eyes. Perhaps of noble birth. Because of the stories circulating about someone who stimulated the pink fantasies of young girls. Blonde hair, the red-haired girl, who was crouching down and brushing the floor, heard the words she missed from the girls next to her. He used aura at such a young age, so he might become a knight for sure. Maybe he will become a knight representing the North in the future. That can't be. Zemina, who had pricked up her ears to listen, lost interest in the extravagant stories that were gradually reaching her ears. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and a boy dreaming of becoming a knight. Although she heard words close to Vlad, the moment all those things came together, the possibility of being him clearly diminished. The boy who had barely escaped from the back alley couldn't possibly be thriving like that already. It would be nice if he could live a healthy life. Thunk Zemina, momentarily smiling as she thought of the blonde boy. Something fell beside her. Hey, red-haired. One of the girls who had been chattering approached Zemina, dropping the broom she had been holding, and said, "You do everything else. We've done enough, haven't we?" "Yeah, that's right. You're not even contributing to the support fund. You're getting free meals, for crying out loud. You have to work for the rest of your life to repay just what you received that day. Be grateful that we're giving you an opportunity." The girls laughed heartily as if they had delivered a good blow. However, Zemina didn't react, silently going about her tasks. They're right. The girls were right. There was indeed no one here to contribute funds for her to live comfortably. If the convent hadn't accepted her that day, she didn't know what would have happened. It certainly wouldn't have been better than now. After all, you have to spend your whole life here. There's nothing to do outside and there's no one to help you out, so isn't it better to get used to the work here in advance? This too was true. Even if Zemina left here, she had nowhere else to go. The tragedy of the nest getting destroyed wasn't experienced by the boy alone. Like anyone else, the girl who survived in the back alleys was not the type of person to give in to such harassment or bullying, but she decided to endure it for now. Well then, we're off. Do everything before lunch. If she acts like her usual self, she will be kicked out of the convent. If that happens, she wouldn't be able to face Madame Marcella, who sacrificed herself for them that night. It's a good thing I learned it in advance. Zemina, who had also taken care of the cleaning at the shop, sat alone in the dining hall and wiped the floor as if nothing happened. However, the memory of that day wouldn't be erased no matter how much she wiped. The scene of a woman who forced her into the convent walls and dragged her into the darkness by her hair. They shouldn't have sent her away like that. So the girl pushed the broom harder. She wanted to push away the memories that wouldn't be erased. A girl swallowing tears again in her large eyes. The red hair of the girl, not yet fully settled, swayed awkwardly on her shoulders. "You've really experienced aura, right?" It was a cheerful voice, but for the person listening, it wasn't a pleasant sound. If that voice continued to chatter incessantly, it would be even more unbearable. "Isn't he tired?" Vlad was barely holding his position on the cart that was shaking back and forth. There was a woman driving a horse next to him and constantly talking to him. How can you use an aura and still not be able to ride a horse? Even if the order is changed, doesn't that change too much? Well, you know, in life, all sorts of things can happen. Vlad turned his head to look at the woman who kept talking to him. Jet black hair, jet black eyes, and even jet black ears that twitched. "What are you looking at?" White fangs were visible between her pulled-up lips. They were too sharp to be called human fangs. Vlad didn't like those fangs. Rutger's knights were laughing heartily next to them while listening to the bickering. Perhaps he had become a target for them since the peanut incident. Just endure it. He had to endure. Though it wasn't intentional, in a way, it was a mess he had caused. The boy had endured a lifetime of mockery like this. "This is what it looks like because I went on a vacation that didn't work out." However, even the boiling sigh from within was an unavoidable task. Currently, Vlad and Patri were following Rutger. When Vlad said he was here for a vacation, Rutger suggested going falcon hunting together. "If you don't follow this time either, I'll send 2 boxes of peanuts to Joseph." It wasn't a threatening threat, but as someone with a history, Vlad had no choice but to accept. The head of the Canor family, who had generously fed him meat, was looking at him with earnest eyes. From his perspective, it was a golden opportunity to connect Patri and Rutger. "Do beastmen always this talkative? Are you discriminating against the race now?" If she had been a normal maid, he might have quietly told her to shut up. However, she wasn't that kind of person. Beside Peter, the head of the Vayezid family, was Lagmus, a mage and advisor, and beside Rutger was the girl with pointed black ears. She who was twitching her black ears was a mage. "Don't scratch too much, Dorothea. He is a borrowed guy after all. That brat makes a disgusted face every time he sees me. Anyone would if they were harassed like that." The way she answered Rutger with her black tail swaying, contrary to how she treated Vlad, was not pleasing from Vlad's perspective. "Cat-like bitch." Not only did she look like a cat, but her behavior also resembled a cat Vlad disliked. He could only furrow in response, "I guess this is enough. With the surroundings so open, it should be visible from anywhere." Indeed, Rutger seemed to have finally reached their destination, looking around and surveying the surroundings. He was just observing the area. The falcons that could be used for hunting weren't even taken out of their cages. "There it is. I see." As if searching tirelessly for something, Rutger and his knights finally found what they were looking for and pointed in that direction. Vlad also casually examined the direction they were pointing. Although it was distant and somewhat blurry, there were people walking across the meadow. People dressed entirely in white from head to toe. They were priests. To come across a pilgrimage group, how fortunate. Yes, this must also be fate. It seems like they purposely came here. Listening to Rutger and his knights conversing cheerfully, Vlad realized that this hunting trip had a different purpose. Raise the flag, show our intention, and reassure them. Understood, Lord Rutger. As soon as Rutger gestured, a knight next to him took out a flag and hung it on a pole as if he had been waiting. It looked like they had brought the poles just for this purpose. Shall we slowly go and look for our prey? Even though they were talking about hunting, no one in this place was preparing for it. They were simply walking along the ridge, seemingly protecting the pilgrims walking below. The pilgrims walking below must have seen the flag that Rutger had hung up, so they hung a flag on a pole and began to move. The symbols hanging high on the poles. The symbol on the flag was similar to the emblem engraved on Vlad's identification card. As the group began to move slowly, Vlad quickly jumped down from the carriage and distanced himself from Dorothea. It was better to avoid her if he couldn't confront her. I feel nauseous. Are you okay, Vlad? Maybe it was because of the jolting cart instead of a carriage, but his chest continued to pound. Do you feel like vomiting? Not really. Still feeling unwell, Vlad followed the voice's suggestion and plucked a leaf from nearby, putting it into his mouth. Remember this herb. It has a mild awakening effect. What was this guy? Every time the voice spoke, Vlad found himself surprised anew. His knowledge and insight surpassed not only those of well-educated nobles but also experienced knights. I'll find out one day. Vlad thought that time would eventually reveal the identity of the voice. Chewing on the bitter herb, he looked down at the expansive meadow below. Although not everything was smooth, at least the scenery pleased him. The vast, open meadow stretched out to the horizon. Vlad breathed in deeply, refreshed just by the sight. Suddenly Vlad's attention was drawn to a group moving in the distance. Something was moving rapidly. Thump thump, a herd of wild horses. Rutger also noticed them. He frowned and focused his gaze on the herd of wild horses running towards here. It was a wonderful sight, but it was not something Rutger was happy about. Unforeseen situations like a herd of wild horses suddenly appearing were burdensome, especially when escorting someone. But why are they moving south? That's right. At this time, the herd of wild horse usually migrate north rather than south. The knight's observation was correct. During the season when the meadows flourished, the animals would typically migrate north to where the fresh grass sprouted. However, the herd of wild horses was rushing south toward the group in pilgrims. Moreover, they were charging at full speed. Thump thump, as the herd of wild horses approached, Vlad's heart pounded violently. Vlad, like Rutger, stood on the hill and looked at the herd of wild horses running, recalling a similar experience. The wild horses, full of vitality, with muscles flexing and galloping freely across the meadow, were a sight that could evoke admiration. However, at this moment there was not a single person marveling at the spectacle. Instead, they watched with concern, wondering where the horses were headed. They seemed to be heading towards the pilgrims. Their movements are oddly urgent, as if they are being chased by something. Thump thump, Vlad gripped his chest, trying to calm his racing heart. Their eyes met. Although the figure was blurry in the distance, it felt like Vlad locked eyes with the leader of the charging herd, an entirely black creature. Although it was impossible for them to make eye contact in the first place, the two clearly exchanged glances. Vlad couldn't explain it, but it felt as if the black horse was somehow communicating with him. It felt like that Lord Rutger. One of the knights, sensing something suspicious in the behavior of the wild horses, hurriedly approached Rutger. What's going on? The ground is shaking. Thump thump, even the boy, locking eyes with the horse, could sense it. The wild horses were terrified. Krrrrrrrrrr. As soon as the knight finished shouting, the ground shook like an earthquake. The pilgrims in front of them collapsed, startled by the shaking. Kraya, along with the earthquake, a massive scream echoed across the meadow. The ground cracked open, and from there something enormous emerged. Heejing, caught in the upheaval, the black horse, which had been at the forefront of the charge, let out a pitiful cry. It's a death worm. The wild horses were gruesomely torn apart by savage teeth. The blood of the poor horses pouring down like rain. While Vlad's heart continued to pound, what surrounded him was not the warmth of blood but a chilling sensation. The herd of wild horses was fleeing. They were pleading for help. Chapter 45, Deathworm. One of the remnants of the fallen dragon, a monster that usually roams underground, occasionally revealing its body above ground when breathing. Contrary to its colossal and gruesome appearance, their nourishment originates from the minerals in the underground or fertile soil, a form of ground energy. Something's not right. Deathworms aren't originally carnivorous. However, the scene unfolding below was completely contrary to common knowledge. Heejing Kwaa, wild horses scattering in all directions from the deathworm's attacks. The pitiful screams of the horses were being drowned out by the sticky blood. The deathworm's slimy body, stained with red blood, looked eerie. Mount up, everyone. Having assessed the situation, Rutger loudly shouted to the knights. Whether the current situation defied common sense or not was irrelevant. The important thing is to be where you need to be and do what you need to do. That undoubtedly was the duty of those tasked with a mission. Protect the pilgrims. We must rescue them. As Rutger's words ended, Vlad swiftly climbed onto the cart, watching the knights move with terrifying speed. Forward! Advance! Follow Lord Rutger. Following Rutger's command, Vayezid's knights spurred their horses and rushed down the green hills towards the hellish scene below, stained red with the blood of the wild horses. To save the pilgrims. Amidst the confusion of pilgrims, unsure of what to do, the once quiet green meadow echoed with the screams of the deathworm and the horses' hooves. Peter had sent his son here, prepared for this unforeseen moment. The arrangements made by the family head, prepared for any contingency, were shining like the flag of Vayezid hanging high on a pole at this moment. He's just a young lad. A creature born not long ago. Dorothea, riding her horse, continued to observe the deathworm without pause. She knew precisely what her role was. It's still young, not fully grown in size or with tough skin. Upon Dorothea's explanation, Rutger turned his head to look at the deathworm. The deathworm, which was still constantly chewing and devouring the horse carcasses, was not as big as he thought, and above all, it had pink, smooth skin. The deathworm was still young, it had not yet developed its hard outer shell. While Rutger was riding his horse and checking the situation, Vlad was also observing below from the constantly shaking cart. Unlike Dorothea, the boy focused on the herd of wild horses fleeing from the deathworm rather than the creature itself. I sense the energy of a spirit. These are not ordinary horses. A spirit. The white snake Vlad had seen in Diamir came to mind, the entity that had provided him protection. Don't worry, I'll lend you my world. All right. Vlad's quiet response was swallowed by the creaking sound of the swaying cart. Vlad lowered his posture as if in prayer, closing his right eye. Then, with his left eye, he opened the world of voices. He a vivid world. The world of voices, displaying more than 100 colors compared to his world, illuminated the appearance of the horses. A herd of wild horses being eaten, trampled, and falling to the ground. White smoke could be seen drifting like fog from the neighing horses. What is that? Shimmering white smoke. However, it was too faint to take shape, dispersing into the air. For some reason, Vlad felt a sense of pity. Look at the black one. Following the voice's advice, Vlad turned his gaze to a jet-black horse that had just caught his eye. The creature, who seems to be the leader of the group, tirelessly roamed around to draw the deathworm's attention. However, the deathworm paid no heed to the creature's pitiful gestures, focusing solely on the sweet flesh. This scene overlapped with a day from the past, and Vlad bit his lip. Horn. When Vlad turned his gaze, as the voice said, he saw something that others might perceive as only faint mist, but to him it existed in a distinct form. It seems that those horses are mixed with unicorn blood. White horn. On the forehead of the entirely black horse, a white horn stood like a moon in the sky. As the boy gazed at the faint horn, the scent of lemons from that day wafted from his armor. What's that? Dorothea's gaze, riding her horse, was momentarily captivated by something sparkling on the forehead of the young deathworm. From there, an eerie energy that only mages could sense was emanating. The young deathworm was reacting to it. Lord Rutger, the deathworm is tilting its head. Pilgrims, it's looking at the pilgrims. Damn it, an abrupt situation. Only a short time was given. Rutger's black eyes emitted a sharp light. Dorothea. What is the deathworm reacting to? As the leader of the group and the mission, Rutger had the responsibility to make the best judgment. The deathworm doesn't have eyes or ears. It only reacts to vibrations in the ground. Find a way to guide that thing, Dorothea. Rutger quickly gestured, dividing the group of knights, leading only a few with him as he charged towards the location of the deathworm. You guys get down, we're short on horses. In response to the knights' shouts, Patri and Vlad promptly dismounted from their means of transport. It was a natural decision. The pilgrims, who were moving in silence, would have no way to escape this situation without the help of the knights. However, Deathworm, which has a speed that can catch up with even wild horses, will not easily let go of its target once it has captured it. Rutger had to solve two problems at once. Kraya, the young deathworm, which had been savoring the corpses of the horses, tilted its body towards the pilgrims with something sparkling on its forehead. The wild horses fleeing and the pilgrims in front of them. Everything the deathworm wanted or someone desired was right in front of it. Kraya, with a ferocious roar, the deathworm leaped towards the pilgrims. Damn. Why now? Run! The deathworm, which had just swallowed the wild horses moments ago, suddenly showed interest in the pilgrims in front of it. The situation demanded immediate resolution rather than analyzing the reasons for this sudden change. Divert its attention. Following Rutger's orders, the knights charged towards the deathworm. While the knights mingled with the herds of wild horses and tried to block the deathworm's advance, Rutger quietly raged. Common sense was being violated and the situation was moving in a strange way. If so, someone must have artificially created this situation. How dare you to invade my father's land? A knight, inheriting the blood of the prestigious Vayezid in the north, closed his left eye. In the distance, the knights approaching the group of pilgrims seemed insufficient to handle the situation all at once. We're in big trouble. Vlad and Patri, having lost their horse and cart, watched the situation from the hill while protecting Dorothea. Blondie and Chubby, I told you to block the wind. Although they had moved a little, Dorothea's voice came flying from behind them. While Vlad and Patri were protecting Dorothea, who was now sitting on the ground and creating an imprint to divert the deathworm, as Rutger said. Vibrations, vibrations, what color was the imprinting spell? Small vials lined up like spills on the ground. They were small vials filled with things that looked like paint, as if an artist was preparing to paint. Dorothea moves them around and prepares her magic. Every time her lips trembled as she quietly chanted, every time her hand touched the vial as she carefully held it, the small vials on the floor sparkled and found their own color. Quagagagong, what the hell? Vlad, who had been silently watching her preparations, felt a scorching heat on his face. A fierce heat emanated from a distance, a concentrated flame sweeping through the air along with the deathworm. It's Lord Rutger. Feeling the intense aura even from this distance, Patri instinctively raised his hand, but Vlad could only stare with his mouth agape as he was overwhelmed by the force that seemed capable of setting his world ablaze. It was a world clearly distinct from his own. It is shallow, he hasn't prepared properly. However, although the young deathworm lacked a sturdy outer shell, it resisted Rutger's intense strike with its tenacious endurance. Cry. Thud, thud, thud. Despite Rutger's powerful blow, the young deathworm only let out a scream and hastily burrowed into the ground. Even though it was young, the fact that he was able to inflict at least a small injury was an achievement. It's become difficult. Even a skilled knight can't do much against an enemy underground. The recent powerful blow from Rutger was not enough to incapacitate the deathworm immediately. A moment of silence. Then complete stillness. In this vast plain where nothing moved, thud, thud, thud. Suddenly the ground began to tremble and cracks appeared. The slowly widening crack was leading somewhere. Damn, follow it, a place where pilgrims are. At the same time, it was also a place where wild horses that had run away were breathing out their weary breath. Dorothea, what? We need to hurry. Watching the situation from the high hill, Vlad realized that Rutger's furious attacks alone wouldn't resolve the situation. It's almost done. If it's almost done, give it to me. Vlad turned his head and looked back. I told you to wait. Turning his head to look back, Vlad saw Dorothea, who had dipped her tail in strangely colored paint and was engraving an imprint on paper. Are you using your tail? It's the unique method of the beastmen. As someone who had never seen a mage cast a spell, it was an oddly acceptable scene. It's done. Dorothea finally completed what seemed to be a hand-sized piece of paper, holding it up. The imprint glowed momentarily in the sunlight and then regained its original color. Give this to Rutger. The method of use is to rub or cut the paper against the target like with a sword or something. Too late. However, the crack created by the deathworm was already extending straight toward the place where the pilgrims were. The movements of the herd of wild horses trying to escape from afar and the knights carrying the priests were becoming more urgent. It might be too late. Get on my horse. At Dorothea's words, Vlad turned his head to look at Patri. I'll give it a try. Dorothea was exhausted from hastily imprinting, and Vlad was unable to ride the horse. In this situation, the only person who could have delivered this paper to Rutger was Patri. Even if you ride a horse, it'll be too late. You should not think that the deathworms under the ground have the same speed as the deathworms on the ground. It seems too late to go now. Dorothea did her best, but the time given was too short. So it wasn't fair to blame her. So what do we do? Dorothea was sitting on the ground, her blue lips trembling. Vlad knew there was only one way to deliver the paper to Rutger in time, and that was him. I'll go, you can't ride a horse. Vlad moistened his lips with his tongue and walked away, in the opposite direction from where the knights had gone. Thud, thud, pebbles kicked by his toes rolled incessantly, falling down below. It wasn't a cliff, but it was a steep hill that looked too harsh to descend recklessly. It was a steep hill that could never be climbed down on horseback. Since this is the only way, there's no other choice. Vlad, who had never been caught once even when he was a pickpocket in his early days, knew it wasn't a piece of cake. If I go down here, I can reach it in time. The fastest way to reach the destination was a straight line, as he well knew. Not a single guard caught Vlad as he ran through the streets, over walls, and through stores. And now it would likely be the same. It's almost a cliff here, tell the knights later. Vlad spoke as he walked, leaving behind a trail of rocks rolling down. The blonde boy seized Dorothea's imprint. I didn't really mean not to take the peanuts that day. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy's blonde hair swayed towards the dizzying hill. Hey, Dorothea looks down the hill to find Vlad, who has disappeared. There she saw the figure of a boy swiftly descending the steep slope as if he had wings. He said he couldn't ride a horse. Vlad, who was supported by the Vayezid family and sponsored as the most promising squire, held the imprint created by Dorothea in his hand, shining brightly. Slowly, slowly, put strength on your tiptoes. It's too noisy and I can't concentrate. Having received Dorothea's imprint, Vlad was carefully maneuvering down the nearly vertical hill. It was through the movements that Vlad learned, risking his life, that if he didn't eat today, he might die tomorrow. I probably didn't need to go to this extent. In the first place, a man named Rutger was in conflict with Joseph over the position of head of the family. Moreover, all the knights here were elites belonging to the Vayezid family. Therefore, there was probably no need for Vlad, who was just a squire, to step forward like this. However, Vlad wanted to do this. First, he wanted to give a blow to Rutger's knights who were ignoring him and Joseph. Second, it was because of the black horse struggling to protect the group from the disastrous attack of the deathworm. Animals messing with human feelings. Vlad knew it well. How does it feel to have your nest destroyed by a huge, uncontrollable world? The helplessness of that day was like a wound deeply embedded in his soul. The boy who hated being nothing ran down the hill defending his current actions. Perhaps he was lost in thought for a moment. Because of a slight misstep, Vlad ended up slipping down the steep slope. Roll your body into a ball. Vlad rolled down the hill with a loud noise. However, despite rolling violently over the rough ground and colliding with rocky mounds, Vlad seemed unusually unaffected by the impact. If the boy had opened his left eye and looked into the world of voices, he would have known that his armor was shining white. The protection of the white snake was watching over him. And below the hill, someone was watching the glimmering that Vlad couldn't see. The black horse, who had been tirelessly running around to save his herd, was also panting. In the horse's eyes, the boy was shining white, a star shining white. A white star that was burning itself white, falling down the hill. In the world of the black horse, Vlad's figure was shining brightly. The white star was leaping toward the moonless night. Chapter 46. Ugh, Vlad stood up, groaning like an old man. I almost died. If it weren't for the snake's protection, you would have really died. Listening to the voice, Vlad looked down at his armor. He hadn't expected the snake's protection that had embraced him that day to manifest like this. It's useful, so let's go again later. Vlad ignored the voice's words and remembered his purpose for coming here. A crack in the ground is gradually approaching, Rutger and knights chasing after it. And below, priests and knights were bewildered to the point of not even noticing Vlad's fall. This is unexpected. And among them, a very familiar figure appeared. Drrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Rutger and the knights were trying hard to catch up, but as the voice said, the speed of the deathworms moving under the ground was so agile that even a herd of wild horses could keep up with them. Damn it, and the crack in the meadow, extending at an incredible speed, was heading straight ahead. Precisely straight ahead without hesitation towards the crowd of pilgrims. Hurry, gather the priests, those prepared leave first, the knights shouted in the neigh of horses, and amidst all that noise the approaching malevolent crack, an unstoppable force of immense violence was bearing down on them. No way, in that urgent situation, Vlad recognized a priest climbing onto a cart with desperate movements. The only priest the boy knew, someone unforgettable. His situation struck him like a thorn piercing his eyes, reaching deep into his chest. Damn it, coincidence sometimes appears like fate and forces one to make a choice. In that cruel moment, most people would bow their heads and take the easy path, but Vlad was different from those people. He had always fought with all his might. Gritting his teeth with determination, Vlad leaped towards Rutger with all his strength. Despite the pounding of his heart, which never seemed to cease, Vlad didn't stop. Until now, he had cherished two things close to his heart. One was Alicia's handkerchief, and the other was his identity token, guaranteed by Andrea. Priest, the person who first vouched for him when he was nothing, the one who had allowed him to take root in the world, was down there. Forget the surprise and pain of tumbling down the hill just now. Vlad dashed towards the approaching crack. He was throwing himself towards a great violence that anyone would want to escape from. Over here, I'm here. Vlad waved his hands frantically, trying to make himself visible somehow. And atop a galloping horse, a man with black hair spotted his figure. But there was a massive gap between them that was too difficult to bridge, and along that gap, a young deathworm was attempting to ambush the pilgrims. Vlad managed to get the time right, but the position wasn't right. No, Vlad muttered dumbfoundedly, watching the crack pass by his side without any hesitation. No, Vlad shouted angrily at the deathworm that passed by while ignoring him. I can't remain helpless like this again in front of a huge world about which I can't do anything. Vlad. The voice sensed Vlad's intentions and tried urgently to stop him, but he had already made up his mind. Now was the time. If it had to be done, he wouldn't hesitate. Ignoring the voice's warnings, Vlad firmly grasped the imprint and hurled it high into the air. A white piece of paper fluttered beneath the sky. Here, you bastard! The resolute trajectory of the unadorned sword slashed the paper. As the paper tore apart, intricate patterns filled with simple engravings adorned the unadorned sword. The sword began to vibrate following the black glowing engraving. With Vlad's anger directed towards the deathworm, it's not enough. Summon forth your world as well. Although Vlad wanted to stop it as much as possible, the voice, who understood Vlad better than anyone else, offered advice. If you tried it anyway, you shouldn't regret it. Amplify the vibration. Dorothea's imprint technique was excellent, but it wasn't enough to draw the attention of the deathworm, who was already facing his prey. So her imprint needed to be reinforced. Following the advice of the voice, Vlad plunged his sword into the ground. Then he closed his left eye to summon forth his still fledgling world within his soul. Even if Zayar were here in this situation, he wouldn't say anything about his actions, because this was the only best option. Come forth. On the day he first spoke his name before the god. Vlad remembered the sunlight that had descended upon his shoulders through the iridescent stained glass windows. It was warm and cozy, and above all, the smile of the priest looking at him was beautiful. Come, with his shout, faint lights began to emanate from the plain sword, white, green, and blue. His world, still searching for its own color, was filled with the colors of the nights surrounding him. Though faint, they were beautiful colors. Uang Woong Woong. Dorothea's imprint began to resonate with Vlad's world, invoking a massive vibration. There was no tremor, but it rippled the air, and although there was no sound, every being here could hear it. It was like the shout of a boy shouting, "I am here." The young deathworm, who was running towards the pilgrims with blood foam at its mouth, could hear the silent shout of the boy. It was a voice that resonated more than anything else, even more than the commanding sound in its own forehead ordering it to move forward. So it turned its head. The crack halted. The vast world recognized the boy's world. Deathworm's heart was beating violently when he felt the boy. And everyone present here gazed at the shining boy. Uang Woong Woong. For just a moment, the boy's presence dominated everything here. I am here. Run away. Vlad, throw your sword at me. The moment the deathworm's head, which seemed to be standing still, moved slightly, Rutger's shout was heard. The presence created by the boy stopped time in the meadow for a brief moment but did not dominate it. To do that, the boy's world was still only a weak possibility. However, it was enough to serve the purpose. Kraya. The deathworm, having reset its target, burst out from the ground and charged towards Vlad, with movements faster than the voice anticipated, as if it had been waiting for this moment. Dodge. Despite the urgent cry of the voice, Vlad could not easily open his closed eye. The feeble world is not yet established. Vlad's achievement was insufficient to swiftly open and close that world. Above the wavering Vlad, a dark shadow loomed. It stemmed from the colossal gesture of despair. No, everyone anticipated the next situation and tightly shut their eyes. Rutger rushed to save the boy, but the distance between them could not narrow as much as the flow of time. Aura on the armor, a huge presence that swallows up even the cries of voice. The moment when the boy unconsciously tries to swing his unadorned sword in front of the huge world that is crashing down on him. Blacker than the despair cast by the deathworm. A darkness thick and profound, like the color of a moonless night, covered the boy's eyes, quagagging before the colossal world could crush the boy. The sound of wind brushing past the ears, Vlad could feel the heartbeat through his hands. The movements of the muscles, which were not only warm but hot and pulsating with blood, were being transmitted to his fingertips. A dense cloud of dust swept in behind Vlad. However, before the dirty dust could envelop him, Vlad was already far beyond its reach. Those rustling things couldn't catch up with the speed at which he was running, somewhere between ecstasy and astonishment. In the blink of an eye, Vlad felt himself riding on the horse's back and opened his closed eyes. That's right. Without even hearing the sigh of relief of the voice, Vlad straightened his waist. With the sound of wind, everything around him was quickly passing by. Vlad had never felt such speed since he was born. Vlad spread out his palm to welcome the approaching wind. The heavy rush of air was fiercely escaping through the gaps between his fingers. Vlad had been on the verge of death just a moment ago, but now he was laughing heartily. Because the scenery he had dreamed of was unfolding before his eyes. Quaya. It was only for a moment, but the deathworm's howl was heard behind Vlad, who had forgotten reality. The intention was successful, but it wasn't over yet. Vlad, are you all right? A knight with black hair rode up to the boy who was running amidst the roar of the deathworm. I seem to be fine. Good. As the knights and Rutger who had rushed to stop the deathworm noticed that Vlad had imbued his sword with an imprint. A gesture of sacrifice for others. It was also related to the second disciple of the Swordmaster. Though the boy was just a squire, he performed his duty better than any other knight present. That was a splendid and brave decision. Of course, it was not commendable behavior. Rutger pointed out Vlad's action, which was reckless and without preparation, then rode alongside him, looking at the approaching crack. Can that thing move? Pardon. It was a harsh demand for Vlad, who had just managed to mount a horse, but Rutger believed he could do it. The gaze of the black horse, flowing with determination, gave him that confidence. We need to eliminate that suspicious thing for the safety of the pilgrims. We have to gamble here. But that's a deathworm. I can do it. At that moment Vlad could see it, the remnants of flames burning brightly in Rutger's eyes. He understood what Rutger was planning to do. He intended to lure the deathworm with Vlad as bait and strike it down in one fell swoop. Can you do it? Instead of answering, Vlad stroked the neck of the black horse. The look in horse's eyes as he slightly turned his head to look at Vlad was strangely trustworthy. Ah, I see, you're here to save someone too. I can do it. Good. Upon hearing Vlad's confident response, Rutger quickly raised his finger and explained the direction they should take. Turn around like this and come to me. Vlad nodded eagerly, but in truth, Rutger was focusing more on the horse he was riding than on the boy. It seemed as if the black horse was nodding in response to his own finger. Be careful. Watching the nodding boy and the horse, Rutger and the knights dispersed. Kraya. Instead of missing the shining prey, the deathworm burrowed back into the ground and chased after the boy. Let's go. On the horse without a saddle, Vlad tightened his thighs and grabbed the mane. A different cry from before. It was not a cry of sorrow for the dying group, but a sound filled with a determination to catch its prey in one strike. With determination, the black horse began to accelerate rapidly. Whoa, a speed even faster than before. Now Vlad could feel not just the thrill but also the fear in the speed. He closed his eyes, clutching the horse's neck. Because he was a beginner who did not know anything about horseback riding, lower your sword. To effectively lure that creature, you need to make your presence known through vibrations. But he had a mission, and it was his own will that drove him. Even with the wind raging fiercely, Vlad struggled to open his eyes, but he saw Rutger waiting for him in the distance, holding his sword ready. He had to do it. He promised to do so. A sensation of speed he had never experienced before. The dizzying acceleration felt from the horse beneath him. Despite everything being new to him, Vlad extended his sword towards the ground, giving his best. One more time, taking into account Vlad's posture, which was almost like he was lying on his side, the black horse adjusted its balance. Vlad glanced at the crack chasing behind him and placed his unadorned sword on the ground. Thunk, clank, clunk, as the ground and metal collided, sparks flew from the unadorned sword due to the friction heat. Look, I'm here. Along with those sparks, faint traces of Vlad's world emerged. Driven by the imprint of Dorothea etched into the unadorned sword, vibrations began to spread underground. Deep, deep down, so dazzling that it was unbearable without being bitten. Kraya, the ground split open from the crack. And from beneath, a massive deathworm revealed itself. The huge world that had chased away the vibration was rushing towards the boy again. Here I am, but the boy was not alone now, a single star shining in the moonless night. The shadow of a fallen dragon chasing after that star, shouting loudly towards the irrational and huge world. Vlad proclaimed his presence here, that he existed in this place. Kraya. Aja, the remnant of the dragon roared loudly, tearing through the meadow. Against its presence, Vlad also screamed loudly. Two worlds uncompromisingly confronting each other. All worlds deserve to exist, but if they are destined to collide, only the brighter world will survive. Look, boy, the dragon is coming towards you, shining bright. Chapter 47, Kraya. Rutger closed his left eye deeply, hearing the roar of the deathworm spreading from afar. To see himself deeper within, to summon his own world stronger and more resilient. Rutger's world was red. A world filled with anger and passion like a volcano. There's something shiny stuck on his forehead, seems to be related to magic. The mage said as they came down with their exhausted body. Someone is controlling the deathworm. Who dares to disturb the land of Vayezid with peculiar tricks, disrupting the land of his ancestors? It is coming. With his left eye closed, Rutger was capturing the world of wrath. Kraya, aha. With the boy's scream, his eyes opened. At the same time, Rutger's sword slowly rose. His sword was ablaze. It seems like the preparation is complete. Riding the moonless night, Vlad guided the deathworm and sensed someone's fiercely burning world from afar. He is temporarily expanding his world. He is a much more remarkable knight than I anticipated. Feeling the momentum originating from Rutger, Vlad involuntarily trembled. It was rougher than any knight he had ever seen and above all burning fervently. It's a different level. Rutger's world, simmering red-hot, seemed capable of swallowing up his own feeble world without much effort. As per the voice's judgment, Rutger temporarily expanded his world through deep meditation. It was a method only knights who could deeply contemplate themselves could use. Someone who knew who they were. There wouldn't be anyone with roots as firm as his. Even the deathworm chasing Vlad noticed Rutger's world. Even if there were ignorant beings here, no one would fail to notice the momentum emanating from Rutger. The deathworm gradually slowed down and turned its head. Shit! Realizing the disturbance in the deathworm's focus, Vlad raised his unadorned sword high, but the boy's world was still surrounded by feeble light. Vlad couldn't divert the Deathworm's attention from Rutger's blazing momentum. F-whip huh! The black horse realized the situation and suddenly turned to face the Deathworm. Vlad was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, so he merely clenched the mane tightly. Wow. Hey you! Vlad was baffled and shouted at the incomprehensible actions, but his exclamation seemed more like a sigh of disbelief than anything else. The black horse continued its running momentum and quickly took a step back, glaring at the Deathworm. Vlad might not have known, but the voice could see the faint movements of mist gathering towards the black horse's forehead. Vlad was left speechless by the movement of the black horse, who not only took a step back, but also quickly shook his body from side to side to provoke Deathworm. The black horse's intention succeeded. The faintly sparkling mist successfully confused the Deathworm's senses. Kraya! The Deathworm began to glare at Vlad, who was atop the horse, daring to provoke it. It didn't have eyes, but it felt like it did. I didn't do anything. Vlad was taken aback as he saw the Deathworm rushing toward him, dripping with blood, but his intention was successful anyway. The black horse howled with all his might and raised his front paws, receiving the blessings falling from the boy's armor, gathering the aura flowing from the boy's world. The sparkling mist above the black horse's forehead gradually began to take shape. It was visible not only in the world of voices but also in reality to everyone. Now, forgotten mysteries were once again rising from the depths of the world's memory. Let's go, The moonless night, which revealed the possibility of a unicorn, took a turn again and started running with a Deathworm on its tail, heading towards the burning volcano ahead. The sight of the moonless night running, carrying the shining boy. There was a world expanding here too, where you and I meet on the horizon, we become us. The hornless unicorn and the silent night were becoming more perfect through each other's worlds. Finally, a single white star rose into the black night sky. Kreia, narrow the gap. Brat, get out of here now. The Knights of Vayezid, who had been waiting for the right moment, instantly rushed in to surround the Deathworm on both sides. Vayezid's knights are slowly closing the gap, as if strangling the Deathworm to prevent it from escaping. With the help of knights summoning their own worlds, Vlad found a momentary respite in the space provided. Lord Rutger, well done. As the swiftly passing star and flame met each other's gaze, the Deathworm, gaping to swallow the boy, was taken aback as it watched the horse suddenly depart from its path with the assistance of the knights. The black horse and the boy who dared to provoke it. However, now that they had escaped, what stood before the Deathworm was, "It's my turn, Rutger Vayezid, the enemy and eldest son of Vayezid, a knight who burns himself. This is the land of Vayezid." Rutger quietly spat out his anger towards someone who was leading this situation. "It's a land that shouldn't be disturbed by people like you." The burning sword of Vayezid rose high towards the sky. Rutger's sword emitted a strange resonance, burning everything around it. Kraya! Bright red lava exploded from deep within the soul and exploded towards this world. Through the tip of the knight's sword, which strikes down without the slightest hesitation. His sword, the anger embedded in the sword, and even the air existing between the Deathworm and Rutger, everything began to burn. "So begone!" A red flash of light shot out under the blue sky along with Rutger's words. The burning anger precisely cleaved through the vast world with the knight's restrained movements. Kraya! The shadow of the fallen dragon split in half, emitting a pitiful wail. The last cry of the young Deathworm echoed long across the green meadow. The sparkling thing on Deathworm's forehead was slowly losing its shine due to the flame burning stickier than lava. Arg, feeling the fierce heat from behind, Vlad flinched. It seems it's done. The sight that met the boy's eyes as he turned around, Kree! There, a Deathworm writhed on the ground, its torso engulfed in flames. Half of its body already severed, wriggling weakly on the meadow. The unpleasant smell, belatedly carried by the wind, now reached the boy's nostrils. "Can he really do this much?" Vlad asked in a breathless voice. There had been a world of knights he had dreamed of, but the scene unfolding before his eyes now was larger and more overwhelming than any he had imagined. Could even the Knight of the Blue Moon accomplish this? Can a knight like the castle wall that accepted him be able to split the Deathworm? Was this the true world of knights? If your world is strong enough not to be shaken by anything. Vlad was lost in deep thought as he saw a scene that went beyond common sense. The world of knights was like an endless mountain to climb. Vlad keenly felt that he was just barely at the starting line. Rutger is kneeling on one knee with his sword in the red-hot ground. Vayezid's sword smiled at the boy. "Welcome back. The appreciation is over. Now it's time to return to reality." Following the lead of the black horse, Vlad walked steadily and then leaped off the horse. "Are you all right? I could use a cold beer right about now." Rutger, struggling to stand with his sword supporting him on the scorching ground. Oops. But whether it was due to exhaustion or sheer fatigue, he stumbled and fell back onto the ground. The price for temporarily expanding the world was catching up to him now. "Can't you pick me up? I'm dying here too." The Deathworm's corpse still wriggles intermittently. Vlad also collapsed to the ground in front of that huge thing. Vlad lowered his head as he felt his warm buttocks. This wasn't what he had come on vacation for. You ride well. It wasn't me. Rutger simply chuckled at the boy's cheeky reply. The knights who had been driving the deathworm to give Vlad a chance to escape gradually began to gather around Rutger. You're quite something, kid. Let's meet again sometime. Well done. You little rascal. It would have been nice to say something good, but Vayezid's knights passed by the boy, slapping his back and ruffling his hair. Vlad felt an unfamiliar emotion as he watched the knights displaying familiarity with him. Even in such a harsh place, if one could smile, it was because of the warmth created by people, even in the back alleys, and in front of the burning corpse of the deathworm. The boy and the knights faced with such a formidable foe were comrades today. Lord Rutger, are you all right? Other knights came running with the sound of a creaking cart. The knights who were waiting in front, guarding the pilgrims, realized that the situation was over and led the priests towards Rutger. Huh, Vlad smiled as he saw Andrea, one of the priests, being carried on a cart. His world was safe because of them. Vlad, Andrea, who was nauseating on the cart with a pale complexion, recognized Vlad and made a puzzled expression. Yes, priest. Vlad, standing up with trembling legs, approached Andrea. The sight of Vlad moving, while trembling, was enough to make the priests who were perplexed look pitiful, perhaps because they were relaxed. Oh, I see. Andrea, with a tired expression, opened his arms wide to welcome the approaching boy. You've done well, thank you. Though he didn't know all the details from a distance, the minor injuries on Vlad's face told the story well enough. He had done his best. Come here, Vlad of Shora. Vlad closed his eyes as he embraced the priest, feeling the warmth as if it were the sun on that day when he was named before the god. O God, the boy who received your will here today and acted upon it with his own will, please show him mercy. And as he listened to Andrea reciting the prayer, Vlad finally breathed a sigh of relief. He could not protect Rose's smiles, because he was weak at that time. But today he had saved Andrea by his own choice. The boy who protected one of the roots that made up his world was someone who deserved comfort, because the boy had been struggling for this moment. The knights quietly closed their eyes as they listened to the priest's prayers quietly echoing across the green meadows. As the twilight descended over Sturma, Lagmus spoke up towards Peter, who was gazing out the window of the Vayezid's mansion with a burdened expression. My lord, a message from Dorothea has arrived via the crystal ball, Lagmus said. Peter accepted the note handed to him by Lagmus with an indifferent expression and began to read through it. His dark eyebrows furrowed and twisted as he read the words written on the small piece of paper. Surely not. After all this time, he muttered. The letters on the small piece of paper conveyed ominous tidings. Is it the work of the black mages again? Peter inquired. It seems there are some that have settled in the north, Lagmus replied. Peter turned his gaze towards the red sun hanging over the city wall, Sturma. A city built upon the blood of the Vayezid. The walls surrounding the city were a testament to the history of the family. As the empire weakens, the cursed remnants of the past rear their heads once more, Peter remarked. Lagmus could only sigh in response to Peter's lament. Time marches on and eras change. And perhaps Peter Vayezid, the current head of the family, was facing one of the most tumultuous periods in the family's history. But there is one comforting piece of news, isn't there? Lagmus said. Yes, indeed, that squire. Peter recalled the name mentioned in the last sentence of the note. Vlad, the squire brought by his son. I keep hearing his name these days, Peter mused. Exceptional individuals have a tendency to make themselves known regardless of where they are, Lagmus remarked. The squire who had captured his attention even during the sparring with the squires. Had it not been for that lad from last winter's monster subjugation to the current pilgrim's affairs, Vayezid might have faced disgrace. He was an admirable lad. Those deserving have the right to enjoy it, Peter said, as he rang the small bell placed on his desk. The clear sound of the silver bell resonated throughout the study. Did you call for me, my lord? Asked the butler as he entered the room. Call Joseph for me. At once, my lord. After hearing the order, the butler left the office. Will you permit it? He is deserving. Although he wished to praise the lad profusely, the admirable squire belonged to Joseph ultimately. It was right to do everything through Joseph, whether it be support or reward. The deeds of the blond boy were essentially those of Joseph's. Peter's gaze drifted back to the city wall outside the window. The walls of Sturma are bathed in red at dusk. The walls built through bloody history were unshakable. Just like Peter, who is now standing with his back turned. Chapter 48. Does this look like the Hainel family crest? A green-haired woman was squinting under the orange-tinged sunlight. The small glasses on the bridge of her nose were moving up along the frowning woman's face. Oksana looked closely at the book the maid was holding up, then turned her head back to the fabric with a needle in hand. I've never made anything like this before. Actually, I only ever saw my mother make it when I was young. It must be precious then. Yes. Unlike the furrowed bridge of her nose indicating concentration, Oksana's lips were slightly upturned. It is one of the precious traditions that is now fading from people's memories. It was now once again emerging in the world from the noble woman's fingertips. Is this sufficient? The white tree gradually takes shape at Oksana's fingertips. The white tree planted on the sloping hillside was engraved on the black fabric in an elegant embroidery. Then should I embroider the next crest? Here, that's fine, it's firmly ingrained in my mind. Oksana stopped the maid from opening the book containing the family crests and threaded a new thread onto the needle. Oksana's words were likely true. The embroidery she was now working on was undoubtedly the crest of a family she couldn't ignore. Within the furrowing expression once again, the tip of the needle was weaving back and forth. A solid castle wall being built with Oksana's fingertips on a newly brought-out cloth, and a sword floating above it. It was the crest of Vayezid. Oksana's living room is so quiet that not even the sound of breathing can be heard, so everything seems to be at a standstill amidst the space, where only the faint dust particles visible through the sunlight indicated the passage of time. There stood alone in the center of the reception room a single flagpole. A flag unfurled with nothing inscribed upon it, only filled with white background. The white background of the flag reflected the same color as the world in which the boy was rooted, an unadorned sword given by an old man and a girl, an identification card given by a priest, a handkerchief given by a noble lady with her name engraved on it, and even a white flag with the family crest engraved on it. All were things that would form the roots of the boy. All were achievements made by the boy. Night fell on the meadow. Despite the weather approaching summer, the night on the wide-open, unadorned, devoid of anything was still chilly. Hence the knights built a wall with their carriages and carts preparing to camp within. After the bustling preparation for camping ended and a brief moment of rest arrived, the knights gathered as knights do, while the priests gathered separately, each group taking their own time. Though it was comforting to see them all, the boy, feeling no camaraderie with anyone, quietly took his place in an empty spot and kindled a small fire. SSSRRRR. While listening to the sounds of priests praying from all over, Vlad took out his unadorned sword. The surface of the sword, illuminated by the fire, was tinged red, although the light reflecting from the campfire was scattered here and there due to the scars. You've worked hard too. Gazing at the red hue that reminded him of someone dear, Vlad took out a whetstone and began to tend to his unadorned sword. Swish, swish. The sight of the boy carefully tending the unadorned sword resembled the sight of the priests praying in front of him. Perhaps the boy was praying with an unadorned sword, for those who still remain where the boy and the sword left. The sound of the stone against the sword blended with the crackling of the fire. Vlad's expression was slowly relaxing as he felt the warmth of the bonfire and the peace he felt alone for the first time in a long time. Why are you brooding alone, Lord Rutger? A young man with black hair approached Vlad while holding a bottle of alcohol. Rutger plopped down beside the small fire Vlad had made. Why are you alone? Everyone's busy. Just as much as the heat from the bonfire coming from in front of Vlad, he felt the warmth from Rutger talking to him. What about the chubby guy? Dorothea took him away, said she had chores for him, and Priest Andrea, praying. Rutger shrugged at Vlad's response and held out the bottle he was holding. Care for a sip? I'm tending to my sword at the moment. You're refusing again. Though he didn't want to disrupt the pleasant atmosphere that had settled, Vlad knew that if he refused again, he might find something flying towards him in Joseph's study. It's whiskey, a nobleman's drink. Taking in the scent of wood passing through his nostrils, Vlad looked at Rutger with a slightly strange expression. The scent of the drink lingering on the boy's tongue was similar to the one Joseph had offered back then. No matter how much they were fighting over the same thing, it seemed like they couldn't do anything about their tastes that came from the same blood. I guess I'll have to take a look at that sword when I get back. Yes, I suppose so. At Rutger's words, Vlad once again looked at the unadorned sword illuminated by the fire. A sword crafted by an unskilled blacksmith in a back alley. The sword that someone had struck with everything they had accumulated over a lifetime was still protecting its owner with a steadfast appearance, even though it had cut down numerous enemies so far. But they said I couldn't do it. Huh, Vlad, responding absent-mindedly to Rutger's words, picked up the whetstone again and silently began sharpening the edge of the unadorned sword. The connection between the handle and the sword body was made too arbitrarily, so unless you find the maker and get it fixed, you'll have to break the hilt entirely to repair the blade. It is a sword that is as unruly as its owner. Rutger looked at the rough-looking sword and raised the bottle. Though the head blacksmith of the Vayezid family had spoken kindly, the implication was clear. The maker of the sword made such a mess that everything except the sword body had to be destroyed. Yet perhaps that was the best the old blacksmith could do, so I need to find the person who made it and ask for repairs. And where might that person be? Vlad raised the sword vertically to check the sharp blade. The red traces reflecting from the blade were illuminating the boy's eyes. It seemed as though he could almost recall the unforgettable red hair. Shora. Well, you're the one who always goes around shouting Vlad of Shora, aren't you? Rutger chuckled, taking a sip of whiskey, remarking that the title suited him well. However, the boy only gazed at the unadorned sword. A skilled blacksmith offered to take care of the work, but Vlad refused. He didn't want to lose anything contained within this sword. Each mark engraved on the sword was akin to the history the boy had built. Rutger observed Vlad looking at the sword. His blue eyes, brimming with various emotions as he gazed at the sword, sparkled ever so slightly. So that's why. So that's why my younger brother was running around so frantically. Rutger nodded as if he finally understood and took a sip. Can it be fixed soon? Yes, Vlad inquired, but Rutger didn't respond, simply rising from his seat. If you wish earnestly enough, someone will notice. That means you have lived well so far. Vlad looked at Rutger with a puzzled expression at his cryptic words, but all that came from his mouth was the familiar scent of whiskey. I guess I should get ready for work tomorrow, Rutger said, patting Vlad's shoulder as he turned away. Watching Rutger leave, Vlad remained alone by the dwindling campfire. With Rutger gone, Vlad began the final touches using the worn cloth with oil, preparing to tend to the wounds of the sword that could not be healed with just a whetstone and oil. Though the scars on the unadorned sword were pitiful, they could be fixed someday, because the unadorned sword and the boy had a place to return to. A night in the meadow when the boy quietly decided. From the hill above, a horse as black as the night sky was looking at the boy sitting at the campfire. Though small, the light seemed to complement the colors the boy was creating, and the horse liked it. The next morning, carriages running in the green meadow, and a herd of wild horses running side by side next to a procession of carriages. The sight of humans and nature running together across the meadow would surely be a rare spectacle. The priests inside the carriages and the knights riding alongside them were well aware of this fact. Everyone was looking at a herd of wild horses running together to catch their first and possibly last sight. Even the blond boy leaning against the carriage window was quietly gazing at the scenery outside. A strange feeling rising from within his chest made Vlad unconsciously purse his lips. Vlad knew it was time to part ways. Just as he had duties to fulfill, the black horse also had obligations to lead the herd. Hee-haw! The black horse, who had been running at the forefront of the herd, gradually came to a halt. As the leader stopped, the herd of wild horses naturally halted as well. This is as far as we go. The place where we can journey together ends here. Vlad's head turned naturally to watch the departing black horse, as if seeing him off. Wild horses come up to the top of the hill as if bidding farewell and watch the group running below. Goodbye. Not accustomed to farewells, the boy awkwardly raised his hand and waved. It was a small farewell gesture, as if embarrassed to be seen, but the black horse could see it. Hee-haw! On a moonless night, bidding farewell with a flick of the foreleg. Vlad put his head into the carriage with a strange expression as the horse seemed to be lifting his front foot at the same time when Vlad waved. It was a brief moment, but there was a deep connection with the black horse. The depth of a relationship was not solely determined by the time spent together. Don't be too sad about the parting. The priest sitting in front of Vlad nodded as if understanding everything. It's just words. Haha, it's truly difficult for people to be honest. Andrea smiled as he opened the Bible he was holding. Our lives are a series of farewells and meetings, so the tears shed at parting will eventually turn into the joy of reunion. Although Vlad didn't fully understand the biblical verse the priest recited, he at least noticed that it was an attempt to console him. It was truly a wonderful encounter even in my eyes, so we'll meet again someday. If it's too late, you have to find something else to say. That too shall be fate. Vlad turned his head again to gaze out the window. As he absorbed the beautiful scenery, Vlad reminisced about yesterday's memories. The feeling of riding across the green meadow with the deathworm trailing behind. He had experienced the most exhilarating and vivid colors in his life. The vacation was over, it was time to go back. Chapter 49, Sturma, the city of the fortress walls. Its owner, Peter Vayezid, sighed as he grasped the message relayed by Lagmus. Count Rabnoma has fallen. Peter closed his eyes, stroking his chin with one hand. While he had sensed that something was amiss in the movements of the West, he hadn't anticipated such an outcome. Did the Count Gaydar have such strength? The Western families formed an alliance. It seems they were quite formidable. Why did the royal family stay idle? We couldn't find out what was going on at the central government. He spoke as if apologizing, but Lagmus too must have felt helpless. The North was a place with a distinct identity stronger than any other region. Indeed, because they had erected their own walls, they were free from the influence of the royal or central authority, but that also meant they were ignorant of events unfolding in other regions. In all matters there were pros and cons. To think a count family of a kingdom would crumble so easily, especially one known for keeping oaths. No matter how turbulent the empire was, there was a line that needed to be maintained. However, the newly begun current was swallowing up the rules they had so far adhered to in a manner more brutal than ever before. An era of chaos. Through the current message, Peter clearly realized the era he was now living in. To those who had newly grasped power, the rules and traditions established in the past may have felt like chains constricting them. The order of the West had been reshuffled by the Gaidar family who had toppled the long-standing rulers of the West, the Rabnoma family. The fall of Count Rabnoma may have been the first signal of a new era. Lost in thought for a while, Peter rose from his seat as if realizing something and approached the window. A procession of carriages entering the mansion, accompanied by the patter of late spring rain. Watching the pilgrims entering the mansion, Peter seemed to finally understand, biting his lip. They aren't pilgrims. People entering the Vayezid mansion holding the emblem of the church high. They weren't pilgrims but refugees bearing the weight of old oath seeking refuge. They had come not to seek traces of the dragon, as they had claimed to the northern Ironmaster, but as refugees bearing ancient oath. Vlad was moving luggage while being pelted by rain. In the cold spring rain, his breath rose white. The atmosphere is peculiar. Just last night, they were a group exchanging laughter in a warm atmosphere, but not anymore. With the sudden decision for a forced march, the mood of the procession had hardened, and at the same time, a subtle tension began to flow. As a result, Vlad arrived in Sturma a day earlier than scheduled and was now moving luggage brought by the priests under tight security. Careful, careful. Hey, step aside. We'll handle this. As loud noises reached him, Vlad instinctively turned his head. There stood a rugged wooden chest with strange inscriptions carved on it. For some reason, it caught Vlad's attention. Thump, but Vlad quickly turned away from the intriguing chest, hastening to move elsewhere, because the blood flowing from the deathworm's body was mixed with the rain. Must be the smell. His heart racing was probably due to the scent of blood, much like how some people are sensitive to certain foods or fragrances. In his case, perhaps it was the blood of deathworm. Thank you for your hard work. Vlad, having moved the luggage to the entrance hall of the Vayezid mansion, bowed his head, waiting for the door to open. Although just a few more steps would take him inside, this was as far as Vlad was permitted. Quietly thanking him, Rutger and his knights entered, patting his shoulder before heading inside. Even the priests following behind, surrounding the black wooden chest, were allowed in. They had all been together until now, but the boy didn't have the right to accompany them until the end. As they walked in, Vlad quietly raised his head, following them with his gaze, with curiosity mixed with a hint of resentment towards the space not permitted to him. And there, their gazes met, the highest point in the Vayezid family. From where Vlad's gaze reached, an impossibly vast world was already looking down at him. Completely frozen by Peter's presence, Vlad could only remain stiff, unable to avert his gaze until the door of the hall, dividing by qualification, closed completely. I'll go ahead. Perhaps Patri had some expectations as he bid Vlad farewell with a sullen expression. The two squires returned to Sturma, expecting some kind of reward or a modest celebration after catching a deathworm. But with the heavy feeling carried by the late spring rain, they had no choice but to return to their original places. Watching Patri's figure retreat to their quarters, Vlad moved his steps. Even though he was in the same boat, Vlad could be considered in a slightly better position as he had someone to report. Walking down the corridor, Vlad remembered the gaze of Peter he had briefly met earlier. I don't remember. While the first impression was vivid, the problem was that there was no memorable image left. Rather than Peter's appearance, only the presence he exuded remained in the boy's mind. It didn't matter if he couldn't remember. After all, the Count would likely resemble the person he was about to meet. I'm here, Lord Joseph. Come in. Announcing his arrival in front of Joseph's study, Vlad opened the door with a familiar gesture. Although the glorious hall of the Vayezid didn't welcome Vlad, Joseph's study gladly embraced him. You've come a day early. That's how it turned out. I see, I got the gist of it. Joseph's study, which Oksana had specifically arranged, was the place in the Vayezid mansion where sunlight lingered the longest. Vlad initially found the sunlight burdensome when he first entered, but now he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Is your health all right? I'm fine. That's good to hear. Vlad felt a slight tension as he calmly observed Joseph's questioning and the presence of Zayar beside him. He worried if there might be any reprimand coming his way. Defeating the deathworm that targeted pilgrims was undoubtedly a commendable feat. However, it might have been slightly uncomfortable from Joseph's personal standpoint. After all, he ended up helping Rutger. As someone in a competitive relationship with Joseph, Vlad couldn't help but consider this aspect. Why do you look at me like that? However, Joseph showed no sign of discomfort, merely focusing on his paperwork. It's nothing. Vlad inwardly sighed with relief, not because he hadn't been scolded, but because Joseph's demeanor matched his expectations. Even though you're fine, it's best to take it easy as much as possible. After rummaging through paperwork for a while, Joseph raised his head and looked directly at Vlad. I don't know much about the back alleys of Shora, but still. Vlad was suddenly surprised by Joseph bringing up the back alleys. I heard the conflicts between organizations end when all members of one organization are dead or surrender. Is that true? Yes, probably, Vlad replied, bowing his head in thought. Why are you suddenly asking such a question? Seeing Joseph probing into his most sensitive area, Vlad felt a bit uneasy and shrunk back. So you didn't send any letters. What letters are you talking about? To your lover at the convent? She's just a friend. Anyway, listening to Vlad's response, Joseph stood up from his seat. I wasn't unaware of the circumstances during these times when you couldn't even properly send news, in case the people in Shora got hurt. Walking to the window with his baggage, Joseph observed the light rain outside. I wanted to be considerate, but to resolve that, time and achievements were necessary. One-armed Jack has his value. Vlad silently nodded as he listened to Joseph's words. It was likely so. Even if it was the back alleys, they were still under the jurisdiction of the Vayezid family. For someone like One-Armed Jack to rampage in the back alleys, there must have been connections to the powerful figures in the upper echelons. Because he was a man with lot of wealth, as his nickname name is Money Bug, although it stemmed from the tears of the people in the back alleys. Vlad silently gazed at Joseph standing by the window, and even at the small flag hanging next to him. It was an item he had never seen in Joseph's office despite frequent visits. What's that? A rectangular-shaped white flag. Smaller than the flags he had seen before, it looked like it could be held with one hand. Joseph was lost in thought for a moment before opening his mouth. However, you have proven your worth excellently. With those words, Joseph carefully took out the flag beside him. You've worked hard for me, so I must fulfill my promise to you. Yes. Vlad looked at Joseph approaching him slowly, reminiscent of the sight of Peter he had seen earlier. The dignity emanating from Joseph holding the flag reminded him of the presence he had felt back then. I heard the knights of my grandfather's generation carried the same flags that I'm holding now. Looking at the flag he held with a subtle gaze, Joseph smiled bitterly. A flag symbolizing one's own honor. But Joseph was a chosen one. Unable to wield a sword and a flag, he would grasp the knight who carried it, and before Joseph stood a boy who could do that. You are worthy to carry your own flag. And that qualification is endorsed by Haniel and Vayezid families. Vlad, with a bewildered expression, looked at the white flag being handed to him. It seemed entirely empty, but there were two sentences inscribed faintly on the top left of the flag. They were the words of Haniel and Vayezid. Be but not yet. Take this and go to your hometown. After hearing Joseph's words, Vlad felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His mind was going blank at the sudden words. It was a moment he had longed for, dream of, and decide that he would do it someday, but he never imagined that the moment would be today. Vlad, bestowed with the name Lady Alicia and a squire of the Vayezid family, raise your head proudly beneath this flag. The boy, holding the flag handed to him by Joseph, raised his head with a dazed expression. However, despite his expression being dazed, the boy's body trembled uncontrollably. The moment he had longed for was approaching. You must cut of the evil ties that bound you there, truly free yourself and come back to me. Vlad didn't respond. He simply gazed at the flag he held, his gaze becoming increasingly unfocused. As promised, everything is sponsored by Vayezid, Vlad of Shora. In that day's contract, the boy and the young man promised to give and receive from each other. And that promise was now confirmed beneath the honorable flag the boy held. Vlad of Shora, return to your homeland, break free from the evil ties that bind you there, and reclaim what is yours. I will uphold the name. The boy tightly grasped the flag he held until his hands turned pale.